The Perfect Supreme Chapter 4278 to Chapter 4365. Damn it, the person he met was actually Lin Ling. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was shocked. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. That was because the battle in the Yellow Sea that shook the entire 9 prefectures happened just yesterday. And today, they met this legendary character. He's Lin Ling. Wow, so young. TSK, so this is what the legendary character looks like. I wonder if he'll feel any pressure after leading so many experts from the God Extermination Alliance. I thought that meeting revered Snow World deity today was already an extremely lucky thing. In the end, I even met the legendary son of demon, Lin Ling. Following that, the crowd shouted excitedly. That was because it wasn't easy to meet a legendary character. Since when did Lin Ling become so famous? The clamor caused Xianxia world deity to frown. She had been trapped all this while, so she didn't know that Lin Ling's reputation was like the sun in midday. When she saw how excited the crowd was and how Zhou Tian was so scared that his nose was running, all sorts of feelings welled up in her heart. Beside her, Princess Tian felt the same. When she met Lin Ling in Heaven Pass City previously, Lin Ling didn't seem to be welcomed. And now, he was extremely popular. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration and reverence. Senior Lin Ling, I'm your follower. Your battle, your steps, I've recorded everything. I've always admired you. Can you give me an autograph? It was so exaggerated that someone blushed and asked. However, this request was stopped by the people from the God Extermination Alliance. Furthermore, if there weren't people from the God Extermination Alliance here, this place would have been in chaos. You're Lin Ling? In the palace that had been silent all this while, a cry of surprise sounded. It was revered Snow World deity. Then, the palace was opened and a skinny old man rushed out. His eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to appear here. He also didn't expect that Lin Ling would appear for Xianxia world deity. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He could also feel that the old man's soul force was not weak. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You actually know Lin Ling. The old man suddenly clenched his teeth and did not dare to say anything to Lin Ling. Instead, he looked at Xianxia furiously. It could be seen that the grudge between him and Great Universe God Xianxia was not small. Especially when he saw that Great Universe God Xianxia knew a big shot like Lin Ling, he was extremely jealous. Humph, Senior Snow, I know you're angry, but the angrier you are, the happier I am. Seeing that, Xianxia Great World Deity suddenly smiled and felt indescribably carefree. She had never imagined that one day, she would actually use Lin Ling to suppress her opponent. Fine. I admit that I underestimated you. However, if you want to leave and I don't agree, no one can plead for you. The old man humped coldly. Then, he looked at Lin Ling without restraint. His meaning was obvious. I won't let him go. What can you do? Don't tell me you dare to provoke God Miao's true disciple. You really don't want face. Seeing that, Lin Ling sneered. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Zhou Tian. Swoosh, a sword mark appeared on Zhou Tian's neck. He pointed at Lin Ling and wanted to say something. But in the end, he didn't say anything and died, killed with one slash. Moreover, he killed God Miao's true disciple's golden rune supreme robe right in front of him. Lin Ling, you're crazy. Senior Snow obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so daring. He contradicted me. I said before that I must kill him. Lin Ling held his sword and said coldly. You're too overbearing. He only waved his whip at you and you actually killed him. Do you really think you're a god? Senior Snow was even more furious. However, he also knew that a great character like Lin Ling was temperamental. He didn't need any excuse to take someone's life. After all, experts all had dignity. How could an expert be provoked by an ant? So, Senior Snow clenched his teeth and said, let me tell you. You killed my disciple. I will not let Heavenly Snow Great World Boundary God and the others go. Moreover, just you wait. I will inform our Purple Rune Supreme Robe about this. He will definitely report this to Lei Gong and punish you. There was only one Purple Rune Supreme Robe in the entire 9 provinces. He was the strongest world boundary master in God Miao's true disciples. Even the four gods had to give him face. However, would Lin Ling be afraid of the purple rune supreme robe? Very good. With your threat, this is equivalent to provoking me. Then, as the price, I will take Heavenly Snow Great World Boundary God and the others away. Lin Ling sneered and said in a domineering manner. Lin Ling's words shocked everyone. Lin Ling wanted to take Shuazun away unconditionally just because of a threat from Shuazun. This was indeed domineering and unreasonable. In your dreams. Do you think I'm an idiot? Senior Snow was clearly angered silly. He thought that he was already very domineering. However, compared to Lin Ling was the one who was truly domineering and unreasonable. Scolding me? Another crime? However, who knew that Lin Ling's smile became even more brilliant and he slashed with his sword. Great heavenly horn. Senior Snow's expression changed when he saw that. A purple conch appeared in his hand and he waved it in the air. The sound of a tsunami could be heard and endless seawater gushed out from the conch shell. This was the water from the divine realm. One must know that the pressure from the divine realm was very great. The strength of the powerful warriors in the 9 provinces would be suppressed in the divine realm. Thus, the water from the divine realm was naturally no small matter. To some ordinary martial artists, even a drop of this liquid was a rare heavenly treasure. Xiao, however, Lin Ling's sword did not stop. Splitting the water and breaking the sea, it slashed on the purple conch shell and the shell exploded. Ah! The wrinkles on Senior Snow's old face increased and he let out a strange cry. He did not care about the treasure and immediately rushed into the palace. Lin Ling, you're dead. You're dead. Today, not only will I not let them go, when I return, I will send all of them to hell and let them suffer the 9x9 law calamity. Ha ha ha, originally, they were just humiliated. They did not have to suffer such calamity. It's all because of you. After hiding in the palace, Senior Snow let out a crazy voice. This senior world spirit god Snow is crazy. Everyone was shocked by Senior Snow's attitude. How was he a senior world spirit god? He was simply a crazy old man. Clang, Lin Ling's face was expressionless, but the sword in his hand continued to slash out, landing on the magnificent palace. There were only rumbling sounds, but the palace remained unscathed. One must know that Lin Ling's sword could easily slash through 10,000 realms. From this, one could see how powerful the flying snow palace was. So hard. Sakura and the others were shocked. They then attacked one after another and bombarded the palace. Rumble. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, aren't you very capable? Why are you so helpless? Come and touch me. Damn it, if you can't break my flying snow palace, you, Lin Ling, should just go home and plant sweet potatoes. Why bother being a trial taker, great leader? Don't you want to take Sky Snow Great World Deity and the others away? Try taking them away. Let me tell you, as long as they leave my range of 1,000 miles, they will all die. I have planted an enslavement enchantment in their bodies. In this world, other than me, no one can break it. Kneel down and beg me. Maybe I'm in a good mood and will be merciful enough to give you one person. Shuazun's arrogant voice could be heard from the palace. He was even more pleased with himself. Haha, this palace is great. Where I am now is a land of peach blossoms. With a pot of wine and the fragrance of peach blossoms, life is so happy. Above the palace, a layer of 5-colored clouds floated out and formed a portrait. A short and skinny old man was strolling in a peach blossom forest with a cup of wine in his hand. His face was full of enjoyment, and his face was calm and relaxed. How arrogant. Seeing this, young monster master and the others were furious. Shuazun was obviously using the palace's defense to be arrogant in front of them. Then, they couldn't help but attack with all their might. However, under their full strength, the palace still didn't move. Instead, a leisurely poem came out from the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. It was Shuazun's voice. This old man was extremely arrogant. This made young monster master and the others work even harder. However, in the end, they were all exhausted, but the palace still didn't fall. So powerful. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Looking at the palace again, Shuizun's voice floated out again. Moreover, it was still the same poem. This old man would probably only know this poem once in his life. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches to pay for wine. Young Monster Master and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. Ever since their God-Slayer alliance established themselves in the 9 states, they had never suffered such a great loss. Again. Sakura activated the divine embryo and erupted with all his strength. Big brother, there's no need. However, Lin Ling stopped them. Second brother, are you going to let him be so arrogant? If we can't even deal with an old man today, our God-Slayer alliance will become a laughingstock. Sakura said unwillingly. Brother Ling, if we don't deal with that palace, Princess Tian and the others won't be able to escape. Yu Yu also thought that Lin Ling was going to give up. Ordinary realm essence and divine power are useless against the palace, because the palace can push the boat with the current. At least 80% of the attacks were pushed away by the divine water and disappeared into the distance. The palace only withstood 20% of the attacks, and with its powerful defense, the 20% of the attacks were naturally blocked by the divine water. It's no longer working. Lin Ling patted Yu Yu's hand and explained. It's too heaven-defying. However, is there really no other way? Sakura said angrily. He saw that the Peach Blossom poem was still coming out of the palace. Damn it, when will that old man stop being so arrogant? That's not necessarily true. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled mysteriously and walked forward slowly. Previously, in the Kingdom of Eternity, he had opened 2 divine inheritance treasures consecutively, and one of them had the supreme path. This was the path of forging from the Age of Gods. Lin Ling had been studying it for a while, and with the help of Lin Ling's powerful soul power, he was now very familiar with it. Therefore, Lin Ling could see through the enchantment of the Flying Snow Palace at a glance. It had to be said that this treasure's forging method came from the Age of Gods. In the current 9 states, there were probably no more than 3 people who could forge such a treasure. Its grade had reached the 10th grade of innate divine artifact. Furthermore, if some enchantments were added, its grade would definitely exceed that of a divine artifact. Although my strength has increased by leaps and bounds, there are still many people with strange abilities in the Age of Gods. Although their strength isn't high, their methods are extraordinary. Therefore, sometimes, unless you have twice the strength, you still can't be invincible. As Lin Ling walked forward, he thought to himself. After a while, he stopped not far away from the palace. However, the poem was still coming out of the palace. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and broke the branches as wine money. Looking at revered snow, this old man was drinking wine and looking up at the sky, revealing an expression of loneliness when he was invincible. This was arrogance to the extreme. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and his powerful soul power spread out. He had 2 ways to break it. First, the step of wisdom. Once this move was used, the palace would lose its power in a short period of time and would be completely sealed. Second, break the enchantments and break the palace. Lin Ling obviously chose the second method because he was very interested in the palace. If his grandfather and the others used it, no one below the martial god realm would be able to break it. From Lin Ling's body, an auspicious wind spread out. It was his soul power. Wherever the spiritual strength passed, the space that had been shattered by the powerful attack was quietly recovering. Moreover, the people in the distance felt an incomparably comfortable feeling, causing them to feel drowsy, as if they could not wait to sleep here forever. Looking at Lin Ling again, at this moment, he was gently waving his hands. Looking from afar, Lin Ling's movements were very light and even seemed like he was waving his hands. However, everything was so pleasing to the eye, as if he had merged with the void. No one knew that in a short period of time, Lin Ling had already waved out 1 trillion enchantments. With his soul power and the most high-pass enchantments, he could indeed do this. One must know that not only was Lin Ling studying enchantments, but even Li Xiaoyao in his previous life was also studying enchantments. His foundation was incomparably solid. One enchantment after another fell on the palace, causing it to tremble slightly. However, compared to the attacks of Sakura and the others, the tremors were undoubtedly very weak. Therefore, no one noticed it at all. Time passed quietly just like that. What's second brother doing? The people of the God Slayer Alliance were confused, Yu and the others also frowned. However, at this moment, Lin Ling began to walk toward the palace. Then, he reached out his hand and actually opened the door of the palace. What the F***ck? The people in the distance were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. After all, they also knew that treasures had the power to recognize their owners, especially powerful treasures like the palace. Unless the owner agreed, ordinary people couldn't touch the treasures, but now, Lin Ling actually opened the door of the palace, and it was as if he was opening his own door. Bang, all of a sudden, a fist came and smashed Reverend Shue's wine pot. Reverend Shue was shocked. He turned his head and saw a fist that smashed his nose. He fell to the ground and looked as if he had seen a ghost. You, how did you get in? He looked like he was scared out of his wits. The blue-robed man was standing in front of him with one hand behind his back and a smile on his face. He was Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "Of course, I walked in." Honored Shue almost fainted. He knew that Lin Ling walked in, but how did Lin Ling walk in? Why didn't the palace stop Lin Ling? This palace belongs to me. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shue's dumbfounded look. He looked around the palace and nodded in satisfaction. Bullsh**T. Hearing this, the snow-honored cultivator was infuriated. This palace was the result of his lifetime of hard work and treasures. Bang, unfortunately, facing Lin Ling, Honored Shue had no choice but to accept. Lin Ling had already kicked him hard in the face, breaking his teeth. Peach blossoms? I like plum blossoms. Plum blossoms are prouder. Lin Ling looked into the distance with his hands behind his back. As he spoke, the peach blossoms around him started to wither. The winter snow came and the plum blossoms bloomed. They were not afraid of winter. Ah? How did you control my flying snow Lian Heavenly Palace? Revered Snow roared in shock because the peach blossom withered and the plum blossom blossomed. This already proved that Lin Ling could truly control the flying snow Lian Heavenly Palace. Flying Snow Palace? It doesn't sound nice. Let's call it Snow Palace. Lin Ling ignored Honored Shue. He touched his chin and walked out of the palace without waiting for Honored Shue's resistance. Bang, when Honored Shue was thrown out, everyone was shocked. Honored Shue was so arrogant. He drank wine, enjoyed the peach blossoms, and recited poems. Now, he was beaten like a dog and thrown out of the palace. The difference in treatment made everyone laugh. Go on, why aren't you reading anymore? Sakura and the rest laughed loudly as they rubbed their hands and walked towards Revered Snow step by step. That sneer undoubtedly scared Revered Snow. He said nervously, "You can't touch me. I'm the dragon-patterned revered robe of Miaoshen's true inheritance." After that, he suddenly thought of something and immediately roared complacently, "Lin Ling, if you dare to touch me, I will make Tian Shui Great World Deity and the others die." Haha, try touching me. Obviously, he thought of the enslavement spirit formation in Tian Shui Great World Deity's body. Big brother, beat him like a dog. However, Lin Ling sneered, not the slightest bit afraid. You're crazy. Fine. You want to fight to the death? I'll fight you to the death. Revered Snow was hysterical. He controlled the enslavement barrier and wanted Tian Shui Great World Deity and the others to die in front of him. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. He activated the barrier and pointed at Tian Shui World Deity. He was also looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's regretful expression. However, Tian Shui World Deity stood afar, safe and sound. She even blinked her eyes and looked at him. What's going on? Die. 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 Why isn't there any effect? Revered Snow was tongue-tied. His snot was also hanging out. It was an inch long. How would he know that when Sakura and the rest were attacking the palace, Lin Ling was already breaking the enslavement spirit formation? With his level, it was naturally not difficult for him. Weren't there peach blossoms before? Why aren't there any peach blossoms? When Revered Snow's snot was hanging out, there were already many figures in front of him. They surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. All of them were rubbing their fists. I'll let you have peach blossoms. Sakura took the lead and kicked Revered Snow's nose until it bled, then, everyone surrounded and beat Revered Snow until the old man cried out in pain. Lin Ling, thank you. Tian Shui Great World Deity looked at Lin Ling gratefully. It's just a small matter. Lin Ling waved his hand casually. After pondering for a while, he suddenly pointed at Tian Shui Great World Deity. When he did that, Tian Shui Great World Deity was shocked. However, when she thought about how Lin Ling really wanted to harm her, there was no need for him to help her. Hence, she did not resist. Almost at the same time, Tian Shui Great World Deity felt a splitting headache. A mysterious power surged into her body. It was so domineering that it destroyed everything, causing her to groan. Seeing that, Princess Tian and the rest were worried. Xianxia suddenly gritted his teeth. Lin Ling, that's enough. Previously, I was still thanking you for saving us. So, you are actually the same as Revered Snow. Both of you want to humiliate our teacher. It's just that you want to humiliate her personally. Xianxia. However, just as Lin Ling finished his words, Tian Shui Great World Deity recovered. She looked at Lin Ling with a red face. After pondering for a while, she immediately bowed towards Lin Ling. That was because Lin Ling had used his soul power to forcefully recover her soul power. Although she did not recover to her peak, she had recovered at least 40% of her soul power. Most importantly, Lin Ling had left behind many profound spirit forging techniques in her soul. Such forging techniques did not exist in the entire land of the 9 provinces. Lin Ling had obviously given her hope to live on. No matter. It's fate that we met. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Then, he brought Yu and the rest and left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Tian Shui Great World Deity's heart was filled with excitement. In the end, she bowed again. After experiencing Lin Ling's pointers, from a certain perspective, Lin Ling could be considered half of her teacher. Furthermore, Lin Ling had saved her and she had yet to repay him. Now, she owed Lin Ling another favor. Teacher, this. Xianxia was still confused. He couldn't help but look at Tian Shui Great World Deity and ask. He can be considered half of my teacher now. Tian Shui Great World Deity sighed and explained the entire matter. Xianxia was so frightened that the corner of his mouth trembled. Then, he looked at the back of the departing figure and bowed deeply, because he knew very well that if his teacher recovered her soul power, she would definitely become a world deity again. Everything that she had lost before would be regained. So powerful. He actually used his soul power to open Master's sealed soul power. Furthermore, he used his soul power to impart skills. Lin Ling's soul power has most likely reached a very high limit. Princess Tian also looked afar with admiration. Then, she said curiously, Teacher, he used his soul power to touch your spirit. Wasn't this a form of spiritual communication? I've heard that soul communication is even more profound than body communication. Hearing that, Tian Shui Great World Deity's face turned red. Previously, when Lin Ling used a tyrannical method to charge into her body, it was indeed very painful. However, after that, it was an indescribable feeling of joy. She never would have thought that the first time she had such a feeling in her life would actually be from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling brought Yu and the rest back to the final world. Then, a palace appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he placed it in the courtyard. Furthermore, he imparted the method to control the palace to Yu and the rest with his soul power. With that, unless a god brought them here, grandfather and the rest would be safe and sound even if they were to hide in the palace. After doing that, Lin Ling looked to the sky and finally opened the road to seeing gods. Giant Ghost, we should go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at Lei Gong's hall. Sensing Lin Ling's arrival, Lei Gong personally came out to welcome him. Beside him were the divine generals and divine paladins. Lin Ling, you're back. Xun Yi saw Lin Ling from afar and immediately smiled. I'm back. Lin Ling nodded with a smile and walked towards Lei Gong. Lei Gong sized up Lin Ling and suddenly felt that Lin Ling's strength seemed to have improved again. However, he wasn't too sure and said, currently, the other gods are all here. You're the only one left. Yes, because the other gods have been waiting for you for a long time. They also asked Lord Lei Gong to inform you to come back. However, Lord Lei Gong refused and said that you will definitely return in a month's time. Therefore, the other gods could only wait helplessly. Xianxia said. He was very clear that if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, the other trial takers would have already acted out. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was one of the 8 new gods. Therefore, even if those impatient people were in a bad mood, they wouldn't dare to do anything. The purpose of this trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace is to find the records of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. There are records of the world wills there. Therefore, we hope to find a new world will host. Lei Gong looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he knew that the world wills were Shaoluan, the one imprisoned by the dragon clan, and the one he found in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. In addition to the great god of Spirit Kingdom, there were a total of 4 world wills. However, there were 10 world wills. This meant that there were still 6 world wills. 6 world wills had yet to surface. That record was incomparably crucial. Are you ready? If you are, then let's set off. After Lei Gong gave his instructions, he said to Lin Ling, during this trip, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Xianxia. How about it? Okay. Lin Ling nodded. Immediately, everyone flew into the distance. After an unknown period of time, they stopped. To Lin Ling's surprise, the place where they gathered was actually an ancient void. There were a large number of broken ruins, fragments of continents, and rotting buildings floating everywhere. A large number of figures were standing on top of these shattered fragments. Some were sitting cross-legged, while others were looking at their swords. Lei Gong is here. Suddenly, someone said faintly, causing the eyes of everyone in the void to light up. An ancient aura quietly permeated the air. This kind of momentum naturally had no effect on Lin Ling, but he was still secretly shocked by the hidden dragons and crouching tigers of the 4 great gods. This was because some of the people who appeared here this time had not appeared at Lei Gong's place. So this is Lin Ling. You're quite arrogant. We've been waiting for 10 days. A cold voice drifted over, causing Lin Ling to look over. He saw a one-eyed burly man wearing a black robe with a cape behind him. He was not weak at all. Lin Ling wondered which god he was. Everyone is here. Let's get ready to move. At this time, a voice also came over. On a broken island, a large green ox stood there, while an old man rode on top of it. He was none other than the Curishin. Behind him were 2 people, Little South and Nyogo. These 2 were obviously the people who were going to the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time. Get ready to move. The Titanic Crescent god and Eugene also came out one after another. They were the strongest people who competed for the spots last time. These experts were no match for Lin Ling, who was competing for first place. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He didn't know why, but he felt that these people were different from last time. On the surface, however, Lin Ling couldn't detect any difference. Open the teleportation array and go straight to the 7th floor. At this moment, the god of thunder spoke in a dignified voice. He then transmitted a message to Lin Ling. Last time in the 8 gods' celestial palace, the 4 gods finally reached the 7th floor. However, they did not complete the journey. This time, if you have the chance, rush to the 8th floor. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. He looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder and found that the latter was even more excited. 8 gods' heavenly palace. Lin Ling had been there many times. Last time, he reached the 5th floor. As for the 6th floor, Li Xiaoyao had been there before. As for the 7th floor, he had never been there before. However, Lin Ling had the map, so the 7th floor shouldn't be too difficult for Lin Ling. Rumble. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about it, a huge teleportation portal appeared in the void, and billowing energy emanated from it. Lin Ling, this trip won't be simple. You must be careful. Be careful. Xianxia whispered as he and Lin Ling walked side by side. He seemed to have noticed something. Lin Ling nodded. Although he sensed that Xianxia's strength hadn't recovered, he guessed that Lei Gong must have given him a life-saving treasure. Big brother Lin Ling, wait for me. Yes. In the distance, Niu Ge and Little South also ran over. They had chosen to walk with Lin Ling. After all, they had fought side by side with Lin Ling in the God realm. They believed in Lin Ling's character, With this, Lin Ling had 4 people on his side. Apart from Xingyi, who was weaker, Little South and Niu Gu were not to be underestimated. This made the other 6 people's eyes light up. Soon, the 10 of them arrived at the teleportation array. Looking at the brilliant light flowing around them, their expressions were complicated. Apart from Lin Ling, the others more or less knew about the danger of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Moreover, they had to be wary of the spirit nation. In the previous trip to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, the 4 gods had encountered the people of the spirit nation. Bang! Bang! After an unknown period of time, when the light of the teleportation array reached its limit, a ray of dazzling light bloomed. Then, it finally shrunk. By the time they reacted, the teleportation array had disappeared. Inside the teleportation array, the 10 of them seemed to have traversed through the river of time. It seemed like an eternity, but it also seemed like an instant. After a long time, when they opened their eyes, a wild aura filled the air. The air was stuffy, so stuffy that it made them feel like they were about to explode. Looking carefully, there was an ancient forest in front of them. The trees were tall and towered into the clouds. In the air, there were whirlpools formed by air currents that kept spinning. It was very surprising. This is the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The 10 of them appeared on top of a hill. Compared to the forest in the distance, they were as small as ants. It was as if they had come to the most ancient world. Although it wasn't their first time here, they roughly knew everything about the 7th level from the experts who came here last time. However, after seeing the 7th level with their own eyes, they were still shocked. The ancient era. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Aya, why are we here? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. They were standing on a giant skeleton. It was unknown whether it was the skeleton of an elephant or some other kind of skeleton. This skeleton was incomparably huge. If one did not look carefully, they would have thought they were standing on a mountain. After that, everyone dispersed. After all, standing on top of a giant bone would make anyone unhappy. This skeleton is a little extraordinary. But just as they left, someone stared at the skeleton with shining eyes. The skeleton was very ancient, but it was as clear as jade. Moreover, one could faintly see divine light emanating from it. Last time, a trial challenger obtained many divine bones on the 7th floor. After leaving, he exchanged them for many treasures. Could this be that kind of divine bone? I heard that this kind of divine bone is countless years old. It's a treasure even older than the era of the gods. Someone's eyes burned with desire. It's mine. But someone else took the initiative to attack. Following that, the 2 people fought to the death, each of their moves fatal. It could be seen that in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, there were no restraints from the 4 gods. Everyone was unrestrained. Rumble. The 2 people's attacks were extremely powerful, but when they landed on the surrounding ancient trees, they only caused them to sway a little. Poochie. In the end, one person was seriously injured and spat out blood. The divine bone was taken by the other person. You've got guts. That person coldly snorted and left with his tail between his legs. He hid in the distance, not daring to be arrogant anymore. What an idiot. There are so many divine bones on the 7th floor. Why bother snatching them? At this time, a one-eyed burly man laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Xingyi, you trash actually have the face to come here. What a waste of food. Since you're going to die here sooner or later, why don't I send you on your way? After the burly man laughed, he walked towards Lin Ling. Without looking into the distance, he stretched out his hand and said, Bone, come. A black shadow shot out and landed in the hand of the expert who had obtained the divine bone before, sucking it over. With the divine bone in hand, countless shadows appeared around the burly man, forming a powerful force that smashed towards Xingyi. This sudden turn of events stunned Saint Guy. Little South and the others were also very surprised, but at the critical moment, a sword appeared in front of Saint Guy and blocked the bone with a boom. The one who appeared before Saint Guai was Lin Ling. Now, he had also fused his innate talent to the first stage, because he could tell that this tall and sturdy man wasn't weak at all, and he didn't seem like the person who competed for the slot last time. Lin Ling. The one-eyed man maintained his posture of smashing the bone down, but he also grinned. Your target is me, right? Why do you need to find excuses? Lin Ling said coldly with his giant sword in front of him. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why the man had suddenly gone crazy and attacked Xianxia the moment he entered. However, he soon guessed that the attack on Xianxia was fake, and the attack on Lin Ling was real. "My name is Giant Shadow." The one-eyed man was still smiling, but his smile had turned colder, and his single eye had turned pitch black. A large number of shadows appeared behind him, and the shadows of the ancient trees and hills in the distance were all sucked in like ink into the man's back, increasing his strength. A sixth-grade divine fetus, Lin Ling instantly sensed the man's innate talent. Moreover, he was able to absorb the power of the shadows of heaven and earth. But where did this person come from? Why have I never seen him before? The others were also shocked. They couldn't understand how the one-eyed man had become so strong. Only Lin Ling pondered for a moment and finally had a guess. During the Battle of the Yellow Sea, Black Crow Old Man was also like this. His body wasn't strong, but his methods were powerful. Thinking about it, this man called Giant Shadow was the same as Black Crow Old Man. He was a god from the divine realm who borrowed the body of another to revive. However, he didn't have any enmity with Giant Shadow. Could it be Luli Empress, or Titanic Crescent God? In a short period of time, many thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind. However, at this time, the power in front of him became stronger. The power of divinity had reached almost 2,000 strands, very strong. If Giant Shadow was a trial taker, his strength would be at the level of a new god. However, it was obvious that his identity was a divine general, so he couldn't be a trial taker. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Ling's body exploded with a powerful aura. Stage 2 Innate Talent Fusion. Get lost. Stage 2 Innate Talent had 1,500 strands of power of divinity. In addition to the terrifying divine fetus and realm essence, it immediately pushed Giant Shadow back. However, when he looked at Giant Shadow again, he still had a maniacal smile on his face. There was no trace of fear. Ka ka ka. On the contrary, the huge divine bone let out a crisp sound. Then, cracks appeared on it, and finally, it exploded. Boom! Countless broken bones shot to the ground, so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Ha ha ha! The one-eyed man turned into a shadow and floated back, standing on the ground and laughing loudly. So strong! Everyone stared at the laughing one-eyed man, and the respect in their eyes became even stronger. After all, they knew how strong Lin Ling was. However, who would have thought that Giant Shadow, who didn't reveal his true strength, would be able to fight against Lin Ling? Giant Shadow, I told you that Lin Ling is not simple, but you didn't believe me. At this time, a man not far away spoke. This man was very short and thin, and he stood there wearing a large armor. He gave off a very strange feeling. It's Xiao. As for the man, everyone naturally recognized him. He was a trial taker of the Titanic Crescent God. However, he was usually very ordinary and didn't stand out. Hee, dragon, he is indeed very strong. Giant Shadow smiled and nodded, then walked towards the short-armored man. One tall and one short, one thin and one strong, it was a very attractive combination. The short man had his hands behind his back, and he was still looking at Lin Ling with a strange light in his eyes. He didn't speak for a while, but for some reason, an invisible aura quietly spread out from his body. This aura was very terrifying, and it sounded like a roar, but no sound could be heard. It was extremely strange. How did Xiao become so strong? Noticing this, the people were even more surprised. Lin Ling, did you feel it? Giant Ghost, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, asked softly. I felt it, but I wasn't sure at first. Now, I'm a bit sure. Lin Ling nodded, but the surprise in his heart was even stronger. He wasn't surprised by the strength of the other party. After all, Lin Ling was confident that he could kill the other party in one move if he used his full strength. Instead, he was surprised to meet such a divine embryo body. Roar! A roar suddenly sounded. The short man was still standing, but his head changed, and it turned into a dragon head. Dragon! Lin Ling, you're a mixed bloodline. Don't tell me you don't plan to bow when you meet the pure bloodline of this dragon. At that moment, Xiao finally spoke. Dragon, that's right, he was a member of the dragon clan. The purest bloodline of the dragon god. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth also cracked. He had sensed it long ago, the dragon race also had a hierarchy. Back then, the ghost dragon god he encountered in the rainbow world was a lowly existence among the dragon race. As for the elder he encountered in the Kaiyuan River, he was the most orthodox dragon god. He could unify the entire dragon race. Lin Ling also sensed the purest bloodline of the dragon god from the short man in front of him. Although Lin Ling had the purest bloodline of the dragon clan, he was only a member of the dragon clan and not a dragon god. Are all dragon gods this small? You're not even as tall as me and you have to raise your head to look at me. You should be the one bowing. Alright. Lin Ling put away his thoughts and said with a smile. He looked at Xiao with contempt. Hearing that, Xiao also smiled, but his smile was very hideous. Because he was not tall, he indeed had to look up at Lin Ling. However, as the dragon clan's crown prince, how could he suffer such humiliation? Buzz buzz buzz. However, just as he was about to unleash his full strength, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the forest. It grew louder and gradually became deafening. What's happening? It feels like it's moving very fast. Everyone frowned and looked at the ancient forest far away. They saw groups of black shadows flying out from the mountain-like trees. They were mighty and everywhere they passed, it was as if life was plunged into misery and suffering. Chirp chirp, a huge cicada the size of a cow flew out from a huge tree, but it let out a panicked cry. However, it was quickly drowned by the black shadows. With a smack, a cicada shell fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. The cicada had been sucked clean. Moreover, more and more huge insects flew out from the huge tree. Some escaped the devouring of the black shadows while others did not. However, without exception, as long as they were entangled by the black shadows, they could not escape death. Whoosh! Everyone was still standing where they were, watching the rhinoceros-sized insect fly over their heads. They were all dumbfounded. Little South, Saint Guy, hurry up and leave. However, at this moment, Lin Ling also cried out anxiously. From the giant ghost's introduction, he knew that those were world mosquitoes, and they were incredibly terrifying existences. Back in the age of the gods, even the gods would have to retreat. However, these world mosquitoes rarely gathered in swarms, and if hundreds of them gathered together, the gods would not be able to do anything. If he was afraid, he would grab them and use them to forge treasures, but now, there were more than just a few hundred of them, there were millions of them. Go! Little South had trained with Lin Ling before. She knew that if Lin Ling sounded anxious, things would be troublesome. Therefore, she took Saint Guy and fled as fast as they could. The others were still in a daze, but when one of them was completely devoured, they finally reacted and quickly chased in the direction of the Little South. The person who had been devoured was the one who had been injured while fighting for the divine bone. Look, Lin Ling and the others haven't left yet. As they fled, they looked back at the same time. They saw that outside the ancient forest, 3 figures were still standing there. They were like the peak of Mount Tai, unmoving, and they were Lin Ling, Xiao and the giant shadow. This also shocked the crowd at Lin Ling and the others' courage. They were not afraid of those terrifying mosquitoes. Wung, wung, wung. The ferocious mosquito cloud spread out, devouring everything. However, the 3 of them were still as steady as Mount Tai in the storm. Outside their bodies, powerful auras burst forth, repelling all the world mosquitoes that rushed over. Wung, 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 and they had already lost their sense of the world. They could only hear the endless buzzing of mosquitoes in their minds. Lin Ling, come and fight. Suddenly, a roar sounded. Xiao attacked, transforming into a black dragon god. He opened his mouth wide and roared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart thumped. His body exploded, and he transformed into a dragon. Lin Ling already had the ability to transform into a dragon. It was just that he was more used to fighting in his human form. In the billowing sea of world mosquitoes, the 2 dragons roared. It was as if they were playing with pearls, as if they were fighting for supremacy. Rumble, they overturned rivers and seas, sending all the world mosquitoes around them flying. It was terrifying. This Lin Ling is indeed very strong. The giant shadow had a serious expression. All along, he had thought that Lin Ling was only SOSO. No matter how famous he was among the 4 great gods, he did not care about him, but now, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. After all, not many among the 4 great gods could go head-to-head with Xiao. This title of new god is well-deserved. Finally, the giant shadow nodded. Rumble, and Lin Ling and Xiao Er's dragon battle gradually turned from dragon form to human form. Like giants, they fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Er, go all out, Lin Ling, go all out. For a moment, Xiao Er was suppressed by Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had too many tricks up his sleeve. Other than the second stage of fusion, he also had the Bodhi Testimony Divine Technique, 8,000 Great Heavenly Flames, and the fourth stage of the Luai's True Form, 1 Thunder 2 Flashes, and this was Lin Ling's strength without using the Step of Wisdom. Moreover, Lin Ling had been suppressing his trump card, which was the third stage of fusion. Because this was reserved for Luli Empress. Look, those mosquitoes aren't rushing over. They're all surrounding Lin Ling and the rest. Far away, Little South and the rest stopped and looked at the battle in shock, because the intensity of this battle was not inferior to the battle between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince. Buzz buzz buzz, and in the ancient forest, more and more world mosquitoes appeared, blotting out the sky. Lin Ling, you have to go because the number of world mosquitoes has reached 10 billion. If you stay any longer, you'll be in danger. At this moment, the giant ghost on Lin Ling's shoulder reminded him, because these are greedy mosquitoes that have been infected by the will of the 8 gods. They're stronger than ordinary world mosquitoes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The tyrannical song in his hand clashed with Xiao Er a few more times. He had no intention of leaving. Looking at the giant shadow again, he had been standing there all this time, but after seeing the rumbling mosquito swarm, he was clearly panicking. Dragon, I'll take my leave first. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a huge shadow and flowed along the ground like water, rushing out of the mosquito swarm. Even so, he was still swallowed up quite a bit. Specks of white light appeared in his shadow. Damn, why are these mosquitoes getting crazier? This also made the giant shadow curse angrily. As for Xiao Er, he was like an injured wolf. He floated in the air and looked angrily at Lin Ling. This was because he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand in the previous clash. Instead, he had been suppressed by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, a branch dragon, humiliated him. The dragon god crown prince. In his opinion, Lin Ling was offending his superior. Bastard, why isn't this Lin Ling afraid? Could it be that he wants to die with me? I just came out from the dragon clan. I wanted to change the era and raise the prestige of the dragon clan, but who knew that the first opponent I met, Lin Ling, would make me lose face? I can't lose to him. Xiao Er kept roaring in his heart, but in the end, he was afraid. He transformed into his dragon form and chased after the giant shadow. This escape undoubtedly left him with a huge shame, and it was also a shame that could not be erased. Stupid dragon. Seeing that Xiao Er had escaped, Lin Ling also sneered. Then, he did not plan to stay any longer and rushed forward crazily. However, the mosquito swarm had become incomparably huge. Even if they were very fast, it would take a lot of time to rush out of the mosquito swarm. On the distant land, Little South and the others were standing on giant trees. They used their magical powers and stared at the shocking dark clouds in the distance. Look, the giant shadow is rushing out. After a while, someone suddenly exclaimed. They saw a large shadow appear in the direction of their gaze. It then transformed into a person and immediately fled in a certain direction. This person was obviously the giant shadow. Behind him was Xiao Er. At this moment, although he had transformed into a dragon, his face was anxious and panicked, and he looked a little embarrassed. I didn't expect that Xiao Er would lose to Lin Ling. Someone immediately sighed. He knew that in the confrontation between Xiao Er and Lin Ling, Xiao Er had escaped first. However, Lin Ling is very likely to be dead. Someone else spoke. This made Little South and the others frown. They also stared into the distance. Almost at the same time, a monster finally rushed out from the distance. Its back was full of gorgeous tentacles, but its body was full of clanking potholes. It was bitten by the world mosquitoes. He was Lin Ling. Seeing this, Little South and the others clenched their fists in excitement. The others were terrified because they could not stay in the ferocious mosquito swarm for 15 minutes. However, not only did Lin Ling stay for an hour, he was still alive. However, just as Lin Ling was about to rush out of the mosquito swarm, a sudden change occurred. A woman in a black robe strangely appeared in front of Lin Ling. At the same time, she stretched out her palm and pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. On her palm, a dazzling light wave appeared. She had gathered 2,000 strands of divine power. Normally, this level of divine power would not be able to hurt Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was now that he was escaping from the world mosquito's encirclement. The situation was very urgent. It's her, Xianxia. When Little South saw the woman, he was shocked. That was because the woman was a trial taker from Eugene. Her strength was also ordinary. Like Juing, she did not reveal her strength. However, at that moment, she could erupt with 2,000 strands of divine power. That was too terrifying. Something's not right. The people who entered the 8 gods' heavenly palace this time do not seem to be the same people from before. Beside him, Nyoga frowned. Previously, it was Juing and Xiao. Now, it was Xianxia. Everything was strange. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. At that moment, the woman floated in the air and said expressionlessly. After she finished speaking, her palm released a huge light wave that blasted toward Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling stopped rushing forward. He looked at the woman coldly and said, "Why? You don't need to know the reason." However, the woman shook her head. After she finished speaking, she turned around and left. She looked as if she was doing something very normal. "Do you know that doing this will get you killed?" Lin Ling said coldly, allowing the mosquito swarm behind him to engulf him. Ha ha ha. Unfortunately, the woman roared with laughter. She seemed to be a delicate woman, yet her laughter was filled with heroic spirit. Of course, it carried a wisp of ridicule and disdain. Because as far as she was concerned, Lin Ling would definitely die if he was drowned by the swarm of mosquitoes. Kill me? What a joke. Buzz. Buzz, she did not even look behind her. However, everything was as she had guessed. The huge mosquito swarm had completely engulfed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had to fight against the woman's divine power. This short period of time was enough for the world mosquitoes to arrive. "Brother Lin Ling." In the distance, Little South and the others shouted anxiously. However, just as Lin Ling was about to be engulfed, they saw Lin Ling say to them, "Go." What he meant was that he wanted them to leave first. "Brother Lin Ling." Little South's eyes were moist. However, he still followed Lin Ling's instructions and left with Xingyi and the others. At this moment, the huge shadow and Xiao appeared not far away. They looked at the mosquito swarm that was engulfed and their pupils constricted. In their eyes, the huge mosquito swarm was like a divine beast that opened its huge mouth and engulfed the heavens and the earth. These world mosquitoes, if placed in the land of the 9 states, would be engulfed by them. Unless the 4 great deities take action, who can subdue them? The huge shadow said anxiously. Xiao sneered. Instead, he looked at Xianxia, who flew back and said indifferently, "This woman is so ruthless. She attacked at the crucial moment and took Lin Ling's life. It seems that father was right. No matter what era it is, strength is everything. However, sometimes, schemes can be used to defeat the strong. Turning defeat into victory. Let's go." Then, the two did not stay any longer and ran into the distance. At this moment, in the terrifying cloud of world mosquitoes, a figure kept retreating. The densely packed world mosquitoes flooded over at the same time. "Lin Ling, you must rush out of the world mosquitoes immediately because the world mosquitoes will emit sound waves that will interfere with your direction. If you are trapped inside, unless you are completely engulfed, you will never be able to get out." The huge ghost's voice sounded among the buzzing of mosquitoes, with a hint of anxiety. However, Lin Ling had already shot down from the sky and landed on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, "Mere world mosquitoes want to hurt me, Lin Ling." After he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying soul power erupted. It was like an endless wave that surged out in all directions. Crash, wherever the soul power passed, a large number of world mosquitoes' soul power was forcefully shattered and fell to the ground like rain. This guy. The huge ghost witnessed this scene with its own eyes and was tongue-tied. It was obvious that Lin Ling's current strength had long exceeded its imagination. The 4,000 years of bitter cultivation back then was not in vain. Until now, Lin Ling had dominated the void of the 9 states. However, he had never used his full strength because there was no opponent that could make him use his full strength. "Step of wisdom," Lin Ling said softly. Like a brilliant heavenly power, a huge soul circle appeared around his body and protected him firmly. When the world mosquitoes came close, they were all sealed, or they were forcefully shocked to death. Just like that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The direction he was heading in was obviously another direction. If Xiao Er and the giant shadow were here, they would definitely be scared pale. This was because Lin Ling clearly did not use his full strength in the battle with them. In fact, he did not even use 70% of his strength. As for Nian Wire, if she saw Lin Ling walking in the world mosquito cloud like it was his backyard, she would definitely regret her previous actions, because that move of his had completely destroyed her path of survival. As time passed, the nearby world mosquito no longer dared to approach Lin Ling. They treated Lin Ling as a dead object and avoided him. Then, they turned into an ocean and flew into the distance. After a long time, Lin Ling's figure appeared on the ground. He put away the stare of wisdom and looked into the distance. Next, he took out the map of the 7th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace. Lei Gong told me to protect St. Guy. However, with Little South and Nyogu around, St. Guy should not be in any danger. After all, their target is me. On the contrary, St. Guy will be in danger if he follows me. Now, I'll follow the map to find the records. Oh right, the giant ghost, you're here. Did you notice something on the 7th level? Yes. Lin Ling looked at the map and said to the giant ghost on his shoulder. I can sense that evil ghost is here too. Yes. The giant ghost floated up and looked into the distance. Then, he said word by word. This is interesting. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he revealed an expectant smile. Looking at the map in his hand, he realized that the map recorded that after passing through the ancient forest, they would reach another area. That seemed to be another core area of the 7th level. The central area was drawn in blood on the map, indicating the importance of this area. Last time, the 4 gods allowed people to enter the 7th level. However, they did not explore the entire area. Therefore, it is not certain that no one has been to the central area. After all, on the map, there is an underground palace on the other side. I think they went to that underground palace last time. Lin Ling guessed. Lin Ling, I have a feeling that evil ghost and the rest have gone to the 8th level. The giant ghost sensed and said, also, it has sensed my arrival. Then let's go to the central area. Lin Ling immediately moved in the direction indicated on the map. Crash. This ancient forest was very large. Lin Ling felt as if he was an ant as he walked. The ground was covered with fallen leaves the size of boats. Below these leaves, one could faintly see divine bones that were as white as jade. There are a lot of divine bones. Let's collect them first. Lin Ling summoned the evil ghost jellyfish and continuously moved the divine bones hidden underground. Soon after, his harvest also increased. In the end, he carried a huge elephant leg bone and majestically moved forward. However, the further they went, the quieter it became, and not even the sound of insects could be heard. This caused Lin Ling to feel a wisp of uneasiness. Lin Ling, something's not right. The giant ghost seemed to have sensed something as well, and its voice turned grave. Lin Ling nodded. This feeling is very oppressive, and even with my strength, I can feel it. I'm afraid there's an extremely terrifying existence in the depths. Why don't we leave this forest? The giant ghost immediately suggested. However, Lin Ling shook his head. This forest is very large, and we've been walking for a long time. If we leave now, we'll waste a lot of time. Let's continue moving forward. Lin Ling immediately activated the 2nd stage of the fusion talent and wrapped his soul power around his body as he carefully moved forward. As he walked deeper, Lin Ling's heart felt even more oppressed. He felt as if he had returned to ancient times. Everything around him was so grand and ancient, and he felt so small. Suddenly, cries came from the front. These cries were very strange and made one's scalp tingle. Not good, there's a mysterious force coming. Lin Ling stopped and frowned. After hearing the cries, he didn't know why, but a wave of sadness rose in his heart. This sadness was like a tide, spreading to Lin Ling's entire soul. However, Lin Ling's soul power was too strong, so he only felt slightly uncomfortable and didn't feel any discomfort at all. Bodhi-proof divine technique. Lin Ling immediately recited the technique. and the Bodhi light appeared in his dantian, illuminating it and expelling the side effects of the cries. Let's continue moving forward. After a while, Lin Ling continued moving forward, woo woo woo. The more he moved forward, the louder the cries became. In the end, he could faintly see shadows floating among the mountain-like ancient trees, woo woo woo. Moreover, a shadow was shooting toward Lin Ling, and its speed had reached 100,000 world speed. Even among the four great gods, there were very few who could match such speed. Whoosh, a huge claw swept toward Lin Ling, and its strength was also terrifying. It had no physical strength, no world essence, and no divine energy, but it had the power of the divine steps. Clang, Lin Ling's expression changed, and he swept out the divine bone in his hand. However, when it collided with the claw, the divine bone instantly shattered, and a terrifying force pushed Lin Ling back, shocking him. One had to know that he had fused his innate talent to the second stage, and his world essence, divine energy, and physical strength had all reached new heights. However, he was still sent flying, which showed how powerful the mysterious thing was. Boom, boom. Many mountain-like ancient trees were pierced through by Lin Ling. Finally, Lin Ling stopped the terrifying momentum. Then, he looked down at his arm and saw that there were claw marks on it. A grey energy seemed to corrode his arm. What kind of monster is this? Lin Ling was shocked again. Lin Ling, this is bad, more and more shadows are coming. At this time, the giant ghost's voice rang out. At this moment, Lin Ling was leaning against a huge tree. The tree had a huge hole, so Lin Ling looked outside and saw that the grey shadows were like ghosts, shuttling back and forth, flying toward Lin Ling. Woo-woo, the scalp-numbing cries were getting louder and louder. It's grief. At this time, the giant ghost suddenly thought of something and shouted in a serious tone. What's grief? Lin Ling also noticed that the situation was getting more and more troublesome. One of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, the immature form of grief. The giant ghost said word by word. If the giant ghost was one of the 7 emotions of the 8 gods, then these strange shadows were also one of them, representing grief. I'll help you. Help. Then, the giant ghost no longer hid its strength, and a wave of terrifying malice rushed into the sky, directly crushing the tree whole. Whoosh. Could it be that the old man looked like one of the 8 gods? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the giant ghost again, only to see the giant ghost floating there, staring at the shadows. It was stunned and very excited. However, the shadows, which had just been sent flying, were now rushing over with the speed of 100,000 worlds. Leave this place. Leave. Lin Ling knew that he could not fight against those shadows. The most important thing was to leave this place. He saw a huge claw reaching for the giant ghost. However, the giant ghost was still in a daze, as if it had seen its master. Giant ghost. Leave. Lin Ling shouted anxiously. Unfortunately, the giant ghost was still indifferent. Seeing that the giant ghost was about to be in danger, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Finally, a low voice sounded for the first time in the 9 prefectures void. 3rd stage. Leave. Boom, 7 different forces rushed into the sky. The 7 divine embryos collided violently, destroying the ancient trees in a radius of 10,000 miles. If one looked from afar, they could see 7 different colored lights illuminating the world. Swoosh, in the open space, a figure stood up like an ancient god. Almost at the same time, the shadow's claw appeared in front of the giant ghost, Xiao. However, a hand quickly appeared on the giant ghost's neck. It grabbed it by the neck and disappeared. With a rumble, the claw swept across and cut open the ground. However, the giant ghost was already gone. Lin Ling. Leave. The giant ghost finally reacted. It turned its head in disbelief and saw a man holding its neck and flying forward with a cold expression. His speed had reached the terrifying speed of 150,000 worlds. Lin Ling, you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Leave. The giant ghost's voice trembled. After all, this was the first time Lin Ling had used the 3rd stage innate talent fusion in the 9 prefectures void. Therefore, it was also the first time it had seen it. However, what shocked the giant ghost was that Lin Ling didn't change at all after the 3rd stage of talent fusion. There were no flames or lightning, and there were no tentacles behind him. However, the more ordinary Lin Ling was, the more terrifying he was. No, his clothes have turned gray. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the power, or perhaps it was due to some other reason, but the giant ghost discovered that Lin Ling's blue robe had already turned gray. God. Gray-robed Lin Ling, the giant ghost had a feeling that in the current 9 states, other than the people it did not know, only the 4 great gods could suppress Lin Ling. Whoosh. Whoosh, as Lin Ling crazily rushed forward, the shadow behind him was also hot on his heels. Rumble, Lin Ling opened up a path in front and directly crashed into the huge ancient trees, creating a huge hole in the huge trees. Because the huge trees were too big, it was a waste of time to go around the huge trees. However, this time, just as Lin Ling broke through the giant tree, a cry sounded from the tree hole. Soon after, a huge claw swept towards him. Clang, Lin Ling was expressionless as he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh, the shadow was swept away by Lin Ling's sword. This sword also shocked the giant ghost because this was the most powerful Lin Ling it had seen since it met Lin Ling. After sweeping away the shadow, Lin Ling's expression was still cold because he sensed that the shadow was not injured at all. Moreover, there was more than one shadow that represented grief. If he was entangled, even Lin Ling would have a hard time. Whoosh, without stopping, Lin Ling rushed towards the ancient forest as if he had traveled through time and space. This rush crossed mountains and ridges as if Quafu was chasing the sun. If this was the 9 provinces, with this speed, 2 hours would be enough to cover the entire north region. However, this ancient forest was still not the end. The time is getting shorter and shorter. Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind, but he also let out a low voice. What time? The giant ghost was still being held by Lin Ling by the neck like a little chick, but it also let out a suspicious voice. The time for the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. Lin Ling finally turned to look at the giant ghost and said word by word, at most, I can last for 3 more incense sticks of time. Lin Ling clearly did not have complete control over the 3rd stage of innate talent fusion. It consumed too much soul force. Moreover, if not for the fact that his soul force was stronger than when he was in the kingdom of eternity, he would have already lost the fusion state. 3 incense sticks of time. The giant ghost's expression also turned ugly. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Time quietly passed. 3 incense sticks of time quietly approached. Lin Ling's figure began to change. His aura receded like a tide, causing the giant ghost to panic. Are we going to die here? Lin Ling was still flying, but he also felt that his strength was constantly draining. His 150,000 world speed continued to weaken. Instead, a large number of cries came from behind him. Those shadows were getting closer and closer. I thought that after my return, apart from the 4 gods, I would be invincible. Who knew that I would lose my life in an ancient forest? Lin Ling gritted his teeth and said when he sensed the approaching shadows. Only now did he realize that he had been too confident in the past. Lin Ling, there. Suddenly, the giant ghost pointed ahead and said. The originally flat ground began to turn into a cliff. Moreover, the rumbling sound of water gradually came, deafening. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to burn. His desire to live grew stronger and stronger. Where he looked, he could vaguely see a black waterfall. The mysterious black liquid smashed down from the sky. It was very majestic. However, Lin Ling's speed had become very slow. On the contrary, the shadows behind him were getting closer and closer. Jump into the waterfall and you still have a chance to live. Lin Ling, quick, quick, quick. Life and death were on the line, so the giant ghost's voice became more and more anxious. Quick, quick, quick. Lin Ling also roared. But at this time, 3 shadows came from behind, 3 claws sweeping out. Lin Ling. The giant ghost couldn't help but angrily shout, his voice full of worry. Step of wisdom. But at this time, Lin Ling's eyes turned red. He released the last bit of his soul force. After using it, Lin Ling felt a splitting headache. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling could only feel 3 powerful attacks landing on his body, but they also sent him flying forward. Finally, he flew off the cliff and was submerged by the black waterfall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In his ears, there was only a deafening sound. Then, Lin Ling fell unconscious. In the crazy waves, the giant ghost held Lin Ling's clothes in its mouth, not letting Lin Ling sink to the bottom. Then, they drifted with the waves. This waterfall was very, very high. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell into the water. Then, he was pushed by the current and gradually reached the shore. Oh! After a long time on the shore, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he heard was the sound of rushing water. He couldn't help but look back. He saw himself lying on the shore, the pitch-black water flowing forward like a river Yuyu. Eh? I made it. Haha, we made it. Lin Ling lifted the giant ghost up and laughed heartily, only he knew how dangerous the situation was. If he had been a second slower, he and the giant ghost would have died here. Right, what are those things? Why are they so strong? Lin Ling asked curiously. One of the wills of the 8 gods, the will of sorrow. However, it did not become a will, but a mournful thought. If it had become a will, it would have been one of the giant ghosts. The giant ghost looked up at the endless waterfall and said with a nostalgic look in its eyes. But these mournful wills are really strong. Is it because they have been in the 8 gods' heavenly palace for a long time? Lin Ling asked. The giant ghost nodded, it should be. The mournful wills can grow stronger with time and they have no consciousness. Therefore, they are stronger than me. And the evil ghost? Lin Ling was secretly cautious. The 8 gods had 8 faces. Now that evil, and sorrow had appeared, who knew what they would encounter next? If they were all as strong as the mournful wills, Lin Ling had already planned to leave the 8 gods' heavenly palace. After all, he could only dodge their attacks with all his strength. He could not fight them at all. However, we seem to have rushed out of the ancient forest. The red central area is getting closer and closer. Lin Ling took out the map and checked it. He smiled and recovered. After a long time, when Lin Ling recovered, he checked his body and found that his soul force had improved. His cultivation had reached the limit of breaking through at any time. 9th level Martial God Realm. One more step and I will be at the peak of the Martial God Realm. Lin Ling clenched his fists. He brought the giant ghost with him and continued on his journey, looking into the distance. This was no longer an ancient forest, but a barren hill. The ground was littered with boulders, which were as large as mountains, and filled with an ancient aura, rumble. At this time, a mammoth as tall as the clouds was striding across the distance. Its size exceeded what Lin Ling had seen before. The divine elephant enslaved by the Ling nation in the divine world could not compare to this mammoth. Could these be collected by the 8 gods in the ancient times? Yes. Look at that ancient turtle, it is also huge. Ah, is that a turtle? I thought it was one of your islands. However, these enormous ancient divine beasts seem to be very peaceful and have no hostility. Lin Ling and the giant ghost walked as they passed one hill after another. They were getting closer and closer to the red area, but at that moment, rumbling sounds came from ahead. The entire sky lit up, and then it darkened. It was as if there was a great battle in the distance, and that battle was extremely intense. Someone? Lin Ling was taken aback, and guesses immediately popped up in his mind. Could it be someone from the Spirit Nation? Immediately, Lin Ling sneaked over as well. Then, he stood at the foot of a hill and looked into the distance. In the distance, there was a vast grassland. A large number of people were gathered there, and an intense battle was taking place. Looking carefully, they seemed to be divided into 3 camps. One of the camps was led by a woman, and they were all extremely powerful. Moreover, other than that woman, the others were all tall and slender, and their arms reached to their knees. It was very strange. Looking at the other camp, they were dressed in black armor, and their bodies were hidden in the armor. They were led by a young man. The people in these 2 camps had a common characteristic, and that was that their skin was very dark. What a strange person, he is not from the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Lin Ling, did you notice that the people leading the 2 camps have unfathomable power suppressed in their bodies? However, for some reason, that power seems to be sealed, so they cannot use it. The giant ghost beside him said. After being reminded by the giant ghost, Lin Ling also began to investigate. He found that the hidden Jia-Qi in their bodies was indeed unfathomable, and they seemed to be experts of the deity realm. However, at least 60% of that power was sealed, so it was only the strength of the peak Martial God realm. Fight! Fight! While Lin Ling was observing, the young man had already taken the initiative to attack. He held a huge ball in his hand. The ball was bound by chains and was 2 meters wide. It was huge, but it was extremely light in his hand. Boom, like an iron ball, the huge ball smashed down, and the sky immediately darkened, then became bright again. That kind of power was undoubtedly terrifying. That person's strength is not weak, he is even stronger than Xiao. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. After all, if it was Xiao, Lin Ling could defeat him with a second fusion, but to defeat the person from before, it was a little difficult. Under the young man's attack, the people he brought also attacked. They rode on the huge black armored horses, making some unknown sounds, and rushed forward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, the person they besieged was not weak either. His body was hazy with wind and rain, making it impossible for people to see his appearance. However, with a point of his finger, the wind and rain blew, making it difficult for the huge black armored horses to get close. What a familiar feeling, giant ghost. Don't you feel that the power that those people are using seems to have been seen somewhere before? Lin Ling stared at the huge black armored horses and frowned. I have the same feeling, and, what they said, seems to have heard it before. The giant ghost nodded. Then, the two of them looked at each other, and their eyes instantly lit up. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Wasn't that the sound of the underworld cavalry rushing out when Lin Ling opened the underworld world massacre order? Could it be that those were people from the underworld? Thinking of this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost were both shocked. So they are people from the underworld. No wonder that whoosh 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 is so familiar. The giant ghost nodded in realization. Why did the underworld also come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace? Could it be that there is something in the 8 gods' heavenly palace that they want? Lin Ling pondered, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Could it be for the 8 gods' record? The 8 gods' record recorded the new world will host body, and to the underworld, only this kind of treasure could attract them. What is the relationship between the world will and the underworld? Lin Ling really did not understand the purpose of the underworld, but his eyes stared at the person shrouded in wind and rain, and suddenly smiled. That is treasure god Nanhua Fingyu. He never thought that treasure god Nanhua Fingyu would appear here. Go help him. Immediately, Lin Ling did not hesitate and rushed forward. At this moment, the sky was filled with wind and rain, sealing off a part of the world, looking very domineering. No matter how the black armored horses rushed over, they could not get close to the world. Whoosh 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 whoosh, this person is so strong, who is it? The young man attacked for a long time without success, and finally faced the mysterious person directly. Soul Sealer of the Underworld, you're useless. At this moment, the woman who had been watching from the side said disdainfully. Then, she signaled with her eyes, and the experts behind her attacked treasure god Nanhua Fingyu. Rumble, powerful nether energy came and drowned everything. Dark clouds rolled and covered the sky. However, after the dark clouds passed, the world ahead was still stormy. Within it, the old man's figure could be vaguely seen, and he was still unharmed. Nanwu, you're useless too. In my opinion, we should work together. Seeing this, the young man sneered. He didn't waste any more words. A token appeared in his hand, and he muttered something. Rumble, behind him, an ancient bronze door appeared silently. Then, it slowly opened, and wisps of dense nether chi continuously gushed out. This time, you're still not dead. The sneer on the young man's face deepened. Almost at the same time, the underworld cavalry finally charged out of the huge bronze gate behind him. They were majestic and tall. If one were to look carefully, they would only be able to see that they were wearing black armor. There was no one to be seen. These nether riders were obviously real nether riders. Underworld massacre. Order, it seems like you're really from the underworld. Seeing this, an old voice finally sounded from the world of wind and rain. It seemed to have confirmed something. So what if you know? Old man, die. The young man didn't care about treasure god Nanhua Fingyu at all. He waved his hand, and countless nether riders charged into the world of wind and rain. In his opinion, once the underworld massacre order was issued, the old man would definitely die. The underworld massacre order was so terrifying that even the martial god of Duan lineage had to avoid it. It was indeed terrifying. However, he was facing treasure god Nanhua Fingyu, a real god. Humph, an extremely dignified cold snort was heard, and the world that was swaying in the wind and rain suddenly turned into a violent gale. Swoosh, the seemingly simple raindrops became as sharp as arrows under the fierce wind, and they were mixed with the power of the gods. When they landed on the bodies of the netherworld cavalry that were charging over, they destroyed everything as easily as breaking through dry weeds. Dang! Dang! The black nether riders were all pierced and turned into dust. However, what was surprising was that these underworld cavalry seemed to be souls. After their armor was destroyed, they still couldn't see the person wearing the armor. In the blink of an eye, the netherworld cavalry that had charged out of the bronze gate had been completely annihilated. Looks like I've underestimated you. You must be a god. Seeing this, the young man did not reveal a panicked expression. Instead, he spoke in a serious tone. Because he was very clear that the underworld cavalry that rushed out of the bronze gate was different from the underworld cavalry that he brought out. The underworld cavalry that came out of the gate had a might that did not fear anything. World essence and divine energy could not harm them, only the divine steps could. In the current Jiuzhou void, there were very few people who possessed the power of the steps of the gods, unless they were gods. Since you know, why aren't you running? In the sky, the wind and rain dissipated, revealing treasure god Nanwufengyu with his hands behind his back. Old man, if my power had not been sealed, you might not be my match. The young man sneered without any fear. At the same time, he stretched out his finger and shook it as he said, although you are very powerful, you can't kill me. The only one who can kill me is Lord Underworld God. Once I find a new body, my strength will be unsealed again. At that time you will be able to kill me. When that time comes, you will know how powerful I am. Is that so? Treasure god Nanwufengyu nodded. Suddenly, he looked to the other side and smiled. There is a decent body over there. Why don't you try to seize it? He was pointing at Lin Ling, who was charging over. Obviously, with his strength, he had already sensed Lin Ling's arrival and was surprised that Lin Ling, this brat, had come here. Eh? Hearing this, the young man looked in Lin Ling's direction. Then, his eyes lit up and he rubbed his chin to size him up. A decent body. You are a level 9 martial god and can contain a lot of my power. Moreover, you have a divine fetus and your level is not low. Ha ha ha, this body is not bad. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it without any effort. As he spoke, his entire body erupted with powerful realm essence, and nether chi surged out. Brat, I want your body. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I will fulfill them for you. In the young man's opinion, Lin Ling's body already belonged to him. The soul sealer of the underworld is quite lucky to have found a decent body as soon as he arrived. The woman in the distance said with jealousy. She knew that people from the underworld like them had to seize a human's body if they wanted to display their strength. The stronger the body, the more strength they could display. The underworld chi surged toward Lin Ling like a cloud, trying to occupy Lin Ling's body. At the same time, Lin Ling smirked when he saw the young man's attack. To be honest, if the young man could unleash his full strength, Lin Ling would have no choice but to use the third stage innate talent fusion. Unfortunately, the young man could not use much strength at the moment. He estimated that he could only use 40% of his strength. Already. Seize my body? Lin Ling used the second stage innate talent fusion and lunged forward. It was as if they were going to fight head-on. His action undoubtedly shocked the woman in the distance. She wondered if Lin Ling had lost his mind. The young man was startled. Then, he laughed wildly. You must be tired of living. Instead of running away, you chose to fight me head-on. The dark cloud that he had transformed into quickly engulfed Lin Ling. However, just as he was about to devour Lin Ling's body, a sacred and ancient power suddenly suppressed him. It was like the power of a god, and it actually sealed all of his dark cloud. Steps of the gods. The young man was stunned. How could a random person have the steps of the gods? He, who was sealed by the steps of wisdom, lost the ability to resist. Although he was in the dense underworld cloud, a sword quickly slashed toward him and struck his body. Then, a figure was sent flying and smashed into the grassland like a cannonball. Boom, the entire prairie shook, and the experts of the underworld were all shocked. The woman in the distance was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. The underworld soul sealer, he was sent flying, and by a nameless human brat. This guy really doesn't give face. Only treasure god Nanwufingyu was not surprised. He knew that Lin Ling's strength was not weak. Even he would need to use 60% of his strength to defeat Lin Ling. Rumble. Floating in the air, the young man spoke in a low voice. Clearly, he knew that someone who could send him flying in one move was not simple. Staring at the young man, Lin Ling was also surprised by his opponent's strength. He said calmly, "Trial taker, Lin Ling." "Yes." The young man and woman's expressions changed and they exclaimed at the same time, "8 new gods of the current generation?" "Yes." This surprised Lin Ling. He didn't expect himself to be so famous that even the experts of the underworld knew his name. "You're Lin Ling, the second trial taker under Lei Gong?" "Yes." The young man rubbed his face that was hit by Lin Ling's sword and said coldly, "Yes, what can I do for you?" "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and said casually, "There's nothing to teach. I've heard a lot about you. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary." The young man smiled and said. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, but he knew that he couldn't use any power in his current body. "Wait until I find a good body, then I'll fight you again." The young man glanced at Lin Ling indifferently. Then, he waved his hand and led everyone away. From the looks of it, he was still as unbridled as before. On the other side, the woman also left with her people. She said to Lin Ling, "Lin Ling, we've seen your strength. You're invincible in the martial god realm. I'm looking forward to seeing the strength of the other new gods." Then, the two groups of people walked further and further away. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to them because he noticed that Nanwufingyu was also allowing them to leave. After a long time, when they disappeared, treasure god Nanwufingyu walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. "I didn't expect you to come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace and reach the 7th level. It's not easy." Last time, when Lin Ling went to witness the investiture of the martial gods, treasure god Nanwufingyu left. Therefore, he didn't know that Lin Ling would come to the 8 gods' heavenly palace. "Grandpa treasure god, why did you let them go?" Lin Ling asked curiously. "They're not weak. If they're really close to death, they can explode with even more strength. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, we just let them go." Nanwufingyu treasure god's expression turned serious when he mentioned the two groups of people from before. Of course, the most important one is the underworld god. This expert is very mysterious, so it's best not to provoke him. "By the way, Lin Ling, you're looking. Come with me to the 8th floor, I've already found the stone tablet for records on this floor. The 8th floor also has records like this." Nanwufingyu treasure god immediately said. "Okay." Lin Ling also planned to go to the 8th floor because Xie was there too, but the most important thing now was to get the 7th floor's record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling told treasure god Nanwufingyu his idea. Treasure god Nanwufingyu had been here before, so he nodded with a smile. The two flew through the sky and chatted as they walked. "Grandpa treasure god, what do you think the underworld people are doing here?" "I think they're here for the world will host." "But the strange thing is, why would the underworld god be interested in the world will host?" Treasure god Nanwufingyu rubbed his chin. He couldn't understand. However, Lin Ling glanced around because he knew that the will of the world was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. What was left in the 9 states was only the weakest part. The truly powerful part was in another void. Perhaps the gaze of the god of the underworld was the true will of the world. The funny thing was, the underworld god didn't know that the world will wasn't something he could control. Once it exploded, even the gods of the primordial era couldn't stop it. "We're here." At this time, treasure god Nanwufingyu reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked ahead and saw that there were ruins. There were mottled walls all around, and a cracked stone tablet sat on the ground. There were many complicated runes carved on it. "That's it." Treasure god Nanwufingyu pouted at the stone tablet. Lin Ling nodded and walked toward the stone tablet. The stone tablet was about 2 meters tall and was made of limestone. Because of the passage of time, many of the runes on it had fallen off. Lin Ling couldn't understand these runes, so he looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost floated over and stopped in front of the stone tablet. It looked at it and then secretly sent a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling listened quietly. His expression changed constantly, and finally his pupils shrank. Boom. Then Lin Ling punched out and destroyed the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this. Treasure god Nanwufingyu was shocked. This host is very important. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Lin Ling turned and looked at treasure god Nanwufingyu with a serious expression. Treasure god Nanwufingyu was stunned, but immediately nodded. He couldn't understand the runes on the record of the 8 gods, so he could only guess. But in the end, it was only a rough guess. He knew that this host was related to lightning. Lin Ling, on the other hand, clearly knew better than him who the host was. Lin Ling was still looking ahead, his eyes flashing. Obviously, he was still shocked by the news. Treasure god Grandpa, has anyone else seen this stone tablet? Lin Ling suddenly asked. When I came here, I was alone. When I first arrived, I felt a mysterious aura. It was darkness, but it disappeared very quickly. I'm not sure if he saw the stone tablet. Treasure god Nanwufingyu recalled. Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. The giant ghost also floated back. Only it could understand the record of the 8 gods, so it knew who the 5th world will was. Lin Ling, are you okay? Therefore, he asked out of concern. I'm fine. Lin Ling's eyes flashed and gradually calmed down. He thought of Shaoluan, the host sealed in the Dragon Valley, the host controlled by the 4 great gods that he had never seen before, and the great god of Spirit Nation. These were the 4 main hosts that he knew of so far, plus the 5th one he knew. It seemed that the 10 hosts were about to surface. For some reason, Lin Ling had a feeling that among the 10 hosts, one of them would change the entire era. The 10 hosts might even combine and become the strongest world will. The hosts of the world will are classified by color. Currently, other than the great god of Spirit Kingdom, I don't know what level the other hosts are, even Shaoluan. Time passed quietly. In the end, Lin Ling stopped guessing. I'll help you when the time comes. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Nanwufingyu was very grateful. Lin Ling wasn't weak now. With his help, he could get twice the result with half the effort. There are people outside. Let's go take a look. Suddenly, Nanwufengyu's eyes lit up as he looked at the ancient city wall in the distance. After his reminder, Lin Ling noticed something as well, and only now did he notice that an intense battle had unknowingly started outside the ruins. Moreover, Lin Ling recognized that group of people. They were the trial challengers. They obviously hadn't been here for long before they started fighting outside the ruins. The reason was that outside the ruins, an extremely mysterious saber was unearthed. Everyone was fighting over the saber. Enemies often cross paths. Nanwufingyu, after we're done here, I'll go to the 8th level with you. Lin Ling turned around and said to Nanwufingyu. Then, he rushed out of the ruins. Now, outside the ruins, several figures were gathered there. They all exploded with powerful realm essence. Tit for tat, they were divided into 3 groups. One group was led by Xiao Er, another group was led by a mysterious woman, Nian Wei Er, and the last group was Little South's group. However, Little South's group was ignored. In the center, an object that looked like a saber and a sword sat on the ground. Its surface was mottled with rocks. It looked like a statue, but everyone could feel a force that couldn't be underestimated. It was emitting a force that couldn't be underestimated. It's mine. Everyone stared at the saber and sword. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. The one who made a move was a giant shadow. A giant shadow shot towards the statue and moved all the shadows around it. Then, a giant shadow's arm suddenly grabbed the saber's hilt and wanted to pull it out. Giant shadow, how dare you? Seeing this, many people cursed angrily. Now, they had almost forgotten about the record of the 8 gods. They only wanted to obtain that precious treasure. However, when the giant shadow wanted to pull out the saber didn't move at all. It was as if it was rooted in the ground. One had to know that the giant shadow's strength could easily destroy 10,000 realms. However, it couldn't move the saber at all. How strange. The people who were previously furious all stopped and looked over with furrowed brows. Long before they entered this place, they had already sensed the mysterious power emitted by the sword and blade. This power was very strange. It looked like world essence, yet it didn't seem like divine power, yet it didn't seem like it either. It was a power that exceeded their imagination. That was why they were eyeing this treasure covetously. Giant shadow, move aside. Let me try. Seeing that the treasured blade could not be pulled out, Xiao also flew over. His right arm shook and his sleeve turned into fine powder. A huge dragon claw appeared and suddenly grabbed the blade. "Huh!" He shouted angrily. Rumble, the earth began to tremble as if an earthquake was occurring. In the distance, the earth began to tumble like giant waves. However, everything around the treasured saber remained motionless. How is this possible? This time, Xiao was also shocked. What? Even with Xiao'er's strength, he can't pull out this blade. The other trial challengers were also shocked. Get lost. This blade already has an owner. How can trash like you obtain it? At this moment, an indifferent voice came from afar. Then, under everyone's gaze, two figures slowly walked over. The one behind was an old man. As for the one in front, it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Seeing Lin Ling walking over, everyone was dumbfounded. This was because they clearly remembered that Lin Ling was already drowned by the world mosquitoes. Why isn't he dead? The mysterious woman's expression turned ugly and there was a hint of unwillingness. This was because when she framed Lin Ling told her that she would regret it. At that time, she treated it as a joke. However, looking at it now, she was indeed regretting it. Lily Empress lied to me. Lin Ling was able to escape from the world mosquitoes. His strength is definitely not as simple as it seems. Sigh. The woman quietly took a step back and was already planning to escape. However, under Lin Ling's cold gaze, she did not dare to act rashly. When they looked at Xiao again, they all narrowed their eyes. They could not understand how Lin Ling could still be alive. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's appearance cast a shadow over the trial challengers' hearts. Big brother Lin Ling. Big brother. Lin Ling. Big brother. Little South and the others were obviously very happy as they ran towards Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw that Xingyi was fine, he also felt relieved. Then, he led the others towards the treasured blade. Get out of the way. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Big brother. As Lin Ling walked, he looked at Second Master Xiao with a disdainful gaze. That contemptuous voice undoubtedly made Second Master Xiao very angry. However, he had fought with Lin Ling before and knew that Lin Ling was very strong. Thus, he did not act out for the time being. Instead, he sneered and said, "You want the saber? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but this saber cannot be pulled out. If you don't believe me, you can try." After he finished speaking, he simply turned around and left. Xiao actually gave up the treasured blade? No, Xiao cannot pull out the treasured blade. Lin Ling cannot succeed either, so Xiao wants to embarrass Lin Ling as well. That saber is very extraordinary. Lin Ling should not be able to pull it out. The trial challengers were all stunned at first, but they quickly reacted. Now, they wanted to see what qualifications Lin Ling had to be so arrogant. As for Lin Ling, he stood in front of the treasured blade and indifferently stared at it. His soul force quietly spread out, but he discovered that there was a layer of mysterious strength around the treasured blade that blocked the invasion of his soul force. What a mysterious saber. Giant ghost, do you have any impression of it? Lin Ling couldn't help but ask the giant ghost after his soul force failed to gain anything. The giant ghost also stared at the saber, but then shook his head and said, "From what I can remember, the 8 gods collected a lot of treasures. Because Master loves to gamble, he gambled with many gods. Sometimes he lost, and sometimes he won. Therefore, I'm not sure where this saber came from. Then I can only try using brute force. Perhaps only by breaking the surface of the soil will the treasured blade reveal its true form." A divine bone appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and then he looked at the treasured blade and heavily smashed it. Bang, the divine bone shattered. This first test also made Lin Ling more familiar with the treasured blade. It was harder than he imagined. Clang, the tyrannical song sword appeared. Lin Ling's talent fusion reached the second stage, and then he ruthlessly slashed down. Rumble, with the treasured blade as the center, 10,000 miles away, the heavens and earth shook. A terrifying force rushed through the earth, as if it wanted to tear apart the 7th floor. And the strength of this force undoubtedly caused Xiao'er's eyes to narrow. Lin Ling's sword was clearly much stronger than his claw from before. This also meant that in the previous battle, Lin Ling had not used his full strength. Damn it! Xiao cursed in his heart. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that he, the son of the dragon god, couldn't compare to Lin Ling. One had to know that although Lin Ling had the dragon god's bloodline, it wasn't the most noble bloodline. Although Lin Ling's attack was stronger than his, at least Lin Ling did not succeed. The other challengers were worried that Lin Ling would snatch the saber, but they were relieved when they saw that the saber was still motionless. They smiled sarcastically, however, their smiles quickly froze. Crack, crack, crack. This was because, at this moment, the surface of the treasured saber that was wrapped in a layer of soil began to crack. What? This small change caused everyone to cry out in surprise. Lin Ling was also the only person who could make the treasured saber change so far. Xiao felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The only remaining sarcasm in his heart was gone. Lin Ling, you bastard. The giant figure's expression was ugly. Through the previous sword strike, he had guessed that Lin Ling was slightly stronger than him. He was a god who had been reincarnated, but he was not as good as a rising star. He was embarrassed, however. Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd thought. He continued to stare at the cracked saber. The saber had only cracked, but the soil had not peeled off. Lin Ling, one more strike and you might be able to open it. The giant ghost said expectantly. Lin Ling shook his head. It's no use. Even if I can break the soil, I can't pull the saber out. As he spoke, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword. He knew that his full strength strike could only crack the soil. Therefore, even if he used the third stage talent fusion, he could only shatter the soil. If he couldn't pull the saber out, it would be useless. This also meant that Lin Ling could not do anything to the saber. Lin Ling, let me try. At this time, Xianxia suddenly walked over and said, which surprised Lin Ling, I think I can pull the saber out. Xianxia stared at the saber and said calmly. Then you can try. Lin Ling saw that something was wrong with Xianxia, so he did not stop him. Xianxia stood in front of the saber and held the mottled hilt with one hand. He frowned as if he was trying to use all his strength to pull the saber out. Haha, Lin Ling, you let a piece of trash pull the saber out? Is he stupid or are you stupid? The giant figure could not help but laugh sarcastically when he saw that Lin Ling had given up on pulling the saber out and gave it to Xianxia. The other challengers also had sarcastic looks on their faces. If Lin Ling had pulled the saber out, there would have been some hope. However, if it was Xianxia was a piece of trash. Do you think Saint Guy will pull out his feces and urine when he pulls out his blade? I think that's very likely. He might end up injuring himself after failing to draw his sword. Saint Guy, on the other hand, is injured again and again. He's trash among trash. None of them gave Xianxia any face, however, before they could finish laughing, Lin Ling slashed his sword down. Whoever laughs again, don't blame my sword for not giving you face. Swoosh, the sword landed in front of their feet, giving them a fright. Then, their faces turned ashen. They wanted to retort, but they did not dare. After all, Lin Ling was the strongest challenger among them. After Lin Ling left the four gods, he was even more unscrupulous than them. He used cold words to threaten them. This kind of dominance was not only targeted at the other challengers, but also at Xiao and the giant figure. It made them feel like they had been humiliated. After all, with their backgrounds, they had always been the ones threatening others. However, due to Lin Ling's strength, the giant figure knew that unless he regained his strength, it would be better not to go against Lin Ling's will. Therefore, he said casually, okay, we won't laugh. We're just reminding Xianxia. Bang, rumble. However, just as he finished speaking, the earth suddenly shook, as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. What's happening? Everyone was shocked, including Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had tested it before. No matter what kind of attack landed on the treasured sword, it would not shake. However, it was different now. Look, the sword is rising. Someone pointed at Xianxia, their jaws dropping to the ground, because at this moment, Saint Guy was holding the ancient blade with both hands and was slowly pulling it out. The cracked soil on the blade was like a bamboo shedding its skin and was falling off bit by bit. Clang, after the soil fell off, a blinding light shocked the entire 7th floor. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling subconsciously closed his eyes. His soul power sensed a majestic force surging around him. This was the steps of God. The steps of God seemed to be the power of yin and yang. After it bloomed, it formed a great law that placed Lin Ling and the others in a mysterious world. Eastern Emperor Tai, Yuanshir's sword. The aged voice also rose in everyone's hearts, causing many people to feel a sense of reverence in their hearts. Yuanshir's sword. Lin Ling closed his eyes and muttered to himself. Eastern Emperor Tai, this sword belonged to Eastern Emperor Tai? One had to know that Eastern Emperor Tai was most famous for the Eastern Emperor bell. This was the first time Lin Ling had heard of the Yuanshir sword. Right, Xianxia is the bloodline of Eastern Emperor Tai. Is that the reason? A guess appeared in Lin Ling's mind. While he was guessing, the dazzling light gradually disappeared. In the end, Lin Ling opened his eyes and scanned the area in front of him. Cracks appeared on the ground, like a dry paddy field without water. Xianxia stood on the ground, holding the sword with one hand and caressing it with the other. He seemed to be examining the sword that he had just obtained. Seeing this, Lin Ling was happy for Xianxia. Now that Xianxia had obtained the treasured sword, Xianxia was no longer the trash that everyone said he was. Xianxia, you actually obtained that sword? The others reacted one after another, their eyes filled with jealousy. Xianxia, let me take a look at the sword. The giant figure walked towards Xianxia, saying that he wanted to take a look, but in reality, he wanted to snatch the sword. In his opinion, a trash like Xianxia had no right to obtain the sword. Lin Ling saw this and sneered. He didn't make a move because he knew that the giant figure was going to be at a disadvantage. After all, he could sense that the Yuanshir sword wasn't hiding the power of divinity, but the steps of divinity. Although the steps of divinity weren't as high level as Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, it was offensive. On the other hand, Lin Ling's steps of wisdom had no offensive power. As expected, Xianxia ignored the giant figure and continued to examine the sword in his hand. Suddenly, he raised the sword, a blinding light bloomed, and the steps of divinity filled the air. Ah, my eyes! The giant figure couldn't block it at all, it was as if his entire body was being corroded. After being illuminated by the light, his body began to melt. Bang! Xianxia held his saber at a slanted angle and walked towards the giant figure like a giant. The giant figure was blinded and could only sense Xianxia's approach. Then, a scorching hot saber landed on his neck. Don't kill me, Xianxia. Spare me, spare me. Spare me. The giant figure cried out anxiously. He could feel death approaching. For the sake of the four gods, I'll spare your worthless life. Xianxia said coldly. This was the first time he had released his domineering aura after failing to ascend to godhood. It had been 100 years since he had last used it. This made him very excited. He felt as if his suffering was over and the sweetness was about to come, although he had yet to recover his strength. With this saber, he had once again regained his position among the four great gods. Thank you for sparing my life, thank you for sparing my life. Thank you. The giant shadow cried out in relief. But at this time a blinding beam of light shot out, passing through his eyes. Ah, my eyes! Xianxia said. Xianxia had blinded the giant figure's eyes with his saber. This blindness was permanent. I don't know if you're a real trial taker or a fake, but I'll spare your life for now. If I find out you're a fake, I'll kill you first. Scram. Scram. Xianxia said coldly. The giant figure did not dare to stay any longer. He rubbed his stinging eyes and fled. This move proved his strength. The trial takers trembled in fear. They no longer dared to treat Xianxia as a piece of trash. They could not take back the saber. They decided to retreat. They wanted to enter the ruins to search for the record of the 8 gods. Wait. Stop. Xianxia spoke again. He looked at a mysterious woman. The latter narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Xianxia, I don't think I've offended you. You attacked Lin Ling, so you'll die here. Xianxia held his sword and walked towards the woman. This is a matter between me and Lin Ling, don't tell me you want to interfere. Moreover, if you kill me, how are you going to answer to Eugene? Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you're such a fool. Lin Ling wants to kill me, but he wants you to do it. He obviously wants you to take the blame for him. The woman said coldly as she retreated. His words also carried a hint of sowing discord. Saint Guy shook his head. He knew that cultivators couldn't kill each other. Otherwise, they would be punished if they reported this to the gods. However, Lin Ling had almost died because of Nian Wire. Now that he had the strength, how could he not avenge Lin Ling? This was also his way of repaying Lin Ling's kindness. It was the only thing he could do now. However, when Nian Wire saw Xianxia shaking his head, she thought that Xianxia had thought things through. This way, she wouldn't have to face two experts at the same time. She would only have to face Lin Ling alone. Whoosh. However, at this moment, Xianxia also slashed with his saber. A nomological law appeared, splitting the sky of the 7th level into two. Nian Wire's legs were immediately severed. She fell to the ground, her face full of disbelief. Was Xianxia still going to attack her? If I kill you, perhaps Eugene will punish me. However, I'm willing. Xianxia walked towards Nian Wire step by step, his face cold. I'm willing. This meant that he was willing to take the punishment for Lin Ling. His desire to kill Nian Wire couldn't be shaken even if the sky fell and the earth cracked. Am I going to die? No, I can't die here. Nian Wire's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, she was filled with regret. She shouldn't have taken advantage of Lin Ling's crisis to add insult to injury. She thought that she could kill Lin Ling and gain Luli Empress's favor. Who knew that she would be pushing herself to her death? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling in the distance. Lin Ling's face was cold, his eyes filled with sarcasm. Don't kill me. Lin Ling, spare me. Nian Wire screamed. At this moment, she was filled with even more regret. However, in this vast void of the 9 states, there were all kinds of miraculous pills and miraculous medicines. The only exception was that there was no medicine for regret. A blade light flashed, and a scar appeared on Nian Wire's neck. She stared at Xianxia, then at Lin Ling, and finally fell to the ground. Another participant had fallen. Moreover, she had been killed by her own people. Xianxia, thank you. At this moment, Lin Ling said with a smile. This is what I should do. Perhaps it's the only thing I can do. Xianxia turned around, shook his head at Lin Ling, and smiled. He knew that Lin Ling could also kill Nian Wire without restraint. Therefore, he had to kill Nian Wire on behalf of Lin Ling before Lin Ling killed her. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to repay Lin Ling's kindness. After all, without Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the treasured saber today. On the other hand, the others shuddered when they saw Nian Wire die. Xiao gritted his teeth tightly, and he was furious to the point of exploding. However, he didn't dare act rashly in the end. After all, Lin Ling had 2 experts on his side, whereas the enormous shadow had fled. They were utterly unable to go against Lin Ling. You guys can leave. I've destroyed the record of the 8 gods. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said. You destroyed it? Hearing this, everyone frowned. They were here for the record of the 8 gods. Now that it was destroyed by Lin Ling, it meant that Lin Ling was the only one who could complete the mission. Lin Ling, how greedy. Lin Ling, don't you think you should tell us everything about the record of the record? Someone was unwilling to leave empty-handed, so he suggested. Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling only said one word, and it was an extremely domineering word. His meaning was obvious. If you don't want to get lost, I'll send you off, but you'll be sent to the netherworld. Let's go. After being humiliated by Lin Ling, everyone almost couldn't take it anymore. However, they knew that the situation was not in their favor, so they could only leave with hatred in their hearts. After everyone left, Little South and the others walked towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling smiled apologetically and said, Little South, Niuge, Xianxia, because the record of the 8 gods is of great importance, I can't tell you about it for the time being. I'm sorry. It's fine. We're just here to have fun. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Little South waved his hand casually. Xianxia and Niuge also smiled and shook their heads. Although they didn't know why Lin Ling wanted to hide the record of the 8 gods, they all owed Lin Ling a favor. Therefore, they were willing to help Lin Ling. You guys should go back too. I'm going to the 8th floor. We'll talk about it when we get back. Lin Ling said again. Be careful. We'll continue to explore the 7th floor. After all, there are many places that we haven't explored yet. Perhaps there are many treasures. Xianxia replied. Then, he left with Little South and the others. And the 8 gods' heavenly palace. This was a place Lin Ling had explored when he was still weak. He never imagined that even though he had reached the martial god realm, he was barely qualified to enter the 8th floor. The 8 gods, what kind of god was he back then? The two of them moved very quickly and soon arrived at a wasteland. However, there was nothing in this vast wasteland. There were only blue flames burning on the ground and no living creatures could be seen. After waiting for half a day, a huge rectangular stone tablet appeared in front of him. This stone tablet floated in midair. It was about 5 meters tall and 3 meters long. There were complicated runes engraved on it, and a blue flame was burning the tablet. It was very mysterious. This is the path to the 8th floor. You must let the blue flame burn the entire tablet to open the path to the 8th floor. Nan Wufingyu stopped in front of the ancient tablet and said. Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame, so he immediately sensed the mystery of the blue flame. He said in shock, "This flame is burning the tablet. I'm afraid it has a history of millions of years, but the tablet is still not burned. Even I can't tell the origin of this flame, but I'm sure it's an ancient flame. There's a trace of dragon aura in it. It seems to be the flame used by the Dragon King of the East Sea." Nan Wufingyu said solemnly. "Looks like it's another treasure collected by the 8 gods. Now, Grandpa Treasure God, do you have a way to make the blue flame burn even more and open the path to the 8th floor?" Lin Ling looked at Nan Wufingyu and said. "I'll try." Nan Wufingyu nodded and walked forward. At this moment, his powerful strength quietly erupted, letting Lin Ling see what a god's strength was. An incomparably terrifying realm essence enveloped the entire wasteland, shaking it up and down. The frequency was so fast that it almost left after images. Not far from treasure god Nan Wufingyu, Lin Ling felt as if the entire void was hugging him, making him feel small and insignificant. "Ha!" Treasure god Nan Wufingyu spread his legs and punched out with a simple punch. Crash, the wind and rain raged, and after the ferocious power surged out, Lin Ling felt as if the entire wasteland was spinning. Clang, then, a deafening metallic sound rang out. The stone tablet trembled slightly, and the blue flames on it burned even more vigorously. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to light up as he quietly waited for the next change. However, Nan Wufingyu withdrew his fist and slowly walked back while shaking his head. "There's still no way to open the path." "What?" Lin Ling was shocked. He stared at the stone tablet and saw that the blue flame was still burning. Moreover, the fire was obviously much stronger. However, that was all. There were no other signs. "Actually, there is another way to enter the 8th floor, but it requires a key. That key is very difficult to obtain, so I chose this path. This is the only path I know that doesn't require a key, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to open." Walking to Lin Ling's side, Nan Wufingyu immediately sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also sat down cross-legged, and both of them stared at the floating stone tablet. Looking from afar, one could only see an endless, empty wasteland. 2 figures sat there, staring at a stone tablet. The scene was very strange. Lin Ling and Nan Wufingyu tried many methods, but they could only make the blue flame burn brighter, but they couldn't burn the tablet. Is there no other way? In the end, Lin Ling couldn't help but frown. Nan Wufingyu was deep in thought, as if he was searching for a method in his memory. The wasteland seemed to be unable to feel the flow of time. It was very quiet here, and if one stayed here for a long time, one would feel lonely. Lin Ling. After an unknown period of time, the giant ghost suddenly looked at Lin Ling. At this time, Nan Wufingyu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he turned to Lin Ling. "Try it with your soul power." Nan Wufingyu and the giant ghost said at the same time. "Soul power, yes, I haven't tried it before." Lin Ling also wanted to try it. After all, when he saw the blue flame blooming with energy, he thought that it was driven by realm essence, so he didn't think about soul power. Then, Lin Ling walked up to the 5-meter-tall stone tablet, and his soul power spread out. Rumble. This time, the stone tablet suddenly shook. It worked. Nan Wufingyu and the giant ghost's eyes narrowed, and they smiled. The blue flame on the side of the stone tablet suddenly jumped up, and then reached a meter high. Seeing this, Lin Ling's heart immediately filled with anticipation, and he activated all of his soul power. His soul power enveloped the blue flame, and the blue flame crackled as if oil was poured into the flame, and it became more and more vigorous. However, this vigor was only the blue flame, and it didn't spread to the entire stone tablet. The blue flame was still in the same place, and there were no signs of it burning any further. Looks like it's still not enough. Lin Ling had a feeling that if he held on a little longer, he would succeed. Burn for me. Lin Ling pushed his soul power to the extreme, and it enveloped the blue flame. His eyes were red, and veins appeared on his face. Crackle, the blue flame was even more vigorous than before. Behind him, Nan Wufingyu clenched his fists, and his face was nervous. Lin Ling, do your best. He never would have thought that Lin Ling's soul power would reach such a limit, and it would probably reach 100,000 levels. Soul power had always been difficult to cultivate. Even he, Nan Wufingyu, only had a few thousand levels. Unless it was some reincarnated great god, or a divine fetus that specialized in soul power, ordinary people rarely exceeded 20,000 levels. As far as he knew, even the strongest world boundary god of Miaoshen's true inheritance didn't exceed 50,000. As for Lin Ling, he guessed that Lin Ling must have been tempering his soul power since he was young, and after so many years, he finally had such an effect. Crackle, the blue flames that were originally over a meter tall had now grown to over 3 meters tall. However, the stone tablet was indeed terrifying. Even with such a vigorous flame, it was still only able to burn a corner of it. Too tenacious. Looking at Lin Ling again, his soul power had been used up, and when he had a splitting headache, all of his soul power disappeared. Failed. He couldn't help but look at the stone tablet. However, at this moment, he finally saw a crack on the surface of the stone tablet, and it was only a hair-sized crack. Compared to the beginning, the stone tablet had finally changed, but this hair-sized crack was obviously not enough for them to enter the 8th floor. However, the crack was only the size of a strand of hair. How could he enter? Was he going to crash into it? Lin Ling's mind was filled with thoughts. However, as he got closer to the tablet, he noticed that the crack was getting bigger and bigger until it was as big as an abyss. Lin Ling took a closer look and realized that it wasn't the crack that was getting bigger, it was him that was getting smaller. He and Nan Wufingyu both shrunk to the size of a speck of dust and shot into the crack. Is this Grandpa Treasure God's method? Lin Ling was shocked. The ability to change one's size was something only gods could do. After entering the crack, a blue ocean appeared in front of him. However, this was the blue of the sky and was different from an ordinary ocean. This blue seems to be the same as the blue fire from before. Lin Ling found that he was constantly returning to his original size. He then stared at the blue ocean around him. He was currently in the middle of the blue ocean. Treasure god Nan Wufingyu was right in front of him. His clothes were fluttering as he looked ahead with a serious expression. He suddenly said, Lin Ling, go in that direction first. Quick, I'll come find you later. His voice was filled with anxiety, causing Lin Ling to immediately nod his head. Without further ado, he grabbed the giant ghost and began to run. At the same time, he looked back and saw that treasure god Nan Wufingyu was still floating in the water with his hands behind his back, as if waiting for something. Rumble. Suddenly, he punched out and a huge vortex gushed out from his fist. The entire blue ocean seemed to be turning upside down. If Lin Ling didn't leave first, he would have been affected. Grandpa Treasure God, what are you doing? Lin Ling was shocked. He looked carefully and found that there was a huge blue giant floating in front of treasure god Nan Wufingyu. It was as grand as a mountain and maintained a punching posture as it clashed with treasure god Nan Wufingyu's fist. The most frightening thing was that it was completely unscathed from treasure god Nan Wufingyu's punch. Fingyu realm. Treasure god Nan Wufingyu suddenly said solemnly. The rolling power of wind and rain descended from his body. It was the divine stairs. Crash, a vacuum zone appeared in the distant ocean. Following that, the seas and rivers were overturned. The momentum was incomparably terrifying. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He rushed further and further away, deeply afraid of being implicated. Only when he could no longer see treasure god Nan Wufingyu did he slightly slow down. His eyes were full of worry, wondering how Grandpa Treasure God was doing. Let's go. However, just as he turned his head, a figure arrived behind him. It was treasure god Nanwufingyu. Nanwufingyu's hair fluttered behind him like a war god. He arrived before Lin Ling in the blink of an eye and didn't wait for Lin Ling to speak. He grabbed Lin Ling and charged forward. His speed reached 500,000 worlds. One had to know that Lin Ling's third stage talent fusion was only 150,000 world speed, rumble. While treasure god Nanwufingyu was madly rushing forward, a huge whirlpool was rapidly approaching. Its speed was not much slower than treasure god Nanwufingyu's. Lin Ling stared intently at the whirlpool. Only then did he realize that within the blue sea, a completely blue giant was rapidly charging over. Such a terrifying giant, it actually didn't die after clashing with Grandpa Treasure God. However, treasure god Nanwufingyu's speed was not slow either. One side fled while the other chased. After an unknown amount of time, the sound from behind finally quieted down and gradually disappeared. It seemed to have completely given up. Seeing this, treasure god Nanwufingyu finally slowed down and lightly exhaled. He smiled at Lin Ling. Finally got rid of that animal. Grandpa Treasure God, what is that thing? It's so powerful. Lin Ling curiously asked because this was the strongest blue giant he had ever seen. I've seen it once in the era of gods. There were a lot of them and they were very powerful. Moreover, these blue giants were born from the blue fire. Someone once called them the guards of the East Sea Dragon King. Treasure god Nanwufingyu slowed down and spoke to Lin Ling as he walked. Guards of the East Sea Dragon King? Lin Ling nodded. This East Sea Dragon King should be a god from the ancient era. However, it was indeed powerful. One guard was enough to make Grandpa Treasure God run away. If a few more appeared, then he and treasure god Nanwufingyu would have to give up here. The 8th level was indeed terrifying. No wonder there were so few people in the 9 prefectures who could reach this level after so many years. If Lin Ling were to come alone, he would probably be destroyed by the force of the attack. There are islands in the blue sea. As long as we enter the islands, we will be safe. However, the islands are very hard to find. I hope we won't encounter those monsters before we find them. Treasure god Nanwufingyu sighed, knowing that there would be a lot of work ahead. Giant ghost, you come and try. Lin Ling suddenly looked at the giant ghost on his shoulder. The giant ghost nodded and floated forward with both hands open, sensing everything. This evil ghost? Treasure god Nanwufingyu already knew that there was a giant ghost next to Lin Ling. However, he saw that the giant ghost had a good relationship with Lin Ling, so he didn't investigate. The giant ghost was sensing the existence of the evil ghost because if it could find the evil ghost, then it would be able to find the island and the spirit kingdom. Over here. A moment later, the giant ghost floated back and told Lin Ling this little thing is quite powerful. Treasure god Nanwufingyu said in surprise, but he only received a cold glare from the giant ghost. Outside of Lin Ling, the giant ghost had a ferocious expression towards everyone else. Oh, you are still angry. Treasure god Nanwufingyu laughed and didn't care about the giant ghost's cold glare. Seeing this, Lin Ling bitterly smiled. If treasure god Grandpa knew that the giant ghost was one of the 8 gods' wills, then treasure god Grandpa wouldn't dare to talk to the giant ghost like this. The two followed the giant ghost and moved along the sea. Along the way, they encountered several blue giants, but treasure god Nanwufingyu noticed them early on and avoided them. Lin Ling discovered that the 8th level was actually a world of water. There were also mountains and forests at the bottom of the water. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling, those blue giants from before had one of the 8 gods' wills. Sitting on Lin Ling's shoulder, the giant ghost suddenly said, Wills? Lin Ling's eyes flashed and looked suspiciously at the giant ghost. The giant ghost nodded. I don't know if they are the East Sea Dragon King's guards, but I am sure that they have the wills of the 8 gods. After a while, a large shadow appeared in front of them. This shadow was wrapped in a huge bubble. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see the existence of an island. So the islands here are in the sea. Lin Ling's eyes widened and he stopped at the same time. Treasure god Nanwufingyu slightly closed his eyes as if sensing something. He then said seriously, there are several powerful auras on the island. If we don't act cautiously, I'm afraid we'll be discovered before we even enter the city. Is that great god of the spirit kingdom here? Lin Ling immediately asked. I can't sense him. That great god of the spirit kingdom is stronger than me. If he wanted to hide, I wouldn't be able to sense him. However, I can sense the aura of my enemy. Treasure God Nanwufingyu sighed with a complicated look in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes quietly flashed. He remembered that when Treasure God Nanwufingyu entrusted Xiaoyu to him, he also went to find his enemy. In the end, he returned with injuries. Now, he was going to find his enemy again. Could it be that his enemy was a great god of the spirit kingdom? All this time, Lin Ling had thought that Treasure God Nanwufingyu's enemy was one of the four gods. Actually, you've also seen him. Sensing Lin Ling's curiosity, Treasure God Nanwufingyu smiled. He clearly didn't want to tell anyone about this. However, Lin Ling was no longer an ordinary person. He was a god and also the successor of his close friend. Thus, he didn't hide anything. Gods like them rarely had feelings for people. They viewed all living things as ants. Unless the other party had strength that they recognized, they would recognize them and slowly treat them as friends and family. Because their lifespans were endless, they didn't like to see their loved ones and friends leave the world before them, and they had to bear that feeling of loneliness themselves. If that was the case, they would rather not know these people from the beginning, and it wouldn't bring about sadness and reluctance, and this was similar to what Lei Gong thought. He's called Minister Ning. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said. It's him. Lin Ling naturally recognized this Lord Ning. When he went to save Senior Lu Chen and the others, it was this Lord Ning who let them go. This also meant that Lord Ning was also someone from the age of the gods. However, Lin Ling also sensed an extremely strange emotion from Treasure God Nanwufingyu's eyes. It was as if he hated Lord Ning, but for some reason, he also appreciated him. It seems that their fetters are not light. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He was thinking about how to enter the island. Lin Ling, the record of the 8 gods that you are looking for is also on the island. Therefore, we must enter the island. Now, let's think of a way to get in. Treasure God Nanwufingyu put away his thoughts and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. He thought of the time when he snuck into the Spirit Nation. He could do the same thing again. Immediately, he spoke of his thoughts, making Treasure God Nanwufingyu nod. The two immediately hit it off. They quietly hid outside the island and waited for someone to come out. After all, they weren't sure if they would be discovered by the great gods of the Spirit Nation if they rushed into the bubble. This wait wasn't short. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally flew towards the edge of the island. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a number of people. There were more than 10 of them. Hurry up, throw these corpses out and we will return to the island immediately. Ling Er, what are you doing? You can't even do a small thing properly. What a waste. The group cursed as they walked. They cautiously approached the giant bubble. Obviously, they knew how terrifying the blue giant was. If they were careless and were caught, they would only end up dead. Fortunately, they didn't encounter the blue giant this time. Therefore, they successfully rushed out of the bubble. After they threw away the large number of corpses in their hands, they were about to rush back to the island. Everyone, sorry to trouble you. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of them, looking at them with a smile. What? There's someone here? This old man undoubtedly gave everyone a fright. On the 8th level, other than the people of the Spirit Nation, there were no outsiders. This person is very strong. Run. The other party's appearance clearly had ill intentions. Therefore, the group of people didn't hesitate and immediately ran towards the island behind them. However, just as they turned around, a young man in a blue robe floated behind them. He was playing with a wisp of golden flame in his hand. He lowered his head and muttered to himself, "We want to enter the island, so we can only trouble you. In your dreams." Being attacked from the front and back, this naturally made the group of people desperate. They couldn't wait to call for help from the strong people on the island. That young man is weak. Break through from him. One of the men in white robes shouted angrily, pointing at the young man in blue robes. After he finished speaking, he led the group towards Lin Ling. Good taste. At this moment, the young man in blue robes finally raised his head slowly and revealed a bright smile. Although I am weak, I am not someone you can win against. Whoosh, after he finished speaking, the golden flame in his hand spilled out and burned the blue ocean. What kind of flame is this? Everyone, charge out of the flame and report to the Lord. But why is this flame drilling into my dantian? The people who were being burned let out strange cries. In the end, they all looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord. Obviously, they were all assimilated by the golden flame. Lin Ling, beautifully done. Your human king's flame is really a sharp weapon to control people. Seeing this, the old man walked over with a smile and said at the same time, however, a fish has been caught in the net. After he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. When he returned again, he was already carrying a man in white robes. The man's limbs were kicking wildly at this moment, but he couldn't resist the old man. Your strength is not bad. I actually missed it. But now, obediently be my subordinate. The young man in blue robes smiled and a ball of golden flame appeared in his hand. Regardless of whether the man agreed or not, he forcefully stuffed it into his mouth. The man struggled at first, but a wisp of flame quietly appeared in his eyes. His expression gradually became respectful as he bowed to the young man in blue robes and said, Greetings, Lord. By now, this group of people had been subdued by the young man. The young man was naturally Lin Ling. Tell me the secret language of your spirit kingdom. Also, who is the person with the highest status here? Lin Ling smiled. The men in white immediately told him the secret language of the spirit kingdom. The whole process surprised treasure god Nanwufingyu. He never expected Lin Ling to be so familiar with it. Looks like I need to find someone with a higher status to get the information I need. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and said. Something as important as the records of the 8 gods was naturally unknown to those with a lower status. Perhaps only those who had reached the level of dragon spirit would have the right to know. Grandpa treasure god, let's enter the island. Lin Ling then looked at Nanwufingyu and smiled. Haha, I came here for revenge, but now that you've messed things up, I feel that it's quite interesting. Come, let's enter the island. Nanwufingyu laughed, feeling that he and Lin Ling had become 2 spies. At this moment, Lin Ling already knew how to enter the island, so he taught Nanwufingyu. It turned out that passing through the bubble required a certain technique, and if the technique was wrong, they would immediately be discovered by the spirit kingdom. The group successfully entered the island, and Lin Ling discovered that there was a huge city on the island, emitting a brilliant white light. It was similar to Spirit Light City, but much grander. There was a huge city gate, and outside the gate stood many spirit kingdom guards in white robes. Looking at their strength, they all had innate godly fetuses as guards. The spirit kingdom was truly rich. However, Lin Ling already knew the secret language of the spirit kingdom, so it wasn't hard for him to enter the city. A moment later, he and Nanwufingyu were standing on the street. Their gazes swept across the majestic city and found that it had everything. It was like a kingdom. Grandpa treasure god, this city is quite old. Looks like the spirit kingdom has been in the 8th level for quite some time. Yeah, maybe they're deciphering the records of the 8 gods, or maybe they have something else to do here. As for what it is, we can only find out. Lin Ling and treasure god Nanwufingyu whispered to each other. They both knew that if they wanted to get more information, they had to find someone with a higher status. Get lost. At this time, on the street, dust spread, and a large number of spirit horses mixed with white light galloped from the distance. The city on the island was very grand, so most people rode on horses. Of course, only those with a high status had the right to ride a horse. As for Lin Ling, his eyes lit up as he stared at the person riding the horse. On the side, treasure god Nanwufingyu seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's goal. His eyes narrowed as he smiled bitterly. Lin Ling, we're here to be spies. Being so ostentatious doesn't seem too good, right? Hee, since he dares to ride a horse on the streets, his status should not be low. Perhaps I can learn something from him. Lin Ling said with a smile. Your way of doing things is really different from others. Hearing this, treasure god Nanwufingyu's smile became even more bitter. This was his first time being such a blatant spy. Scram. In front of the street, the spiritual horses were getting closer and closer. The leader was a young man wearing a white robe and a white cloak. He looked majestic. My lord, she's Huang Ling. Someone beside Lin Ling immediately reminded him. Lin Ling nodded and walked forward. Eh? There's someone who dares to stop me? At this moment, the young man on the spiritual horse was very surprised. Then, he laughed sinisterly, who cares? Kill him and throw him out of the island. The status of the spirit nation was also very strict. The weak did not have any status. The group of people that Lin Ling had assimilated earlier were thrown out of the island. Those were the weak people who had died in the spirit nation. Every time a certain time, someone would throw these bodies out of the island. Kill him. Damn it, people die every day. Why doesn't this idiot die? Behind the young man, the people sneered. Not only did they not slow down, but they also sped up. Lin Ling still walked forward indifferently. Suddenly, when the spiritual horses were more than 10 meters away, he finally threw out a punch. This punch did not use realm essence or divine power. It was just the strength of his physical body. Lin Ling was also afraid that his identity would be discovered. However, Lin Ling's physical body punch was not to be underestimated. Whoosh, the wind whistled. Before the spiritual horse under the young man could get close to Lin Ling, it was immediately smashed into meat paste by the wind from the punch. His entire body fell from the spiritual horse and glided along the ground, rushing toward Lin Ling. However, he was stepped on by Lin Ling, stopping his momentum. Looking at the spiritual horses behind the young man, they all raised their front hooves and neighed. Then, they all stopped galloping and did not dare to get closer. The entire street was shocked. They never expected Lin Ling to be so strong. The young man who was stepped on by Lin Ling also cursed, "How dare you stop me? Do you know who I am? I'm Huang Ling. Why aren't you King kneeling down?" Lin Ling looked down at him and sneered, "Sorry, I'm also Huang Ling." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the young man away. This kick also broke the young man's teeth. "My lord." The people on the spiritual horse quickly jumped down and helped the young man up. The young man was furious, "You're courting death." As he spoke, blood kept spewing out of his teeth. "You're courting death, Huang Ling. Do you know who Lord Yuan's brother is? Have you lost your mind?" When the others saw the young man spitting out his teeth, they immediately spoke up for him in anger. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. He had long guessed that the young man was not relying on his identity as a Huang Ling since he dared to gallop on the street. After all, there were many Huang Ling in this huge ancient city. How would those people dare to be so arrogant? Indeed, the young man dared to be so arrogant because he was relying on his brother. "Who's his brother?" Lin Ling asked lazily. "His brother is Long Ling." "Are you afraid? He's 2 levels higher than you." "Are you afraid? Kneel down immediately. Don't think that you're amazing just because your Huang Ling Long Ling can easily kill you." The young man clearly thought that Lin Ling was afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he walked over step by step, causing the people behind the young man to sneer. They naturally would not let Lin Ling go. However, before killing Lin Ling, they wanted to humiliate him. However, Lin Ling was afraid. What a joke. Lin Ling walked to the front of those people and threw out a punch like a battering ram. He punched each of them more than 10 times, causing them to spit out blood and their sternum to break. This. The surrounding onlookers were all dumbfounded. He knew that Long Ling was Long Ling's brother, but he still dared to attack. Was he crazy? You dare to hit me? Don't you know that my brother is Long Ling?" The young man did not expect Lin Ling to attack. He pointed at Lin Ling angrily and said, however, Lin Ling walked towards him step by step. Then, without waiting for him to attack, Lin Ling slapped him viciously. The man was sent flying and smashed into a large number of houses. Then, Lin Ling walked over again and found the young man in the ruins of the houses. Then, he slapped him again. Just like that, Lin Ling brazenly beat up the young man on the street. In the end, the young man could only exhale and no longer breathe. Moreover, his mind was in a daze because he didn't understand why Lin Ling would beat him up. He didn't seem to have offended Lin Ling. "Where's your big brother? Tell him to come find me, or I'll throw you off the island," Lin Ling said indifferently as he lifted the young man. Everything he did was naturally to lure out the dragon spirit. He even wanted to steal the dragon spirit's identity and find out where the 8 god brush records were hidden in the spirit kingdom. Big pot, Jia is coming." The young man had already been beaten into a pig's head and couldn't speak clearly. However, Lin Ling still understood what the young man was saying. Big brother, I'm coming. Therefore, Lin Ling also threw the young man on the ground and stepped on him. Then, he asked someone to bring a chair over and waited for the young man's brother on the street. Who is this Huang Ling? She's crazy. I don't know, maybe he just came, but when the dragon spirit comes, he will definitely be in trouble. Yes, not to mention that Long Ling's status is higher than his. Even if Long Ling's status is the same as his, he is definitely not Long Ling's opponent. It seems like there will be new corpses outside the island. I'm afraid that even Huang Ling's subordinates will be killed. Around the streets, many people were discussing animatedly. They were so excited that they were already laughing loudly. They sat down in a nearby restaurant and waited for everything to happen. The people of Spirit Nation are about the same as the people of 9 states. But overall, they are slightly stronger than the people of 9 states. Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu heard the voices around him and laughed mockingly. He slowly walked towards Lin Ling. At first, he was afraid that he would cause too much of a commotion and be noticed by the great gods of the Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that he had underestimated the grandeur of the city. What happened on this street would obviously not alarm the great gods of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling waited quietly. Not long after, someone finally arrived on the street in front of him. It was a man in a white robe. He was very tall, and his long hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He also came alone, but his aura was very sharp. When he walked along the street, the people around him all made way for him. So cold. Is he that dragon spirit? Many people whispered to each other. After all, this city was too large. Not only were there many phoenix spirits, there were even quite a few dragon spirits. That was why they didn't recognize that man. Brother! On the ground, the young man raised his head and fearfully shouted. What a piece of trash! The man's long hair fluttered in the wind as he coldly glanced at his younger brother. The young man was so scared that he didn't dare to raise his head again. It could be seen that this dragon spirit was also very serious towards his younger brother. Let my brother go. After a while, the man stood not far away from Lin Ling and looked indifferently at Lin Ling as he spoke. He was also carefully examining Lin Ling's strength. However, he could only roughly tell that Lin Ling was a level 9 martial god. Since he was able to become a dragon spirit, he was already half a step into the deity realm. Moreover, he possessed a powerful divine fetus that had reached the 5th grade, therefore, he couldn't understand why such a weak person dared to provoke him. While he was observing Lin Ling was also observing him. This was because through this man, he could roughly understand the strength of the entire Spirit Nation. Overall, it was similar to what Lin Ling had imagined. It was also slightly stronger than the martial artists of the 9 continents. However, there were fewer people in the Spirit Nation, so it couldn't be compared to the 9 continents. That was all. Sure, I'll let him go if you defeat me. Lin Ling stared at the sword at the man's waist and then said. He could tell that this man was a swordsman. Defeat you? You have the guts to fight me with your strength. Forget it, if I win, I'll let you leave alive. However, all your subordinates will die. The dragon spirit nodded and placed his arm on the hilt of the sword at his waist. However, he didn't draw his sword. Instead, he stared sharply at Lin Ling like an eagle's eyes. He was looking for Lin Ling's weakness. He was a swordsman and was good at killing blows. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. The street suddenly fell silent and the atmosphere was terrifyingly oppressive. The people stared at the dragon spirit who was standing upright like a pine tree and licked their lips. For some reason, they had a feeling that if the dragon spirit drew his sword, it would cause an earth-shattering change. Still not drawing your sword? You must be afraid. Suddenly, Lin Ling said calmly. The dragon spirit's eyes flashed when he heard that. He didn't understand why Lin Ling said that. After all, the dragon spirit was too calm in the face of a swordsman who was about to draw his sword. He even sensed that Lin Ling didn't put up any defense at all and seemed to intend to take his sword head-on. All of this was too strange. Although you're very powerful, I can tell that your mentality has changed. You have doubts and hesitations, so you haven't drawn your sword for a long time. Lin Ling said calmly, still sitting on the chair. Whoosh, a gust of wind blew across the street and blew the dragon spirit's long hair. His hand moved slightly and his sword swayed as if it was about to be drawn at any time. However, he still didn't draw his sword. That was because he had more and more doubts in his heart. He couldn't see through the man in front of him anymore. You are surprised why I want to fight you, right? After all, you and I have no enmity. Why would I, a little phoenix spirit, provoke you? In addition, facing your dragon spirit's sword, I am still sitting there, quietly waiting for your sword to arrive. So, you are even more suspicious than before, although you are not suspicious. However, you're suspicious of me. You're afraid that you won't be able to win after you draw your sword, and I'll take control of the situation instead. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again, and his tone was as calm as ever. The onlookers in the surroundings noticed that something wasn't right. Because Lin Ling was too calm. Wasn't he afraid of being killed if he just sat there like that? Your heart is getting more and more chaotic. But remember, truth and falsehood, falsehood and truth. Sometimes, everything you see might be an illusion. So, you have to calm down and don't place too much importance on victory or defeat. That way, you'll be able to bring out your true sword. Lin Ling spoke again, and it was as if he was instructing the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit still didn't speak, so no one knew what he was thinking. However, the ripples in his heart were growing larger and larger. He was a swordsman, and he was proud. He wasn't like ordinary cultivators who preferred to decide the outcome of a battle with a single move. Moreover, he placed great importance on victory and defeat. Since he was young, he couldn't allow himself to lose. He didn't want to lose in anything. His desire to win was too strong, just like his sword that revealed its sharpness. Originally, he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling with a single strike. However, Lin Ling was too mysterious, causing him to lack confidence. That was why he hadn't drawn his sword. Clang, right at this time, Long Ling finally drew his sword. A dazzling light appeared, actually illuminating the entire street. Countless people felt a chill that penetrated their hearts. It was as if the world was frozen. 500 rays of divinity turned into a swift sword that slashed towards Lin Ling. Other than Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu and Lin Ling, no one else could see through this sword. Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu revealed a smile. Lin Ling was the same. The two of them didn't move. The sharp sword also passed through Lin Ling's body. After a while, everyone recovered. They stared at the street and trembled nervously. However, after they glanced around, they realized that the street didn't change at all. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling was still sitting on the chair with a smile on his face. The people around him were the same. They didn't suffer any injuries. This scene was too strange. They looked at the dragon spirit again. He resumed his posture of placing his hand on the sword hilt. His sharp eyes looked at Lin Ling. However, this time, there were obvious changes. However, at this time, a strand of hair by Lin Ling's ear finally fell down like snow and reached the ground. The previous sword only cut off a strand of Lin Ling's hair. The sword that suppressed 1,500 rays of divinity only cut off a strand of hair. This also showed how powerful the dragon spirit was. After all, such a powerful sword wasn't hard to cut through the sky. Your heart is indeed in a mess. It was just a probing sword. Are you afraid that after this sword, you will lose? So you want to test my limits? At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Hearing this, the dragon spirit's eyes flashed. He didn't speak. However, Lin Ling didn't need him to speak to know what he was thinking. The dragon spirit was too suspicious. He wanted to win beautifully. So before he had complete control, he wouldn't easily use his full strength. Because he didn't want to be controlled by others. To put it bluntly, this person was too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of being pedantic. You've won with this strike. Lin Ling finally spoke calmly. Why? This was also the first time the dragon spirit had spoken. Because I didn't do anything when facing your previous attack, nor did I defend myself. I just wanted to see how powerful your sword was. However, because you were too suspicious, you missed an opportunity. Lin Ling said. What? Dragon spirit's pupils constricted. Previously, when Lin Ling was sitting there strangely, he thought that Lin Ling had everything under control and was just waiting for him to jump into the trap. Therefore, his previous sword strike was also a probing strike, but who knew that Lin Ling didn't do anything? I don't know if this person is too daring or too stupid. If that sword had been aimed at you, you would have died. Long Ling whispered. Sometimes, life and death can be decided in an instant. I don't think that I will die. In fact, the chances of me dying are very small. This is my intuition. Lin Ling shook his head and slowly stood up. Boundary essence surged from his body and the second stage talent fusion appeared. Although using the second stage talent fusion in Spirit Nation was easy to be discovered, it was still better than using the Luai's real body. After all, Spirit Nation definitely knew that Lin Ling had the human monarch's flame and the Luai's real body. However, they might not have seen the second stage talent fusion. After the talent fusion, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Long Ling. His sword struck out like lightning, whoosh, Long Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His pupils constricted and he could only see the flash of the sword. However, the sword did not strike down. Instead, it landed in front of Long Ling's neck. An icy chill quietly blossomed. The most terrifying thing was that this chill contained the might of Vajra. This was the power of Bodhi. When everyone saw Lin Ling pointing his sword at Long Ling, their eyes were filled with disbelief. What a fast speed, what a sharp sword, who is this Huang Ling? Why is she so strong? The result today was clearly beyond their expectations. Long Ling's heart trembled. He could sense the terror of this sword. Huang Ling was so powerful? A swordsman should be decisive. Being indecisive is a taboo. You clearly had the chance to defeat me but you missed it because of hesitation. From this perspective, you have lost. Lin Ling held his sword and said indifferently. Long Ling stood there quietly. He had the chance to defeat Lin Ling but he missed it? By the time Lin Ling drew his sword, he was already powerless to flip the cards. A swordsman should be decisive. A shocking voice rose in Long Ling's heart. I've lost. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. This mysterious Huang Ling was very powerful and mysterious. Who exactly was he? I want your identity as Long Ling. Lin Ling still pointed his sword at Long Ling. He did not hide his purpose and went straight to the point. This was also the reason why he let Long Ling draw his sword first. Long Ling was a proud swordsman. Such a person could be assimilated but the process would not be easy. The latter would definitely not submit to him. On the street, Lin Ling could not force it. Therefore, the only way was to make Long Ling submit from the bottom of his heart. In addition, Lin Ling was also a swordsman. Therefore, he knew what a swordsman valued the most. It was their sword Dao. Long Ling's sword Dao was not perfect and had flaws. Therefore, Lin Ling also taught him sword Dao. Of course, Lin Ling was also gambling. If Long Ling was loyal to Ling Nation's great god, then Lin Ling would lose. Of course, Lin Ling also thought of a way out. If Long Ling was stubborn, then he would ask Nanhua Fingyu to take action and work together to assimilate Long Ling. Who are you? Long Ling looked at Lin Ling and said. Trial taker Lin Ling. Lin Ling's voice could only be heard by the two of them. Moreover, he did not hide anything. Long Ling's eyes trembled when he heard this. Then, he looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling's name was well known in the Spirit Nation. It was said that he was one of the 8 new gods under the 4 great gods. He was an extremely famous and powerful figure in the 9 states. Long Ling had heard of him for a long time. Today was his first time meeting him. Moreover, he did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold as to come to the island. After all, the Spirit Nation had always been eyeing Lin Ling covetously. I can't help but admire your courage. However, how can you be so sure that I will give you the identity of Long Ling? Long Ling said word by word. His heart was inexplicably excited. Perhaps he felt lucky to be able to meet such a legendary figure. After all, he had heard that Lin Ling was also a swordsman. I also admire your courage to say such words in front of me, Lin Ling. Lin Ling said calmly. However, his seemingly calm words carried a domineering aura. Then, he said lightly, because you have lost. Although I have lost, I did not agree to any of your conditions. You are overthinking it. Long Ling sneered. It is also because you are a swordsman. However, Lin Ling quickly added. His words made Long Ling's heart tremble. His eyes continued to flicker. You've won. The dragon spirit looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spoke calmly. He was indeed a proud swordsman. After losing to a swordsman like Lin Ling, he was willing to accept his loss. After all, the previous sword competition was not only a competition of strength, but also a competition of sword heart. However, the dragon spirit hesitated and did not believe in his sword. This violated the principle of the sword Dao. Moreover, he also knew why Lin Ling was so confident and dared to face his sword. It was because he was Lin Ling. "Follow me." The dragon spirit then spoke to Lin Ling and strode forward. The crowd was confused when they saw this scene. However, they knew that the two of them were top experts. No one was qualified to ask what they wanted to do. "Brother!" The young man shouted as if he was worried about his brother. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. He never expected that the mysterious phoenix spirit would defeat his brother. "You go back first." The dragon spirit turned to look at the young man and suddenly smiled. The smile shocked the young man. His brother actually smiled? One had to know that his brother was obsessed with the sword Dao and did not care about the world. He cut off all friendship and everything with his sword. He had not smiled for 30,000 years. At this moment, the young man seemed to see the scene of him and his brother becoming stronger when they were young. "I'll be back." The dragon spirit continued to move forward but left behind a sentence. "Okay, I'll wait for my brother." The young man was extremely excited and his eyes were moist. He suddenly had a feeling that his brother's sword Dao seemed to have been sublimated and stepped into a new realm. Only such a brother was like the big brother who had protected him back then. Lin Ling noticed this and smiled. He did not know what the dragon spirit had comprehended, but he knew that the dragon spirit's realm was about to step into a new realm. The two of them arrived at a restaurant. The dragon spirit chased everyone away and then invited Lin Ling to sit down. Throughout the entire process, it was neither arrogant nor humble. It had the arrogance that a swordsman should have. Your sword is very arrogant, like a lonely peak. However, this sword has a flaw, and that is loneliness. Now, you seem to understand that the sword is all things. It can be a gust of wind, a grain of sand, or even a cloud in the sky. Lin Ling said casually after sitting down. That's right. I used to think that there was only the sword in the world, and nothing could move me. But now, I feel that everything is a sword, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword. The dragon spirit said with a smile. He was originally gloomy, but his smile was quite clean. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Lin Ling, your sword Dao is different from many swordsmen. However, you have the heart of the sword and the principles of a swordsman. Because I am not a pure swordsman, but I am also a swordsman. Just like you said, all things are swords, and the sword is in my heart. Everywhere is a sword." Lin Ling picked up the wine pot on the table, poured a cup for the dragon spirit, and then said. Although it was the first time he and the dragon spirit met, because of the similarity of their sword Dao, they had a feeling of regret that they had not met earlier, and this feeling was hard to explain. It was like an intuition. In fact, when Lin Ling first met the dragon spirit, he had this feeling. "You should be here for the record of the 8 gods." After drinking a mouthful of wine, the dragon spirit laughed and Lin Ling nodded. The record of the 8 gods is in the core of the city, which is the Jiu Tong. At present, many experts are comprehending the record of the 8 gods, trying to find the next host of the world will. However, this record is more complicated than the one on the 7th floor, so over the years, the progress has been very slow. The dragon spirit continued. "I wonder what experts there are in this city?" Lin Ling asked. "There are many experts, led by Lord Ning, the city lord of E-City, Xianxia, and other experts. At present, Xianxia is the only person who is most familiar with the record of the 8 gods. Moreover, other than Lord Ning, there is another god in the city, and his name is Emperor God Zhonggang. The great god of the spirit nation had a battle and was suppressed here. The great god of the spirit nation wanted the Steel Slayer god Emperor to join the spirit nation." "Emperor God Zhonggang? You know him?" "Yes." The dragon spirit was indeed worthy of his high status. He knew a lot of information, which benefited Lin Ling a lot. What surprised him was that Emperor God Zhonggang was also here. Things were more troublesome than he had imagined. Emperor God Zhonggang was one of the few gods that Lin Ling knew. Back then, in the Starry Sky Forest, one of the 7 great forbidden grounds in the 9 regions, Lin Ling saw him awaken with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was in conflict with the Duan clan, and it was Emperor God Zhonggang who helped him out. Later, Emperor God Zhonggang came to find Lin Ling and told Lin Ling how powerful the scabbard on Lin Ling's back was. Now that Emperor God Zhonggang was trapped, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing. Does the Spirit Nation know about the record of the 8 gods on the 7th level? Then, Lin Ling asked again. Yes, and it's not a secret in the Spirit Nation. That host is one of the 4 great gods, right? The dragon spirit nodded. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned even uglier. He thought that this secret was only known to him, but now it seemed that many people knew about it. Oh right, is there anyone from the 9 regions void in your Spirit Nation? Lin Ling asked again. Yes. Over the years, our Spirit Nation seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In fact, we have been attacking the strongest experts in the 9 regions. There are many of our people among you challengers. Moreover, in the Spirit Nation, there was a lord who said that you were also from the Spirit Nation. As the dragon spirit spoke, it looked at Lin Ling seriously. I am not from the Spirit Nation, nor am I from the 4 great gods. I am a man who fights for his family. Lin Ling smiled. Naturally, he knew why the dragon spirit said this. That was because Lord Ning had left a power of the Spirit Nation in his body, so it thought that Lin Ling was still under the control of the Spirit Nation. Wait, I will tell you the secret message of the dragon spirit's identity. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the dragon spirit smiled and was even more curious about this legendary man. Lin Ling was extremely famous in the 9 regions void, no, even in the Spirit Nation. He was the idol of many experts of the younger generation and was also an indomitable hero. However, not many people had seen Lin Ling. He, Feng, had heard of him for a long time. Lin Ling had said that he was not from the 4 great gods, but a man who fought for his family. This made him understand that Lin Ling was also a responsible man. If you tell me your identity, what if the Spirit Nation finds out? Lin Ling also regarded the dragon spirit as a friend, so he asked worriedly. After he finished speaking, he imparted everything he knew to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I know you're here for the record of the 8 gods. However, be careful. There are many experts gathered on this island. One wrong move could affect the whole group. The dragon spirit stood up and said solemnly. Lin Ling nodded and watched the dragon spirit leave. Then, he drank his wine. If he wanted the record of the 8 gods, he would have to enter the Spirit Nation's lair. At that time, he would have to face countless experts. Moreover, he had to help Emperor God Zhonggang. This is more troublesome than I thought. At this time, Nan Wufingyu walked in and sat down. He drank his wine and looked at Lin Ling. Yes, the main thing is Emperor God Zhonggang. Lin Ling sighed. He felt that it wouldn't be difficult to get the record of the 8 gods. However, it wouldn't be easy to save Emperor God Zhonggang. You should save him. If it's just one thing, we can solve it and leave. Unfortunately, if it's 2 things, the Spirit Nation will be in turmoil. All the experts will come out and target us. Nan Wufingyu sighed. Although he didn't know Emperor God Zhonggang, he heard that this expert was personally dealt with by the great god of the Spirit Nation. This showed the opponent's strength. Grandpa Treasure God, can you suppress Lord Ning? Suddenly, Lin Ling looked at Nan Wufingyu and asked. Yes. Nan Wufingyu nodded immediately. Good, Grandpa Treasure God will be in charge of restraining Lord Ning. I'll save him. Lin Ling stood up. Among the experts of the Spirit Kingdom that he knew, the only one he was wary of was Lord Ning. With Treasure God Nan Wufingyu restraining him, Lin Ling was confident that he could fight against the others even if they were strong. It's time to settle the grudge between us. Nan Wufingyu also stood up. He knew that the spy mission was over. Soon, there would be a storm in the Spirit Nation, because he and Lin Ling, these 2 experts, would turn this place upside down. Giant Ghost, it's time to settle the grudge between you and Evil Ghost. Lin Ling turned to the giant ghost and said. Yes, it's time to settle it. The giant ghost also floated up. A hint of battle intent appeared in its fierce eyes. Lin Ling, I reckon that there might be something the evil spirits want in the notes of the 8 gods on this level. That's why Xianxia hasn't announced who the next host is. He wants to use the time to obtain the item in the notes of the 8 gods. The giant ghost looked at Lin. I'll leave it to you, Xianxia. Leave. Han. Lin Ling strode out of the inn. He knew that there was no time to lose. It was time to make his move. This was a special feature of the island. There were countless roads that extended in all directions. It was like a giant maze. These alleys were so big that one couldn't see the end of them. It was like a kingdom. In these alleys, there were people going in and out. They were all wearing white robes. They were like groups of guards. From time to time, they would make complicated seals. When a mysterious light appeared in front of them, they would continue to move forward. Obviously, even these people who walked in the alleys all year round would get lost if they didn't have the corresponding method. They couldn't fly through the sky, so they could only follow the alleys. Feng told me before that the record of the 8 gods is at the center of these alleys. At this moment, in a corner of the street, Lin Ling and the others stood in front of a road that led to the alleys. They frowned as they looked ahead. The layout of these alleys is like an ancient array. It's constantly changing. We have to be careful not to get lost. Nan Wufingyu nodded. My soul force is blocked. This array is really powerful. It seems like we can only use the corresponding method to enter. After Lin Ling checked a bit, he led the group into the alleys. Then, according to his memory, he made a complicated seal. The path in front of them became clear. Where this path led to, whether it was a dead end or not, all of this appeared before Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine that if the dragon spirit didn't tell Lin Ling the method to enter, they would have been trapped here. This way. Then, Lin Ling took the lead and moved forward. The journey was smooth, and they finally passed through the previous alley. However, there was another entrance to the alley. This was because the 9 alleys were like a huge spider web in the middle of the island, and there were a total of 999 entrances. At this moment, another group walked in. They were all wearing white cloaks and were even more mysterious. They expressionlessly walked to the left and gradually disappeared into the alleys. Lin Ling, what's wrong? Nan Wufingyu couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Ling's solemn expression. It's her. Lin Ling stared ahead with a complicated expression. When he saw Nan Wufingyu's puzzled expression, he said word by word, because I'm very familiar with a certain cultivation method that she cultivates. So, I'm sure that she's Luli Empress. Luli Empress? Nan Wufingyu was shocked. Could it be that she's already a member of the Spirit Kingdom? But why? Luli Empress's status in Eugene was not low. She was highly valued by Eugene. With her status and strength, there was no need for her to join the Spirit Kingdom. Because of me. Lin Ling clearly guessed something and solemnly said, because she wants to defeat me and Eugene can't help her with this. So, she joined the Spirit Kingdom and made a deal with them in exchange for more power. I see. It seems that the dragon spirit was right. Many of the 4 great gods have secretly joined the Spirit Nation. Nan Wufingyu exclaimed, shocked by the methods of the great gods. Right now, there are many who have secretly joined the Spirit Kingdom, but they are still hiding. Right now, the 9 continents is filled with vicissitudes. Lin Ling also sighed. He wanted to stop the world's will from destroying the world, but this was clearly very difficult, extremely difficult. Let's go. Shaking his head, Lin Ling knew that the most important thing right now was to find the 8 gods' diary and the Steel Slayer Emperor. He led Nan Wufingyu forward through the alleys, turning left and right. After an unknown amount of time, the walls in front of them quietly changed color with a gentle white light. We've reached the core. The map left behind by the dragon spirit appeared in Lin Ling's mind, so his battle intent quietly boiled. Lin Ling, you go. If there are experts coming, I'll stop them for you. Nan Wufingyu said to Lin Ling, his body also emitting battle intent. Grandpa Treasure God, be careful. If the Steel Slayer Emperor is rescued, remember to bring him away. If I don't come out, then don't worry about me. Lin Ling said, then left through the alleys. Looking at Lin Ling, who was walking along the ancient wall that was emitting white light, he knew in his heart that the map that Maple had left him had reached the limit, because Maple had not gone through the rest of the road. Putting on a white cloak, Lin Ling's pace did not stop. Who is it? Just as he turned the corner, 3 people wearing white cloaks suddenly walked out from the wall. They looked at Lin Ling suspiciously and said in a low voice, "Who is approaching the Coolwood Palace?" So this core was called the Coolwood Palace. However, Lin Ling did not speak, and looked at them indifferently. Kill. Kill. The 3 people spat out killing intent, and like a gust of wind, they flew towards Lin Ling at an extremely fast speed, bang bang bang. However, Lin Ling still stood in place, and stretched out his palms, and then clapped them left and right, and then blocked above his head. In the blink of an eye, the 3 people's joint attack was blocked, and one of the old hands was caught by Lin Ling. This person was the last to attack, but Lin Ling also blocked his attack. Moreover, his palm was caught by Lin Ling, and he felt a terrible power surging towards him, as if it was going to burst his palm. But Lan Langjun. Kill. At this time, white light flowed out of the light wall, and this white light seemed to rush out of the water, and then turned into a white divine dog half the height of a person, and then quietly turned into a human. This person was also wearing a white robe and a cloak, and was very mysterious. Yes. Kill. Lin Ling also replied indifferently. Although he did not know who this Lan Langjun was, he wanted to sneak into the Coolwood Palace, so he had to randomly identify him. I've been waiting for you for a long time, you're really slow. Could it be that a beautiful woman came to the island and made you forget to go back? Kill. Hearing Lin Ling's words, that person suddenly laughed, but also cautiously said, "Your dragon spirit's secret language?" Kill. Hearing this, Lin Ling secretly cursed, because every dragon spirit's secret code was different. If this person was very familiar with that idiot called Lan Langjun, then he would definitely know that he was a fake, but now that things had come to this, Lin Ling had no choice but to bite the bullet. He used his realm essence to carve out complicated runes in front of him. Fortunately, the person in front of him could only recognize the dragon spirit's secret language. He couldn't recognize Lan Langjun's dragon spirit secret language. Therefore, he didn't suspect Lin Ling. Instead, he was much more polite to Lin Ling. "Let's go, Inugami has been waiting for us for a long time." After which, he took the lead and walked forward. The others cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling before following after him. Thank goodness. Behind them, Lin Ling secretly nodded. Although he also knew that if he wanted to obtain the 8 gods' notes, it would be unavoidable for a big battle to happen, but it was obviously better for this kind of big battle to happen after obtaining the notes. Following these people, they arrived in front of a light wall. The person transformed by the white dog suddenly spat out the spirit nation's language. After those runes formed by realm essence smashed into the light wall, the light on the light wall immediately receded like a tide. Next, the 4 people strode forward. Coolwood Palace, this is my first time here. If not for Brother Inugami leading the way, we wouldn't know how to get in. Brother Inugami has been to the palace several times, and he is second to none among the dragon spirits. The 3 people following behind seemed to be very excited. After all, without the permission of the people in the Coolwood Palace, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter, even dragon spirits couldn't. Listening to their conversation, Lin Ling nodded slightly, and expressionlessly entered the light wall. The interior of the light wall was no longer filled with alleys. Instead, it was more like a huge garden with divine trees everywhere. Lin Ling even saw a few indigo spirit flowers planted in the flower bed. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that the color was somewhat different. It seemed to be the ordinary type of indigo spirit flowers, but thinking about it, they were also very precious, as they could greatly improve a martial artist's talent. That is a copper-rich fruit. And that is a luo wan tree. I didn't expect this garden to be a treasure trove. Lin Ling's eyes under the cloak were looking around, and his heart was also shocked. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the divine flowers and divine fruits in this garden were rare existences in the 9 continents. If not for Lin Ling having his own purpose, he really wanted to rob this place clean. Following the 3 people all the way, Lin Ling also noticed that the direction had changed, because according to his estimation, the 8 gods' records were at the core, but these 3 people were walking to the side, obviously to see the dog god. Therefore, Lin Ling also planned to separate from these people. A golden flame floated out, falling on the last 2 people, and instantly burned them. You, Lan Langjun, what are you doing? This sudden change was also noticed by the two people in front, and they both turned around, their faces full of shock. The person who led Lin Ling in, at this moment, took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face, and angrily shouted, "Lan Langjun, I already knew that you wanted to betray the dog god, so it is true. Don't tell me you want to worship the newly promoted holy spirits. Have you forgotten how well the dog god treated you, really? Lan Langjun, you are ungrateful." The other person also scolded. Lin Ling was speechless. Until now, these people still did not know that he was an imposter. However, he already had the intention to kill, so let these two people die knowing. He slowly took off his cloak, revealing his original appearance. With Lin Ling's current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to hide his aura from these people. Unless he took off his cloak, these people would not be able to recognize him. "I am not Lan Langjun." After taking off his cloak, Lin Ling said coldly. "I know, you have changed, you are not the Lan Langjun of the past, you changed too quickly." However, what made Lin Ling speechless was that the two people still thought that Lin Ling was Lan Langjun, and they were filled with righteous indignation. Lin Ling shook his head, too lazy to talk nonsense. Crackle. One must know that before he went to Eternal Kingdom, he could already defeat a dragon spirit expert, let alone now. Ah. The person who was being ravaged by the lightning let out a painful cry, and was finally ravaged into powder. "Lei? You are not Lan Langjun." "Ah." The last person finally reacted. "When did I say that I was? However, you seem to know a lot of things, become my citizen." Lin Ling sneered, controlling the human king's flame to drown this person, but this person's strength was amazing. He actually turned into a white divine dog, as if sinking into water, slowly disappearing into the ground. "Want to leave?" "Ah." Seeing that the other party was able to rush out of the control of the human king's flame, Lin Ling also cut the weeds by the roots. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, and he threw it forward. Poochie! Under the ground, blood spurted out, and Lin Ling sensed that this person's life force had dissipated. Along the way, he didn't encounter anyone. Gradually, a huge square entrance appeared in front of him. Judging from the appearance of the entrance, it seemed to lead to the underground. However, Lin Ling estimated that he was now close to the center of the island. Therefore, it was very likely that the record of the 8 gods was in the underground palace. Without further ado, Lin Ling immediately moved forward. However, at this moment, a hissing sound was heard, causing Lin Ling to stop in his tracks. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a blue snake as thick as an arm hanging above the entrance of the underground palace. It looked at Lin Ling and flicked its tongue. Its eyes seemed to have a spirit. Swoosh, the next moment, the blue snake shot over. Its speed was so fast that it had reached the speed of 100,000 worlds. Lin Ling was shocked. However, since he had practiced martial arts until now, he had already fought countless battles. Therefore, he subconsciously raised his sword to block the attack. Then, a crisp sound was heard, and a powerful force pushed Lin Ling back. The grass on the ground splashed in all directions like arrows. This beast is so powerful. Wow! Lin Ling was shocked. He could feel that the blue snake, which seemed to be as thick as an arm, had a physical strength of 300,000 worlds. Could it be that this was an archaic species? Moreover, the blue snake was also a spirit. After its first attack failed, it took a detour to attack. Like an arrow, it flew past the tyrannical song sword and shot toward Lin Ling from the side. Luai's real body. Boom! Seeing this, Lin Ling grew a pair of wings on his back, and the power of lightning bloomed all over his body. Crackle! When the blue snake approached Lin Ling, it was immediately ravaged by the white lightning. Its whole body twitched, and its speed slowed down. However, the snake was also powerful. It was not killed by the lightning. After retreating, it disappeared in the garden. Lin Ling knew that the blue snake hadn't left yet. It was looking for a fatal blow, so Lin Ling didn't want to waste any more time with it. Everything was set on finding the record of the 8 gods. Immediately, he flew towards the entrance of the underground palace. When the blue snake saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, it immediately revealed itself and pounced towards Lin Ling. In midair, the snake's body, which was originally as thick as an arm, suddenly changed. The snake's head actually became more than 10 meters wide and bit towards Lin Ling as if it wanted to devour Lin Ling. Bodhivajra. Lin Ling roared angrily. A green light appeared on his left hand. Vajra descends, rumble, a palm hit the huge snake's head, forming a terrible storm of power. The entire Coldwood Palace seemed to be shaken. The huge blue snake was also sent flying by Lin Ling's fierce palm. Looking at Lin Ling, he used the momentum to rush into the entrance of the underground palace. After arriving, Lin Ling didn't stop and quickly rushed forward. He estimated that the previous turmoil had attracted the attention of some people. Pay attention. Damn snake. If I wasn't pressed for time, I would have cut you in half with my sword. Thinking of the blue snake from before, Lin Ling secretly cursed. The passages in the underground palace also extended in all directions, but they weren't as chaotic as the alleys, so they couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Moreover, the passages and corridors also had many barriers and mysterious monitoring methods, but they were still ineffective against Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could be called a god. Naturally, it was easy for him to crack other people's divine abilities. What happened? Instead, there was a voice in front of him, followed by a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, several experts appeared in front of Lin Ling. Liang Palace, what happened? When these people saw Lin Ling, they immediately frowned and asked. Their strength was at the peak of the martial god realm, and they had divine fetuses below the 5th grade. Someone has invaded Liang Palace. My lords, please go and take a look. Yes. Lin Ling said without hesitation. Let's go and take a look. Yes. These people didn't think much. They passed by Lin Ling and immediately rushed into the distance. Crackle, however, just as they passed by Lin Ling, a violent thunderbolt wreaked havoc in the entire corridor. Bang. Bang. Bang, the people from before also fell down one by one, killed by the thunderbolt. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. He continued to move forward because he knew that after the battle, these people would definitely come to stop him. So, he killed as many as he could. The same thing happened again. Without a doubt, they were all killed by Lin Ling. Unknowingly, Lin Ling gradually reached the core of the underground palace. A huge hall began to appear in front of him. The hall was filled with white light, and it gave off a sacred and majestic feeling. Lin Ling, I sense the evil spirit. Beside Lin Ling, the giant ghost, who had been silent all this time, said anxiously, also, he has sensed me. If that's the case, then there's no need to hide anything. The records of the 8 gods have arrived. Lightning and fire appeared in Lin Ling's eyes. He sped up and shot toward the hall in the distance. At that moment, the grand hall was filled with people. They were all looking at an ancient stone tablet that was 10 meters tall. On the stone tablet, there were many complex inscriptions carved on it. There were also a few people scattered around the stone tablet. Mysterious inscriptions floated in front of them as if they were comprehending something. Ancient divine language floated out of their mouths. It was obvious that they were comprehending the records of the 8 gods. There was a rumble just now. It seems that something has happened in the Liang Palace. Someone suddenly said. His words caused the grand hall to become inexplicably silent. Also, the people I sent to investigate have all disappeared. It's very strange. I'm afraid that someone has broken into the underground palace. Someone else said. The people we sent should be dead. The person who broke in is very powerful. There are so many gods on the island, but he managed to sneak in without anyone noticing. He must have a powerful background. A cold voice rang out. It was a tall woman, and her words seemed to have absolute authority, causing many people to look at her with a hint of reverence. This was because she was the spirit nation's new divine spirit, Luli Empress. No need to guess. I know who he is. Luli Empress had just finished speaking when a man whose entire body was transparent, even his hair was transparent, laughed coldly. He suddenly looked at the surrounding entrances and said slowly, Trial taker Lin Ling is here. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire grand hall seemed to explode. This was because everyone in the spirit nation knew of this legendary figure. It was said that this person was one of the 8 new gods. Even the great gods of the spirit nation knew of this name, therefore, they would never have thought that this legendary hero would actually come to the island and barge into this place. As expected of the representative of the 9 states, Lin Ling. An old man said with admiration. He recalled how Lin Ling had interrupted the revival of the great gods in the spirit nation in the Spirit Light City. He knew that this was one of the four great gods. Lin Ling. Luli Empress's eyes trembled. She was shocked by Lin Ling's terrifying strength. The man held a huge sword in his hand, and an evil spirit floated on his shoulder. His eyes were filled with evil charm as he looked at everyone, under his gaze. As long as one was weak, they lowered their heads. Their hearts were like thunder, roaring unceasingly. They all guessed that this person should be Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name was too sharp for many people. They had heard of him for a long time, and today, they finally met him in person. Moreover, they did not expect Lin Ling to arrive at the main hall so quickly. Long time no see, Xianxia. A calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing a symbolic blue and white robe. New God Lin Ling. In the crowd, Xianxia already knew that Lin Ling had arrived, so he stared at Lin Ling with an evil smile. His eyes were bloodthirsty. At the same time, Luli Empress also looked at Lin Ling. Compared to Xianxia's evil smile, her face was full of shock. Luli Empress, you didn't expect me to come, did you? Lin Ling also looked at Luli Empress, and the killing intent and battle intent in his eyes were boiling. It was because he had two enemies here. Indeed, I didn't expect it. After all, the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Moreover, even if you can enter, finding this island in the sea is like finding a needle in a haystack, let alone reaching the underground palace. Luli Empress said with a smile, of course, if it was someone else, I would definitely think that it was a dream. But for you, Li Xiaoyao, anything is possible. Boom, as soon as she finished speaking, her body exploded with boundary energy, and the entire underground palace shook. It was time for her and Lin Ling's grudge to end. Lin Ling, give me your life. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, Luli Empress had already made her move. She turned into a cloud of black smoke, and quickly shot towards Lin Ling. In midair, a claw appeared, showing off its sharpness. Luli Empress. Thunder wings appeared behind Lin Ling. The 8 wings made him look like a thunder god. With a slight movement, he disappeared from the spot. With a sword in hand, it was as if he owned the world. The two seemed far away, but in the blink of an eye, they clashed. Rumble, at the center of the large hall, 2 figures were anxiously fighting. Their bodies were surrounded by a sea urchin-like ripple of world essence. It was extremely terrifying. Crash. Large amounts of rubble rained down from the roof of the main hall. However, the main hall was filled with a white light and was incomparably sturdy. After all, this place was protected by the records of the 8 gods. Naturally, the defense was incomparably strong. It was personally set up by the great god of the spirit kingdom. Seeing the two of them clashing, the gods of the spirit nation looked extremely serious. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared. Luli Empress's speed was incomparably fast, as if darkness had invaded. Her claws were shining with the light of a black lotus, and she kept suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was retreating. However, as he waved his sword, it was as if the wind and rain could not penetrate it. Therefore, although he seemed to be retreating, he was actually safe and sound. Li Xiaoyao, die. Suddenly, Luli Empress appeared behind Lin Ling, and a claw viciously swiped at Lin Ling. The claw was like a blooming black lotus, very mysterious. Looking closely, there were 2 Luli Empress, one in front and one behind, sandwiching Lin Ling. Not only was the claw fast, but the divine energy was also incomparably ferocious. It was the black divine energy, as if it was the first darkness in the world. Bang, Lin Ling did not have time to react. His back was immediately hit by the claw, which made him feel as if he had been attacked by lightning. However, before this feeling faded, another claw came from his chest. With a bang, Lin Ling's body began to fly backward. Li Xiaoyao, the fetters of our previous life, and the grudges of this life, should be settled. As Lin Ling was flying backward, suddenly, a huge palm came from above Lin Ling's head. Clang, Lin Ling raised his sword to block. At the moment of collision, his white lightning on the sword spewed out in all directions. However, just as the huge palm collided with the sky, another claw came from behind and hit Lin Ling again, causing blood to flow from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. Li Xiaoyao, there is a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you barged in. At the same time, 3 shadows of Luli Empress appeared and surrounded Lin Ling. These shadows had the strength of the peak of the martial god realm and were incomparably terrifying. This holy spirit is so strong. Seeing Luli Empress storm-like attacks, everyone was scared pale. They finally understood why the spirit nation valued Luli Empress so much. Rumble. In the end, Lin Ling was blasted backward and smashed into the wall in the distance, causing the white light on the wall to ripple like water waves. When Lin Ling was first sent flying, Luli Empress used the divine battle technique. In a short period of time, she attacked 356 million times. Lin Ling was simply unable to fight back. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. He obviously did not expect Luli Empress to hate Lin Ling so much that she used such a terrifying killing move the moment they met. Boom. However, at this moment, there was a roar. A huge door suddenly appeared behind Luli Empress, who was standing on the ground. Then, the door slammed into her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? That's Lin Ling? Everyone was shocked. First, they looked at the wall in the distance and saw that the white light was still rippling like water. Then, a human figure appeared. However, Lin Ling had disappeared. Then, they looked at the position where Luli Empress was standing before. There stood a man, holding a sword with both hands and swinging it as if he was swinging a huge axe. Of course, this figure was like a reflection on the surface of the water. It gradually blurred and finally disappeared. It was an afterimage. They saw that above Luli Empress, who was sent flying, a figure appeared. He swung a huge sword that was as big as a door and slammed it down. Looking at his majestic appearance, it was as if he was a god who created the world. Boom. When the ferocious sword slammed into Luli Empress, she was smashed to the ground. She even bounced a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood again. A huge crack appeared on the white light curtain on the ground. It was at least 10 meters wide. Ka ka ka. However, there was a sound immediately. The 10-meter-wide crack sank again. It gradually reached 50 meters and finally 100 meters. The appearance of such a white crack was like a huge spider web. It was undoubtedly very dazzling in the majestic palace. Ah! The deities of the Spirit Nation exclaimed. This was because the divine light that the deities of the Spirit Nation had set up was also cracked. Lin Ling's attack power was too terrifying. Bang! Almost at the same time, Lin Ling floated down from a corner of the palace. He wiped the blood from his mouth and revealed a cold smile. That can't be. Could it be that the previous intense battle was just a warm-up? Just a warm-up and they're already so ferocious. If they were to really fight, I'm afraid this island would be destroyed. Moreover, Luli Empress had suppressed Lin Ling and left Lin Ling in a difficult situation. But very quickly, Lin Ling returned the favor. TSK, they're evenly matched. Of course, they're the 8 new gods of this generation. The experts of Spirit Nation exclaimed as they felt that their horizons had been broadened. Clap clap clap. At this time, Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Wonderful, wonderful." In today's 9 states, other than the 4 great gods, the 8 new gods are the strongest. Therefore, to be able to see the battle between the new gods has benefited me greatly. Only he knew that the previous confrontation between Lin Ling and Luli Empress was, in fact, just a warm-up. Perhaps it could be said that they were probing each other. It wasn't a real battle to the death. Moreover, the injuries they suffered were only minor injuries, because Xianxia knew very well that the two of them were definitely not as weak as he had imagined. Lin Ling, you spent so much effort to come here for the record of the 8 gods, right? Subsequently, Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled as he looked at the huge stone tablet behind Xianxia. Unless I'm lost, I'm probably here for that thing. Straightforward, I like honest people. But do you think you can obtain the record of the 8 gods in front of so many experts of Spirit Nation? Xianxia was still smiling. He played with his fingernails and said, perhaps, if you can't obtain the record of the 8 gods, you might die here. Perhaps I'm a person who likes to court death. Anyway, if you don't try, how do you know if you'll succeed? Lin Ling shrugged and said casually. Then go ahead and try. Now, you can make your move because the record of the 8 gods is right behind me. I guarantee that I won't stop you. Xianxia stared at Lin Ling, his battle intent boiling. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely not be able to escape today. Not to mention Lily Empress and him, the sacred spirit. Even Lord Ning wouldn't let Lin Ling leave Spirit Nation. There were only two choices left for Lin Ling. One was to join the Spirit Nation. 2. Die. Come, if you want the record of the 8 gods, I can give it to you. Then, Xianxia walked to the record of the 8 gods, as if he was righteous enough to give of the record of the 8 gods. However, Lin Ling didn't move. Instead, he furrowed his brows. Ha ha ha, trial taker Lin Ling, you were so domineering in the past. You were famous in Jiuzhou and Spirit Nation. But now, you've become so timid. Is this still Lin Ling? Seeing that Lin Ling didn't move, Xianxia suddenly laughed wildly. The other deities of Spirit Nation sneered. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling's strength, they also knew that since Lin Ling had come to Spirit Nation's lair, he wouldn't be able to return. I'm just waiting. While everyone was laughing, Lin Ling slowly put away the tyrannical song sword and retracted the Luai's real form, returning to his original appearance. However, this made everyone think that Lin Ling had given up and didn't dare to move. Wait. What a nice way to put it. At this time, Lily Empress also said, Li Xiaoyao, I know you too well. You're not waiting. Instead, you're estimating the strength of both sides and whether it's worth it. Unfortunately, you've estimated that with so many of us here, it's impossible for you to get the record of the 8 gods. You know that outside the underground palace, Lord Ning should be on his way. So, you're just waiting because you're afraid. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and remained silent. Lin Ling, stop trying to be mysterious. I've said that the record of the 8 gods is right there. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Let's see if you dare to take it. If you keep silent, it doesn't mean that you'll be safe. Xianxia also smiled and said calmly. Then, seeing that Lin Ling still didn't move, he knew that Lin Ling didn't dare to make a move. So, he decided to make a move. However, just as he was about to make a move, suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the underground palace and shook the entire island. Wang, wang, wang. The Liang Palace was shaking. Large amounts of rubble fell from the roof of the main hall, giving everyone a fright. What's going on? Luli Empress frowned, because the previous explosion made her realize that it was an attack from a god. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. It could be said that the entire island had been destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. However, the explosions didn't stop. Instead, they grew louder. The entire island was in chaos, as though it was facing an apocalyptic catastrophe. At almost the same time, Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. On his body, the first stage of the innate talent fusion quietly appeared. Countless tentacles swayed behind him, as though a demon had descended from the underground palace. I've been waiting for him. A furious roar erupted from Lin Ling's mouth. Whoosh, Lin Ling shot towards the 8 gods' celestial palace, his speed incomparably fast. At this time, Xianxia also woke up from the explosion. He looked around and immediately saw a monster pouncing towards the record of the 8 gods. How dare you? He roared and rushed forward, wanting to stop Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had already fused the innate talent fusion, so a dragon claw swept over. Xianxia didn't even have to use his full strength, so a dragon claw easily smashed into his face. His face contorted, and he was sent flying. As he flew backward, he glared angrily at Lin Ling. I, Lin Ling, will gladly accept your gift. Lin Ling didn't stop. Instead, he sped up and rushed towards the record of the 8 gods, then slammed the giant ghost on his shoulder into the stone tablet. Giant ghost, go. Leave them to me. Lin Ling, thank you. The giant ghost blended into the stone tablet like a tadpole, causing the entire stone tablet to shake. When Lin Ling said to wait, he was indeed waiting. However, he was waiting for Treasure God Grandpa to make a move. Because once Treasure God Nanwufingyu made a move, it meant that he was already suppressing Lord Ning. At that time, Lin Ling could also make a move. Lin Ling's enemy wasn't Lord Ning, but the group of people in the underground palace. Moreover, with Treasure God Nanwufingyu's interference, all the experts on the island were attracted, which gave Lin Ling enough time. Therefore, he was waiting for this moment, for Treasure God Nanwufingyu to blow the battle horn. A bloody battle with the spirit nation, now under the battle horn, had completely kicked off. Xianxia, stop him immediately. He wants the will of worry in the stone tablet. A giant ghost floated out from Xianxia's body and roared at Lin Ling. This evil ghost obviously sensed something. On the stone tablet, Lin Ling revealed a smile. After his dragon claws danced slightly, he looked at the sky and slapped out, rumble. When his palm slapped out, Xia's figure also appeared. He punched out, maintaining the posture of colliding with Lin Ling's palm, thump. Thump. However, the strange thing was that Lin Ling felt his heart beating violently. The frequency was so fast that it actually reached 100 million beats per second. This was also a terrifying frequency. If an ordinary person's heart beats so fast, their body would have already exploded. However, Lin Ling had the dragon heart, which was incomparably tough. You want to shatter my heart? Unfortunately, your strength is still a little weak. Bang! Behind Lin Ling, a huge tail swept out like a large knife. If one looked carefully, this was a sharp dragon tail. Seeing this, Xianxia had no choice but to dodge the attack and retreat. His expression was ferocious. He knew that he had been tricked, because Lin Ling did not come here alone. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. Kill. While retreating, Xianxia also shouted at the crowd. Everyone also reacted, and all of them erupted with powerful jiayuan. Then, they looked at Lin Ling who was on the stone tablet and pounced. Profound book. Bang! An old man waved his right hand, and bamboo slips turned into stairs, sweeping towards Lin Ling. These bamboo slips were extremely powerful, layer upon layer, as if forming a winding path to heaven around Lin Ling. Little Kunlun, go! Bang! Lin Ling stood on the stone tablet, majestic. He stretched out his left hand, and a black tide surged out, then turned into countless vines that surged out. Rise! Bang! When the old man saw this, he opened his hands and the heavenly road around Lin Ling dispersed, turning into bamboo slips that fluttered in the air. It was a very beautiful sight. What a powerful divine fetus! Lin Ling knew that he could no longer hold on to the stone tablet, so he leaped up and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Killing intent and demonic aura roared as he pounced towards the old man. This was because he could sense that the old man's divine embryo was not weak, reaching the 6th rank. Moreover, there was a rhythm of the great Tao that seemed to draw one into the world of the Sea of Books. However, the old man's body was not strong. Clang! Clang! The tyrannical song sword danced in the air, cutting down the incoming bamboo slips. At the same time, Lin Ling arrived in front of the old man in an instant and slashed down with his sword. This divine embryo of yours is very remarkable, but are you really so strong? When the old man heard Lin Ling's cold voice, his pupils widened, because his divine embryo was indeed very strong. However, he was not comparable to the other martial god realm experts. His body was very weak, even weaker than an ordinary person. Whoosh, blood gushed out as the old man was cut into 2 halves. Kill him. Looking back at Xianxia, he had already reached the stone tablet. The evil ghost appeared in his right hand, and then he ruthlessly slapped it into the record of the 8 gods. The record of the 8 gods contained the will of worry. This was a will that was sealed in the stone tablet, so it had no consciousness, but it could be devoured by other wills. Originally, the evil ghost had wanted to devour it, but it was cautious, so it slowly comprehended it. After all, it did not expect Lin Ling to bring the giant ghost to this island. Now that the giant ghost had entered the stone tablet, it had no other choice but to fight with all its might. Giant ghost, it's up to you. Lin Ling knew that he could not hold on to the stone tablet, so the battle inside the stone tablet depended on the giant ghost. Lin Ling, give me your life. A transparent palm slapped down. Xianxia had made his move. This person had 2 innate talents, and his divine embryo had reached the 8th rank. He was about to have the divine embryo of a mid-god. In addition, his cultivation realm was that of a low god, and now he had unleashed all his strength to kill Lin Ling here. In addition to this expert, Luli Empress was also eyeing Lin Ling covetously, so now he was facing an ambush from all sides. Bang, 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 Lin Ling's sword collided with Xianxia, and his heart was immediately affected, beating 10 billion times in an instant. His heart being affected by Xianxia had undoubtedly weakened Lin Ling's battle strength. Almost at the same time, 6 figures arrived on black lotuses. At a closer look, these 6 figures were all wearing different clothes, but they all looked the same. It was Luli Empress. Now she had activated all 6 divine embryos, and she did not hide her cultivation anymore. She had unsealed her seal and reached the early stage of a low god. She obviously knew that if she did not use all her strength when facing a formidable enemy like Lin Ling, it would be underestimating Lin Ling and hurting herself. Rumble. Lin Ling was affected by Xianxia's heart and could not move at all. When Luli Empress's powerful attack arrived, his body immediately trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rumble. Deafening noises were constantly heard, and the entire hall seemed to be about to collapse. So powerful. Does 2 new gods have to join forces to suppress Lin Ling? The surrounding experts looked solemn as they searched for a fatal blow. Holy Spirit, let me help you. The more powerful people also attacked, and powerful divine energy blasted Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling was suppressed by Xianxia and Luli Empress, and now he was powerless to resist. Rumble. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling's body exploded and turned into countless pieces of black flesh and blood. He's dead. This scene caused everyone's pupils to dilate. Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the current generation, had fallen. They were in disbelief because Lin Ling was too powerful. How could he die in front of them? He's not dead yet. However, at this moment, Xianxia spoke with an unsightly expression on his face. Because he'd noticed Lin Ling's heartbeat. Lin Ling's explosion from before was actually just an attempt to escape. Gurgle. That was indeed the case. The scattered black flesh and blood flowed in a certain direction like water and turned into a black human figure. It was very terrifying. This was the resurrection of the chaotic body, chaotic, immortal and indestructible. Bang. Bang, bang. Rumbling ominous aura spread out like dark clouds, causing the entire hall to look like an ominous hall. The human figure that was constantly fusing gradually recovered its appearance. It was Lin Ling's appearance. His eyes seemed to be burning, filled with surging battle intent and killing intent. Lin Ling had expected this bloody battle before he came here, therefore, at this moment, it was all about killing. Rumble. The black skin began to retreat silently, and white lightning began to appear on Lin Ling's left shoulder. Then, golden flames appeared on Lin Ling's right shoulder. In the middle, a huge green Vajra appeared. Second stage. Lin Ling's voice became extremely domineering, as if he was the reincarnation of a divine king. Second stage. Roar. At this moment, 3 gods seemed to have appeared behind Lin Ling. They were the Lui's god with his sharp fangs, the human king's Dharma idol that could control the world, and the Vajra with his ferocious eyes. Bang. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the ground of the hall shook like waves. This was the power of 500,000 worlds and 1,500 strands of divine energy. This did not include Lin Ling's Lui's true form, great heavenly flame, and Bodhi-proof divine technique. Swoosh. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. He pounced on the crowd and grabbed with his hand. It was like the arm of a Vajra, and it carried the domineering power of lightning and flames. Stop him. Those people's expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling's speed was too fast. He appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Therefore, they resisted with all their might. However, Lin Ling's hand was simple and violent. It was like the hand of a Buddha. When it swept past, all the attacks were destroyed. Moreover, those experts were also turned into meat paste. So powerful. The people on the other side were so frightened that their eyes trembled. The new god Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, hand over your life. However, at this moment, a transparent figure appeared behind Lin Ling. It was like a stream of water, but also like a crystal. Then, a palm mixed with ferocious divine energy pressed down. It was Xianxia. However, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. His huge palm fiercely slapped out. Boom. At the moment of collision, the unstoppable force actually turned all the people near it into dust. So powerful? How is this possible? I have the strength of an early-stage lower deity. In the air, Xianxia maintained his posture of striking out with his palm. However, his pupils were also trembling. It was because he had already passed the most difficult great tribulation of the martial god realm. He was now a true deity. His world essence had already transformed into divine origin. However, such a vast amount of power was actually unable to injure Lin Ling. Of course, this was secondary. Most importantly, he discovered that his 10 billion heartbeats could not affect Lin Ling at all. He has 7 dantians. In addition to his powerful physical body, he has the strongest physical body in the 9 prefectures. Naturally, you won't be able to hurt him. At this moment, Luli Empress's voice drifted over. Looking at her expression, it was incomparably dignified. Lin Ling's 7 dantians and 7 divine embryos. Luli Empress also had 6 dantians and 6 divine embryos. Clearly, she was weaker than Lin Ling. Her only advantage was that her cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling's methods were incomparably powerful, and this made up for the gap between them. Physical body? I don't believe that your body can withstand my 100 billion heartbeats. Xianxia let out a roar. Both of his palms struck out in a frenzy. With every strike, the heartbeat of those people increased. Lord Sacred Spirit, don't. Lin Ling was not affected, but many people in the hall were. They held their hearts and cried out in pain. However, Xianxia ignored them. Thump thump thump. In the end, their hearts exploded one by one, and they died completely. Looking at Xianxia again, the heartbeat of his body had become tangible. It was like a circular sound wave that rippled through the entire hall. 100 billion heartbeats. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He sensed that his heart was also beginning to lose control. However, he did not stop. Instead, he killed everyone around him. He killed as many as he could to prevent those people from launching a sneak attack. 100 billion heartbeats is just an effect. Seeing Lin Ling crazily killing people, Luli Empress's eyes shone with a sharp light. Xianxia, on the other hand, was infuriated when he saw that Lin Ling was still killing people as if he didn't see him even in his divine fetus. Because in a short period of time, the originally packed hall was now left with only a dozen people. No matter what kind of powerhouse they were, even the dragon spirit, they could not withstand a single blow from Lin Ling. Moreover, they also sensed that outside the underground palace, the turmoil was even more terrifying. They feared that no one would come here in the near future. This meant that if they wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would depend on them. Lin Ling, you must die today. Thus, Luli Empress no longer held back. She activated all 6 divine embryos. A black coiling dragon rushed out, followed by the cry of a phoenix. Then, a black rock flapped its wings and floated behind Luli Empress, and this was not the end. A snake slithered out, supporting Luli Empress. Below the snake, black water flooded out, and a massive black turtle shell slowly emerged. Roar! Finally, a black qilin appeared. Looking at its bloodline, it was not much weaker than a baby qilin. 6 divine beasts. These divine beasts all had extraordinary origins. They were obtained from the god realm and were sealed in Luli Empress's dantian. Among the 6 divine beasts, Luli Empress was like a goddess. Her body shone with divine light, incomparably resplendent. Under this divine light, the white light around the hall began to melt like ice water. Luli Empress actually has 6 divine embryos. As expected of the divine spirit that can move even the great god of spirit nation. The remaining dozen or so people looked at the colored glaze empress with reverence and worship in their eyes. Xianxia, although your divine heart cannot kill him, it can restrain him. Now, continue to activate your divine embryos. I will kill him. Colored glaze empress also let out a clear and cold voice. Her eyes had unknowingly turned black. Although those long and narrow eyes were very beautiful, there was also a trace of ruthlessness in them. I, Xianxia, need your help? Xianxia was still activating 100 billion heartbeats. After hearing Luli Empress's words, he snorted in disdain. I know you are not convinced by me, but Lin Ling is more important. Think about it, he has 7 dantians and 7 divine embryos. If he reaches the realm of a lower god, will you still have a place to stand? In front of the great god of spirit nation, Lord Ning has mentioned Lin Ling many times, but never you. Are you willing to accept this? Luli Empress said indifferently. Her voice had a magical power that seemed to affect Xianxia. What a joke. Luli Empress, I know what you are thinking. But let me tell you, do you think that I have done my best? In fact, Lord Ning has already taught me a technique that can kill Lin Ling in one blow. It's just that I have not used it yet. Hearing this, Xianxia laughed loudly. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, you are right. This new great god is not to be underestimated. We should eliminate him completely. Let's work together. He had obviously guessed that outside the island, it must be a mess right now. If the great god of Spirit Nation were to know that Lin Ling had single-handedly turned the entire island upside down, he might not kill Lin Ling. In fact, he might even praise Lin Ling even more. Therefore, Xianxia wanted Lin Ling dead. He was even willing to join forces with Luli Empress, 100 billion heartbeats. Bang bang bang, once the trillion heartbeats were unleashed, the remaining dozen or so people were unable to withstand it. This was because their hearts were beating so fast that they could explode at any moment. Furthermore, under the attacks of Xianxia and Luli Empress, the white light in the Great Hall was finally unable to hold on any longer. It continued to fade and was about to disappear at any moment. This also showed how powerful Xianxia and Luli Empress were. After all, these white lights were created by the great gods of the Spirit Kingdom. How could ordinary people break through them? Brother Xiaoyao, I was wrong back then. However, every man for himself, so don't blame me. With the suppression of 1 trillion heartbeats, Luli Empress looked at Lin Ling. There was an additional tenderness deep within her eyes. The memories of the little valley back then seemed to flow in her mind. At that time, she listened to Li Xiaoya's stories every day. He told her about the wonders of the outside world. She loved those days very much. Under the maple tree in the ancient forest, she watched her beloved man tell her everything in a low voice. However, when she walked out of the small valley, she realized that the outside world was so exciting. She also had her own dream. Just like Li Xiaoyao said, how could a person not have a dream? Therefore, for the sake of her dream, she wanted Li Xiaoyao dead. She stretched out her hand and gently drew a circle before her. The circle floated before her, but there was a mysterious force coming from it. This force was like smoke, and the moment it floated out, a dangerous aura appeared. The aura of the divine tribulation from the martial god realm to the divine realm. Could it be that Luli Empress can control such a divine tribulation? The powerhouses in the shattered temple were not only resisting Xianxia's fatal heartbeat technique, but they also sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Luli Empress. In their eyes, the current Luli Empress seemed to have come from the era of the gods. Her every move, every frown, and every smile were so natural and actually carried the rhythm of the Grand Tao. Hurry up and get out of the hall. After a short moment, an old man finally shouted anxiously because he had a feeling that if they didn't leave now, then all of them would die here. Boom. Boom, they attacked the receding white light as if they had gone mad. Lin Ling stood there quietly. Behind him, King Kong, Thunder Lock, and Sovereign Personage provided Lin Ling with an endless stream of energy. However, this energy was not enough to withstand the mysterious energy released by Luli Empress. Lin Ling could feel that this energy was not enough to resist. Because it was the steps of the gods, Luli Empress actually controlled the steps of God. In the age of the gods, this was a power that even intermediate gods might not be able to control. After so many years, your strength has improved greatly. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand as he spoke indifferently. My father and brother died at your hands, but I don't want to avenge them, not at all. If there is a chance, I don't want to kill you, but I know that you, Li Xiaoyao, will come to kill me, so I must become stronger and surpass the 4 gods. Because I want to become the god of the 9 prefectures, I must kill you. Luli Empress's voice was very soft, but it revealed her ambition. God of the 9 prefectures, you think too simply of this world. Lin Ling gently stroked the tyrannical song sword as if he was caressing his most beloved person. His tone was also filled with sarcasm. God of the 9 prefectures, Luli Empress did not know that in a certain void, there were even more gods. Any one of them was enough to sweep through the entire 9 prefectures. To them, the gods of the 9 prefectures were like ants. Li Xiaoyao, all your strength is the 2nd stage innate talent fusion. Now, the power that I want to use is not something you can resist. Luli Empress ignored Lin Ling's words. In her hand, a purple ball of light appeared. It did not seem big, but it emitted a godly power that could crush one's soul. In the end, she looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Her face turned cold. She wanted to completely erase this man who had countless ties with her. Ancient divine technique, Qing Ming incantation. She suddenly clenched her fist, as if she had released some kind of taboo. The purple ball of light in her hand turned into green smoke, but it quietly flew towards the sky. Walala, in the sky above the island, a taboo aura descended. Now, the island was in a state of panic. The 9 prefectures were in a mess, and the Coolwood Palace was completely destroyed. In the streets and alleys, people looked up at the sky because there were 2 great gods clashing. But now, the 2 gods had stopped fighting and were looking at the sky. They were looking at the sky above the underground palace. It's Luli Empress's ancient divine technique. A scholarly man muttered to himself. Then, he looked at the old man opposite him and said, to be able to make Luli Empress use such a method, he should be Lin Ling. That's right. It's Lin Ling. The old man opposite him nodded, but the corners of his eyes were fixed on the taboo aura in the sky, and there was a trace of worry in his eyes. That was because he sensed that it was the steps of God. He didn't know if Lin Ling could withstand it. Treasure God, let's fight again. The man retracted his gaze, looked at the old man, and pounced. Rumble, the 2 of them attacked and destroyed the island once again, at the same time, above the underground palace, a green thunderbolt shot down. It carried a wisp of destructive aura, as if it was a divine tribulation. Bang, the moment it fell, the underground palace was penetrated. Then, the green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, blasted towards Lin Ling. What a powerful divine technique. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he activated it with all his strength. He also wanted to see how powerful this ancient divine technique was. Boom, the green thunderbolt, as thick as a water bucket, immediately shook Lin Ling's body when it collided with the tyrant's singing sword. His strength couldn't withstand the impact of the green thunderbolt. When Luli Empress saw that Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, wasn't killed by the attack, her heart trembled. However, her expression became even colder. Her hands continuously formed complicated seals, and she muttered. Then, she pointed to the sky and said, Dark Spirit Incantation. This ancient divine technique was a powerful curse that Eugene had obtained in the realm of the gods. According to legend, it was created by an ancient deity, and it was extremely powerful. Later, Eugene gave it to her, and it was the only thing she could use to defeat Lin Ling. This was because she knew that the power of this ancient divine technique came from ancient times, and it was a power that surpassed the power of the gods. Boom, above the sky, another wave of power blasted down. It was like a gust of wind, and wherever it passed, everything turned into dust. Dark Spirit Incantation, everything under the sky is gray. When the ancient gust of wind blew, Lin Ling's body trembled. He felt a domineering power tearing his body apart. Even with his diamond body, he couldn't withstand it. Ah! Lin Ling roared, and the 3 kings behind him gathered again to resist the destructive gust of wind. Has Lin Ling's physical strength really reached the stage of invincibility? Never had he, Xianxia, imagined that Lin Ling was actually formidable to such an extent. Lin Ling, you're already struggling on your deathbed. Ancient Theurgy, Calming Incantation, Cleansing Altar Incantation, House Suppressing Incantation. Looking at the glazed Empress again, her eyes were also red. The 6 divine beasts around her were also roaring at the sky. She needed these 6 divine beasts to sacrifice to the heavens in order to use this ancient divine technique. Only then could she borrow this ancient power from the hands of the deceased god. As she silently chanted the incantation, her aura was increasing rapidly. Waves of divine wind blew out from her body. The fierce wind and green lightning above Lin Ling's head also strangely disappeared at this moment. However, the inside of the main hall was terrifying. Leave this place. The people in the main hall and Xianxia had all broken the walls and rushed out of the main hall. After all, the white light had completely faded and could no longer stop them. The reason why they wanted to leave was because they sensed that an even more terrifying taboo was about to erupt. However, before they left, they took a deep look at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with fear. This was because Lin Ling had been fighting for so long, but he had not fallen. Moreover, facing Luli Empress's final attack, Lin Ling did not run away. Instead, he seemed to want to fight with all his strength. Both of them are top-notch experts in the 9 prefectures. They have a grudge between them. No wonder Lin Ling did not run away. I think he also wants to settle that grudge and settle it once and for all. Let's leave quickly. I can feel that suffocating power. They rushed out of the main hall and then drifted far away. However, their eyes were still fixed in the direction of the underground palace. They saw that there was a big hole in the ceiling of the underground palace. Fierce wind kept blowing in, as if it was blowing away the bond between Lin Ling and Luli Empress for thousands of generations. At this moment, the powerhouses near the underground palace were all staring at the underground palace. They knew what was going on now, so they were waiting for everything to happen. Curse of 3. But at this moment, a cold voice finally sounded from the underground palace, and it actually carried a wisp of irresistible majesty. Rumble. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, covering the firmament. 3 incomparably terrifying forces fell from the sky like fireballs. Upon closer inspection, these were no longer forces. They were simply 3 ancient gods. These 3 forces were wind, lightning, and fire. These ancient powers were so strong that they could destroy the physical body, extinguish the soul, and destroy the divine embryo. Goodbye, Li Xiaoyao. Under the bombardment of the 3 forces, Luli Empress slowly floated out of the underground palace under the escort of the 6 divine beasts. Boom. Boom. The underground palace began to shake, but what shocked everyone was that even under the pressure of such a terrifying force, the underground palace was not destroyed. Instead, there was a dazzling light that constantly gushed out from the holes in the underground palace, making it seem as if the underground palace had turned into a furnace. What a dazzling light! That power is only effective against living creatures. A powerhouse felt a sense of fear in his heart. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the majesty that could kill everything. Looking at the underground palace again, Lin Ling raised his sword to resist. He realized that the divine steps used by Luli Empress were very strange. It seemed to have the power of the great Tao. This was because the divine steps were ineffective against inanimate objects, but only against living creatures. Legend has it that the great Tao comes from the mouth of a deity. With a silent recitation of the incantation, the heavens and earth would change. This must be the power. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Now, he could choose to fuse the stage 3 innate talent or activate the divine steps of wisdom, but he didn't do so, because he knew that today's battle in the spirit kingdom wouldn't end so quickly. Old friend, let's fight it together. Suddenly, Lin Ling said to Tyrannical Singer Sword. Ever since Tyrannical Singer Sword had obtained a broken sword in the 9th mountain of God Miao's true inheritance, coupled with Lin Ling's bitter cultivation in the Eternal Kingdom, all of his divine power had been activated. However, Lin Ling's strength was too strong, so Tyrannical Singer Sword's divine power was of little value, but Lin Ling knew that Tyrannical Singer Sword wasn't that simple. God Emperor Zhonggang had once said that the owner of the scabbard was very strong and terrifying. Now, Lin Ling wanted to use this pressure to activate the hidden power of Tyrannical Singer Sword, destroy and establish. Without destruction, how could one establish? Rumble. In the sky, the 3 forces continued to suppress Lin Ling, blasting him towards the ground. Finally, he broke through the ground, as if he wanted to reach the center of the island and even penetrate the island. Rumble. The entire island was shaking violently, which made everyone's eyes tremble. As for Luli Empress and Xianxia, their faces were solemn. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so tenacious. Sword, wake up. Lin Ling still maintained his posture with his sword in front of him as he continued to roar, as he resisted with all his strength. Although the powerful force above his head was blocked by Tyrannical Singer Sword, the wind and flames continued to attack Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's skin cracked and was dripping with blood. Cracks also appeared on his diamond body. The Human King and Thunder Lock were extremely dim. Boom. As he continued to fall, Lin Ling suddenly realized that he had been rushed into a mysterious void. It was pitch black, like a starry sky. A man was tied there by a chain that pierced through his body. The chain was pure white and had a large number of runes flashing on it. It was very mysterious. God Emperor Zhonggang. Lin Ling's eyes swept across the room and he was shocked. It's you. The man opened his eyes and instantly recognized Lin Ling. Because he had met Lin Ling once in Starry Sky Forest, beside him, there was a gray skeleton that was half the height of a human sitting there. However, when it saw Lin Ling, the skeleton lifted its head and revealed a human-like surprise. It was the skeleton king that Lin Ling had come into contact with in Starry Sky Forest. However, it was dispirited and seemed to be trapped. Ka ka ka. It immediately made a strange sound at the man. You are Lin Ling, right? If you want the sword to awaken, you need a sea of blood as a sacrifice to the sword. When the man heard what the skeleton said, he seemed to know that Lin Ling was in a difficult situation. Hence, he immediately said, "Let go of the murderous intent that you have suppressed for many years." Murderous intent, Lin Ling's eyes dilated, he didn't know how many people he had killed in his life. However, after going to the final world, the murderous intent was gradually suppressed and controlled by him. Now, he wanted to let go of the desire to kill. Kill as you wish. That is the sword that kills demons. If you want to kill someone, kill yourself first. The man's voice floated again and Lin Ling seemed to understand something. Kill himself first. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He suddenly withdrew his sword and stabbed tyrannical Singer sword into his body, swoosh. Killing was killing, and it was also the end, but at some point, the end was also the birth. Only by killing oneself could the killing path be born. Ah. Ah. Beneath the island, a sea of blood was spreading, and the space had already turned into a blood-red color. Within it, a figure was bent over with his hands spread out. His entire body was trembling, and he was letting out low and deep sounds like that of a demonic beast. Ah. Ah. Lin Ling sensed that the rolling sea of blood had drowned his entire body and soul, leaving only killing in his world. Beside him, the blood-red tyrannical song sword was also trembling, releasing a terrifying desire to kill the world. As for the sword hilt, it was now flowing with the water of the sea of blood. At this moment, the Demon Slayer sword seemed to have awakened. Demon Slayer. Ah. In the distance, God Emperor Zhonggang also looked at this scene solemnly. It was as if he had returned to the era of the gods and saw the lunatic who made the ghosts and gods cry. That lunatic had once killed billions of gods in the era of the gods. In the end, an ancient almighty took action, and his head was cut off by a divine sword the size of a willow leaf. Lin Ling, remember, kill for what? Ah. Suddenly, God Emperor Zhonggang also shouted. He was afraid that Lin Ling would be drowned in killing intent. Ah. Ah. In the rolling sea of blood, a pitch-black figure was still roaring. Above the sea of blood, three forces pressed down, but they were blocked by the sea of blood. Kill for what? Ah. As Lin Ling roared, he suddenly let out a suspicious voice. In his mind, which was occupied by the sea of blood, faces also appeared, Yu and Yuer, Ancestor Taiyan, Mo Nianchen, Lin Yi, Disher Tian. There were too many, too many. I don't kill for the world, I only kill for my family and friends. Ah. Lin Ling finally raised his head. At this moment, the sword hilt hanging behind him quietly floated out a black shadow. It was a burly old man. His long hair scattered like wild grass. He was pitch black, as if he came from the underworld. This time, the old man was no longer headless. The ancient god language suddenly floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing God Emperor Zhonggang's eyes to tremble. This was because this was no longer Lin Ling's voice. It was the voice of the devil that had disappeared for countless years. Grim demon, wake up. Emperor God Zhonggang said to Little Skeleton instinctively. Then, he revealed a smile. Show to awe. At this moment, a blood sword slashed out, rumble, in the sky, the three ancient divine techniques were slashed apart by a blood-red ray of light. The ray of light shot into the sky, and then a roiling sea of blood gushed out from the ground. Within the sea of blood, a pitch-black figure followed the sea of blood and silently stepped into the sky. The steps of murder. Looking at Lin Ling who was leaving, Emperor God Zhonggang's eyes continued to tremble. This was because he knew that it was difficult to awaken the sword of Grim Demon. After Grim Demon had fallen, many people in the era of gods had obtained his sword hilt. However, they didn't awaken the sword in the end. Instead, they were killed by the sword. This was because if one didn't want to be killed by the sword, the only way was to find the broken sword. However, the broken sword had been scattered all over the world. How could one find it in a short period of time? Only by finding the broken sword of Grim Demon and killing himself could he resolve the killing. Lin Ling, you have successfully resolved the killing. Looking at the roiling sea of blood rushing towards the island, Emperor God Zhonggang finally knew that the young man he had seen back then had also stepped into the era of gods, Hong. At this moment, the island was like hell on earth. On the ground, there were continuous roars. Flames and smoke shot into the sky. From afar, the entire ground was filled with holes, as though it was the remains of a war between gods. In the sky, two huge statues stood tall in the sky. When they collided, there was an intense storm. It was as though two worlds were colliding. Countless experts of the spirit kingdom had fallen because of this. However, near the underground palace, everyone looked at the underground palace. Their faces were solemn as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. However, they couldn't care less about wiping their sweat. Instead, they swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Lin Ling, is he dead? Under the deafening heaven and earth, an old voice, mixed with disbelief, quietly floated out, Hong. However, just as these words were spoken, a bloody light shot into the sky from the broken ceiling of the underground palace. It cut the forbidden power in the sky into two halves. Pop, pop. Pop. Next, an endless sea of blood spread out, causing the underground palace to erupt like a volcano. However, it was a sea of blood that spewed out. He's not dead. Almost instantly, countless experts let out a loud roar. Xianxia and Luli Empress's pupils were trembling. Their faces were pale as they kept shaking their heads. Ancient divine skills can't kill him. Luli Empress finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. She knew that if she had fought with Lin Ling last time, she would have died without a doubt. Trial taker Lin Ling, he's not dead. Soon after, cries of panic rose in everyone's hearts like a plague, spreading to the entire island. Trial taker Lin Ling. On the majestic island, many people heard that voice. Their hearts felt as though they had been struck by lightning. At this point, they naturally knew who was so arrogant and dared to stir up a storm on the island. However, they originally thought that with Lin Ling's strength alone, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire spirit kingdom. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling could become a new god, a giant in the 9 states. He indeed had the ability. Lin Ling. On the chaotic street, a man looked at the distant sky in shock. He was Maple. Brother, this Lin Ling is so scary. He's like a living god. This is the first time our spirit kingdom has encountered such a shocking invasion. Next to the man, a young man said with a pale face. We are no longer people of the spirit kingdom. Now, let's take advantage of the commotion caused by Lin Ling and leave this place. Maple looked at the sky again, then strode away. Huayan 4th Association. However, just as they started to move, an old and hoarse voice sounded in the underground palace and spread throughout the island. Even the battle between the two gods in the sky stopped and looked deeply at the underground palace. The pupils of one of the scholarly men were condensing. The old man smiled. He was naturally treasure god Nanwufingyu. Now that he saw that Lin Ling was fine, he could finally put down the boulder in his heart. Crash! After that voice, a sword slash appeared in the underground palace. A circular sword slash, with the main hall as the center, followed the horizon and cut through everything. The underground palace was cut open by the sword. The 99 alley was cut open by the sword. Rumble. The entire island shook as if a demon god had emerged from the earth. Lin Ling, how can you be so powerful? Hurry up and crouch down, don't get cut by the sword. In the sky, Luli Empress and Xia's pupils trembled a few more times as fear spread in their hearts. Whoosh, as if the roof of the underground palace had been lifted, a rolling sea of blood began to flow out and drown the earth. In the rolling sea of blood, a figure with long hair fluttering in the wind slowly floated up. This person was dressed in blood red and held a blood red sword in his hand. His entire body was filled with dense killing intent. The moment he appeared, he affected the hearts of thousands of warriors in the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling. Yes. Everyone looked up with trembling pupils. Lin Ling. Yes. Luli Empress and Xianxia also swallowed with difficulty. From Lin Ling's body, they felt a power that surpassed the power of gods. Demon Slayer. Yes. Lord Ning and Treasure God Nanwufingyu said at the same time. I didn't expect that the Demon Slayer sword would be taken by him. Moreover, he awakened the sword. You should know that even in the era of gods, no one could awaken the sword. Lord Ning said with surprise. He didn't know that Lin Ling had been collecting broken swords for thousands of years. It was done in a day. This guy, don't let the killing intent invade you. Yes. Treasure God Nanwufingyu said with some worry. Xiao, mo, ho. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling, who was above the sea of blood, had a flash in his eyes. A surge of killing intent burst out and turned into a sword that slashed towards the earth. Rumble. A huge trench was cut in the earth. Above it, a blood-red sword wave rushed towards the crowd like 10,000 horses galloping. Oh my God! Yes. Seeing the huge blood-red sword wave, everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and they almost forgot to run. However, before they could react, the sword slashed them in half. Their blood seemed to be sucked into the sea of blood below Lin Ling. Kill. Seeing this, Xianxia also roared angrily and activated 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats to suppress Lin Ling. Sound waves of heartbeats surged out like ripples, but just as they were about to reach Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. A blood-red sword wave appeared and actually cut the sound waves into two. Furthermore, the sword wave did not stop and slashed towards Xianxia. Heart of God. At the critical moment, a crystal-like heart appeared in Xianxia's hand, and he slapped it hard. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as the sword wave was blocked. However, Xianxia also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Looking at the crystal heart in his hand, there was a hair-sized sword wound on it. What a terrifying sword. What kind of power is this? Xianxia's heart trembled, and his gaze towards Lin Ling became even more fearful. The steps of God, and it's probably related to killing. Because killing is tyrannical, these steps of God are also the most ferocious. Not far away, Luli Empress seemed to have noticed something. However, killing is also a double-edged sword. It can kill the enemy, but it can also kill the master. Lin Ling won't be able to control this power for long. Lin Ling, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we meet again, are you going to destroy my spirit nation? At this moment, a huge stone statue appeared in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling majestically. He was Lord Ning. Lin Ling also raised his head slightly and looked indifferently at the godlike expert. He did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and looked at Lord Ning as he slashed with his sword. Sua Paku. This sword was very terrifying as it slashed out a rolling sea of blood. Because in the eyes of countless people, the sword turned into a sea of blood and rushed towards Lord Ning. Winter Plum. The huge stone statue was like a god. It stretched out its palm and looked down at the sea of blood rushing up from the ground and pressed down. The power of winter burst out and froze the sea of blood. From afar, the scene was very majestic because a huge sea of blood rushed into the sky. But now, it was completely frozen. Everything was so lifelike. What a powerful divine staircase. However, although Lord Ning easily blocked Lin Ling's sword, he also let out a dignified voice. Lin Ling, your opponent is not me, and my opponent is not you. Lord Ning looked at treasure god Nanwufingyu in the distance and knew that this peak god was his opponent. Of course, he didn't expect that the current spirit nation would almost be turned upside down because of Lin Ling and treasure god Nanwufingyu. 1,000,000 martial gods, move out. Then, Lord Ning let out a low voice as if he was giving the order of a god. As he spoke, a large number of powerful auras soared into the sky from all directions of the island. Then, rays of light formed the aura of divine soldiers and divine generals, and they rushed toward the underground palace with great momentum. 1,000,000 martial gods. These martial gods were all dragon spirits. Looking at the horizon, the sky was filled with experts like locusts. 1,000,000 martial gods are here too. Xianxia's expression changed greatly because he already knew that the spirit nation wasn't as simple as it looked. In the distant continent, there were countless experts. These experts were the group of people that the spirit nation took away when they first arrived in the void of the 9 states tens of thousands of years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, the strength of those experts had reached an unknown level. Thinking about it, the 1,000,000 martial gods were just a group of them. Lin Ling is going to fight against 1,000,000 martial gods. On the ground, the experts of the spirit nation were also trembling, one person against 1,000,000 martial gods. In the world, other than Lin Ling, who else could be so domineering? The name of Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the 9 states, was now deeply engraved in their hearts. Look in all directions and chant. However, seeing the arrival of 1,000,000 martial gods, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he stepped on the sea of blood, held his sword diagonally, and attacked. Kill. Kill, kill. Kill, rumble. The group of martial gods closest to Lin Ling began to receive Lin Ling's blood sea sword. The Blood Sea was a murderous aura, therefore, even if they unleashed their full strength, they couldn't stop the impact of the Blood Sea and were all killed. With this attack, 30,000 peak martial gods had fallen. However, this was just an appetizer before the slaughter. Next, the Blood Sea drowned the 1 million martial gods and a figure began to kill wildly. This was because Lin Ling knew that before the giant ghost appeared, he couldn't retreat. He could only kill 1 million martial gods. He can kill them all. On the ground, looking at the falling corpses and the Blood Sea that was filled with murderous aura, everyone held their breaths and couldn't even speak properly. Time flew by just like that. 1 million lives kept disappearing and merging into the Blood Sea. In the end, the murderous aura of the Blood Sea became 100 times stronger than before. This guy is really going to kill to stop killing. Kill. 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 In the sky, the voices of the millions of martial gods became softer and softer. Only a devilish voice could be heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. Looking at the sky again, it had turned into a sea of blood. There was no one to be seen. The millions of martial gods had been killed without leaving a single one behind. However, the sea of blood seemed to have become denser and its flowing speed had slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen, as if a large cloud of blood was floating in the sky. His killing intent has begun to recede. Luli Empress suddenly sensed something and was familiar with the power of Lin Ling's sea of blood. It turned out that after activating the killing steps, Lin Ling had to kill madly. If he didn't kill enough, Lin Ling would be affected. If he killed to his heart's content, the killing intent would be replenished. It would no longer affect Lin Ling. Of course, after reaching perfection, the power of the sea of blood would quietly recede, allowing Lin Ling to return to being an ordinary person. This is a chance. Xianxia floated up and shouted coldly, Lin Ling, you've killed millions of martial gods. Your death is at hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he actually activated the mysterious talisman, silent words. A mysterious language was like a beautiful melody that floated into everyone's heart. Many of the Spirit Nation's experts felt a sense of comfort. Could it be? However, Luli Empress had guessed something. She guessed that Xianxia was activating the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body to control Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of that incantation. Treasure God Nanwufingyu had obviously sensed this and immediately shouted, looking at Lord Ning. His face was cold throughout the entire process. Whether it was the millions of martial gods being killed or this trump card, he showed no emotion. At this moment, Lin Ling was lying on the Blood Sea. After hearing Xianxia's voice, he suddenly floated up strangely. Then, he floated out of the Blood Sea and flew towards Xianxia. Following his footsteps, the surging sea of blood in the sky also began to retreat, turning into a vortex and disappearing into the sword hilt behind Lin Ling. Lin Ling, kneel down. Lin Ling, aren't you very good at killing? Kill another one for me to see. Haha, Lin Ling, you didn't expect it, did you? One day, you would become my subordinate. As he watched Lin Ling walk towards him, Xianxia was undoubtedly excited. This was the fatal blow that he had been hiding. This trump card had been passed down to him by Lord Ning. Hence, he knew that as long as he unleashed this power, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would be able to control him and become a member of the Spirit Nation. When he thought of the insufferably arrogant Lin Ling being controlled by him, the excitement in Xianxia's heart was even stronger than when he broke through to the next realm. Lin Ling did not stop walking. He slowly appeared in front of Xianxia and stared coldly at him. What are you looking at? Kneel down. Seeing this, Xianxia roared angrily, his voice filled with majesty. This also caused the Spirit Nation's experts to react. Then, they all laughed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. After all, based on Lin Ling's previous killing method, they would have been killed by Lin Ling very soon. Fortunately, Xianxia now had Lin Ling under his control. Once Lin Ling is under the Spirit Nation's control, it will be difficult for him to resist. Since he has killed so many people from the Spirit Nation, he is definitely a sinner of the Spirit Nation. When the time comes, even I can torture him. That's right, I want to shit on his head. Hee, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. The experts of the Spirit Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief and began to converse with smiles on their faces. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his sword high. The murderous aura that had yet to fade from the body of the huge sword was still terrifying. Lin Ling, what are you doing? However, this method of controlling Lin Ling seemed to have no effect. This was because Lin Ling had already ruthlessly slashed his sword down. This also made Xianxia's eyes widen. However, he didn't run away or resist. Instead, he sped up the casting of the incantations and runes. Even now, he still believed that Lord Ning had left him a trump card. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this kind of trust would bring him a fatal price. I have no idea what you're talking about. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke for the first time. His voice was extremely domineering. Boom, the sword slashed down and sliced Xianxia into two halves. When the sword landed on the crystal heart, it paused for a moment before slicing the crystal heart into two halves. Crack, a crisp sound rang out and the crystal heart shattered like glass. When he looked at Xianxia again, his originally transparent body had quietly returned to his original appearance. However, from his forehead to between his legs, a blood-red sword mark had appeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why didn't it work? Could it be that Lord Ning had lied to him? Impossible, Lord Ning would never use this matter to deceive him. In the end, he could only think of one possibility. Lin Ling had escaped from the Spirit Nation's control. Damn it, I've been fooled. Xianxia let out an unwilling roar. Then, his body was forcefully torn apart. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky like rain. Naturally, he was indignant. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Lin Ling. However, he firmly believed in the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body, resulting in his current situation. His death undoubtedly affected the evil spirit in the underground palace. This caused it to be at a disadvantage in the battle for consciousness with the giant ghost. Lin Ling is out of control? In the distance, Lord Ning's eyes were filled with shock. This scene had clearly exceeded his expectations. After all, this was a hidden danger that he had left in Lin Ling's body. When Lin Ling became stronger in the future, he would use it to control Lin Ling. In the Battle of Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had disrupted the plans of the Spirit Nation's great god. At that time, the great god had said that he had to obtain Lin Ling no matter what. Therefore, he had left this trick up his sleeve. However, 100 years later, Lin Ling had disappeared and returned. The hidden danger had been removed. For deities guarding the island, kill him for me. Lord Ning finally had a murderous intent towards Lin Ling. Boom. Boom, no wonder the Spirit Nation was so powerful. After the fall of millions of martial gods, another powerhouse had arrived. In the east, a huge divine hound was galloping. With the sun and moon in its mouth, it let out a roar that made countless people tremble in fear. Divine spirit, divine hound. Looking to the south, there was a beast with a human body. It was covered in red scales, with fire snakes piercing its ears and fire dragons beneath its feet. This was the southern fire ancestral sorcerer. A giant covered in flames strolled over. Wherever it passed, a sea of fire would appear. Even the bubbles in the sky above the island were burned. The bloodline of the 12 ancestral sorcerer. Speaking of the 12 ancestral sorcerer, they were powerful because they were deities from ancient times. Although they weren't real ancestral sorcerer, they possessed the bloodline of the ancestral sorcerer. Looking to the west, an ugly old monk floated over like a ghost. Around him, the sky was filled with earthworm-like ants, causing one's scalp to tingle. This was the insect ghost monk. This person specialized in using goo. In the 9 prefectures void, where the heroic spirits of the 10 evils of the 9 prefectures rested, the Goo King's technique was passed down by him. As for the north, it had already turned into a pitch-black night. Under that quiet and strange night, an old woman holding a walking stick staggered over. Her old face was full of wrinkles, so much so that her eyes could not be seen. A ghost lantern hung from the walking stick in her left hand, and in the pitch-black darkness, there was a ghost lantern hanging from it. Under the lantern, it was like the light of a firefly. Looking at the aged right hand, there was a wooden bowl in it. The bowl was filled with liquid, and it looked very magical. Mangpa, legend has it that she was a terrifying old woman guarding the Bridge of Helplessness. The origins of these people were not to be underestimated. They were the true pillars of the Spirit Nation, and their origins could be traced back to millions of years ago. After experiencing the investiture of the 9 prefectures, they had all returned to their positions as gods. Right now, the 4 ghosts and deities were suppressing Lin Ling. The 4 deities guarding the island are now fighting against the new god of the 9 prefectures, Lin Ling. I wonder who will be stronger. Seeing the powerful auras coming from the 4 directions, the experts of the Spirit Nation all retreated far away and rushed out of the majestic ancient city. Then, they stared at the strongest battle between the 9 prefectures and the Spirit Nation. Moreover, regardless of whether Lin Ling died or not in this battle, his name in the Spirit Nation and the 9 prefectures would definitely resound for millions of years. Lin Ling is actually so strong. The gap between me and him is too big. In the crowd, Luli Empress looked at the experts coming from all directions and then at the arrogant man under the sky. She quietly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Although she didn't want to admit it, she already knew that the Lin Ling she looked down on before was now above her head. During the competition for the 8 gods' heavenly palace's quota, if it wasn't for Yojin's interference, perhaps she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao, Lin Ling, no matter who you are, you've all hidden so well. When she thought of this, Luli Empress's face was filled with killing intent and jealousy. After all, she had cultivated bitterly for so many years. However, she had been surpassed by Lin Ling in a single day. How could she accept this? Therefore, Lin Ling must die today, otherwise, if she let Lin Ling leave, then what awaited her would be Lin Ling's fatal revenge. Those 4 experts are all at the deity level. Their divine embryos and divine power are stronger than mine. If the 4 of them work together, they can definitely kill Lin Ling. Luli Empress retreated and said malevolently. Now, she wanted to see Lin Ling die before her eyes. Only then would she feel at ease. As for Lin Ling, who was in the limelight, he quietly looked at the gods coming from the 4 directions. He felt as if he had sensed the suppression of the 4 great worlds. It's time to use more strength. With a soft sigh, Lin Ling's eyes shone with determination. From the beginning, he knew that today's battle wouldn't be so simple. The Spirit Nation wasn't something that he could shake alone. Therefore, he had been preserving his strength. However, now that he had continuously used his trump cards, it was time for him to finally reveal his trump card. This final trump card was very strong, but it had a time limit. Therefore, he had to use it to defeat the 4 gods before it was exhausted. Lower deity. Lin Ling's soul power spread out like a tide as his eyes stared at the 4 gods. Lower deity, this was the strength of the 4 gods. In the 9 states, they were only below the 4 great deities. Although Xianxia and Luli Empress had also stepped into the ranks of lower deities and possessed divine origin, it was obvious that the 4 gods' realms were more stable and they had cultivated for a longer time. Great Buzhou Mountain Pillar. At this moment, the Western Witch ancestor took the lead. He was like a giant with his hands raised to the sky. Lava flowed from the sky and turned into a huge lava pillar in his hands. The moment the pillar appeared, the island in the west immediately turned into a world of fire. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and threw it over. Buzhou Mountain Pillar. According to legend, this sacred mountain was broken by the fire god Gonggong and the water god Zhirong. It was the pillar of heaven and earth and the support of the void great Tao. In ancient times, after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, there was the saying of Nuwa patching up the heavens. However, it was obvious that the giant wasn't holding the real Buzhou Mountain, but a wisp of Buzhou Mountain's will. However, because it came from ancient times, this wisp of will was extremely terrifying. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 Tao deities. 3,000 Tao deities. In the 9 states, there weren't many people who had more than 2,000 Tao deities, let alone 3,000. Moreover, the Buzhou Mountain Pillar carried the power of the witch ancestor and reached the power of 700,000 Tao deities. Rumble. When the Buzhou Mountain Pillar smashed towards Lin Ling, the cracked island cracked even more. In the sky, ancient red flames spread like the sunset. Although it was the most ordinary red, it was the most ancient flame of the fire god. Whoosh, when it rained down, it immediately drowned Lin Ling. After the flame of the fire god, a huge Buzhou mountain came crashing down. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. After all, Lin Ling was a new god and not a real god. This also made Nanhua Fingyu roar, Lin Ling. He immediately wanted to help Lin Ling, but he was stopped by Lord Ning. Lord Ning's expression was cold and he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He appreciated Lin Ling and didn't want Lin Ling to die here. Unfortunately, the trouble Lin Ling had caused today was too big. If he didn't kill Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to report to Spirit Nation. boom, however, at this moment, a ripple exploded from the rolling red flames. It was as if someone had punched the flames and used a powerful force to disperse the flames. Next, amidst the spreading flames, a young man in a gray robe shot up into the sky. He punched the sky, and with a single punch, Mount Buja was unable to fall. What? Seeing this shocking scene, the entire island was shocked. Under the sky, the gray-robed youth was incomparably cold. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. After punching out, another fist followed. It was like a meteor shower that smashed at the bottom of Buja Mountain. With each punch, the island shook a little. Finally, with a boom, the huge Buja Mountain was forcefully broken, whoosh. When Buja Mountain was broken, the explosive force was like the collapse of heaven and earth. It pierced through the island's bubble and caused a large amount of seawater to pour in. The island was completely destroyed. Perhaps the battle of gods was just like this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the youth in the sky. At this moment, they were suffocating. Trial taker Lin Ling, I will represent the spirit kingdom and sentence you to death. In the west, the fire god ancestral sorcerer's long hair danced wildly. However, his eyes were filled with shock because Lin Ling actually broke through his Buja Mountain. He rushed towards Lin Ling with large strides. Although Lin Ling had some tricks up his sleeve, Lin Ling was still not a lower god. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. Rumble, the huge palm was like a city as it rushed towards Lin Ling. The momentum was earth-shattering, wherever the giant fire god ancestral sorcerer passed, the houses on the ground collapsed. Under his feet, it was like a volcano erupting. You can represent the spirit kingdom? However, before the fire god ancestral sorcerer arrived, a gray robe flashed and a sword fell from the sky. What? The fire god ancestral sorcerer's face changed dramatically. It was too fast. Before he could react, a sword slashed on his cheek and cut open his cheek. The powerful force sent the giant flying. He glided on the ground and disappeared into the distance. Looking at the ground, a ravine that was thousands of miles wide appeared. It stretched to the horizon and was terrifying. Grey Robe Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Ning also stopped fighting and looked at Lin Ling in shock. What method did Lin Ling use to increase his strength so much? He could already fight against the ancestral sorcerer. No, he should be able to suppress the ancestral sorcerer. This must be fake. Even Luli Empress's eyes were trembling. Lin Ling could still become stronger. Now, his strength was the strongest under the 4 great gods. Among the 8 new gods, who could be his opponent? Lin Ling, die. At this moment, a huge divine hound spoke in human language. It contained the sun and moon as it galloped in midair. It was like a tengu galloping towards the moon as it bit Lin Ling. This divine dog was like an ancient species. Compared to it, Lin Ling was as small as an ant. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. His cold eyes stared at the divine dog that was pouncing towards him, and all the strength in his body poured into his left fist. Looking at the divine dog, he punched out, pouring out all his strength. Boom, the man and the dog collided in midair, and a terrifying gust of wind poured out, blowing countless houses on the island away like straw. The island, which was already in ruins, became even more scattered. Pung pung pung, the power of 800,000 realms, the power of 2,000 Tao gods, 7 Dantians, and the power of 7 divine embryos erupted. It was like a volcano that had been sealed away for many years had finally erupted. Woo woo woo, the huge divine hound's teeth were shattered by a punch. The fist landed on its nose. It looked small, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The divine hound whimpered, its tail drooped, and tears flowed out. Then, it turned its head and wildly strung it up. However, just as the eastern divine hound retreated, a ferocious ghost monk came from the west. He silently chanted, and countless insects and ants flooded towards Lin Ling. From afar, the insects and ants were like a sea of clouds, but they were constantly squirming. It was very terrifying, and these were all goo. Compared to the goo in the land of eternal rest, they were undoubtedly thousands of times stronger. Every poisonous insect came from the divine realm and was incomparably precious. Goo, invisible and colorless, could cause people to fall into the trap when they did not react in time. Therefore, Lin Ling also felt a sense of danger coming, but he had already activated his trump card. This trump card had a limited time, and if he could not deal a heavy blow to these gods, after they joined forces, Lin Ling would definitely suffer a huge blow. "Come out!" Lin Ling roared to the sky. The sound made the broken bubble in the sky crack even more. In Lin Ling's grey robe, mysterious ripples began to bloom, causing the void around him to distort and become illusory. However, no one could see this scene. They only saw the squirming sea of insects drowning Lin Ling. Some of the insects and ants were as thick as a finger, while others were as big as a speck of dust. It was simply impossible to guard against them. Boom. However, at this moment, there was an explosion in the sea of insects, and light bloomed. Then, the pitch-black sea of insects shot out light like sea urchins, and there were more and more of them. In the end, a terrible burst of divine power burst out and washed away all the goo. Looking carefully, one could see the grey-robed Lin Ling standing in midair. A large number of illusions appeared around him. There was a white Luai's god, a golden king man, a green Vajra, a Buddha dragon and a wind dragon, a boundless wonton above his head, and countless evil spirits and jellyfish behind him. The 7 divine embryos were all displayed. Buzz. Buzz, strange sounds rang in the sky above Lin Ling. It was as if the saints were singing, as if the gods were praying for blessings. He actually activated all the divine embryos and formed the scene of the gods descending. Lord Ning and treasure god Nanwufingyu were still fighting, but it was clear that their gazes were on Lin Ling. Even treasure god Nanwufingyu, an old man who was very familiar with Lin Ling, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was as if they were looking at a dazzling star that appeared like a bolt of lightning and descended upon the Spirit Nation and the 9 provinces. This was because this was the first time they saw the descent of the 7 divine embryos. Even in the era of the gods, this was unprecedented. Poof, in the west, the ferocious old monk's pupils trembled. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood, intimidated by Lin Ling's divine might. He didn't return to divinity, but he has the light of the gods. This Lin Ling is too strong. He also spoke in a solemn voice. This was because although Lin Ling seemed to be a martial god, his world essence was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than a god's. In addition to his physical body and powerful divine embryos, he could now truly become a god. Grey-robed Lin Ling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? When the old monk was injured, an old voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was like the cry of a nighthawk in the night, making one's scalp tingle. The sky in the north was eerily silent. A lantern slowly floated over. At a closer look, an old woman was staggering over with a walking stick. She was holding a wooden bowl, and her hands were trembling as if she would die at any moment. This was Mengpa, who guarded the northern island. Grey-robed Lin Ling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? The old woman looked at Lin Ling with lifeless eyes and spoke sharply again. Lin Ling, who was among the 7 divine embryos, also looked indifferently at the old woman. He sensed a strange power spreading from the old woman's body. It was the steps of the gods. However, this steps of the gods was very strange. It didn't seem to be an attack type. Instead, it was like Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, a soul-type sealing type. Now, Lin Ling sensed that the strange power was spreading all around. It was formless and colorless, as if it was going to attack at any moment. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling raised his head and said proudly. He knew that even if he didn't answer, the next attack would come. That's the datura flower. Could it be? The spectators in the distance were shocked. An old man murmured, that should be the bridge of helplessness. Crossing the bridge meant that one was dead and had to be reincarnated. Drinking mangpo soup meant that one had forgotten everything in this world. The endless night was like a tide that spread to the sky above Lin Ling. When one looked at Lin Ling again, he was already in front of the bridge of helplessness. An old woman handed a wooden bowl to Lin Ling with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's eyes were blank. After entering the bridge, he seemed to have forgotten everything and who he was. He only listened to Mengpa. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Was the new god Lin Ling going to be defeated? And that Mengpo's methods were too strange. It was simply impossible to guard against, because, against Mengpo's bridge of helplessness, it didn't matter how strong one was. All methods would be suppressed. Steps of the god. Nanwufengyu's eyes narrowed. He was shocked at the power of the spirit kingdom because he knew that the 4 gods were only a part of the kingdom's strength. In fact, the spirit kingdom was already stronger than the void of the 9 continents. There were even more people in the void of the 9 continents, with many cultivators with potential. It was just that they hadn't matured yet. Your power has weakened, you are worried about Lin Ling. At this time, Sir Ning's voice came, Treasure God, you came with Lin Ling today, do you think you can ruin my plan? Back then, you obtained her body and I obtained her heart. You lost to me, and today, you still lost to me. After Lin Ling's death, everything you have done will be like a dream. You can't win against me. You will never win against me because she loves me. Nan Wufengyu's eyes narrowed and his body inexplicably trembled. In his mind, he thought of that woman, she was also the wife of Nan Wufengyu. However, he also knew that before marrying him, his wife was deeply in love with Sir Ning. However, Sir Ning was ambitious and only cared about his great cause. Nan Wufengyu didn't care because he loved his wife. However, during the Battle of the Gods, his wife found out that Lord Ning was in danger, so she personally went to help. In the end, she died in the Battle of the Gods. When Treasure God Nan Wufengyu rushed over, he saw his wife in Sir Ning's arms. At that moment, he felt as if the world was collapsing, as if there was no love left in the world. He didn't hate his wife because he knew that his wife had always loved Lord Ning. It was just that he thought he could use time to change his wife's mind, therefore, he hated Minister Ning. Treasure God, you lost completely, ha ha ha. Lord Ning also laughed when he saw Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's angry appearance. His laughter contained a trace of madness, because in his heart, there was still something he hadn't said. Back then, the person who loved him the most had told him before she died that the reason she helped him was to end this grudge. She also said that the person she loved now was Treasure God Nan Wufengyu. He had never said this to Treasure God Nan Wufengyu because he also hated Treasure God Nan Wufengyu for stealing the person he loved the most. Treasure God, I know you hate me and have always wanted to mess up my plans, but let me tell you, Spirit Country's footsteps will sweep through the entire 9 provinces. You have lost. Lord Ning's eyes were red as he shouted. He waved his hand with a tyrannical power, causing the sky to explode and the sea to flow backwards. You gambled everything on Lin Ling, right? Now, you can watch as Lin Ling dies. Once Lin Ling dies, it means that you will never have her and will forever lose to me. Rumble, under Lord Ning's attack, the island was on the verge of collapse. Everyone looked over. They didn't expect Lord Ning to have such a grudge with that old man. Meanwhile, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu was trembling. Minister Ning's words made him remember the scene back then. The person he loved the most was held by Lord Ning, not him. Suddenly, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. He said word by word, I have not lost. The heavens have not abandoned me and the earth has not abandoned me. She must love me because Lin Ling will not die. This is a message she asked the heavens to send me. What? Lord Ning's eyes narrowed. Ha ha ha. However, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu didn't say anything and instead laughed. This laugh seemed to have removed the fetters of countless years. He finally realized that Lin Ling had a soul that surpassed the soul of a god. Not long ago, in the wasteland, it was Lin Ling who used his soul force to open the path to the 8th level. This also meant that Meng Po's steps of God could not affect Lin Ling at all. This also meant that the heavens were telling him that his wife must love him. Seeing Treasure God Nan Wufengyu laughing, Lord Ning was furious and his eyes subconsciously looked to the north. North, the bridge of helplessness. Lin Ling held Meng Po's bowl and placed it in his mouth. However, at this time, his eyes revealed a sharp light and a terrifying soul force suppressed. Meng Po, you are already old. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Drink this bowl of Meng Po's soup and the grudges of the mortal world will be forgotten. Lin Ling's voice carried a magical power as he handed over Meng Po's bowl. Meng Po's eyes narrowed at first, but under Lin Ling's voice, her eyes became vacant. At this moment, she was like a person lost in the world, looking for the end of the world to return home. She picked up Meng Po's bowl with her aged hand and drank it gently. Boom. This scene shocked the Spirit Nation. Lord Ning's face trembled and his eyes narrowed. A murderous aura erupted in his heart like a volcano. Did he lose? Did he lose? Or did Treasure God Nan Wufengyu already know that the woman loved Treasure God Nan Wufengyu the most? You lied to me. At this time, Meng Po, who drank Meng Po's soup, also reacted. She stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of anger. If I drink Meng Po's soup, my life will end here. The people I love, the people who love me, they will disappear from my world forever. However, Lin Ling looked at him coldly and then let out a loud laugh. Unfortunately, not to mention Mengpa, even if the god of the underworld or the god of creation were here, they can't change me. I, Lin Ling, will not enter the sixth Tao, the underworld, or the mortal world. I am me and no one can bind me. Boom. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's fist, the dark world in the north dispersed. A ray of light shone down from the sky as if it represented Lin Ling's heaven-defying heart. Mengpo was being stepped on by Lin Ling at this moment. She was being punched and kicked by Lin Ling, causing her to cry out in pain. It was as if Lin Ling was wreaking havoc in the underworld and destroying the heavenly Tao. A great calamity, a great calamity, a great calamity. In the distance, the experts of the spirit kingdom all had pale faces as they muttered this sentence. Lin Ling was definitely a great calamity for the spirit kingdom. Haha, what a great line. I want the heavens to no longer cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand my will. I want all Buddhas to vanish like smoke. Lin Ling, Quang Ba, Grandpa Treasure God will accompany you. Looking at Treasure God Nanwufingyu, a heroic voice soared into the sky. This old man's aura suddenly increased as he borrowed the reverse flow of the sea to form a world of wind and rain, destroying the entire island. Lin Ling. Lord Ning also let out a ferocious roar. There was only one name in his mind, Lin Ling. 100 years ago in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had wreaked havoc there. Today, in the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling had once again wreaked havoc in the Spirit Kingdom. Lin Ling, could it be that he was the nemesis of the Spirit Kingdom, the nemesis of the world's will? Bang! Bang, bang! Bang! Endless sea water poured down from the exploded island. Outside of the island, a large number of blue giants quietly appeared. They were like heavenly gods and heavenly generals, casting their gazes towards the island. As long as the island was completely submerged, then they would attack and slaughter everyone on the island. Run! The sea water was like a heavenly river crashing down. The people of the Spirit Kingdom panicked and fled in all directions. They all knew that today, the Spirit Kingdom had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling. At this moment, below the shattered island, a ferocious aura shot up into the sky. Then, a 300-meter-tall giant appeared. It was gray in color and gray fog constantly gushed out from its body. It had sharp teeth and claws. Just like a yiksha from the underworld, however, it was not a yiksha because it was an evil spirit. Bang bang bang. It shot toward Lin Ling, killing countless experts along the way. Finally, it arrived in front of Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling. Giant ghost. However, Lin Ling had already sensed who it was. It was just that the palm-sized giant ghost had now become a giant. Ha ha ha. After the transformation, the giant ghost seemed to be even bolder and more domineering than before. It laughed loudly and said to Lin Ling, "There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place immediately. Those blue giants are eyeing the island covetously. Moreover, I've already obtained the records of the 8 gods. Giant ghost, I've finally waited for you to come out. If you didn't come out, I would have been torn apart alive by the experts of the Spirit Kingdom." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Previously, he had used all of his soul force to confuse Mengpa. This had caused the 3rd stage of the innate talent fusion to fade away. At that time, if an expert had come, they could have easily killed him. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting for a long time and had killed more than 1 million experts. Lin Ling, you guys leave first. I'll find you in the future. When Nanwufingyu saw that Lin Ling was fine, he smiled and said, "This time, I've fought alongside you and destroyed the Spirit Kingdom. This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes." Lin Ling sat on the giant ghost's shoulder. He was so tired that he could not speak. He could only give Nanwufingyu a thumbs up and smile. To the underground palace. The giant ghost carried Lin Ling and flew towards the broken underground palace. Although it had been fighting with Evil Ghost for the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, it had also been paying attention to Lin Ling's battle. Thus, when Lin Ling rushed into the island, it had also noticed. It also knew that God Emperor Zhonggang was under the island. Walala. At this moment, the island was flooded with seawater. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and countless experts died within. In the sky, an arm formed from seawater was like fishing for fish. It scooped up the martial artists in the sea, and after it caught them, the endless seawater pressed down on them, forcefully squeezing them dry. They turned into blood, rumble rumble rumble. As for the martial artists that had not died, they could not control their bodies and were sucked in by the endless whirlpools. When the giant ghost brought Lin Ling into the underground palace, there were swirling whirlpools. These whirlpools seemed to be suppressing the water of the entire sea. They were extremely domineering, and even the physical strength of 500,000 worlds could not resist them. Hurry! Sensing this, the giant ghost's speed increased by a fraction. Giant ghost, save me, save me! In the broken ruins not far away, the whirlpool was tumbling, and a weak voice could be heard. Upon closer inspection, it was a palm-sized giant ghost, and it was the evil ghost. However, the evil ghost was a little dispirited. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries when it fought with the giant ghost for the record of the 8 gods. Evil ghost, you'd better follow me obediently. But at this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the whirlpool. It was a transparent arm, and it suddenly grabbed the evil ghost and swallowed it. This scene was very strange. If that person did not make a sound, they would not have noticed it at all. This also shocked the giant ghost and Lin Ling. However, the whirlpools around them had already arrived, so they could not care less and madly rushed into the underground. Who is it? The giant ghost continued to shatter the surrounding rocks as it spoke in shock. It's Xianxia. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, that guy actually did not die, and it seems like he took advantage of the evil ghost's weakness to swallow it. Xianxia. Hearing this, the giant ghost could not help but shudder because he also knew that the evil ghost was indeed seriously injured and could be annihilated at any time. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, as the evil ghost's partner, Xianxia, not only did he not help, he even hit the evil ghost when it was down. Is this the greed of human nature? The 8 gods practice divine arts and question the human world. It seems that there is a reason behind it. The giant ghost muttered to himself, but when he saw Lin Ling on his shoulder, he smiled instead, and the gloomy thoughts from before disappeared with the wind. This was because his partner, Lin Ling, would not abandon him, and this was his honor. Previously, if Lin Ling had not fought for him and bought time for him, he might not have been able to successfully obtain the will of the 8 gods. Lin Ling's battle was also a fight to the death. How could such a person not be trustworthy? This also showed that he was luckier than the evil ghost because he knew Lin Ling and not Xianxia. Boom! At this moment, there was a roar in front of them. The giant ghost finally brought Lin Ling back to the previous void. When Emperor God Zhonggang saw Lin Ling and the giant ghost, he immediately smiled. Lin Ling, don't bother about me. Leave immediately. Emperor God Zhonggang said immediately. However, Lin Ling shook his head and continued to examine the white chain. His eyes gradually became serious. Although his current level of spirit formation was very high, he could tell that the chain was not something that a mere spirit formation master could deal with. There was also the power of the spirit nation within it. It needed the power of the spirit nation. It had to be solved. Lin Ling obviously didn't have the power of the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling, leave quickly. There's more and more seawater. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, God Emperor Zhonggang seemed to have realized something. The little skeleton beside him also looked at Lin Ling. Although he didn't say anything, he signaled Lin Ling to leave. Giant ghost, do you have a way to bring the pillar away? Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the pillar in the void. Since he couldn't get rid of the chain, he might as well bring the person away with the chain. Let me try. Giant ghost nodded. He thought of something and immediately said, Lin Ling, wait for me. After saying that, he rushed towards the big hole in the sky and disappeared into the void. Lin Ling was confused. However, just as he was worried, there was a deafening roar above his head. This caused a large amount of seawater to enter the void. The void looked as though it was about to collapse. Giant ghost, if you don't come back, we will be torn apart by the huge whirlpool. Seeing that, Lin Ling was even more worried. The seawater wasn't ordinary seawater. It was the entire ocean of the 8th level. Even a god wouldn't dare to go against the might of the ocean. Lin Ling, leave quickly. Emperor God Zhonggang couldn't help but say again, ka ka ka, The little skeleton also blinked its skull and looked at Lin Ling with eager eyes. However, Lin Ling still said firmly, Emperor God Zhang, back then in the starry sky forest, you helped me. Today, I must bring you away. If I abandon you and leave, I will never be able to live in peace. But God Emperor Zhang Steele wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The rumbling sound in the sky gradually subsided. Then, a figure rushed out of the water. With a splash, the giant ghost appeared. Giant ghost. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He was very tired now. If something happened to the giant ghost, he wouldn't be able to help. However, the giant ghost that had returned was clearly different. This was because it was carrying a massive stone tablet on its shoulder. It was the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this record of the 8 gods has the power of the void. Perhaps it can destroy that pillar. Without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, he hugged the stone tablet and smashed it towards the pillar behind God Emperor Zhang. Rumble, with every smash, the void trembled a little. Ah! God Emperor Zhang's strength was sealed. However, he was still a powerful god. At this moment, he used all his strength and wanted to pull out the pillar behind him. The pillar was stuck in the void. It was very mysterious. Under the combined strength of the two, cracks appeared in the void below the pillar. Hurry up! Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the seawater that kept pouring down and became more and more uneasy. He didn't know how the island was now. However, he had a feeling that it had been completely destroyed. He would never have thought that because of his battle, the entire island would be destroyed. After this, the spirit nation would put out a bounty on his head. Hurry up! There seems to be a powerful existence in the sea. Lin Ling's soul strength recovered quickly. He could already sense the changes above him. He even sensed that there were many blue giants wreaking havoc on the island. Boom! At this moment, an arm stretched out from the hole in the void. It seemed to be fishing for something. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face changed. It was indeed a blue giant. Bang! Almost at the same time, the pillar behind God Emperor Zhang was finally pulled out. After pulling out the pillar, God Emperor Zhang's strength recovered rapidly. Although the chain still trapped him, it only brought him some inconvenience. Gang! He roared and his fist turned platinum. Then, he looked at the void below him and smashed it. The little skeleton had also transformed into a skeleton king and was also smashing into the void. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the void like glass. However, at this moment, there were more and more blue arms in the sky. They were crazily fishing for something. Lin Ling was well aware of the strength of these blue giants. Even treasure god Nanwufingyu was powerless against them, so even if God Emperor Zhang was here, it would still be an arduous and unrewarding task. Let me help you. Lin Ling's body recovered a part of its strength. He held tyrannical song in his hand and smashed it into the void below him. This smash was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Space shattered and revealed a large hole, and the raging seawater surged into the hole. The speed of its impact was so strong that even an ordinary martial god would be forcefully torn apart. A huge whirlpool appeared and the seawater sucked Lin Ling and the others downwards. Just as they disappeared, a few huge arms came over. However, there was nothing. If Lin Ling and the others were a step later, besides God Emperor Zhang, everyone would have died there. Rumble, in the whirlpool, even someone as strong as God Emperor Zhang couldn't change anything. He could only go with the flow. Lin Ling could only hear a deafening sound. His body felt as though it was being torn apart and he gradually fainted. After an unknown period of time, there was the sound of water ripples. The gentle seawater was like a woman's hand, gently caressing Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Lin Ling woke up and his face changed. He looked around and immediately realized that he was in a cave. However, there was seawater all around and seaweed was swaying not far away. At the bottom of the sea, a guess immediately arose in Lin Ling's mind. Lower your voice. Just then, two figures walked into the cave. It was God Emperor Zhang and the giant ghost. They looked cautious. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly held his breath and suppressed his jia qi. His body was like a dead object. God Emperor Zhang sensed the changes outside the cave. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. They finally left. Then, he and the giant ghost looked at Lin Ling and smiled. You have been unconscious for a year. A year? Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. He sensed his body and realized that he had unknowingly reached the peak of martial god realm. The jieqi in his body was rolling and it was 30% stronger than before. Lin Ling was shocked. However, he couldn't be bothered to check the change in power. Instead, he looked at Emperor God Zhonggang and the others. After all, he saw that Emperor God Zhonggang and the others were cautious. It meant that there was definitely danger outside. A year ago, we were swept here by the whirlpool. This seems to be the lair of the blue giants. Looking at Lin Ling's gaze, Emperor God Zhan Steel said bitterly. Most importantly, these blue giants seem to be looking for us. The giant ghost floated to Lin Ling and turned into the size of a fist as he spoke helplessly. Seems like there's trouble. Lin Ling frowned. He knew the strength of Emperor God Zhan Steel and the giant ghost. If they had the chance, they would have left this place long ago. However, they were trapped here for a year. This meant that the bottom of the sea was filled with blue giants. What about Spirit Nation? Shaking his head, Lin Ling asked again. In this year, a large number of experts from Spirit Nation were swept into the bottom of the sea and died in the hands of the blue giants. This time, Spirit Nation's vitality was greatly damaged. However, half a year ago, Spirit Nation's great god came and saved the remaining people with supreme divine light. He then took them away. Emperor God Zhan Steel said. Oh right, among those who were taken away, I saw Luli Empress and Xianxia. They didn't die. The giant ghost said to Lin Ling, Spirit Nation's great god is indeed powerful. He isn't afraid of the blue giants. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He remembered the man with the strange smile he saw back then. Then, he asked, have you seen Grandpa Treasure God? That god fought with Minister Ning. The battle was interrupted by the blue giants. The two of them are missing. They either died in the hands of the blue giants or escaped. Emperor God Zhan Steel said immediately. His words made Lin Ling worried. However, he couldn't help much now. Hence, he could only pray that Treasure God Grandpa was safe. Then, the three of them fell silent. Even if they were as powerful as gods, they felt as weak as ants in the 8th level of 8 gods Heaven Palace. The 8 gods Celestial Palace clearly hid the secrets of the era of the gods. Even in the era of the gods, it was no small matter. While they were silent, a sound came from outside. It was as if a blue giant had floated past, scaring Lin Ling and the others so much that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fortunately, the bottom of the sea was vast, and there were many seaweeds and caves. Therefore, the giants did not notice Lin Ling and the others. After sensing that the blue giants had left, Lin Ling said softly, do you think these blue giants are looking for us? Otherwise, why would it not disperse for an entire year? That's possible. After all, the bottom of the sea is so big, and there are so many people who fell from the island. Why are they wandering around nearby instead of searching elsewhere? Hearing that, Emperor God Zhonggang nodded. We can't go on like this. We can't be trapped here forever. Why don't we find a chance to escape? Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. He felt that something big must have happened in the void of the 9 continents, so he wanted to rush back immediately. These blue giants are walking back and forth, but there is a pattern to them. We can give it a try. Emperor God Zhonggang also agreed with Lin Ling's idea. The three of them waited for a moment. Finally, at a certain moment, they all burst out with speed and rushed out of the cave. Over here. Emperor God Zhonggang let out a low voice. His body split the seawater as he shot towards the east. Lin Ling also activated his 3rd stage talent fusion. 15 world speed burst out as he followed Emperor God Zhonggang with all his might. Looking back, the giant ghost had already transformed into the size of a human. Did it also burst out with speed? Splitting the water, the three of them were very fast. Like 3 white lines, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sensing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang were delighted. At this speed, they would be able to escape from the blue giant's encirclement in less than 5 minutes, but at this moment, there was a change in the water. The speed of the water suddenly increased. Then, behind the giant ghost, a huge blue palm grabbed the giant ghost's right leg. Giant ghost. This change was too sudden. Even though Lin Ling's soul power had locked onto the surroundings, he couldn't sense it at all. Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhonggang, leave quickly. Don't bother about me. After the giant ghost was caught, it kept struggling but it couldn't break free from the arm's restraint. Hence, it didn't want to be a burden to Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang. T. How could Lin Ling abandon the giant ghost? He stopped and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. He looked behind the giant ghost and slashed. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling stop, Emperor God Zhonggang sighed. In the end, he decided to help. However, he knew that if Lin Ling stopped, he would most likely be surrounded by the blue giants and perish there. However, Lin Ling and the giant ghost had saved his life. How could he not help? Ka ka ka. The little skeleton beside him also turned into a golden skeleton king. It held a huge leg bone and smashed it behind the giant ghost. Steal. God Emperor Zhonggang roared and punched out with his fist. The god stairs revolved around his fist and formed a grayish-brown energy. It caused the sea to turn upside down and a vacuum zone appeared. Rumble, the three of them weren't weak. When they attacked together, their attack power was terrifying. Even a god would have to avoid it. When it landed behind the giant ghost, it finally forced the giant hidden in the sea to reveal himself. Furthermore, the giant's body was continuously smashed into pieces. However, the blue giant was also very strong. Its broken body was recovering with the help of the water. No wonder treasure god Nanwafingyu couldn't do anything to it. It was indeed terrifying. Grand Cardinal Brahma punishment. Lin Ling knew that if the blue giant recovered, their previous attacks would be wasted. Hence, he also used the Stairs of Wisdom. The moment the Stairs of God appeared, it immediately sealed the blue giant and prevented it from recovering its injured body. On the side, Emperor God Zhonggang was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew the Stairs of God. Looking at its level, it wasn't weak at all. He knew very well that if Lin Ling's Stairs of God was an attack type, it would be able to kill the blue giant in one move. However, although the blue giant wasn't destroyed, it couldn't recover and looked a little weak. Die. Lin Ling seized the opportunity and unleashed his full strength, slashing at the giant with his sword. Emperor God Zhonggang and Skeleton King naturally knew that they couldn't miss this opportunity. Hence, they attacked the giant as well. Boom! With an explosive sound, the gigantic blue giant was forcibly blasted apart, causing a terrifying whirlpool to appear in the sea. Whoosh! At this moment, the giant ghost broke free and immediately shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was delighted. He didn't expect the three of them to be so terrifying. They even killed the blue giant. One had to know that this was something that even Treasure God Grandpa couldn't do. Too slow, we've been surrounded. Just then, Emperor God Zhonggang said solemnly. A huge steel fortress appeared around him and he seemed to have pushed his fighting strength to the limit. Of course, there was still a pillar behind him and the chains tied him to the pillar. Therefore, his strength was still suppressed by at least 30%. Hearing Emperor God Zhonggang's words, Lin Ling looked around. There was only a rumbling whirlpool and it was blue in color. There didn't seem to be anything strange. However, when he looked carefully, he realized that there were huge silhouettes in the blue sea. There were many of them and they surrounded the surroundings tightly. It was those blue giants. Moreover, there was more than one of these blue giants. This time, it could be said that they were doomed. Boom boom boom. Those blue giants that were hidden kept getting closer to Lin Ling and the others. Their silhouettes became clearer and clearer. They were huge and they were like ancient trees surrounding Lin Ling and the others. At the center, Lin Ling and the others immediately felt a huge pressure that made them feel suffocated. After all, no matter what, these blue giants were stronger than the treasure god Nanwafingyu. With so many of them, even the thunder god would turn pale if he was here. Looks like we're going to die here. Lin Ling laughed bitterly. He knew that the three of them were no match for these blue giants. Yes, I didn't expect to die in the 8-god celestial palace after escaping the spirit nation. Sigh, I heard that even a higher god wouldn't dare to barge into the 8-god celestial palace. Now that I've seen it, it's not an undeserved reputation. No wonder no one dared to barge into the 8-god celestial palace in the era of gods. Emperor God Zhonggang sighed. He stretched out his steel arm and patted Skeleton King's head. Buddy, I didn't expect that after escaping the war of gods and waking up not long ago, we're going to die here. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. This voice reverberated through the depths of the sea, giving off a dignified feeling. The blue giants that were walking forward immediately stopped. Then, the blue giants separated, and a blue giant that was hundreds of meters tall and held a blue trident in his hand strolled in. This giant was roughly the same as the other giants, but it was slightly larger and had a pitchfork in its hand. Tell me what you know about the 8 gods notes and I'll let you leave. The giant's transparent face looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said in a low voice. Records of the 8 gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. These blue giants actually wanted to know about the records of the 8 gods? This is too strange. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. The Sea Fork Giant said again. Emperor God Zhonggang and Giant Ghost immediately looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what choice Lin Ling would make, however, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the secret of the 8 gods' diary couldn't be revealed so easily. 3. The Sea Fork Giant's voice sounded again as he looked at Lin Ling. He could see that among the 3, the gray-robed man had the most authority. I'm sorry, I can only tell your master about the records of the 8 gods. At this moment, Lin Ling also raised his head and said calmly. I'm their master. You can tell me. The giant's voice turned cold. Is that so? Why do I feel that your status isn't very high? So, let the Lord above you come. This way, I'll definitely tell you about the records of the 8 gods. However, Lin Ling was still stubborn. He was determined not to say anything. Whoosh, the giant's huge body shook and the huge blue trident in his hand shot towards Lin Ling. The power was like the power of the entire sea. Lin Ling. Before the Sea Fork Giant Ghost and Emperor God Zhonggang lost their balance from the impact. Therefore, they immediately shouted in worry. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His eyes focused on the incoming Sea Fork Giant Ghost. He was also gambling. He had a feeling that if he were to reveal the 8 gods' diary, the 3 of them would die here the very next moment. Therefore, only by meeting the master of the blue giant could he reveal the records of the 8 gods as an exchange. Rumble. The Sea Fork Giant Ghost looked huge, but it was as sharp as a blade. It was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. However, it still stopped in the end. The giant held the trident in one hand and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. If my Sea Fork Giant Ghost moves a bit closer, you'll die. Are you really not going to say anything? You don't dare to kill me. Lin Ling was expressionless, but his heart finally relaxed. This was because he knew that the giant had finally stopped. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. You're so confident. The giant said again. Currently, only the few of us know about the records of the 8 gods. If you kill us, you'll never get any information about the records of the 8 gods. Lin Ling said calmly. Therefore, you don't dare to kill me because you can't afford to gamble. Let your master speak. You have guts. The giant kept his Sea Fork Giant Ghost and said indifferently, previously, I wouldn't have held back. However, at the crucial moment, my master told me not to kill you. Therefore, you've won the bet. Come with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Ling and God Emperor Zhonggang looked at each other and laughed. You lunatic, you actually dared to bargain with these lunatics. If they don't like it, they can kill us in a blink of an eye. God Emperor Zhonggang said helplessly after rejoicing. I'm a lunatic and they're lunatics too. Therefore, it's most appropriate for a lunatic to deal with a lunatic. Lin Ling shrugged and walked forward with large strides. The surrounding blue giants looked down at Lin Ling, but they all made way for Lin Ling and the other 2 to walk through the group of giants. Looking ahead, the water rippled and the giant with the Sea Fork Giant Ghost was leading the way. After walking for 2 hours, the coral seabed began to appear in front of them. It was very beautiful. Various colors shone brightly, making them feel as though they had come to a mythical world. A huge palace sat in the middle of the coral. It was also very beautiful. The reason why the palace was huge was because the gate of the palace was built according to the size of the blue giants. To Lin Ling and the others, even a pillar was as big as a mountain. As for the gate, it was undoubtedly similar to the gate of Starry Sky. Looking at both sides of the door, there were also 2 tall giants standing there. However, unlike the giants outside, they were both wearing bright coral armor. At that moment, they were looking down at Lin Ling and the other two, seemingly a little surprised. There were quite a number of people in this hall, but every single one of them was a giant. Upon closer inspection, they were not only in the form of blue giants, but also in the form of various fish species. Shark giants, crab giants, lobster giants, and so on. Their auras were powerful, as though they were the lords of the sea. In fact, every single one of them was a lord of the sea in the 9 continents void jade divine world. Now, these lords of the sea were looking at Lin Ling's group of 3, and a powerful pressure was quietly spreading out. At this moment, even God Emperor Xianxia's mouth was trembling. He had come from the era of gods and had seen countless gods, but this was the first time he had seen such a large formation. He was sure that even the gods of the era of gods would be frightened out of their wits if they saw these ancient characters. Lin Ling was also paying attention to these powerful gods, and he felt as though he had arrived at an ancient temple. However, compared to God Emperor Xianxia's shock, he was much better. After all, he knew more things. Before the era of gods, there was an ancient era, and those gods were still alive, but they had hidden themselves. Then, Lin Ling's gaze turned to the front. There was a coral throne, and on top of it sat an even larger giant. This was a giant in the form of a dragon king. Because he had a dragon head and a human body, he wore the robes of the 4 Seas garrison, and a jade crown on his head. His dragon beard was long and fiery red. His hands were placed on the dragon throne, and he was looking down at Lin Ling. "You are Lin Ling." Suddenly, he let out a low voice. Although his voice was not loud, it caused the hearts of all the sea lords to tremble. They did not expect the Lord Dragon King to know this human's name. "I am the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and this is not the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but the Eastern Sea of the divine world. However, the divine world was destroyed, and the divine soil was lost, so this sea is only a part of the Eastern Sea. The reason you are here is because the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace leads to this Eastern Sea," the giant said again. "I see." Lin Ling was enlightened. He felt that such a huge existence like the blue giant would not hide in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. It turned out that the blue giants of the 8 gods' heavenly palace were mostly in the Eastern Sea of the divine world. "You know me?" Lin Ling looked at the Dragon King and said. "Ha ha ha." Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the huge East Sea Dragon King did not answer. Instead, he laughed loudly. "I'm afraid you're the only human who can remain calm after seeing me. Look at the little god behind you. He's so scared that his face is pale." He was naturally talking about Emperor God Zhonggang. "How dare you? Men, bring the wine." Then, under the East Sea Dragon King's voice, a goddess came over with a jug of wine. She put down the wine cup in front of Lin Ling and poured it for Lin Ling and the others with a smile. However, this wine cup was also very big. It was even taller than Lin Ling and the others, causing Steel Slayer God Lord and Giant Ghost to be speechless. How were they supposed to drink this? Haha, the wine of the East Sea Dragon King has long been famous. To be able to drink a mouthful of it, this trip was not in vain. On the contrary, Lin Ling raised the wine cup that was as tall as a person and drank it. Looking at his heroic appearance, the lords of the sea were full of praises. This human was indeed extraordinary. This reminded them of the expert who came to the East Sea Dragon Palace for the first time in ancient times. This god was also extraordinarily courageous. He even took away the sea-stabilizing divine needle that suppressed the sea eye of the East Sea. "I have neglected you previously. I hope you can forgive me." Looking at Lin Ling gulping down the wine, the East Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said, "It's okay. No discord, no concord." Lin Ling waved his hand casually and continued to gulp down the wine as though he was a whale swallowing the sea. The lords of the sea were shocked by Lin Ling's alcohol tolerance. After all, the sea heart coral wine could even make a god drunk. Well said, no discord, no concord. Just based on these words, I will make friends with you. The Dragon King waved his hand and got someone to pour more wine. Only then did he say, "In fact, there are many people in the current ancient era who have heard of your name. As for why, you will know in the future." "Right, that is the will of the 8 gods, right?" Then, the East Sea Dragon King looked at the giant ghost and said, Of course, there was no need for Lin Ling to answer. He was sure of everything. The 8 gods are not dead yet. He is on the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace. If he wants to know something, he will know it by going to the 9th floor. Moreover, the 8 gods know all the will of the 8 gods. Therefore, the 8 gods are the gods that the other gods pay attention to the most. However, there are only 7 people who can meet the 8 gods. These 7 people are the 7 wills of the 8 gods, representing the 7 emotions. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes were burning with a hint of deep meaning. The giant ghost stood there quietly like a Xianxia, its fangs flashing. However, it had obtained the records of the 8 gods, so it already had a clear understanding in its heart. Unfortunately, it is very, very difficult to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace from here. Unless it is a god with great perseverance, great fighting spirit, and great fearlessness, only then will there be a 10% chance of success. Over the years, countless gods have tried to reach the 9th floor, but the number of people who died on the way is also as vast as the sea. The East Sea Dragon King continued, and if you want to take the safest path to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace, you can only find one person. Who? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling and the giant ghost raised their heads. Dragon subduing Arhat, this person is the reincarnation of a god. In this life, he is also known as Taoist Myriad Treasures. The East Sea Dragon King looked gravely at Lin Ling and said, Taoist Myriad Treasures? Lin Ling and the giant ghost looked at each other in shock. They naturally knew Taoist Myriad Treasures. The map of the 7th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace had been bought from him. Dragon subduing Arhat. Lin Ling was even more shocked than the giant ghost, because in Chinese mythology, dragon subduing Arhat was Qigong, and Taoist Myriad Treasures was sloppy and looked very similar to Qigong. However, he was obviously the reincarnation of Qigong. But what surprised Lin Ling was not this, but the 8th floor's will. According to the records of the 8 gods, the 6th will of the world was Taoist Myriad Treasures. This Taoist Myriad Treasures is really not simple. Lin Ling turned to look at the giant ghost and said, because this was also what the giant ghost had told him. Yes, I didn't expect him to be the only one who knows the key to the 9th floor. The giant ghost nodded. It seems that you all know Taoist Myriad Treasures. Seeing Lin Ling and the others' expressions, the East Sea Dragon King was clearly surprised. Okay, the will of the 8th level is Taoist Myriad Treasures. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said directly. What? The Dragon King of the East Sea was shocked. He was shocked by this news. This was because he knew the origin of Taoist Myriad Treasures. He knew that although this person seemed frivolous, he was righteous. However, he didn't expect this person to be the will of the world. The will of the world is mysterious and ever-changing. Perhaps, the current Taoist Myriad Treasures is no longer the Taoist Myriad Treasures of the past. Or perhaps, he is still the same, but his thoughts have changed. In short, he was recorded in the records of the 8 gods. Then, he must be the will of the world. Lin Ling also understood the Dragon King of the East Sea's thoughts. He knew that it was difficult for him to accept. Unfortunately, the will of the world was so huge that it wasn't difficult to change a person, even if that person was a good person back then. However, there were exceptions to everything. For example, Xiaoluan was also the will of the world, but at least she didn't reveal any thoughts of destroying the world. What about the second one? The Dragon King of the East Sea continued to ask. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost fell silent. In the end, Lin Ling said in a low voice, the second one is one of the 4 gods of the void of the 9 prefectures. His name is Lei Gong. Lei Gong. The Dragon King of the East Sea nodded again. However, he didn't see that Lin Ling's expression was very complicated. Because until now, he still found it difficult to admit that Lei Gong was one of the wills of the world. This news was too shocking. When Lin Ling saw the stone tablet in the ruins on the 7th level, it took him a long time to accept the news. Now, Lin Ling didn't know if Lei Gong knew that he was the will of the world. If he knew, would Lei Gong be able to accept it? Many of the wills of the world were destroyed in the War of the Gods. However, they are immortal and can be reincarnated. Therefore, the fate of those who are born with the will of the world has already been arranged. This is something they can't change. It can only be said that it is fated. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said, "Moreover, during the Great War of the Gods, the Great War of the Primordial World, and the Great War of the Investiture of the Gods, not all of the world wills appeared together. Some of them are still in the Great Tao of Reincarnation. However, I have a feeling that in this era, 10 world wills will appear, because in that universe, the Almighties guarding the strongest world will have noticed that the current world will is somewhat different, and it has become even crazier. Although I don't know why it's like this, these signs show that the real end of the world is not far away." Lin Ling and the others went silent when they heard this. Even if their strengths were formidable now, they were still tiny like ants when facing the formidable existences of the prehistoric era. "Lin Ling, thank you for telling me about the 8 gods' notes. In return, I will help you become a god." After letting out a long sigh, the Dragon King of the East Sea collected his thoughts and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He could also see that Lin Ling had not completely become a god, but he was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a god. "If you want to achieve godly ascension with me, you'll definitely achieve godly ascension. Of course, that's only if you don't die." Then, the Dragon King of the East Sea added, "Godly ascension." Lin Ling's eyes burned with passion. He naturally knew that it was extremely difficult to break through the martial god realm and become a god completely. One had to be recognized by the great path of the void. Only then would the most terrifying divine tribulation descend. However, not everyone could overcome such a divine tribulation as it covered a vast area. Because there were flaws in the martial path, the martial heart, the body, the level of the divine fetus, and so on. However, with the Dragon King of the East Sea, he could help Lin Ling achieve godly ascension. However, the process was much more difficult than breaking through on his own. If he failed, his cultivation would not regress, but he would die. It's really time-saving. After all, I haven't sensed the divine tribulation of the great path so far, and I don't know when the divine tribulation will descend. Since the Dragon King has a way, I, Lin Ling, will go all out." The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He guessed that the void of the 9 states had undergone a drastic change. Therefore, in order to take the initiative, he had to become stronger. Straightforward. "Then follow me." Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the Dragon King of the East Sea nodded in appreciation. He stood up and led Lin Ling forward. That was where the sea-steadying needle used to be. However, the sea-steadying needle is no longer there. I gave it to a close friend. However, the eye of the sea that the sea-steadying needle suppressed is the best place to become a god. The Dragon King of the East Sea said as they walked. "You gave the sea-steadying needle to a close friend? Wasn't it snatched away?" Lin Ling followed behind and suddenly asked suspiciously, "Rumble, the Dragon King of the East Sea slipped and almost fell. He looked extremely embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "He and I have been good friends for many years. How could he snatch it away? Back then, he begged me for a long time before I gave the sea-steadying needle to him." "Begged? That's not right. Why is it different from what I know? I remember that the expert snatched it forcefully." The old Dragon King was on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare to say a word. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. He naturally knew what the sea-steadying needle was. It was the Rui Jing Gubang. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea's close friend, it was the great sage, Heaven's equal, Sun Wukong. In Journey to the West, the great sage, Heaven's equal had snatched the Rui Jing Gubang forcefully when he first came to the East Sea Dragon Palace. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, his beard had almost been plucked off by the great sage, Heaven's equal, Rumble. The moment Lin Ling finished speaking, the Dragon King of the East Sea finally fell. The entire Dragon Palace shook. As for the lords of the sea behind him, they covered their mouths and snickered. They naturally knew about the embarrassing past. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. Very quickly, the Dragon King of the East Sea got up. The smile on his face was even more forced, embarrassing. Embarrassing. As the Dragon King of his generation, he had actually been humiliated by a few juniors. However, how did this Lin Ling know about the ancient legends? Could it be that he was really the reincarnation of some almighty like those people had said? The group continued forward. Before long, they finally reached the mountains behind the Dragon Palace. The mountains were majestic, like gods sitting on the ground. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the mountains were full of scars and holes. Back then, when that close friend of mine obtained the sea-steadying needle, he waved it around in a fit of excitement. The entire East Sea tumbled. Those scars were left behind back then. It's a pity that my close friend has disappeared. Sigh. Looking at the mountains full of holes, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed softly. As for Lin Ling, his gaze was on the mountains. A huge vortex rose up. Below the vortex was a huge, deep pit. Legend had it that the sea-steadying needle was stuck here. Then I'll go. Go. Lin Ling could sense the mystery of the Eye of the Sea, but he also knew that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lin Ling immediately shot forward. In midair, the real body of the Thunder Lock appeared, and 8 wings appeared, allowing him to wreak havoc like a bolt of white lightning. Lin Ling, you must cross this Eye of the Sea. Go. Looking at Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhonggang and the giant ghost were a little nervous for Lin Ling. The eyes of the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other experts flickered. They knew very well that the Eye of the Sea had experienced countless years and seen the great tribulation of the gods. Therefore, as long as someone approached it, they would have to endure the great tribulation of the great Tao gods. The main reason was that the great sage, Heaven's equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle, causing it to be unearthed. This caused the gods and Buddhas to be dissatisfied, and all the gods and Buddhas in the Eye of the Sea had set up a god's domain. However, the great sage, Heaven's equal, was too ferocious. When he waved the godly sea-steadying needle, he destroyed the great tribulation of the gods and Buddhas. Therefore, the great tribulation of the gods did not disturb the great sage, Heaven's equal. Instead, it left a lot of trouble for him. Crackle. After Lin Ling got closer, he immediately sensed a terrifying whirlpool that wanted to tear his body apart. This whirlpool was very strange. Not only was it harmful to the physical body, but it was also fatal to the divine fetus, Dantian, and soul. This also made Lin Ling realize that this whirlpool was several times more powerful than the East Sea whirlpool. First stage. Go. Lin Ling sensed that he could not hold on any longer, so he immediately increased his strength again. Now, he had not even reached the Eye of the Sea, but he had to use 60% of his strength. This showed how terrifying the huge pit was. It was hard to imagine how the great sage, Heaven's equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle. He was so powerful. After activating the first stage of the innate talent fusion, the pressure on Lin Ling lessened a little, but it didn't last for long. When he was about to approach the Eye of the Sea, he heard the endless sound of a tsunami, as if countless people were roaring in his ears. It gave him a splitting headache, and his soul almost exploded. However, the huge crater also appeared before his eyes. Looking at the crater up close, Lin Ling discovered that the crater was even bigger than he had imagined. It was hard to imagine just how big the sea-stabilizing divine needle was. Back then, the great sage equaling heaven was able to pull out the sea-stabilizing divine needle, but I'm not as powerful as that legendary figure. But if I can't even reach the Eye of the Sea, then what's the point of me practicing martial arts? Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot. He looked up to the sky and roared. Second section. The 3 divine embryos erupted with power. Glaring Vajra, Human King's aura, and tyrannical Thunder Lake, these 3 gods stood guard behind Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's aura to rise crazily. This guy actually hid the talents of so many gods. He's not simple at all. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Lords of the Seas all looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling's methods, and they were a little surprised. This was because, from ancient times until now, they had seen countless gods come into being, as well as countless otherworldlings. But for someone like Lin Ling, who had 7 divine embryos suppressed his entire life, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. It was hard to imagine how 7 different powers could be present in one body at the same time. Rumble. Looking at the Eye of the Sea, after the 3 divine embryos were activated, Lin Ling's strength soared, and he finally disappeared into the huge Eye of the Sea. However, when the Eye of the Sea sensed the arrival of life, it immediately overturned the seas and rivers, causing the entire East Sea to shake. It was as if the sea-stabilizing divine needle had been unearthed. It's begun. The Dragon King of the East Sea muttered to himself as he watched the tyrannical whirlpool soar into the sky. He knew that everything that followed would depend on Lin Ling himself. Rumble, bang. Bang, bang. Inside the eye of the sea, Lin Ling finally understood how terrifying this place was. It was like a violent storm, and the tyrannical whirlpool rose from the bottom of his feet. It was as if countless hands were pressing on Lin Ling's body, wanting to tear him apart. Aha! Ah! Even with Lin Ling's strong physical body, he was still vomiting blood. This eye of the sea has a power that surpasses the steps of the gods. Ah! Lin Ling's mind seemed to explode. He held his head with both hands, and his whole body twitched non-stop. Right now, he felt as if he was the great sage equal to heaven, suppressed by the Buddha god and the five-finger mountain and refined into a pill furnace. That feeling of powerlessness continued to spread out from his body, as if it was going to destroy him. However, during this process, Lin Ling also felt that within the huge whirlpool, there was a mysterious power that was constantly changing his body. His realm essence was currently transforming, turning into a power that was recognized by the divine world. This was divine origin. This power had the power to turn something rotten into something miraculous. If realm essence was the power of the 9 prefectures, then divine origin was the power of the divine world, or even the entire universe. Third stage. Sensing that he could no longer bear it, Lin Ling also let out an angry roar and used his final trump card. In the huge eye of the sea, the grey-robed Lin Ling appeared. The moment he appeared, his body that was originally moving with the whirlpool quietly stabilized. The third stage was too powerful. His realm essence, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine origin had all reached the peak. After stabilizing his body, Lin Ling took a deep breath. His eyes looked at the deep hole that was constantly surging with exploding whirlpools. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed down. He clearly knew that with this area, if he wanted to completely become a god, he was still lacking. Crash! After activating the 15 realms speed, Lin Ling continued to sink. However, as time passed, the terrifying pressure became greater and greater. Get lost! Crash! Lin Ling continued to attack, trying to destroy all the whirlpools around him. Now, his eyes were red and his hair was messy. He was going crazy again. Crash! However, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound. A huge light appeared under his feet, forming a dazzling hot storm. Mixed with seawater, it wrapped around Lin Ling. Is it fire? Divine fire? Crash! Lin Ling was shocked. It was no longer a whirlpool of seawater? Ah! Crash! By the time he reacted, the fire storm had already wrapped around Lin Ling. It was constantly tearing him apart and burning him. Within the storm, Lin Ling's body was constantly being destroyed and fused together. His physical body was simply too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have died. There were no inner demons in the eye of the sea, but the tyrannical power was not something ordinary people could withstand. Therefore, in the era of the gods, even if people knew that the eye of the sea could allow one to undergo tribulation, very few people dared to do so unless they were crazy. Lin Ling was also forced by the situation. After all, if he had to wait for the Great Void Tribulation to arrive, he did not know how long it would take. He could not wait. Damn it, there's more. More. Lin Ling sensed that the power was the power of frost. Then, he was wrapped in a frost storm and constantly frozen. Then, he was burned and destroyed by the firestorm and shattered into pieces of glass. However, his physical body could be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, the fragments gave birth to Lin Ling, but they were baptized by the catastrophe again. More. More. Soon, Lin Ling let out another angry roar because he found that another black power was born under his feet. This time, it was the storm of the underworld. In the storm, countless underworld spirits came with chains, scythes, and soul-beating sticks. Lin Ling even saw Mengpa, the black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Whoosh! After the black storm wrapped around Lin Ling sensed that countless underworld spirits were tearing his soul apart. Is this bull-T catastrophe really so difficult to pass? More. Lin Ling held his head and kept kicking in the air. Now, in addition to his physical body, his soul was also destroyed. If he wanted to take a shortcut and become a god quickly, the process was obviously very simple. Sometimes, the vast void was also very fair. However, the black storm was not the end, because under Lin Ling's feet, there were a few storms of different colors that came gushing from the back of the mountain. There was divine thunder, there was a blade. There was a curse, more and more storms wrapped around Lin Ling, as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling here. Rumble. In the distance, people stared ahead without blinking. They could see that there were storms of different colors in the huge sea eye in front of them. It was very terrifying. The sea eye tribulation, from ancient times to the age of gods, very few people succeeded. 99% of them died there. The Dragon King of the East Sea narrowed his eyes and said lightly. His red beard swayed quietly under the waves. He looked calm, but in fact, he was a little nervous. Since the success rate is so high, Dragon King, why did you let Lin Ling undergo the tribulation? Hearing this, the giant ghost couldn't help but cry out in worry. It almost rushed over to grab the Dragon King's beard and viciously pull it out. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea didn't mind the giant ghost's rudeness. He calmly said, "Those who can cross such a great calamity are all variables in the void. My close friend back then was one of them." Bullshit. Lin Ling is just an ordinary person from the sacred land of the rainforest. How could he be a variable in the void? You've killed him. When the giant ghost saw that the light from the sea eye was becoming more and more blinding, he became even more worried. Hearing this, the Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the giant ghost finally couldn't take it anymore. It flew over and landed on the Dragon King of the East Sea's dragon whiskers, pulling them furiously. "How dare you!" Seeing this, the ocean overlords all shouted angrily. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea waved his hand indifferently. His eyes were still staring in the direction of the sea eye. He suddenly laughed and said, "Lin Ling might be a variable in the void." He knew very well that in ancient times, Lin Ling's name had been praised by many ancient almighties. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary existence, how could those ancient almighties remember Lin Ling's name? This was also the reason why he brought Lin Ling to the sea eye to undergo the tribulation. Of course, he was also taking a gamble. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary person, then he might have died in the sea eye. This also proved that the ancient almighties had misjudged Lin Ling. In fact, I've been observing him before, but I discovered that although he has 7 divine embryos, he's still far from being a variable in the void. Therefore, I've always been curious about what makes him different. The Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said softly, "Boom." At this moment, 7 rays of light of different colors suddenly shot out from the huge eye of the sea. They were Lin Ling's 7 divine embryos. Moreover, these 7 divine embryos seemed to be a little different than usual. There was an indescribable power in them. Although this power was very dim, even a trace of it seemed to be able to reverse the universe and change the void of the entire universe. The Dragon King of the East Sea's pupils contracted. The ocean overlords also opened their mouths wide. What was that? "It's his dantian." The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly let out a shocked roar. The giant ghost under his neck also stopped plucking the Dragon King of the East Sea's beard and looked at the sea eye in shock. Dantian. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling seemed to be able to form a dantian. Could this be the reason why the ancient almighties valued Lin Ling? It should be his dantian. Legend has it that when 9 by 9 returns to 1, the creators will awaken and fight against the world's will. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly became agitated, his body trembling. In his mind, the primordial age, the age of the gods, and even the primordial age that he had never seen before flashed past his mind. The famous gods of those eras, Jian Taigong, Neza, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, the great sage, heaven's equal, the Jade Emperor, and other experts also appeared quietly and then disappeared. However, these famous deities and Buddhas didn't have a variable like Lin Ling, who had the unique trait of returning 9 to 1, whoosh. At this time, a multicolored beam of light shot out from the huge eye of the sea, causing the water of the entire East Sea to move. Within the beam of light, a figure seemed to be bathed in it and slowly floated up. This person had his arms crossed in front of his chest. His clothes were tattered, and his muscles were bleeding profusely. However, his eyes were bright as he stared coldly ahead. Even though blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth, he was unmoved. He was Lin Ling. Previously, he had almost been torn apart by the sea eye's power. However, at the critical moment, his dantian was suddenly stimulated by a powerful force, causing his 7 dantians to fuse. One had to know that Lin Ling's third talent fusion had always been talent fusion. He had never tried to fuse his dantian. After all, this represented 7 different powers, the 7 Dao universes. However, under the stimulation of external forces, this time, the fusion was complete. After the fusion, his dantian became vast and mysterious, and there were strands of mysterious power that quietly overflowed. It was this power that helped Lin Ling to survive the CI's calamity. Now, the power of the calamity was quietly diminishing, so Lin Ling was also recovering quickly. Bathed in the beam of light, Lin Ling also noticed that his talents were increasing rapidly. The talents of the double dragon had reached the 5th grade. And this was precisely divine essence. With this power in his body, Lin Ling sensed that the power contained in the vortex and the light beam around him could not affect him at all. Lin Ling was like a sea-stabilizing needle in a raging sea. He would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. I've finally become a deity. My cultivation is now at the early stage of the lower deity realm. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the people in the distance and said calmly, I'm still alive. After he said that, the Dragon King of the East Sea and the others laughed excitedly. After so many years, Lin Ling could be considered one of the few people who had survived the calamity of the Eye of the Sea. The giant ghost and Emperor God Zhonggang looked excited. They were happy for Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was at the martial god realm, he could already fight against an early stage lower deity. If he reached the early stage of the lower deity realm, he would be unrivaled among the lower deities. Times have changed. Now, there is one more deity who has been recognized by the void. Let's go. He will be comprehending it soon. Let's wait for him at the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. He then left with the others. The giant ghost suppressed the excitement in its heart and gave Lin Ling, who was still floating in the pillar of light, a thumbs up. Then, it left. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Ling focused on bathing in the light pillar. He sensed that the light pillar had suppressed all the power that had destroyed him previously. However, the power was no longer hostile. Instead, it was a power that made him feel comfortable. It was nourishing his body, therefore, Lin Ling did not want to waste this power. He absorbed it with all his might. My divine energy is increasing rapidly. My soul energy is also increasing. My physical strength is also increasing. The benefits of becoming a deity were obvious. Lin Ling was surprised. No wonder so many martial gods wanted to become a deity. Unknowingly, his soul force had reached the level of 100,000, stepping into the level of 100,000. As for his physical strength, he already had the power of 500,000 worlds. If he fused with the 3rd stage talent, he could reach the power of 1.5 million worlds. Of course, this large increase was mainly due to the 7 divine embryos. The effects of the 7 divine embryos were naturally not as simple as 1 + 1. Looking at his speed again, his original speed was 150,000 realms. If he fused with his innate talent, he could reach 200,000 realms. As for the power of divinity, it was 2,000 strands of power of divinity. If it was the 3rd stage, it would be one of the 6,000 Daos. This was another huge leap. No wonder divine embryos are so important to gods. The higher the grade of the divine embryo, the more divine power it can bring, said Lin Ling in astonishment. He knew that even if the others had stepped into early stage low god realm, the extent of their improvement would not be as great as his. After all, if he was the only one who had made a breakthrough, it would mean that all 7 of them had made a breakthrough as well. Of course, Lin Ling also felt lucky that he was able to successfully break through. If he did not possess the primal chaos divine formula, he would have died in the Eye of the Sea. This also confirmed Lin Ling's conjecture that the primal chaos divine formula was the #1 cultivation technique in the void. Now, if I were in the land of the 9 prefectures, I might even be able to take on the 4 great gods head-on. Lin Ling took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and waited for the energy around him to continuously flow into his body. Time passed just like that. After an unknown period of time, the sea gradually calmed down. The pillar of light that shot up to the sky became dimmer and dimmer before finally disappearing. A figure floated down from the Eye of the Sea. With a wave of his right hand, a blue robe covered his body. After tying up his long hair, the newcomer left along the mountains, in the Dragon Palace, when everyone knew that Lin Ling had come out of seclusion, they all came to welcome him with smiles. In the huge hall of the Dragon Palace, the Lords of the Sea were all standing there. "Congratulations, congratulations! Now, there's another god." The Dragon King of the East Sea cupped his hands and said to Lin Ling. His attitude was also different from before. He no longer considered himself as a senior, but as an equal to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had become a god, and a god with extraordinary potential. Therefore, the Dragon King of the East Sea naturally let go of his previous attitude. He handed it over. "I'm indebted to the old Dragon King for your help. I thank you here." After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that he was more familiar with the great Tao of the void. Unknowingly, his soul seemed to know many things. This feeling was very strange. It was indescribable and unclear. Therefore, he did not feel as amazed as before when he faced the Dragon King of the East Sea. Instead, he felt that everything was normal. Of course, everyone noticed this slight change. They knew that Lin Ling's attitude was mainly because Lin Ling's strength had increased too much. Unknowingly, he had narrowed the gap between him and the Dragon King of the East Sea. Celestial Emperor Xianxia could not do the same. Whether it was in the past or now, whenever he saw the Dragon King of the East Sea, he would more or less revere him. "Lin Ling, congratulations!" At this moment, the giant ghost smiled. As he looked like a Xianxia, his smile gave off a sinister vibe. However, Lin Ling was too familiar with the giant ghost. Therefore, the sinister vibe felt more intimate to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also noticed that ever since the giant ghost obtained the Diary of the Eight Gods, he had changed a lot. He gave off the vibe of the Eight Gods. Early Low God. "TSK, TSK. You are the fastest person I have ever seen to become a god." Celestial Emperor Xianxia sized up Lin Ling and suddenly said, "Lin Ling, I am a mid-stage low god. Why don't we have a spar?" Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, he felt that Lin Ling's fighting strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Sure. Lin Ling had no reason to refuse, because he also wanted to test out his own strength. "Come." Celestial Emperor Xianxia accepted the challenge immediately. After drinking the wine in his hand, he stepped out and came to the center of the hall. The hall was incomparably grand. Even if the two of them were gods, their battle would not affect the hall. Lin Ling also took a sip of wine and immediately walked out. The two of them stood hundreds of meters apart and looked at each other with a smile. However, although they didn't seem to make a move, the void between the two of them was quietly turbulent at this moment. Waves of powerful divine origin were colliding with each other. These divine origin had the power to reverse the universe and distort black and white. This was also the first time Lin Ling used his divine origin to fight. He realized that his divine origin was much stronger than he had imagined. "Come out!" Lin Ling roared and took the lead. He waved his right hand and his divine origin surged. Then, thunderous crackling sounds could be heard. Colorful lights appeared and lingered around. They turned into colorful weapons. There were many effects of divine origin. At some point, it could be comparable to soul power. It could be used to predict fortune, change one's fate, or even change a realm. Then, Lin Ling had turned his divine origin into a weapon. This was one of the means of divine origin. In actual fact, as long as Lin Ling wanted to, he could turn his divine origin into anything. This was one of the means of a god. "Do you think you are the only one who can transform?" Emperor God Xianxia smiled faintly and waved his right hand. Black divine origin appeared and turned into countless steel weapons. Then, they started fighting with the weapons that Lin Ling had turned into. Bang! 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 The battle was extremely intense. The fighting power was ferocious and comparable to an early-stage martial god. Swoosh! At this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Emperor God Xianxia. He threw a punch out. Good lad. When he is controlling a weapon to fight, he can still fight. With this move, Lin Ling is more powerful than an ordinary early-stage lower god. Seeing Lin Ling's carefree look, many ocean lords laughed. The crab-like ocean king even clapped his two pincers. However, the way he clapped looked a little weird. Good one. Emperor God Xianxia's body turned black. His arm was so black that it was dazzling. It was like an indestructible steel. He threw a punch at Lin Ling. Emperor God Zhonggang's strength is not bad. He has a strand of God steps. Although it is very little, it is enough to be proud. After all, many middle gods do not have God steps. However, Lin Ling has just broken through. Emperor God Zhonggang is too embarrassed to use God steps. Seeing Emperor God Zhonggang attack, the surrounding ocean lords evaluated. Don't underestimate him. When that guy was in martial god realm, he already had God steps. Moreover, his comprehension level is extremely high. Emperor God Zhonggang could not help but scold the ocean lords. During this period of time, he had become familiar with the ocean lords. He was just in awe of the East Sea Dragon King. Boom, the two of them came from afar and collided fiercely. At the center of their fists, the void shattered like glass. There was an illusion of another universe. Moreover, the experts of that universe could also see the battle between the two gods through the void. Each and every one of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale. Those who were timid even began to prostrate themselves in worship. Because the cultivators in that expanse of the void had never seen such a strong cultivator. Battle of creation gods, battle of gods. They roared towards the sky. Emperor God Zhonggang. Lin Ling Emperor. You better use your full strength. Emperor God Zhonggang laughed. Previously, he was afraid that he would hurt Lin Ling. Therefore, he had suppressed his strength. Now, he realized that he had been overthinking, because after he collided with Lin Ling, he noticed that Lin Ling's divine energy was so thick that it wasn't much inferior to a mid-stage low god like him. Lin Ling's advantage was not only his divine origin but also his physical body that was comparable to a divine demon. Veins appeared on Emperor God Zhonggang's steel arm. Upon closer inspection, it looked as though there was black blood flowing down his arm. Xianxia! He roared. His voice was like thunder. A total of 4,000 streaks of divine origin burst out from his fist. First stage fusion. Lin Ling also roared. His body began to change quietly. Countless tentacles appeared behind him. 3,000 streaks of divine origin were reflected back. Good fellow. Emperor God Zhonggang roared. Although Lin Ling's divine origin was 1,000 streaks less than his, Lin Ling's other advantages were strong and made up for the lack of divine origin. 3,000 worlds, magnificent wind Xianxia. Emperor God Zhonggang activated his divine origin again and reached 5,000 streaks. Around his body, a huge black circle appeared. It was like a fortress and also like a complicated divine rune. It provided Emperor God Zhonggang with great power. Lin Ling's arm began to tremble. His eyes twinkled. Emperor God Zhonggang was a figure from the era of gods. The divine origin that he possessed was very strong. Moreover, it had the taste of steel. Steel was the hardest and indestructible. Second stage. Facing such an ancient god, Lin Ling did not hide anything. Human King, King Kong, and God of Thunder appeared behind him. The three divine embryos were undoubtedly twice as strong as before. 7th grade divine embryo. Emperor God Zhonggang's eyes narrowed. Although he had a 9th grade divine embryo, facing Lin Ling's 3 divine embryos together, he immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Moreover, Lin Ling's 2nd stage innate talent fusion allowed him to sense that Lin Ling had 4,000 streaks of divine origin. However, its power was comparable to 6,000 streaks of divine origin. The reason was that Lin Ling's physical strength had increased greatly. This strength is similar to Grey Robe Lin Ling's. Emperor God Zhonggang recalled the time when the three of them worked together to kill the blue giant. At that time, Lin Ling's strength was as strong as it was now. However, if he did not hear wrongly, the current Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage innate talent fusion. Lin Ling, I'll let you see my divine embryos. Emperor God Zhonggang suppressed the shock in his heart. When his fist came into contact with Lin Ling's fist, a pitch-black light suddenly engulfed Lin Ling's fist. When it came into contact with Lin Ling's arm, it caused Lin Ling's arm to turn pitch-black, as though it had been tempered. What? Lin Ling lowered his head to take a look. His expression changed instantly. Hee, this is the power of my innate talent. A 9th grade divine embryo that can absorb black iron. Back then, I was from the spaceship Divine Hull and was quite famous there. Now that it has been engulfed by my black iron, unless it's a Tao of mutual restraint, it's impossible to break it. Emperor God Zhonggang chuckled as he saw the black iron continue to engulf Lin Ling. That's not necessarily true. However, before the laughter ended, Lin Ling's body shook and the 7 divine embryos exploded at the same time. The black iron that covered the surface of his body immediately cracked. Then, it peeled off like an eggshell. This time, the real Lin Ling in the grey robe had appeared. Bang bang bang, Emperor God Zhonggang was hit by the aura and took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. Was this Lin Ling's full strength? That was too ferocious. He could fight with a mid-stage lower god. Awesome. Bull**T. After a long time, Emperor God Zhonggang spat out these 2 sentences. Then, he shook his head helplessly. It seems like there's no need to spar. I, a mid-stage lower god, am not your match. Emperor God Zhonggang, you haven't used your full strength. As for me, I've used my full strength. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. At the same time, he exited the innate talent fusion stage. Then, his soul power had increased greatly. Therefore, the time he could fuse had increased by a lot. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. Because his fighting power could actually increase by another 10 to 20%. Especially now that he had reached the step of wisdom, it was no small matter. It wouldn't be difficult to seal Emperor God Zhonggang. Lin Ling, after you became a god, your strength is much stronger than before. When the Dragon King of the East Sea saw that the sparring had ended, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling was also one of the more special existences among the gods he had met, just like his close friend back in the day. In fact, in the Age of the Gods and the Primordial Era, every famous god had their own unique skills that made them famous. For example, his close friends, 8-9 arcane art, a certain god's divine tree that could farm any treasure, or some ancient almighty being's unparalleled speed. Lin Ling's unique skills were naturally his unparalleled divine origin and divine embryo. Thank you for your hospitality, Dragon King. However, I'm afraid something big has happened in the void of the 9 states, so I have to rush back immediately. I hope you can forgive me. At this moment, Lin Ling cupped his hands and said to the old Dragon King. You should be talking about the 8 Gods' diary. The Dragon King of the East Sea said solemnly, now, the hosts of the world are beginning to descend one by one. Sigh, the world's righteous path is full of vicissitudes. You should go back quickly. Don't let the world will succeed. Once the world will descends, no one can stop it. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. After cupping his hands, he left with the giant ghost and Emperor God Zhonggang. The Dragon King of the East Sea looked at Lin Ling and said to the Lords of the Sea, don't you think he's like my close friend back then? A little. The Lords of the Sea looked at each other and laughed. They're a little alike. They're both fearless. However, Lin Ling is calmer than my close friend. He's also one of the variables in the void. I hope he can change the entire universe. The Dragon King of the East Sea looked into the distance and sighed. He didn't know what the world would look like when the 9 nines returned to 1 appeared. Perhaps this was one of the things that could resist the will of the world. At this moment, after Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang left the Dragon Palace, they swam along the sea. After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that the surrounding tyrannical seawater had weakened a lot. Dear guests, if you wish to leave the 8th floor, please head to the Lost Island. At this time, the surrounding seawater changed and turned into blue giants. They spoke human language and were very polite to Lin Ling and the other 2. Alright, please lead the way. Lin Ling naturally knew that this was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's intention. Moreover, everything was as Grandpa Treasure God had said, the blue giant was indeed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's bodyguard. Oh right, did you see a powerful old man? Suddenly, Lin Ling also thought about Treasure God Nanwufingyu and immediately asked the blue giant. They are in the south of the ocean, and they are still fighting. What surprised Lin Ling was that these blue giants actually knew the whereabouts of Treasure God Nanwufingyu. Moreover, Treasure God Nanwufingyu was still fighting. Bring me there immediately. Lin Ling's face turned cold, he was a little worried about Grandpa Treasure God. Alright, dear guests. The blue giants nodded. Then, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest were slow, they immediately let Lin Ling ride on their shoulders. Actually, Lin Ling and the rest were not slow, they just had to use all their strength. However, this kind of speed consumed a lot of god origin energy. On the other hand, the blue giants were formed from the sea. Not only were they fast, they did not even need to use any strength. Immediately, a large group of blue giants rushed towards the east. That direction was beyond the 8 gods' heavenly palaces area and did not belong to the eastern sea. Therefore, even if they knew that treasure god Nanwufengyu was fighting, they were too lazy to care. Their goal was to protect the dragon palace. So fast. Standing on the giant's shoulder, Lin Ling felt the sound of seawater rumbling in his ears. After assessing, he immediately knew that this was a speed of 300,000 world realms, which was slightly faster than his own speed. Almost there. Not long after, the blue giant under Lin Ling's feet said, causing Lin Ling's eyes to immediately look into the distance. Looking up, he saw an island floating in the sea in the distance. It was also covered in bubbles, but at this moment, the island was constantly emitting light, as if there were flowers blooming on the island. The light was obviously brought about by a powerful battle. It's still a battle. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The battle between Grandpa Treasure God and Lord Ning started when he destroyed the underground palace and continued until now. As expected of a battle between gods, boom boom boom, at this moment, on the island, the fierce battle was still going on. The entire island was now in ruins. There were no plants or creatures to be seen, only countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching the battle. Looking at the ground, there were craters with a radius of 10,000 miles everywhere, covering the entire island. Treasure God, let's see how long you can last. A cold voice floated out. Under the sky, a figure stood there. His clothes were tattered, but his divine aura was awe-inspiring. He was Minister Ning. This man was no longer as gentle and refined as before. Instead, he was a little crazy. He was like a mad god. Of course, Minister Ning was in a sorry state, but Nanwufengyu wasn't much better off. His clothes were tattered and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His silver hair was no longer lustrous. You can't last much longer. Looking at Minister Ning with his tired eyes, Treasure God Nanwufengyu laughed heartily. However, as he laughed, a few of his teeth fell out. Haha, look at your miserable appearance. You're so embarrassing. Seeing Treasure God Nanwufengyu's appearance, Minister Ning couldn't help but laugh. But as he laughed, he also vomited blood. Ha ha ha. This time, it was Treasure God Nanwufengyu's turn to laugh. In the distance, countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching this scene with serious eyes. This was because these two experts had been fighting for a year. The battle was so intense that it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. That kind of power could kill any martial god realm expert. It's hard to imagine that they could use such terrifying power for a year. Someone said in a low voice with a hint of shock in his voice. They're evenly matched. Someone else said, boom boom boom. As they were talking, the two of them collided again, blasting a large number of craters into the ground that was already full of holes. This is the 325th time. Everyone immediately retreated. Their bodies were protected by vital energy as they watched the battle in the distance with solemn eyes. Seeing the two gods fighting without any regard for their lives, many people felt that victory or defeat would be decided in this short period of time. If Nanwufengyu loses, remember, you must kill him. His body is full of treasures and must be offered to the spirit nation. At this time, a deep voice suddenly came, causing many people to turn around and see a man in a long robe. Holy Spirit. People immediately bowed, knowing that this man was the current Holy Spirit, Xianxia. Lord Holy Spirit, are we going to kill Nanwufengyu? Someone looked at Xianxia and asked. That's right, this is also Lord Ning's intention, as well as the intention of the Spirit Nation's great god. Anyone who goes against the Spirit Nation must die, especially those who will never submit. Lord Ning also said that Nanwufengyu Treasure God will never submit. Adding on the fact that he caused a ruckus on the island and let Steel Slayer God go. Emperor, this is a great crime. Xianxia said word by word, his eyes cold, thinking about Lin Ling and the others who died at the bottom of the ocean. He was extremely unhappy because in his opinion, Lin Ling should have died by his hands. Boom, at this time, a dazzling sun appeared in the sky. Two forces crazily clashed. One was the power of wind and rain, the other was the power of frost. The power of the sun constantly spewed out, causing the earth to become stormy and frost to fill the sky, but at this time a groan suddenly came out. The old man with the fluttering hair suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, "Minister Ning, you actually borrowed the power of the spirit nation. You have an unfair advantage." "Haha, the spirit nation's power is also my power. How is this unfair? We've fought for 400 days, now there should be a result." On the other side, Minister Ning sneered. In fact, he had reached his limit. However, a mysterious power suddenly came and provided him with a portion of his power. He knew that this power came from the great god of the spirit nation. Moreover, the great god of the spirit nation also sent a message to him. It was to kill Nanwufingyu. Therefore, although he had an unfair advantage, he did not dare to disobey the great god of the spirit nation. Die. He waved his hand, and the giant sun in front of him drowned out the treasure god of Nanwufingyu. The latter let out a painful roar. Boom, the sun suddenly exploded, revealing treasure god Nanwufingyu's body. However, he was now covered in blood and his eyes were filled with madness. However, Minister Ning could see that Nanwufingyu had reached his limit. "Treasure god, our grudges can be traced back to the era of the gods. We have fought many times, and if it wasn't you who was injured, then it was me who was injured. I didn't think that today, this bond would come to an end." Minister Ning walked step by step towards Nanwufingyu treasure god. His eyes, which were originally filled with madness, had unknowingly recovered. There was an additional trace of yearning and reluctance. Even though he hated Nanwufingyu as well, he still had a friendly relationship with this old man after countless years of war. Therefore, his relationship with treasure god Nanwufingyu was very strange. They seemed to be enemies, but they also seemed to appreciate each other. Yeah, I didn't expect it to end here either. Nanwufingyu treasure god now knew about him. With his current strength, he could fight against a martial god, but clearly not against Minister Ning. "We fought 300 times, right?" Suddenly, Nanwufingyu treasure god whispered. Seeing Minister Ning nod, he smiled. "In fact, after fighting for so long, other than the stubbornness in my heart, I don't hate you at all." "Me too." Minister Ning stopped and nodded. "Ha ha ha." They glanced at each other, then let out heroic smiles. That was because they were also friends that had been forged through fighting. "Let's do it." After Nanwufingyu treasure god laughed, he suddenly felt relieved and said, "She's been waiting for me for a long time. I should go accompany her." Hearing this, Minister Ning's eyes became serious. There was an additional trace of reluctance. It was as if in the future, he had lost an enemy who dared to fight against him with all his strength. This made him feel like he had lost something important. "Sorry, Minister Ning, sometimes can't help myself." Minister Ning's arm, which was hanging by his leg, quietly gathered a powerful force. "I know." Nanwufingyu treasure god smiled. "Dying in your hands is better than dying in the hands of those who want to cause trouble. At least, I've fought with you more than 300 times, and after 300 times, you've succeeded in killing me. But before I die, I want to know what she said to you." Minister Ning's heart trembled. He almost wanted to say it, but for some reason, he didn't want to say it. "Speak." Nanwufingyu treasure god roared when he saw Minister Ning's silence. "I'm sorry, I can let you do anything, but there are two things that I can't let you do. First, the spirit nation, and second, her." Minister Ning shook his head in the end. He couldn't tell Nanwufingyu treasure god that she said before she died that she loved Nanwufingyu treasure god. "Treasure god, rest in peace." Then, Minister Ning attacked. "You bastard." Nanwufingyu treasure god cursed. He was about to die, but Minister Ning still didn't say anything. "He's finally dead." In the distance, the experts of the spirit nation narrowed their eyes. Xianxia's lips curled up in anticipation because the spirit nation had promised him that if Nanwufingyu treasure god died, his body would belong to Xianxia. Nanwufingyu treasure god was a late lower god, so his body was naturally incomparably precious. "Grandpa treasure god, I'll save you." However, just as Minister Ning was about to attack, a loud roar suddenly sounded, shocking the entire island. Almost instantly, everyone raised their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. Minister Ning and Xianxia's bodies trembled, and their eyes widened. They said at the same time, Lin Ling? How is that possible? Didn't Lin Ling die at the bottom of the sea? After recovering from his shock, Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. When the island collapsed, countless people fell to the bottom of the sea and were killed by the blue giant. This was something he had seen with his own eyes. If it wasn't for the great god of the spirit nation, he, Xianxia, would have died there, but now, Lin Ling was still alive? Lin Ling. When Nanwufengyu treasure god heard this, his heart of death suddenly saw a ray of light. He had fought with Minister Ning for countless years, and he was also tired. However, Minister Ning didn't say the words she said before she left. This made Nanwufengyu treasure god very unwilling. If he didn't hear those words, he didn't want to die, and now, Lin Ling had come to help him. This brat is really so powerful. Treasure god, do you think Lin Ling will be of any help? Maybe I'll kill him too. But soon, Minister Ning sneered and looked at Nanwufengyu. Nanwufengyu's eyes narrowed. Yes, with Lin Ling's strength, how could he be Minister Ning's opponent? However, he suddenly thought of something. After all, during the battle on the island, everyone thought Lin Ling was going to drink Mangpo soup and go to the underworld, but Lin Ling didn't. Instead, he destroyed the island, so now, everything was possible. I said before that Lin Ling was a message arranged by the heavens. She told me through Lin Ling that she must love me. Now that Lin Ling is here, it proves her feelings even more. At this thought, Nanwufengbao smiled brilliantly. Treasure god, you're dreaming. Minister Ning said in a low voice. He obviously thought of the island. Now, I'll kill the will of the heavens right in front of you. This will also prove that everything is just your imagination. She loves me. Then, Minister Ning roared and his divine energy surged. His eyes looked into the distance, wanting to kill Lin Ling. However, just as he took a step in the sky, he stopped abruptly, looking at the Spirit Kingdom experts on the island. They originally wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. But after seeing the scene in the distance, none of them dared to move. The more cowardly ones were so scared that their faces turned pale, because, looking at the horizon, there was a sea of blue. On the other side of the island, rolling ocean water rushed into the sky as if it was going to drown the entire island. In front of the ocean, countless blue giants were walking over step by step. These were the blue giants. Even someone as strong as Nanwufengyu had to retreat from one blue giant. But there was more than one. Looking at the shoulder of the leading blue giant, a figure stood there proudly. His eyes were cold as if a king had returned. Oh my god! After seeing the blue giant clearly, the Spirit Kingdom experts were so scared that they fell to the ground. After all, they had just witnessed the blue giant's massacre a year ago. Any expert who fell into the hands of the blue giant would be killed instantly. Lin Ling, it's him. Xianxia's eyes narrowed and his body trembled with anger. Why didn't the blue giant kill Lin Ling but help Lin Ling instead? Why, this was too unfair. He was afraid that he was dreaming, so he slapped himself hard. But in the end, even though his teeth were knocked out, the illusion in front of him was real. Blue giant. Minister Ning's eyes narrowed. He had been on the island for many years, so he knew how terrifying the blue giants were. These creatures were inhumane. As long as they dared to leave the island, they would be killed without mercy. Over the years, he had tried to communicate with the blue giants, but in the end, these blue giants were like Buddha, didn't seem to be sentient and ignored him, and now, Lin Ling had actually summoned the blue giant and allowed it to land on the island. All of this was too inconceivable, too abnormal. Previously, he thought that killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, it seemed that even his survival was a problem. Boom. Boom, in a short period of time, the entire island was surrounded by countless blue giants. It was like an army of gods attacking a city. The Spirit Kingdom experts were silent. They were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. On the other hand, Lin Ling stood on the blue giant's shoulder and walked towards the sky. His eyes were locked on Lord Ning and treasure god Nanwufengyu. What an intense battle. Fortunately, I rushed over. Lin Ling said to himself. He then nodded at treasure god Nanwufengyu and looked at Lord Ning. Let go of treasure god grandpa and I'll let you leave. Let him go? Do you know how long I've been fighting with him? Now that you've let him go, all my years of effort have gone down the drain. Seeing that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him, Minister Ning said in a low voice. When he first met Lin Ling in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling was like a junior. Although he wasn't afraid of him, there was still a hint of respect, but now, this junior dared to confront him head-on. He wasn't any weaker than him. "I've destroyed your island and caused the Spirit Nation's efforts to go down the drain. Why don't you kill me?" Hearing this, Lin Ling said plainly. Now, Minister Ning was silent. He also wanted to kill, but the blue giant behind Lin Ling was glaring at him. He was afraid that before he could reach Lin Ling, he would be drowned by the blue giant. "Come and kill me." Seeing that Minister Ning was silent, Lin Ling's voice became louder. Looking at him, he was no longer a junior. It was as if he was one of the 9 states' 4 great gods. "You should know that if you kill Treasure God Grandpa, everyone here will die, including you. This will be a huge loss to Spirit Kingdom. You can bear the consequences," Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, Minister Ning was still silent. But he began to hesitate. In his world, Spirit Kingdom's cause was number 1. It even surpassed his own life and death, therefore, if these people were to fall, the Spirit Kingdom would definitely suffer a loss. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain, releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Thinking of this, Lord Ning sighed. Back then, he saw that Lin Ling was talented, so he gave Lin Ling the opportunity to join Spirit Kingdom. But who knew that this tiger wasn't someone he could control? After a long sigh, Lord Ning finally nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you." "Yes. Treasure God Grandpa, come here." Seeing this, Lin Ling said to Treasure God Nanwufingyu. The latter held his injured body and immediately flew towards Lin Ling. Throughout the process, Lord Ning didn't stop him. He knew that although Lin Ling was arrogant, he was also a man of principle. Since he agreed to let them go, then he would definitely do it. He meant what he said. When Lin Ling saw that Treasure God Nanwufingyu had arrived safely, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Lord Ning and said, "Back then, you helped me once. Today, I'll help you once. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. After all, you should know that on this island, there is someone who I really want to kill." Lin Ling obviously noticed Xianxia. This Xianxia had devoured the evil ghost and his strength had increased greatly. This made Lin Ling feel that he was a great threat that must be eliminated. However, this time, he gave Lord Ning face. After all, back in Spirit Light City, if Lord Ning had wanted to kill him, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't have been able to leave alive. After that, he, Lin Ling, destroyed the awakening of Spirit Kingdom's great god. Lord Ning could have killed him, but the latter didn't. Instead, because of his greed, he missed this opportunity. But no matter what, he, Lin Ling, did owe Lord Ning a favor. "Those who walk different paths cannot work together." Lin Ling nodded. "Although you are no longer the same as before, I still believe that you will return to the Spirit Nation one day. Let's go." Lord Ning took a deep look at Lin Ling. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone away. Even now, he still did not give up on recruiting Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not believe it. Perhaps the entire Spirit Nation wanted to kill him. "Grandpa Treasure God, are you alright?" After Lord Ning and the others left, Lin Ling looked at Treasure God Nanwufingyu and asked. "I'm fine, just a little injured. Although Minister Ning is despicable, he is still a magnanimous person. He would either kill me or let me go. He won't use any underhanded methods." Treasure God Nanwufingyu waved his hand and looked at Lin Ling with gratification. He never thought that the final decision of this trip to the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace would be Lin Ling. When he first met Lin Ling, he asked Lin Ling for help. It seemed that this was the best choice in his life. "These blue giants?" Treasure God Nanwufingyu stared behind Lin Ling and asked. "Haha, let's talk about this as we walk. I think something big has happened in the 9 states. Let's hurry back." "Okay." With the help of the blue giant, Lin Ling and the rest arrived at a deserted island after a long time. There was a stone tablet floating there, burning with blue flames. It was exactly the same as the path Lin Ling and the rest had taken when they first entered. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer the same as when he first arrived. He was confident that he could easily open a path to leave. Of course, when he was about to make a move, the blue giants were even more convenient. With a tear of their hands, the stone tablet split open, revealing a passage that was just big enough for one person to enter. Amazing! Lin Ling praised. If he did not do well in the 9 states in the future, he could come to the 8th level and borrow troops from the Dragon King. He would probably be able to sweep the entire 9 states. Of course, he was only thinking about it because he had a feeling that the Ancient Almighty would not easily interfere in the matters of the 9 states. It was as if there was a rule in the unseen world, or perhaps, the will of the world also had powerful Ancient Almighty that did not make a move. This was why the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other experts did not make a move. Let's go. The group passed through the 8th level one after another. When they appeared again, they were already on the 7th level. After that, the 4 of them did not stop and searched for the exit of the 7th level to leave. Saint Guy. Along the way, Lin Ling saw Saint Guy and the others. Big brother Lin Ling. Xiaonan and brother Anyo were wandering in the dense forest. After noticing Lin Ling, they were both delighted. You guys have been here for the past year. Lin Ling was very surprised. He landed on the ground with Nan Wufingyu and the others, and then continued on with Saint Guy and the others. Yes, and the other trial takers did not leave. I saw Juing and the others not long ago. After all, they did not get the 8 gods' notes, so they wanted to see what treasures there are on the 7th level. Little South said. A shield appeared in his hand and he waved it around happily. It looked like. Lin Ling glanced at it and immediately knew that it was a rare innate divine weapon. Of course, compared to the saber Saint Guy got, it was still a little weaker. Lin Ling, why do I feel that you are different? Because my saber can sense it. At this time, Saint Guy looked at Lin Ling and said in shock. Yes, I've become a god. Lin Ling replied casually. His words made Saint Guy and Little South's hearts roar. It had only been a year, and Lin Ling had become a god. One must know that a year ago, Lin Ling was only a 9th level martial god. What had Lin Ling encountered on the 8th level? Alright, little kid, let's go back first. Your Lei Gong is in trouble. Seeing Saint Guy and the others blabbering on, God Emperor Zhonggang became impatient and interrupted them. When they saw the people behind Lin Ling, Saint Guy and the others did not dare to speak. They could sense that these people were very strong, like gods. Lord Lei Gong is in trouble. Saint Guy became worried when he heard God Emperor Zhonggang's words. He clearly did not know about the 8 gods' notes, or he would have been in Lei Gong's palace by now. Let's go back now. Lin Ling did not have time to explain. He led the group in the direction of the exit. Little South and the others were familiar with the direction of the exit. It was a bronze gate. This bronze gate was located in a ruin. It was very simple and unadorned. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they immediately saw a few people preparing to leave. These people were the trial takers. When they saw Lin Ling, fear appeared in the trial takers' eyes. They clearly did not know about Lin Ling's strength on the 8th level, but they knew that even without going to the 8th level, Lin Ling was not someone they could fight against. Lin Ling. Among them, Xiao Er was also present. He was now looking at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Get lost. However, Lin Ling did not take them seriously at all and shouted angrily. This domineering voice made Xiao Er's face turn ugly. However, he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he endured it. Let's see how you answer to the gods when we go back. Xiao Er suddenly recalled that Lin Ling had killed the trial takers, so he gloated over their misfortune. It's none of your business. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at him and walked past him. However, after he spoke, a domineering aura pressed down. This aura was like an avalanche, spreading in all directions. It caused the trial takers' legs to tremble, and they fell to the ground with a plop. As for Xiao Er, he was obviously under an even greater pressure. Roar, Xiao Er directly transformed into his dragon form as well. Because only in this way would the pressure he had to endure be slightly reduced. However, just as he had transformed into his dragon form and was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, Lin Ling, who had already arrived in front of the bronze door, stopped in his tracks and looked back. So noisy, get lost. This time, he finally looked at Xiao Er. However, the aura of a god also directly landed on Xiao Er's body. Rumble, Xiao Er, who was hovering in mid-air, was violently smashed to the ground as if he had been slapped by a large hand. After landing on the ground, he frantically struggled, twisting his body like a small snake. However, he could not break free from the enormous pressure on his body. He was in a very sorry state. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. Lin Ling coldly glanced at Xiao and strode through the bronze door. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. While Xiao was struggling, a few challengers came from afar. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all asked around and were shocked, speechless for a long time. The strength of the 8 new gods was too terrifying. Looking at Lin Ling and the others, they had also left through the 7th level. After a long time, they finally reached the void of the 9 states. Everyone stood in the void and looked into the distance. Inexplicably, there was a complicated feeling in their hearts. The void of the 9 states did not seem as powerful as the 8th level of the 8 gods world. However, it seemed to be the center of the universe, causing everything to revolve around the void of the 9 states. Perhaps, it was also the symbol of an era. The realm of the gods was the symbol of the era of the gods. The void of the 9 states was naturally the symbol of the current era. I wonder what happened in the 9 states. Let's go back to Snow City and take a look. Lin Ling stood in the void and looked into the distance. Although the current void of the 9 states was about the same as before, he had a faint feeling that there was probably a huge storm that had quietly erupted here. Lin Ling, you guys go back to Snow City first. We'll go back to Lei Gong's hall to take a look. Let's go back to the Curishan. Saint Guy, Little South, and Yoga all said goodbye to Lin Ling and then ran away. Lin Ling led Emperor God Zhang Gang, Treasure God Nanwufingyu, and the giant ghost to Snow City. At this moment, Snow-Blowing City looked very calm. However, this kind of quietness was like a surging undercurrent. A powerful torrent was quietly spreading throughout the entire Snow-Blowing City. Senior sister, have you heard? There's news from Yushan that the Thunder God is the host body of the world's consciousness. Now, all the gods want to attack the Thunder God. Is this true or not? In the City Lord's mansion of Snow City, a figure paced back and forth. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He was Xianxia. He was obviously surprised by the sudden news. I don't know if this news is true or false. Perhaps someone is deliberately spreading rumors. So, before everything is confirmed, it's better not to jump to conclusions. Behind him, the old woman sat with a frown on her face. Obviously, she was also surprised by this news and believed that someone was deliberately targeting Lei Gong and spreading rumors. Yes, it must be fake news. Someone is deliberately targeting Lei Gong. This person is really despicable. Now that the Spirit Nation is eyeing him covetously, this person actually dares to attack his own people. What a vicious person. Xianxia suddenly stopped and said with certainty. But at this moment, a roaring sound suddenly rang out, shocking the entire Snow-Blowing City and causing it to tremble. What happened? The faces of the people of Snow-Blowing City changed greatly. Then, they discovered that a huge thunderball was falling from the sky. It was like a huge black sun, slowly sinking and suppressing the sky above Snow-Blowing City. Rumble, this lightning ball was incomparably terrifying. The moment it was suppressed, the entire city was shaken. Those who were weak were even sent flying by the powerful lightning energy. Pitter-patter, finally, the black thunder ball fell on the street and wreaked havoc on the entire street. It was buried in the ground, constantly releasing lightning snakes, causing the surrounding area to become a thunder-forbidden zone. What happened? At this time, the governor and the old woman also arrived. They looked at the huge thunder ball in shock from afar and realized that the thunder ball was suppressing a terrifying power, but who was so arrogant to throw a terrifying thunder ball here? Was this intentional? Lightning energy? Sakura, Yuyu, and the others also appeared. Their faces were very solemn. During this period, they naturally received the news that Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the world will. In this regard, they naturally took it as a joke at first. After all, the 4 gods were against the world will. Now that Lei Gong was the host of the world will, wasn't this a joke? However, as time passed, they began to feel that something was amiss. This was because the revival of the world will's host body had always been without any signs. Even the world will itself did not know about this. Therefore, wind from an empty cave might not be without reason. Lei Gong was Lin Ling's most powerful backer. If something happened to Lei Gong, then some people who hated Lin Ling would definitely attack Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was enough to dominate the void of the 9 continents, he was still not invincible. There were still many people in the void of the 9 continents who could take his life. The person who came seems to be very arrogant. Young Beast Lord said with his eyes narrowed. Young Beast Lord, do you know who did it? Xianxia and the old woman flew towards Young Beast Lord. Sakura and Young Beast Lord were rising stars now. Their strength was no longer the same as before. They were stronger than Xianxia and were one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents. I don't know, but the person who came is very strong. The divine power suppressed by that thunder ball is very terrifying. Sakura looked at Xianxia and the others and said. Hearing this, Xianxia and the others' faces became more serious. On the street, Ancestor Taiyan and the others stood there with a worried look. They had heard about what had happened during this period of time. They didn't expect the 9 continents to be so turbulent. The investiture of the 9 continents had just been quiet for 100 years. Now, there was a storm. Perhaps, this is the Spirit Nation's method. Lin Ling's mother, Mo Nianshan, said with a frown. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They thought that the Spirit Nation was spreading rumors to cause internal strife in the 9 continents void. Nonsense. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard, interrupting everyone's speculation. Then, a large number of experts came from afar, stepping on clouds. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above Snow City. The person in the lead was an old man wearing an 8-trigram robe. He looked very unfamiliar, but the people behind him gave off a familiar feeling because they were the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god. Duan lineage martial god, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this, Sakura and the others shouted. It was not difficult to guess that this huge thunder ball should be the method of this group of people. However, the last time the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents were re-ranked, the Duan lineage martial god did not dare to be arrogant. When he saw Lin Ling, he did not even dare to fart. Now, he dared to arrogantly step in. Humph. Seeing this, the Duan lineage martial god and the others snorted and ignored Sakura and the others. Instead, they cupped their hands and said to the old man, Ancestor Qing, this is Snow City. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be in awe of the old man. Looking at the people behind the old man, they were dressed differently from the 9 continents. They were all in the same uniform, but their strength was not weak. It was unknown where this group of experts came from. Who are you? Young Beast Lord frowned and asked when he saw the old man's disdainful tone. However, the old man did not care about him at all. A list appeared in his hand and he said indifferently, in the name of Divine Emperor Delay, I want to take a few people away. They are Ancestor Taiyan, Mo Nianshan, Yu, and Yuer, Xianyuan and Sakura. The names he read out were all related to Lin Ling. After he finished reading, he looked at everyone calmly and said, Do you have anything else to say? Who is Divine Emperor Delay? Sakura and the others frowned when they heard that because they had never heard of such a name. You're so ignorant. Duan my martial god said disdainfully, this is the order of the Imperial Court. I know you don't know what the Imperial Court is. Let me tell you, the Imperial Court is an independent island in the void of the 9 states. That is the Imperial Court. At this time, the old man added, that island is also one of the broken continents of the Divine Realm. Our master, Divine Emperor Delay, is the master of that island. As for my master, I think you've heard of him. He was the leader of the 9 states' 10 great martial gods, Divine Emperor Delay. Divine Emperor Delay. What? Sakura and the others were shocked when they heard that, among the 9 states' 10 great martial gods, 2 of them were more powerful than the other martial gods. They were as mysterious as distant divine mountains, hidden in the fog. One of them was Luli Empress. She was ranked second among the 10 great martial gods and one of the 8 new gods. The other person was older and had a long history, so he could not become a new god. He was Divine Emperor Delay, who was ranked first. This person had always been mysterious. He had become famous 30,000 years ago. There was a rumor that this person could fight against the 4 great deities. He was truly worthy of being called the number 1 martial god. Even the glazed empress paled in comparison to him. Now, Divine Emperor Delay had surfaced and wanted to take Ancestor Taiyan and the others away? Senior, our Snow City has no enmity with martial god Delay. Why did you take our people away? Xianxia immediately said. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Do we need to explain to you what the imperial court does? Now, you only have two paths to take. 1. All of you die, and then we'll take them away. 2. Surrender yourself and we'll take him away. Make your choice. Hearing this, the old man coldly snorted. His voice was filled with disdain as he looked down on everyone. Then, he muttered to himself, this Lin Ling arrogantly re-ranked the martial gods of the 9 provinces. My master just couldn't be bothered with him. Otherwise, does he think he has the right to re-rank the martial gods? The faces of Sakura and the others became increasingly solemn. Although all the experts of the God Slayer Alliance were present in Snow City and their strength was monstrous, they were obviously as weak as lambs in the face of the #1 martial god. Alright, cut the crap. You don't have a person, but you do have a life. I would like to see how impressive this so-called martial god Delay is. However, Sakura didn't think much of it. He took a step forward and his realm essence surged. You must be one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces, Sakura. Haha, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Seeing this, the old man sneered and looked around at everyone. Who else is next? The words who else were extremely domineering. This is the territory of the God Slayer Alliance. If we don't do anything after taking our people away, people will laugh at us. Young Master Yao walked out. Next, Yu and Yuer, and the others did the same. These people were the top experts of the 9 provinces. If they fought in the 9 provinces, the entire 9 provinces would be shaken. However, the old man was also very domineering. He said indifferently, Duan, my martial god, eternal martial god. I'll give you a chance to make a contribution. Go and deal with the 2 martial gods. Leave the rest to me. Okay, Ancestor Qing. Duan, my martial god and eternal martial god nodded. They looked at Sakura and young Master Yao. Then, without wasting any time, they attacked the 2 of them. Although they were also the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces, it was obvious that Sakura and young Master Yao were weaker than Duan, my martial god and eternal martial god. After all, they were martial gods who had just risen and weren't mature enough. Therefore, in a short period of time, Sakura and young Master Yao were suppressed. However, the God Slayer Alliance wasn't just as strong as the 2 of them. There were still many experts, and these experts were all looking at the old man called Ancestor Qing. Useless people. The old man's lips curled up. He had a heroic aura as if he looked down on the world. He stared at the crowd and suddenly shouted, Northern Wilderness Hill. Under his voice, an inexplicable, invisible force erupted, rumble. The entire Snow City seemed to have been slapped by a giant palm and crazily sank. The cultivators in the city all vomited blood and fell down. Their minds buzzed and they instantly lost the ability to fight. Sound of thunder. And Yuer also had blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth, but she couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, the previous method was a sound of thunder. However, because this sound was too powerful, it had become silent. However, its power was terrifying and unprecedented. An expert who has become a god. Yu obviously sensed something. That old man should have the strength of a lower god, and his divine fetus wasn't weak. Bang, bang. Bang, the cultivators in Snow City fell down one after another. The weaker ones directly lost consciousness. So weak. You can't even block one of my moves. Ancestor Qing clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said to the people behind him, take away all the people on the list. Yes, Ancestor Qing. The people behind him walked out and took away all the people who had lost the ability to fight. You can't take them away. Seeing this, Indra and the others who were fighting with the Duan lineage martial god became anxious. However, they were firmly suppressed by the Duan lineage martial god and the others. They couldn't resist at all. The Duan lineage martial god and the others even sneered and repeatedly attacked, causing Indra and the others to vomit blood. Alright, let them go. We are the imperial court, not some spirit kingdom. Since they know they were wrong, then let them live. However, the old man also stopped the Duan lineage martial god and the others. Then, he wanted to take them away. However, at this moment, a figure crawled over. As he crawled, he vomited blood and said, "I'm Lin Ling's grandfather. You want to take us away because you want to use us to threaten Lin Ling, right? Just take them away. Let those juniors go." "Grandfather." Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others shouted. Ancestor Tai Yan actually wanted to sacrifice himself so that everyone could escape? Yes. Extreme Flame Ancestor said with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He was everyone's elder, but he couldn't do anything when he saw the younger generation fighting to protect their family. Therefore, he was unwilling to give up. This time, he wanted to protect the younger generation with his own hands. "I see." Qingzu nodded after hearing this. Extreme Flame Ancestor's eyes flashed. Could it be that he could save the younger generation? Get lost. However, just as Ancestor Extreme Flame had this thought, Ancestor Qing kicked out. The kick shattered Ancestor Extreme Flame's chest. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground unconscious. "You're just an old man. You think you're qualified to bargain with me? Take them all away." After kicking Ancestor Extreme Flame away, Ancestor Qing said disdainfully. He waved his hand and took everyone away. The people on the ground looked at the departing group with powerless eyes. They felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. Snow Wind City was famous in the final world. However, it was still vulnerable in front of the real ancient figures. "We're still too weak." Xianxia, the old woman and the others touched their injured chests and looked at the distance with anger. In the distant sky, no one knew when it had started to snow. White snow fluttered in the air, dyeing the messy snow-blowing city into a silver-white color. Unknowingly, winter had arrived today. In the past, Snow Wind City would be bustling with noise to welcome the arrival of winter. However, the current Snow Wind City was less lively and more desolate. Some experts have come to Snow Wind City. I didn't expect that the powerful Snow Wind City would end up like this. I heard that Lei Gong has fallen. Otherwise, no one would dare to make a move in Lin Ling's territory. Lin Ling went to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. I wonder what he will do when he comes back and sees the scene. What else can he do? If Lei Gong is really like the rumors, then Lin Ling's powerful backer will be gone. Without a backer, although Lin Ling is strong, there are still many people who can kill him. The news of Snow-Blowing City quietly spread to the entire final world. Like a bomb, the final world was in turmoil. It's snowing. At this time, several figures were flying towards the Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling looked at the white snow falling from the sky, and the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. Unknowingly, he had already spent several autumns and winters in the final world. Gradually, an ancient huge city began to appear in front of them. They had arrived at Snow-Blowing City. Seeing this, other than Emperor God Zhonggang, Lin Ling and the other two smiled. No matter if it was Treasure God Nanwufingyu or the giant ghost, they had all lived in Snow Wind City for a long time and had an indescribable sense of warmth towards that place. Something's wrong with the power of lightning. All of a sudden, Lin Ling's smile vanished and he frowned. He sensed a powerful divine energy rushing out of Snow-Blowing City. The strength of this energy was not something that the people of the God Slayer Alliance could possess. Something is indeed wrong. Treasure God Nanwufingyu's expression also changed. He was inexplicably worried about Xiaoyu. The few of them sped up and flew towards Snow-Blowing City. After a while, they landed on the ground. They looked around and found that everyone in Snow-Blowing City had fallen to the ground and could not move at all. It was as if their bodies were paralyzed by the power of lightning. Yu. Lin Ling's gaze immediately swept around, but he did not find any of his family members. Not a single one. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with an excited expression. However, their bodies were powerless and they could not stand up at all. Senior. Lin Ling looked at the old woman and Xianxia who were closest to him. He immediately flew over and activated his divine energy, destroying all the hidden divine energy in their bodies. Then, Lin Ling's divine energy seemed to be omnipotent. It spread to other people's bodies and cleared the lightning divine energy in their bodies. Treasure God Nanwufingyu was also helping. However, after he saw that Xiaoyu was fine, he finally relaxed. Lin Ling, it's the Duan, my martial god. He brought martial god De Lei's people here and took everyone away. After Xianxia recovered, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and said excitedly. his eyes were moist. Because Lin Ling trusted him, he allowed his family to live in snow-blowing city. However, Song Qiri had failed Lin Ling's trust and let Lin Ling's family members be taken away. He was seriously injured. Grandpa, Yu and the others have been taken away. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed and a murderous aura spread out from his body. One should know that he had dominated the final world for many years and no one had dared to touch his family members. This had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Moreover, Ancestor Taiyan is injured. The old woman looked at Lin Ling awkwardly and said with a guilty expression, "Grandpa is injured." A strong murderous aura spread out from Lin Ling's body. The tyrannical Song sword behind him was now jumping. A billowing sea of blood spread out like clouds and occupied the entire sky of snow-blowing city. Everyone sensed the terrifying murderous aura and their faces turned pale with fright. Lin Ling. The giant ghost was shocked. It was the first time he had seen Lin Ling erupt with such murderous aura. Kunlun. On Lin Ling's shoulder, little Kunlun had also awakened. Its vines were constantly caressing Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had massacred on the island of Ling Kingdom, Lin Ling was passive at that time. Now, Lin Ling was actively killing as if he wanted to kill everyone in the world. However, little Kunlun had been with Lin Ling for many years. It knew what Lin Ling's reverse scale was, so it was not surprised by Lin Ling's anger. Under the obstruction of the giant ghost and little Kunlun, Lin Ling gradually withdrew his murderous aura, causing the sea of blood to slowly return to the scabbard. Of course, although Lin Ling had suppressed his murderous aura, his eyes still looked like they were about to devour someone. Who is Martial God Di Lei? Lin Ling's voice was hoarse as he looked at the old woman and asked. Martial God Di Lei, the leader of the 10 great martial gods back then. The old woman immediately said. It's him. Nan Wufengyu's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then, he saw Lin Ling's confusion and explained, a junior from 30,000 years ago. He was very strong and fought against the 4 great martial gods back then. However, he was defeated in the end and disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect him to resurface today. To be recognized by treasure god Nan Wufengyu, this showed how powerful martial god Di Lei was. The leader of the 10 great martial gods back then. Lin Ling murmured. Luli Empress was ranked second among the 10 martial gods back then. This meant that martial god Di Lei was stronger than Luli Empress. Moreover, after so many years, martial god Di Lei was definitely a martial god now. Let's go find him. Lin Ling said without any hesitation. Okay, I know where he is. I'll take you there. Nan Wufengyu immediately said. Alright. Lin Ling also told Emperor God Zhonggang how to open the road to seeing gods. Then, he followed treasure god Nan Wufengyu into the distance. Lin Ling, come back immediately after you're done with the things over there. God Emperor Zhonggang reminded Lin Ling as he watched him leave. He had guessed that the 4 great gods were already in a state of chaos. That was why they needed Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. He also knew many people in Lei Gong's palace. If he were to deal with those things, it would be much easier than Emperor God Zhonggang. Lord Lin Ling, be careful. The members of the God Slayer Alliance also shouted at Lin Ling. Their hearts were filled with excitement. As expected of their lord. Their great leader could solve a problem that no one else could. Moreover, he didn't seem to be afraid of martial god Di Lei at all. Lin Ling and treasure god Nan Wufengyu were very fast. They rushed out of the void in the blink of an eye. They were rushing towards the other side of the Kaiyuan River. One should know that the Kaiyuan River was like a Milky Way that separated the 2 sides of the void. On the other side of the river, there was not only the dragon tribe. There was also an endless void. It was just that very few people could go to the other side. Of course, this difficulty couldn't stop Lin Ling and treasure god Di Lei. Looks like Lin Ling is really angry. Sigh, martial god Di Lei could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't speak along the way. Therefore, treasure god Nan Wufengyu thought to himself. This was because even he rarely saw Lin Ling's cold attitude, plus, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't the same as before. He was extremely powerful. Therefore, martial god Di Lei was courting death if he dared to offend Lin Ling. After flying for a short while, a large number of figures appeared in front of them. They seemed to be heading towards Lin Ling. Duan Vain martial god. Lin Ling was very powerful. He instantly saw two of them. Lin Ling. Duan my martial god and the others were also surprised to see Lin Ling. They didn't expect to meet Lin Ling on the way back after handing the person over to Divine Emperor Di Lei. Immediately, they whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He was very surprised. The two sides quickly met face to face. No one spoke, but a wave of baleful aura spread out from the two camps. You're Lin Ling? Didn't you go to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace? Why are you back so quickly? Green Ancestor was the first to speak. He also glanced at Nanhua Fingyu treasure god, but he didn't recognize him, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Lin Ling, right? Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I guarantee that I won't touch you. After all, I've heard that you're someone that the four great gods want. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said. His words were like a reward. Lin Ling, did you hear that? Your luck is here. Kneel down and kowtow to me. The Duan my martial god also shouted when he saw this. He was extremely excited because he had finally found an opportunity to attack Lin Ling. Let me tell you, martial god Di Lei wants to become one of the four great gods. If you kowtow and admit your mistake, maybe martial god Di Lei will let you be a trial taker again. Eternal martial god said with a sinister smile. This was also the reason why Divine Emperor Di Lei wanted to capture Lin Ling's family. She wanted to subdue Lei Gong and become one of the four great gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling froze for a moment, then laughed maniacally. He looked at Nanhua Fingyu treasure god and laughed even louder, because a mere martial god Di Lei wanted to become one of the four great gods. What a joke! Although martial god Di Lei's strength was not bad, she was not strong enough to dominate the void of the 9 continents. Lin Ling was not much weaker than her. What are you laughing at? Qingzu frowned after seeing Nanhua Fingyu treasure god laughing. Nanhua Fingyu treasure god immediately looked at Qingzu and said, I'm laughing at martial god Di Lei. Who does she think she is? She dares to call herself one of the four great gods and wants the two of us to be her subordinates. Is she stupid? What did you say? Qingzu's eyes narrowed. That old man dared to scold Qingzu? Are you deaf? I'm saying, who does martial god Di Lei think he is? Do you understand? Do you need me to shout louder? Nanhua Fingyu treasure god's eyes became even more disdainful. You're courting death. Duan my martial god and eternal martial god cursed at the same time. They had never seen Nanhua Fingyu treasure god and didn't know how powerful he was. Qingzu and the people behind him were emitting a murderous aura that shook the void. Lin Ling and eternal martial god could laugh at anyone but Divine Emperor Di Lei. Kill them all. Qingzu couldn't take it anymore and roared. The experts behind him gritted their teeth and lunged at Lin Ling and eternal martial god. What an idiot, he doesn't know how strong Divine Emperor Di Lei is. Duan my martial god and eternal martial god sneered and waited for the scene of Lin Ling being beaten up. They knew that if martial god Di Lei didn't want Lin Ling to die, Qingzu alone would be enough to kill Lin Ling. I'll do it. Lin Ling's suppressed killing intent finally erupted when he saw them attack. Because he'd noticed earlier that Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others weren't amongst them. So, he didn't intend to waste any more time. A surging sea of blood gushed out from behind him and flooded the entire void. A sword floated out and landed in Lin Ling's hand. Huayan Fourth Association. After Lin Ling's sword of murderous aura floated in his hand, the steps of slaughter appeared. Now that Lin Ling was a deity, his sword was even more powerful than when he was on the island of Ling Nation. Rumble, the sea of blood engulfed everything. It was domineering and magnificent. Swoosh, as long as one wasn't a deity, they would be split into two. Their bodies would be submerged by the blood sea, turning into a part of the blood sea. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 peak martial gods were killed by a single slash. Qingzu and the others were stunned, especially the Duan my martial god and the eternal martial god. Their eyes were trembling because Lin Ling's strength seemed to have more than doubled in less than 3 years after the battle in the Yellow Sea. What the hell is going on? After all, that group of experts from before were from the imperial court, and it was a formidable power that was isolated from the outside world. So, their strengths were extremely formidable. However, even such experts couldn't withstand Lin Ling's sword. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people there. While they were still in shock, Qing Zhu, who was contemptuous at the beginning, finally showed a shocked expression and murmured, "A lower deity? What?" Only they knew how difficult it was to become a god. Although there was a basic requirement to become a god, which was to have a powerful divine fetus, there were also pros and cons. A powerful divine fetus had a lower chance of becoming a god. It would take a very long time to feel the arrival of a god's calamity. Lin Ling was originally very powerful and was almost invincible in the martial god realm. Logically speaking, it was inevitable for him to become a god. However, it would take at least 100,000 years for him to feel the arrival of a god's calamity, but now, only 3 years had passed since the Battle of the Yellow Sea, and Lin Ling had already become a god. This change was simply too great. Lin Ling stood in the void, holding the tyrannical song sword diagonally. His long hair fluttered gently, and a murderous aura quietly spread out. It was sharp and fierce. This aura was so strong that even Ancestor Qing sensed it. His eyes narrowed, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. This was because he did not expect Lin Ling to be a lower god. Ancestor Qing, this Lin Ling can't be left alive. He must be killed. Why don't we act first and report later? Anyway, Emperor Delay has never seen Lin Ling. When the time comes, we'll say that Lin Ling is dead. That's enough. At this time, the martial god looked at Ancestor Qing and said. His only hope now was Ancestor Qing. This was because even if Lin Ling had not become a god, he was confident that he was no match for Lin Ling. The reason he dared to provoke Lin Ling was all because of Ancestor Qing. That's right, Ancestor Qing is still here. Ancestor Qing is also a god who became a god 20,000 years before Lin Ling. How can Lin Ling be his match? The ancient divine emperor's eyes lit up, then he laughed and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, why aren't you kneeling down and begging for mercy? Don't think that you're so great just because you've become a god. This is Ancestor Qing, who was transformed from a divine pine in the divine world. He became a god 20,000 years before you. Divine pine. When he heard this, Lin Ling looked at Qing Zhu indifferently. He naturally noticed that the reason the Duan lineage martial god and the others dared to not fear him was because of that old man. Green Ancestor was still looking at Lin Ling. He slowly said, I didn't expect you to become a god. You're really lucky. Since it wasn't easy for you to become a god, I'll spare your life if you submit to Celestial Emperor Regal Thunder. You should know that there are strong and weak gods, such as in the final world. Some Castellans are experts who have become gods. However, at some point in time, their strength may not even be comparable to a peak martial god realm expert. You are one of the 8 new gods. After becoming a god, your strength is indeed extraordinary. However, in the end, your foundation is still weaker than mine. Are you done with your bullshit? Where are my grandpa and the others? Hearing this, Lin Ling disdained to say anything more. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Earlier, it was only you who used your sword. Otherwise, do you think that your sword could kill all of my people in front of my eyes? Green Ancestor sneered. Terrifying divine vitality began to surge out of his body. An evergreen pine tree quietly appeared behind him as if it had not fallen for 10,000 years. The activation of divine vitality immediately made Duan my martial god and the others laugh. They laughed a little excitedly because Green Ancestor was finally going to make a move. Do I need to use my sword against you? At this moment, Lin Ling moved and actually made a move. He didn't use his sword but punched out. He seemed to be far away from Green Ancestor, but the moment he punched out, he arrived in front of Green Ancestor in an instant. Attack me? Green Ancestor's eyes narrowed. He was very surprised because he was a lower god who had cultivated for 20,000 years. Lin Ling had just become a lower god. The difference between the two was 20,000 years. If a talented martial artist had 20,000 years, he could have completely become a martial god from nothing. So Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant when he had just become a god. Green Ancestor didn't waste time. He mobilized his divine vitality and punched out. He wanted to cripple Lin Ling's arm and let Lin Ling grow up. The two people's fists quickly collided, and a dull rumbling sound rang out. The collision of the wind and waves directly blew the Duan lineage martial god and the others back. Their eyes were also filled with seriousness. As for Green Ancestor, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure after colliding with Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's fist was so hard, it seemed that he had just broken through to become a lower god, but the density of his divine vitality was beyond imagination. Bang! 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 Ancestor Qing took 3 steps in the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Then, he stopped and stared at Lin Ling with a serious look in his eyes. When he looked at Lin Ling again, he didn't move and didn't take a step back. He was a lower god who had 7 dantians. This meant that Green Ancestor was fighting against 7 lower gods at the same time. How could Green Ancestor withstand that? However, Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked coldly at Green Ancestor. Green Ancestor didn't move. His 8 trigrams robe fluttered and he felt a little embarrassed. In the distance, Duan, my martial god, and the other martial god's eyes widened. This was because in the first collision between Lin Ling and Green Ancestor was the one who was sent flying. This was simply unbelievable. How dare a useless person like you touch my people? At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His voice was cold, but it was also filled with a strong sense of disdain. Now, compared to Green Ancestor, he was obviously more like a god. A useless person like you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Green Ancestor's face became a little twisted. He stared at Lin Ling with a little more killing intent. Fine, it's time to show my true strength. Swoosh, terrifying divine origin suddenly spread out like seawater and changed the entire void. In the vast void, endless pine trees appeared and swayed in the wind, forming a spectacular scene like a sea of trees. In the sea of trees, a palm suddenly slapped towards Lin Ling. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 divine origin. This palm also quickly arrived in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He also slapped out with his palm. After the 2 palms collided, divine origin exploded. However, this time, the 2 of them were evenly matched. Neither of them took a step back. Haha, this time, I only have the power of divine origin. I didn't use my divine embryo. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Green Ancestor maintained his posture and looked coldly at Lin Ling as he said. However, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. This time, he activated his divine power. As soon as Qing Zhu finished speaking, Lin Ling launched a ferocious palm attack. Such a ferocious scene caused Qing Zhu's face to freeze. Then, he felt as if a torrential river was rushing towards him. His body was like a sea of trees, and he immediately floated back. As soon as he stabilized his body, he gritted his teeth because this was the second time he had lost face. Treasure tree! He shouted in a low voice and completely activated the power of divine embryo. The sea of trees behind him swept towards Lin Ling with a demonic force, as if to seal Lin Ling's divine origin. Although Green Ancestor's divine fetus was not as powerful, it had the characteristics of a treasure tree. This was because his divine fetus was transformed from a pine tree not far from the treasure tree from ancient times. A 6th grade divine fetus. Lin Ling stared at the sea of trees in the distance. He could feel that his divine core strength and power of God were being depleted. However, the rate of depletion was not very fast. Let's see how much power you can take away from me. Lin Ling shouted. His physical body, divine core strength and power of God were immediately enhanced by the first stage talent fusion. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Qing Zhu with a mysterious melody and killing intent. His fists immediately smashed out with earth-shattering force. Although his power was constantly being swept away, after the first part of the innate talent fusion, his power had increased greatly. Therefore, it was impossible to completely sweep away his power in a short period of time. He could not do it. Rumble, countless palms struck out, causing the entire void to distort. The martial god and martial god Duan Mai, who were far away, felt as if a divine wind was pulling at them and trying to tear them apart. His power has increased. Green Ancestor's pupils constricted and his face was filled with disbelief. He thought that Lin Ling had just become a lower deity and his realm was unstable. However, after the collision, he realized that Lin Ling's realm was not like that of a lower deity who had just become a lower deity. He was more like a lower deity who had cultivated for 100,000 years. Of course, if Emperor God Zhonggang was here, he would laugh disdainfully. As a deity from the era of the gods, he could not even take advantage of Lin Ling in a head-on confrontation. How could Green Ancestor, a rising star, be qualified to confront Lin Ling in a head-on confrontation? Puff, countless palms came and destroyed the sea of trees. Green Ancestor spat out blood and retreated. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. North-facing Green Mountain. At this critical moment, Green Ancestor ignored his injuries and unleashed his full power. After the sea of trees disappeared, an ancient brown pine tree rose from the ground and grew rapidly. It was verdant and exuded an ancient aura. However, just as the tree started to grow, a sword made out of a sea of blood arrived. Looking at the horizon and the sky, one could see the surging waves of an ocean as if 10,000 horses were galloping. However, the murderous intent engulfed the divine pine tree and cut it into two halves. My divine embryo. Green Ancestor spat out mouthfuls of blood. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. Instead, he looked dispirited. His divine embryo had actually been severed by Lin Ling's sword. This result made him feel like he was dreaming. Lin Ling, surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will kill him. Right after Green Ancestor's defeat, an angry roar came, causing Lin Ling to turn around. He saw the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god on the left and right respectively. They had Nanhua Fingyu in the middle with a ferocious expression, so it turned out that they saw Green Ancestor retreating and immediately knew that something was wrong. Thus, they immediately stared at Nanhua Fingyu in order to make Lin Ling fear him. Even though Nanhua Fingyu came with Lin Ling, they have never seen him before. Plus, there was no famous character in the 9 continents, so they assumed that Nanhua Fingyu was weak. Kill him? Lin Ling was a bit surprised and his sneer deepened. Even though he was confident that he was no weaker than Emperor Zhang Gang, he still felt that he didn't have the power to fight against Grandpa Treasure God. But now, the Duan lineage martial god and the others wanted to threaten Nanhua Fingyu? Haha, don't they know that this will only lead to a faster death? Lin Ling, abolish your godhood and surrender. Otherwise, we will kill that old man. Green Ancestor looked at the Duan lineage martial god and the others and finally felt relieved. With the old man as a hostage, Lin Ling should be afraid of breaking the vases. It could be seen that he had been beaten by Lin Ling until he was scared. If you want to kill me, then kill me. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shook his head and withdrew from the first talent fusion. He put away the tyrannical song sword. If you want to kill me, then kill me? The Duan lineage martial god and the others were stunned. Are you crazy? Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Green Ancestor shouted angrily and then said to the Duan lineage martial god and the others, break his arm or Lin Ling won't know how powerful we are. Okay. The Duan lineage martial god and the others nodded and sneered at Lin Ling. They were going to break Nanhua Fingyu's arm in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, keep pretending. I know you must be very nervous at this moment. You are just trying to deceive us and make us think that this old man is not important. Ha ha ha, unfortunately, do you really think we are stupid? Now, I will break his arm. Watch carefully. The ancient martial god shouted angrily. However, after he spoke, he saw that Lin Ling did not care. Instead, he revealed a look of anticipation. This made him even more confused. Could it be that Lin Ling had a grudge against the old man, so he wanted to use his own people to kill the old man? If you can touch a hair on his head, then consider it my loss. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Haha, Lin Ling, you are indeed trying to deceive us. Duan lineage martial god, make your move. The ancient martial god no longer doubted Lin Ling. He nodded at the Duan lineage martial god and then, as if he was afraid that he was not strong enough, he joined the fray. How could the old man withstand 2 martial gods breaking an arm at the same time? Rumble. Their palms turned into blades and slashed out fiercely. They watched Lin Ling as they slashed out, because they believed that Lin Ling would admit defeat at the last moment. However, they were obviously disappointed. Not only was Lin Ling not worried, but the anticipation on his face was even stronger. Boom, when their blades landed on Nanhua Fingyu's body, a sigh was heard. Sigh, old people are useless. I am about to be killed, but no one is worried about me. If this old man didn't have some strength left, I'm afraid he would have been killed today. A ferocious divine origin energy descended on the void, causing it to tremble continuously. Rumble. the Duan lineage martial god and the ancient martial god were sent flying. Although they were not injured, their mouths were wide open and snot was flowing out of their noses. They said in unison, "God, God?" They subconsciously recalled what Nanwufingyu had said. If this old man didn't have some strength left, however, this was still considered a little strength? What a terrifying divine origin energy. Could it be a mid-stage lower deity? Or a late-stage lower deity? Green Ancestor was so frightened that his snot was flowing out of his nose, bouncing up and down like a yo-yo. Only now did they realize that the most terrifying person was the old man. His strength was probably not weaker than Divine Emperor Delay, and it was even possible that he was stronger. What made them want to cry was that they wanted to use the old man as a hostage. This old man is called Treasure God Nanwufingyu. As soon as they finished speaking, an old man appeared beside them. With a grab of his large hand, he directly grabbed the necks of the Duan lineage martial god and the Duan lineage martial god. After that, he violently slammed the two of them as if they were watermelons. Bang, a dull sound rang out. The two martial gods of Jiuzhou were knocked into each other's heads. Their noses bled and they were dizzy. Bang, bang. Bang, Treasure God Nanwufingyu did not stop there. He slammed them back and forth. After dozens of slaps, the two martial gods were smashed beyond recognition. Run. On the other side, Qingzu saw that the situation was not right and immediately fled. However, could he escape? A sword suddenly hung in front of Qingzu's neck. In front of the sword, a sea of blood surged with murderous intent. It was terrifying. Qingzu did not dare to move anymore. He glanced to the side and saw Lin Ling standing there. He raised his sword and looked at him indifferently. Where did these two come from? Why are they so powerful? Moreover, they are so strong. However, according to the rumors in the void of Jiuzhou, they are not as strong as imagined. Cold sweat kept falling from Qingzu's forehead. He was filled with regret. Where are my grandfather and the others? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Yes, 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 Imperial Court. Qingzu did not dare to hide anything now. You said that your Emperor Delay wanted to become one of the four great gods. What's going on? Lin Ling asked again. A year ago, Eugene spread the news that Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the world will. In the following days, the four great gods were divided into two camps. Lei Gong became an independent camp. The other three great gods were his enemies. At that time, Eugene said that they wanted to control everything. Lei Gong. After all, the host of the world will is no small matter. Although Lei Gong was a god in the past, no one dared to ignore him. If Lei Gong is to be punished, then the four great gods will lack a position. Therefore, many hidden experts in Jiuzhou want to replace Lei Gong. Our Emperor Delay is one of them. If she wants to take the position of Lei Gong, she needs to prove her allegiance. Therefore, she captured your grandfather and the others. Yes. Qingzu's words made Lin Ling's eyes grow colder. Everything was as he had guessed. The news came from Eugene. Lin Ling immediately knew that it was Luli Empress. After all, Lin Ling had destroyed the records of the 8 gods on the 7th level. Among the challengers who went to the 7th level, only he, Lin Ling, knew about Lei Gong's identity, but before Lin Ling, the Spirit Nation knew about this news. Luli Empress was already a member of the Spirit Nation. Naturally, she would know about this news. It was even possible that this was part of the Spirit Nation's plan. Luli Empress was just one of the chess pieces. Luli Empress, you're a thief who wants to catch a thief. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That day on the island of the Spirit Nation, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts, he, Lin Ling, would have killed Luli Empress. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that Lei Gong's side is in big trouble. Let's immediately deal with this matter and go help him. At this time, Nanwufingyu flew over and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the two people in Nanwufingyu's hands. His murderous intent surged. By the time he went to Lei Gong's hall, he should have dealt with the two martial gods. After all, they had surrendered last time. However, when Lei Gong's power weakened, they stirred up trouble again. If he didn't kill them, they would definitely do something in the future. Lin Ling, don't kill me. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the two martial gods' hearts trembled. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Nan Wufingyu also let them go. He knew that this was a grudge between them and Lin Ling. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Ling walked over with his sword. During the battle in the Yellow Sea, I almost wanted to kill you. I only spared your lives out of respect for the unrestrained sword martial god and the others. At that time, I said that when you see me, Lin Ling, you have to take a detour. However, today, you seem to have ignored my words. It's all in your ears. We know that we were wrong. We know that we were wrong. Give me another chance. The ancient martial god knelt down in the sky and kowtowed. He didn't expect that the rising star he saw in the divine world would directly threaten his life. One had to know that when the 9 continents investiture God, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. Why do I need so many chances? Once is enough. Any more and it's just a waste of saliva. Lin Ling shook his head and raised the sword in his hand. No, don't. The ancient martial god kept kowtowing. Even the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents didn't have the slightest intention to resist. They only dared to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, when Lin Ling decided to kill someone, no one could change his mind. With a slash of the sword, the sea of blood drowned the ancient martial god, turning him into a part of the sea of blood. Lin Ling looked at the Duan lineage martial god. However, the Duan lineage martial god was different from the ancient martial god. He didn't have the slightest bit of hope. After all, the grudge between him and Lin Ling was greater. He knew that if he fell into Lin Ling's hands this time, he would no longer have a chance to live. I didn't expect that Lin Ling, who killed the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family back then, would be able to kill me with a sword now. Thinking back on everything, it really feels like a dream. The Duan lineage martial god sighed. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and said, "The cycle of karma. That day, I killed you, Lin Ling. Now that I've fallen into your hands, I, the Duan lineage martial god, accept it. I only hope that you will be magnanimous and not cut off my Duan family's bloodline. I see that you are also a hero. Fine, I agree to your conditions. Go to the underworld and see Duan Wuhan." Lin Ling nodded and slashed out with his sword. Then, he withdrew his sword and left. Above the void, a headless person knelt there like a statue. He stood there without falling. This was the Duan lineage martial god. Moreover, this headless person had a divine origin energy pervading his body. Unless one reached the god realm, ordinary people would find it difficult to get close to him. This was why this statue had been in the void for thousands of years and was seen by martial artists passing by. This was also Lin Ling's way of telling everyone in the 9 continents that this was the fate of the Duan lineage martial god who offended him. Lin Ling, swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling took Qingzhu and shot into the distance. Gradually, huge fragments began to appear in front of him. There were many fragments floating in the void. From afar, it looked like a meteorite field. Fragments of the divine world? Treasure god Nan Wufingyu glanced around and frowned. I didn't expect that many fragments of the shattered divine world would float into the void of the 9 continents. Your divine emperor Delay lives in this area? Nan Wufingyu sneered and said, "Divine Emperor Delay, this little guy, he thinks he's a god from the era of gods just because he's living in a fragment of the divine world. Haha, what a joke, he didn't even dare to fart when he saw me back then." "Senior, you've met Divine Emperor Delay." Qingzhu was shocked when he heard Nan Wufengyu's tone. He remembered that Divine Emperor Delay once said that there were no more than 10 people in the 9 continents that she was afraid of. Apart from the 4 great gods, there were 6 other people in the 9 continents. Could this old man be one of them? Of course I know her. I remember when she first came to the ancient forbidden forest, she acted like a god. However, I beat her until she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. She swore that she would never come to the ancient forbidden forest again. However, she kept her promise. After so many years, she really didn't come to the ancient forbidden forest again. Divine Emperor Delay is good at everything, but he's too narrow-minded. Nan Wufingyu said indifferently. Qingzhu's legs went soft and he almost knelt down in the void. Because Nan Wufingyu mentioned the ancient forbidden forest, he finally knew who this old man was. Moreover, Divine Emperor Delay also said that there were 3 places in the 9 continents that she would never go to. One of them was the ancient forbidden forest. The main reason was that there was a god hidden in the ancient forbidden forest. All of this meant that Celestial Emperor Delay had seen this old man before and was very wary of him. Now that the old man had come to find him, the result was predictable. He never thought that Lin Ling would know such a big shot. "We're here. Is it there?" At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over as he pointed at a large fragment in front of him. Yes, it's there." Green Ancestor immediately nodded, and Lin Ling led him to the island. As soon as he reached the sky above the island, he found that there were many people on the island. There were many experts, and they were all wearing the same long robes. Their faces were full of arrogance. "Walk faster, you trash." Within a mansion, a 15 or 16-year-old youth was holding a whip and riding on an old man. The whip constantly lashed out, causing lightning to bloom, causing the old man's entire body to tremble, but the old man didn't dare to resist. He lay on the ground and carried the fat youth around the garden. "Haha, interesting. The fat youth was clearly very excited as he shouted while eating the drumstick. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at an expert by his side and said, "The few women I brought back this time are very pretty. Tonight, I want them to accompany me." "Young master, that's not good. Lord Delay specifically asked for it. It said that we have to hand it over." The person next to him immediately replied. However, his words were met with a whip from the youth. The man's body twitched, but he didn't dare to resist. "Humph, I'm the son of God. Whatever I say goes. Bring those beauties over immediately. I want to take off their clothes." After the young man lashed out with his whip, he immediately laughed. "Yes, young master." The expert didn't dare to resist. He immediately nodded and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lin Ling was hovering in the sky. His expression was cold and his eyes were red. He didn't say a word. He's the son of Divine Emperor Delay. Lord Delay usually spoils him the most, so he's a bit willful. But he's not a bad person. Ancestor Qing saw this scene and immediately said nervously. He clearly sensed Lin Ling's anger. This was because he also saw that the old man being ridden seemed to be Lin Ling's grandfather, Extreme Flame Ancestor. It seems like there's no room for martial god Delay's actions. Nan Wufingyu also saw the scene and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He had lived in Snow City before and knew that the person Lin Ling respected the most was his grandfather. Not to mention riding the Extreme Flame Ancestor. Even if he dared to curse him, Lin Ling would raise his sword and kill him, but now, this fat youth was riding Extreme Flame Ancestor. Didn't this completely incite Lin Ling's murderous intent? Moreover, the beauties the youth was talking about were probably Yu Yu's group. This touched Lin Ling's reverse scale once more. Experts had their own prestige, and Nan Wufingyu was one of them. If someone dared to do this to his Xiaoyu, he would kill without mercy. Lin Ling was an indomitable master right now. If someone dared to do this to his loved ones, the result was obvious. Everyone on this island would die. "Your name is Qing Zhu, right? At this moment, you'd better not say anything. Otherwise, you'll..." Nan Wufingyu looked at Ancestor Qing and said. "Or else what?" Ancestor Qing was startled and the corner of his mouth turned purple. "You will die a miserable death." Treasure God Nan Wufingyu said word by word. His words made Ancestor Qing's legs go soft, and the smell of urine spread out. He knew that dying and dying miserably were two different things. Some experts had terrifying methods to torture others, and they could make them wish they were dead. You're still a god, yet you're scared to the point of pissing your pants. How shameful. Nan Wufingyu immediately said with disdain after sensing the stench on Ancestor Qing's body. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the mansion on the island. Boom. When he landed, the fat young man was stunned. The Extreme Flame Ancestor was also stunned. Then, his pupils constricted. Ling Er. Having said that, his entire body trembled. Grandpa, Ling Er is unfilial. Lin Ling clenched his teeth and knelt before Extreme Flame Ancestor. He knew that his grandpa should have enjoyed his old age in peace, but because of him, he had suffered so much. This made him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. He hated himself for not being strong enough and ruthless enough. Wow, he's actually kneeling. Is he an idiot? However, the youth didn't know that the god of death had appeared in front of him. Instead, he saw Lin Ling kneeling before an old man and found it very amusing. "Young master, I brought them." At this time a guard brought Yu and the others. They were bound by lightning chains and couldn't move at all. However, after seeing Lin Ling, they were delighted and said in unison, "Lin Ling." They clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly appear here. After all, they all thought that Lin Ling was still in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. "Hee, beauties, this young master is here." However, the youth was indeed fat and stupid. He still hadn't reacted, even the guards reacted. After all, it was suspicious that a stranger had suddenly appeared in the mansion's garden. Moreover, when they heard Yu and the others call him Lin Ling, they instantly sobered up. Could this be one of the 8 contemporary gods, Lin Ling? However, Emperor Di Lei's son had always been like a crown prince on the island. He had never experienced any danger, so he still didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. Instead, he swaggered toward Yu and the others. Lin Ling also stood up. Without any movement, he appeared in front of the boy. His big hand reached out and landed on the boy's crotch. "I'm afraid you won't be able to do it anymore." Crack! Lin Ling's palm slightly exerted force, and the sound of an egg breaking came out. The boy was stunned. He looked down at the palm between his legs, and his face turned pale. "Balls, broken. Crack!" As he spoke, the fat boy also looked down between his legs. His eyes turned red. He obviously knew that after his balls were broken, he could no longer do those things. "You've earned enough over the years. Since you've earned enough, don't play anymore." Crack! Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and withdrew his right hand. His palm was full of blood. The boy was so scared that he fell to the ground with a plop. At this time, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Young master." Crack! The guards finally came to their senses. They looked at the crippled youth and finally understood what it meant to be in great trouble. It's over. If Lord Di Lei comes back and sees his son like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the 72 days of hell." Crack! What should we do? Crack! They were very anxious. Obviously, they were very afraid of Emperor Di Lei. They had completely forgotten that Lin Ling was in front of them, and he was the murderer who crippled the boy. "Let me help you. As long as you die, everything will be easy." At this time, a cold and threatening voice quietly fell into the ears of those guards. They also completely reacted. They turned their heads and wanted to roar, but they were greeted by evil spirits. These evil spirits were very terrifying. They had a large number of tentacles and looked like a jellyfish. But the jellyfish was in the shape of a human skull. After rushing over, they finally understood the meaning of the previous sentence. Because they were going to die, why should they worry about how Emperor Di Lei would punish them? Crash! In the blink of an eye, all of the guards were devoured, and not even their corpses were left behind. Grandpa! After dealing with these people, Lin Ling rushed over and helped Patriarch Extreme Flame up from the ground. "Silly child, a real man doesn't cry easily. He doesn't kneel to the heavens or the earth. How could you kneel down so casually?" If the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance saw this, it would definitely affect your prestige. After Ancestor Extreme Flame stood up, he didn't mention the trouble he had encountered. Instead, he worriedly spoke to Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling was also a giant in the 9 prefectures. No one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, if the scene of him kneeling was spread out, it would naturally affect his prestige. Ling is willing. What's more, what I, Lin Ling, want to do, it's not up to them to tell me what to do. If they don't accept it, I'll just kill them all. Seeing that Ancestor Extreme Flame was fine, Lin Ling hurriedly said with a smile. However, the last sentence carried a threatening murderous aura, like a rolling sea of blood. This was because Lin Ling knew that he was too merciful. If he had killed the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god back then, would the current martial god Di Lei dare to provoke him? Although Lin Ling was strong, he couldn't take care of everything. For example, this time, if martial god Di Lei's people came to find him, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to come back one step later. Therefore, at some point, it was important to have a fierce reputation. If it could stop Lin Ling from going to the final world, no one in Snow-Blowing City would dare to do so. Provoke. Next, Lin Ling also cut the chains on Yu and the others. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling still noticed that the divine power left behind by the chains was very strong. It was of the lightning attribute and was not much weaker than Lei's true body. It seemed that martial god Di Lei still had some real skills. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. Brother Ling. After Yu and the others got free, they rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. Sorry, I'm late. Brother Ling. Lin Ling looked at his lovely wives and said with guilt. Of course, when he said that, his eyes were full of killing intent. Because if he had come one step later, that little fatty would have done something to Yu and the others. And he, Lin Ling, was now one of the 8 new gods. How dare someone do this to his family? It's not Brother Ling's fault. We are useless. Brother Ling. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu and the others immediately said. It's not that you are useless. It's because there is a great change in Lei Gong's main hall this time, so many experts have been dispatched. They are also very powerful. You can't fight against them. Lin Ling stroked the hair of his lovely wives and shook his head. Because he also knew that if it weren't for the gods who could hurt them in the void of the 9 regions, there were definitely not many people who could reach Yu and the others. After all, Lin Ling had snatched the precious palace from a boundary deity named Shuizun, who was a true disciple of Miao Shen. That kind of treasure could guarantee that no martial gods could break it, unless they were gods. Let's go and save Big Brother. Go. Then, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others out of the garden. Of course, when he left, he also used his divine origin to form a cage and brought the unconscious young master away. Where is my big brother? Go. After leaving the garden, Lin Ling arrived at the mansion. Soon after, he let out a loud roar. His surging murderous aura seemed to have materialized and shook the entire mansion. Moreover, after he rushed out of the mansion, everyone in the surrounding area sensed him. What a strong killing intent. What happened? Go. It seems to be coming from the Imperial Palace. Not good, let's go there immediately. Go. It's over, it's over. If something happens to the Imperial Palace, we will be in trouble when Lord Di Lei returns. Go. The expressions of the experts on the entire island changed drastically, and they all rushed in the direction of the mansion. At this moment, the experts in the mansion were the first to arrive. These experts were extraordinary, and 2 of them were early-stage lower gods. It could be seen that God Emperor Di Lei dared to seize the position of a god. She did have some confidence. Young master. Young master. Those experts soon saw the young man behind Lin Ling, and they all shouted anxiously. Who are you? How dare you catch the young master? Let him go immediately. Young master. Everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to act rashly. Catch? I'll cripple him. Young master. However, compared to the anger of the crowd, Lin Ling's anger was not much weaker than theirs. This was because he had no enmity with God Emperor Di Lei. It was the latter who took the initiative to provoke him. What? Young master. Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone took a closer look. Many of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground with a plop. Because they also saw that their young master was actually crippled. This murderous aura was so strong that it made people feel cold from the outside to the inside, and from the inside to the soul. As long as one was not a deity, all of them were trembling at this moment. Those who were weak could not even stand properly. What's going on? Why is this murderous aura so strong? Damn. Who is he? Is he Lin Ling? Damn. Oh my god, why is Lin Ling here? Damn. Everyone was shocked, and they were even more surprised by Lin Ling's speed. After all, they had just caught Lin Ling not long ago. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had come to find them. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's the 8 new deities of this era. Hee, the new deities are indeed powerful, but it doesn't affect us much. Damn. At this moment, an aged voice resounded, and it was like a stabilizing needle that caused the panicked hearts of everyone to gradually calm down. This old man was one of the 3 elders of the imperial court, Man Chao. This old man's strength was at the early stage of the lower deity realm, and he was as famous as ancestor Qing and the others. Looking at Lin Ling, although he was also very powerful, they obviously thought that Lin Ling was not a match for the new deities. As for Lin Ling's murderous aura, it was indeed terrifying. However, murderous aura was still murderous aura, and it did not represent one's cultivation realm. Thinking of this, the henchman of Divine Emperor Di Lei became bolder. He walked towards Lin Ling with a malicious expression as if he wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. Lin Ling, this is the imperial court, the home of Divine Emperor Di Lei. I don't care if you are a Bullshasterous Tenu deity. Here, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to coil up. Even if you are a tiger, you will still have to lie down. Damn. The old man named Man Chao smiled sinisterly and no longer talked nonsense. He attacked Lin Ling. He stretched out his hand and his divine origin surged, forming a scene of thousands of divine grasses growing wildly. These divine grasses were like endless tentacles, covering the sky and covering the earth as they moved towards Lin Ling. Second brother, don't worry about me. Take you, Grandpa, and leave quickly. At this time, a worried shout was heard. Sakura was held hostage by several people and was walking over from afar. Those people who were holding Sakura were afraid that Lin Ling would be too presumptuous, so they took Sakura as a hostage. But now, it seemed that they were thinking too much. Brother Ling, be careful. Yu and the others also worriedly shouted. Because from the voices of the lackeys around them, they also knew that the old man called Man Chao seemed to be a god. And their understanding of Lin Ling was only that of a martial god. Although at that time Lin Ling could fight with a god, but in the end, he was still a god. This battle didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of the deity realm. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed forward. If this Man Chao was a lower god in the age of gods, Lin Ling would still be cautious. However, this Man Chao obviously rose up in the age of gods. This kind of half-baked god, Lin Ling did not put him in his eyes. The sea of blood surged as the sword slashed out. The murderous aura was thicker than before. And in the sea of blood, the old man called Man Chao felt it the most. Because he felt a power that didn't seem to belong to divine origin and divine origin. Could it be the legendary steps of gods? Swoosh, just as he was thinking, the sword arrived and cut all the divine grasses. Then, with a bang, under the eyes of countless people, an arm fell to the ground. It was Man Chao's arm. What the F***ck is going on? Shit. This strange scene undoubtedly frightened everyone. Because in their opinion, although Lin Ling was a new god and there was hope that he could fight with a god, there was only hope. However, the result in front of them was that Man Chao's arm was cut off with a sword. Was there still hope? It was simply a one-sided suppression. However, in the next moment, they were once again scared silly by Lin Ling. They were not shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but by Lin Ling's methods. They saw that Lin Ling held the blood sword in his hand and was expressionless as he continuously slashed. With every slash, not only did Man Chao's body appear, but a large piece of flesh was also cut off. It looked as if he could not resist at all. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. Just like this, a large amount of flesh was cut off by the sword. Man Chao, who was originally somewhat fat, was now cut into a thin man. At this moment, the old man called Man Chao also let out a painful howl. He naturally wanted to resist, but he found that there was an unknown power that was actually sealing him. He could only watch as he continuously turned into a skeleton. So scary. The surrounding people finally let out nervous voices. It was easy to kill a person, but to not let a person die, and to personally experience their own flesh and blood being continuously reduced, and to taste the pain of death by 1,000 cuts, this was not easy. But Lin Ling had done this, and he was also telling everyone that he dared to do this. This is the consequence of touching the people of the Lin family. Wah. Ugh. In the end, a large number of people in the surrounding area vomited. Even though they were considered people who killed people like flies, they were still completely frightened by the scene. Hurry up and run. Run. They did not care so much and fled in all directions. However, Lin Ling was already prepared. powerful divine origin gushed out, and then he slashed out with his sword again. In every direction, the divine origin merged with the sea of blood, forming a terrifying sea that drowned everything. Those who tried to escape were drowned by the sea of blood before they could even get far. They tumbled up and down as they screamed for help. In the end, they turned into a torrential pool of blood. Are you going to kill them all? One of the three great elders of Emperor Delay, the old man called Old Jing, roared with red eyes because he also saw that the experts of the imperial court were submerged by the blood river. At first, they were rolling up and down, but in the end, all of them turned into blood, leaving only white bones floating in the sea. This method was obviously not effective. It was more cruel than this. Why didn't you say this when you caught my people? Huh? Lin Ling looked at the old man expressionlessly and said. Although we caught your people, we did not kill any of them. But you, on the other hand, want to kill everyone in the imperial court. Huh? The old man roared again, looking at Lin Ling as if he was an enemy who had killed his father. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said softly, if we were not still useful, do you think you would not kill our people? As soon as this sentence fell, the old man could not refute. After all, Emperor Delay wanted to capture Yu and the others. Naturally, he wanted to use Yu and the others to threaten Lin Ling, so if Yu and the others were not useful, they would have been killed long ago. Trash is full of nonsense. Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything. He slashed out with his sword, and a sea of blood surged toward the old man. The old man's strength was comparable to Ancestor Qing's. Even Ancestor Qing could not stop Lin Ling, so how could he succeed? Pluff pluff pluff. Beautiful flowers bloomed in the streets and alleys. Those who were hit by the divine energy would explode and die. Your Excellency, please spare us. This has nothing to do with us. Your Excellency, please spare us. Run. The people on the island didn't expect such a calamity to befall the paradise of martial god Delay. Nothing to do with you? All of you must die because you are related to martial god Delay. Lin Ling's eyes flashed mercilessly because Yu's group didn't provoke martial god Delay. However, they were implicated because of Lin Ling. As long as these people were related to martial god Delay, they would be implicated as well. This was karma. Splash. The merciless sea of blood continued to reap people's lives. This was the first time Lin Ling had massacred 100,000 martial gods since the Spirit Nation Island. It should be known that after he went to the final world, he had not killed so many people in one go even when he returned 100 years ago. However, although Lin Ling was killing, his heart was as clear as a mirror. This was because after becoming a god, he had gained a deeper understanding of the universal void Great Tao. He also knew that killing was also a part of the Great Tao of the void. It was indispensable. For example, when winter came and everything was frozen to death, this was also killing. However, no one thought that winter was merciless and cruel. Everything was relative. Dead, dead, all dead. Dead. On the other side of the island, Qingzu's heart trembled as he watched the people dying. He didn't expect to pay such a great price for offending Lin Ling. Later on, he looked at the barbarian grass that had been cut into skeletons on the ground and finally understood what Nanwufingyu meant by dying a miserable death. Oh? A divine spring? Yes. Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze shifted and he saw almost 100 divine springs in a mountain range. He immediately smashed the mountain range with his palm and then waved his right hand. His divine energy was like countless invisible hands that gathered all the divine springs hidden in the mountain range. He didn't expect martial god Delay to have so many treasures. Holy Spring. When Lin Ling went to Miaoshen's true inheritance, he spent a lot of treasures to exchange for a few. Later on, he used them all to break through. However, there were over 100 of them here. It was obviously a huge sum of money. It should be known that the Emperor Crystal was no longer of much help to a cultivator at the late martial god realm. It required too much Emperor Crystal. Powerful experts used the Holy Spring to break through to the deity realm. The Holy Spring, which was a product of the void, was absolutely helpful. It could restore one's divine origin. This was because the number was beyond imagination. Otherwise, after all these years, treasure god Nanwufingyu and the others would have broken through long ago precisely because of insufficient cultivation resources. So many innate divine weapons? After that, Lin Ling's gaze swept around again. In the depths of the mountain range, he discovered a treasury. With a slap of his right hand, the mountain range exploded, and countless treasures floated out. That go board is quite extraordinary. What is that broken ball of mud? And this jar? Under the control of Lin Ling's divine origin, all the treasures flew to him. Except for the innate divine weapons above the 8th grade, Lin Ling ignored them all. After all, the weapons below the 8th grade were not as powerful as Lin Ling's attack. However, the weapons above the 8th grade were quite extraordinary. Lin Ling didn't expect Celestial Emperor Delay to have so much wealth. No wonder he dared to challenge a god. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't know that Celestial Emperor Delay had robbed his home when he wasn't home. TSK, this martial god Delay is really a treasure collector. These treasures are extraordinary. At this time, treasure god Nanwufingyu flew over and clicked his tongue in amazement. My lord's treasures. As for Ancestor Qing, he had seen these treasures before. In the past, Celestial Emperor Delay would take them out to admire at a certain time. This made Ancestor Qing and the others jealous, but they could only look at them and not touch them. Now, these treasures were all in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling, among so many treasures, only these 3 require divine origin to activate. Treasure god Nanwufingyu grabbed with his right hand and a go board appeared in his hand. He examined it carefully and said in surprise, Universe Jingtian formation? This is a formation board. However, although my spirit formation Dao is good, I still can't understand it. Lin Ling, you do it. He tossed the chessboard over to Lin Ling, who caught it. Lin Ling's mastery of world spirit techniques was very powerful to begin with. He was even capable of setting up a grand formation capable of killing gods. Merely, a grand formation like that required a lot of materials. Lin Ling was unable to gather them all at once. Thus, the great universal Qingtian formation was not a problem for Lin Ling. Trap formation. After examining it carefully, Lin Ling cried out in surprise. Trap formation? Treasure god Nanwufingyu asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. Divine origin and soul power poured in to activate the go board in his hand. If one wanted to control a high-level formation, the difficulty was obviously much higher. It required powerful soul power and divine origin. After the go board was activated by Lin Ling, it grew bigger. Then, 19 huge blue pillars appeared, towering under the sky with divine might. Those pillars were motionless. After they grew bigger and took shape, a huge blue hall appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. This hall was also very grand and gave people a feeling of profoundness. Once this formation is activated, it can trap people. Those are the 19 pillars of Fengnan. They are made from 9,999 rare treasures. After 7,999 years of forging, once one enters the formation, even gods will find it hard to escape. Lin Ling also explained, at present, powerful spirit formation divine formations are generally divided into 3 types. The first is offensive formation, the second is defensive formation, and the third is trap formation. All spirit formation divine formations are created from these 3 types of spirit formation divine formations. There are offensive formations and defensive formations, trap formations and offensive formations. This universe Qingtian formation is a true trap formation. It doesn't have any offensive power. Treasure god Nanwufingyu nodded in shock. To be able to trap gods, TSK, this is probably martial god Delay's trump card. Yes. I reckon so. But now, this spell formation belongs to us. Lin Ling smiled and put away the universal Qingtian formation. Then, he looked at the other treasure. This treasure was also the only one he couldn't see through. This was because there were 8 of them. They were 8 dark and swarthy balls of mud. Heavenly Star Lightning, this treasure is freakish. It was created by a god suppressing the heavenly star lightning of the divine realm. 1 lightning bolt is equivalent to the full power strike of a peak low god. 8 lightning bolts. TSK, unless one is fast enough to escape the lightning, even a god would be blasted to pieces. So powerful. Wow. Lin Ling was shocked as well, and then he was overjoyed. His soul power had noticed that there was a trace of the power of the god's stairway hidden within the mud ball. What about this jar? Wow. Then, Lin Ling took out the last treasure he couldn't see through. This jar was as big as a wine jar, but it was very exquisite. There were mysterious words written on the surface, and there was a golden lid on top. This jar seems to be a set with the chessboard from before. Wow. Nan Wufingyu looked up and down, because this jar seemed to be used to store chess pieces. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling opened the jar. However, the contents of the jar were very ordinary. There were only countless white beans. These beans were also very exquisite, just like soybeans. Could it be the legendary bean soldiers? Wow. Suddenly, Nan Wufingyu shouted in shock, "Lin Ling, try to throw a bean. Remember, use your spirit energy to activate it." Wow. Okay. Wow. Lin Ling nodded. His divine energy was clearly much more powerful than his world essence. It could imitate anything. Hence, Lin Ling pinched a bean between his fingers and took it out. However, when he poured his divine energy into the bean, he discovered that the bean seemed to have changed. It was as though he was holding a person. After he threw it, the bean exploded in the air, and then clouds floated out, and an old man walked out from the clouds. This old man is here, what is it? Wow. The old man had a long sword on his back, and he wore an emerald green robe. He looked like a master, and after he appeared, he stroked his beard and smiled at Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling and Nan Wufingyu were a little surprised. What was this strange guy's background? My name is Xianxia, and I like to attack people who think they are outstanding. Sirs, do you need my help? Wow. The old man was still stroking his beard with a smile. Cut this place. Wow. Lin Ling was just testing it out, so he spoke casually. Hearing this, the old man looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The sword in his hand floated out and was held by him. He said indifferently, Liangchen doesn't like to cause trouble, but he is also not someone who is afraid of trouble. After he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword, boom, the entire island was sliced into two halves by the sword. Smoke billowed as it was completely destroyed. Now, everyone in the imperial court was dead, and even the island was destroyed. Ancestor Qing's face was pale, and he bit his lips, not daring to say a word. This old man is leaving. After completing Lin Ling's instructions, the old man let out a carefree laugh and his body exploded, turning into a cloud of mist and disappearing. Is this what it means to turn beans into soldiers? Lin Ling was tongue-tied, because he was surprised by the strength of the old man. And there was a whole can of beans like this. If all of them were spilled, wouldn't that mean that he had the help of a large number of deities? This is also a great treasure. Of course, the old man who spilled it out seems to be a bit too arrogant. Treasure god Nan Wufingyu was also surprised, and then he murmured, "These treasures, I'm afraid that Emperor Delay found them in the divine realm." Maybe she had already been to the divine realm in the past, so she has been missing all these years. But now it's all ours. Lin Ling smiled contentedly and gave all the other treasures to Yu and the others, leaving only 3 treasures for himself. Let's go back immediately. I guess Lei Gong's palace is also in a state of emergency. Then, Lin Ling led everyone away. Emperor Delay is already so strong, and it's not only Emperor Delay who wants to harm Lei Gong. It seems that there will be a fierce battle later. On the way, treasure god Nan Wufingyu sighed. Fortunately, we have plundered some treasures here, at least they can help a lot. Now, I hope Emperor Zhonggang and the others can withstand the pressure. Lin Ling nodded and then sped up. When they reached the final world, he asked Yu and the others to leave first, and then he and treasure god Nan Wufingyu went up the divine stairs. Let me go, it hurts so much. Behind Lin Ling, the fat boy was still tied up. At this moment, he shouted angrily. Of course, the pain in his crotch made him cry and snot. Young master, you'd better not shout. Beside him, Green Ancestor immediately said with a wry smile. After witnessing Lin Ling's domineering destruction of the imperial court, he knew that Emperor Delay had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Lin Ling ignored them and continued to speed up. When he was about to reach Lei Gong's palace, a series of roars came, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire Tianji. Sure enough, the battle has begun. Lin Ling's body flickered as he rushed past the divine stairs and finally arrived at the peak of the clouds. He glanced around and saw that half of the ancient Thunder God Great Hall had already been destroyed. A large number of experts were fighting in the surroundings, clashing with each other. Of course, Lin Ling could easily see that one side was weaker and the other was stronger. After all, one side had two gods working together, and the only one resisting was Lei Gong's side. Eugene, the Titanic Crescent God's people are here. The Qirushin and Lei Gong have a good relationship, so they didn't attack Lei Gong at this moment. Lin Ling instantly figured out what was going on. Although the Qirushin didn't come to help, it was enough to prove their loyalty. After all, the four gods' goal was to fight against the world will, so anyone related to the world will was an enemy of the 9 continents. Now, Lei Gong was the host of the world will, but the Qirushin didn't come to deal with him. Was this not enough of a friend? Lin Ling is back. Suddenly, many of the divine paladins on Lei Gong's side saw Lin Ling and were overjoyed. Lin Ling, you're back. Quick, go help Lord Lei Gong. The leader was a divine general, and at this moment, he shouted excitedly. Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods. The experts on Eugene's side also looked over. When they saw Lin Ling and Lei Gong who had just rushed out of the divine stairs, they couldn't help but be shocked. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid of the 8 new gods. What's there to be afraid of? He's Lei Gong's man. Maybe he has already joined the Spirit Nation. In my opinion, we should kill him as well. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. The one who spoke was the 7th prince. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling angrily and sneered, Lin Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. You can only wait to be captured. Once it's clear that you have nothing to do with the world will, Eugene and the rest will clear your name. Clear your name. In the past, he was also completely afraid of Lin Ling. However, now that Lei Gong was the host of the world will, as long as Lin Ling wasn't a fool, he would definitely cut ties with Lei Gong. The premise was that Lin Ling had to be controlled by Eugene and the rest. The so-called control naturally meant that he would put down his weapons and be obedient. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Stop. The 7th prince also shouted anxiously when he sensed the strong wind blowing towards him. He would never have thought that Lin Ling had no intention of compromising at all. Even if he knew that the Thunder God was the host body of the world's will, he would still support the Thunder God. Poof, the 7th prince lowered his head and immediately saw that his chest had been clawed open by a hand. His life force was also constantly dissipating. If you want to touch Lei Gong, you will have to do it over my dead body. Stop. Lin Ling said in a low voice. His words caused the experts from Eugene to tremble. This meant that Lin Ling was now an enemy of the 9 states. While everyone was still in shock, the 7th prince lowered his head in disbelief. He realized that a powerful force was destroying everything in his body. Lin Ling, you have become a god. He raised his head abruptly and his eyes were filled with shock. Die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at him. With a shake of his hand, a sea of blood spread out and killed the 7th prince. With his current strength, killing the 7th prince was as easy as flipping his hand. To the crowd, this tyrannical method was undoubtedly bloody and crazy. This was because the 7th prince was a trial taker and had a high status. He was obviously a few levels higher than the paladins of the gods. Killing a trial taker was a blatant act of rebellion against the gods. Kill Lin Ling. The people from the various gods roared in anger. In their eyes, Lin Ling had rebelled. Although Lin Ling's name had spread throughout the 9 states, Lin Ling was now facing the 4 gods. How could he go against the gods? Lin Ling really dares to kill. The eyes of Lei Gong's people narrowed. Although they were also fighting against the people from Eugene, they obviously did not dare to kill them. After all, they still thought that these people were on the same side. There must be a misunderstanding. Lin Ling is now a member of the will of the realm. Kill Lin Ling. At this moment, more and more experts arrived from the distant sky. Their killing intent was surging. Die, all of you. However, Lin Ling did not show any mercy. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, a sea of blood spread and drowned the experts in an instant. So powerful. Seeing the people who were gradually drowning in the sea of blood, Lei Gong's people gasped. Although Lin Ling was one of the 8 new gods, his strength was not enough to kill so many experts. Unless Lin Ling's to increase his strength. Where is His Excellency? After temporarily dealing with the group of people, Lin Ling looked at the old man and asked. In the palace. Lin Ling, quickly go and help him. Now that Eugene and the Titanic Crescent God have gone, along with many other challengers, our mission is to prevent more experts from entering the palace and reduce the pressure on His Excellency Lei Gong. The people looked at Lin Ling and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He had a feeling that with this group of people, they would not be able to stop more experts. Why don't we go in together? Lin Ling suggested. Lin Ling, we appreciate your kindness. We know what you are thinking. Although we cannot change fate, we will do our best to do what we should do, even if it means death. The old man said word by word. It was obvious that he was loyal to Lei Gong. His heart was devoted. All right. Lin Ling could not bear to persuade them anymore. Regardless of the outcome, they might die outside the palace, but it was their own choice. If Lin Ling continued to stop them, it would be an insult to them. Capture Lei Gong alive. At this moment, a large number of experts came from the distant horizon. They were all martial gods. No one knew what kind of reward Eugene had given them to make these people fight with their lives on the line. Die, all of you. Looking at the greedy cockroaches, Lin Ling's heart was filled with murderous intent. He slashed out with his sword, splash, the sea of blood spread out once again. With a single slash, tens of thousands of experts were killed. It was ruthless and cold. Tyrannical singing sword Steps of Slaughter is gradually reaching perfection. Once it reaches perfection, it will not be used for a short period of time. After killing those experts, Lin Ling thought to himself. He had already activated the tyrannical singing sword. However, the Steps of Slaughter of the scabbard had a time limit. Once he killed a certain number of people, the scabbard would enter a dormant state. Just like in Spirit Nation Island, Lin Ling had killed a large number of martial gods at once. In the end, the tyrannical singing sword could not be used. Lin Ling, go ahead. I will help them. I will look for you later. At this moment, Nan Wufingyu spoke. He obviously knew that Lin Ling wanted to help these people who were not afraid of death. However, with so many people coming from all directions, Lin Ling was not at ease. Thank you, Grandpa Treasure God. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded and pounced toward the palace's gate. Die. However, just as he reached the gate, a powerful attack shot out from the gate. It turned into a flaming rope and completely tied Lin Ling up. Now that the palace was full of enemies, if he was not careful, he could easily die. Lin Ling. Seeing this, the experts outside the gate anxiously shouted. Only Treasure God Nan Wufingyu had a cold smile on his face. He was not worried at all. Immediately, several figures walked out of the gate. They were all trial takers. One of them was Wangu Yanhui. When he saw Lin Ling tied up by the flaming rope, he immediately laughed excitedly. He had wanted Lin Ling to die for a long time, but he did not dare to touch Lin Ling because of Lei Gong's power. It was also a good opportunity. Another one. However, his laughter did not last long because Lin Ling, who was tied up in front of him, shook his body. The flaming rope was shattered into pieces, causing Wangu Yanhui and the others to open their mouths in disbelief. Because this flaming rope was a grade 9 divine artifact, bestowed to them by the gods. As long as one was a martial god realm expert, once trapped, they would not be able to break free for half an hour. This rope was called the World God Rope, and it was obtained from the divine world. Lin Ling only needed to be tied up for half an hour. It was enough for them to kill Lin Ling, unless Lin Ling was no longer a martial god realm expert. While they were still in shock, a sword slashed down, sharp and clean, and overflowing with killing intent, swoosh swoosh swoosh, several heads flew into the air, sucked into the roiling sea of blood. Wangu Yanhui was among them. He naturally died with his eyes wide open. If he knew that Lin Ling had such strength, he would have avoided Lin Ling immediately. After all, although he could kill Lin Ling now, Lin Ling could also kill him. Several more trial takers died in Lin Ling's hands. After all, Sir Lei Gong was also the first person to help Lin Ling after Lin Ling had arrived in the final world. Die. After entering the hall, Lin Ling quickly rushed forward along the corridor. Everyone he encountered along the way was slain by his sword. Indeed, no one could stop him. However, Lei Gong had clearly entered the secret realm in the palace. Thus, Lin Ling did not see Lei Gong for a while. Instead, when he arrived at a large hall, he saw two groups of people facing each other. These powerhouses were actually one of the 12 martial gods of Jiuzhou. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling enter, someone let out a cry of surprise, and this person was the unrestrained sword martial god. Beside him were Emperor Miao and a Yuan venerate martial god. On the other side, in addition to the remaining 12 martial gods, there were two other people standing there. One of them was Wang Shui. This person was an expert that Lin Ling had defeated in Spirit Light City. He was very powerful and had also been a powerhouse of the Snow Wind Academy. He had cultivated the 8-9 demonic art and had an extremely strong physical body. Of course, although Lin Ling had defeated him back then, it was obvious that this person had suppressed his cultivation base to be exactly the same as Lin Ling's. That was why he had lost. If he had used his full strength, Lin Ling would have definitely been defeated. The other person was also an old acquaintance of Lin Ling. It was the city lord of E-City. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. The Yuan venerate martial god was stroking his injured chest emotionally. Clearly, he had also been injured in the previous clash. Lin Ling. As for the martial god powerhouses on the other side, they were also staring at Lin Ling gravely. They had all witnessed the Battle of the Yellow Sea and knew how powerful Lin Ling was. It could be said that in the current Jiuzhou Void, Lin Ling was a true authority. No one dared to underestimate him. One of Lei Gong's valiant generals, Lin Ling, whose strength is only below that of the young Qilin, has also come. A voice transmission token appeared in the hand of the city lord of E-City. He spoke to the voice transmission token quietly. His voice seemed to spread throughout the entire Lei Gong Great Hall. Whether it was those who were fighting or those who were advancing, everyone stopped attacking at this moment. Some people frowned, while others licked their lips in excitement. Obviously, they were not surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, and many of them were looking forward to seeing him. It was Lin Ling's turn. After the city lord of E-City spread the news of Lin Ling's appearance, he looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling, I knew that you would come eventually. Are you going to stop me? Lin Ling also spoke indifferently. He had no enmity with the city lord of E-City. It was just that their standpoints were different, so they were enemies. Both he and the city lord of E-City were principled people. They would fight for the lord above them. Therefore, his confrontation with the city lord of E-City was also an ironclad matter. Lin Ling, Lei Gong has already fallen. He is the host body of the world's will and is a great enemy of the entire Jiuzhou Void. Do you want to die with Lei Gong? Let me give you a piece of advice. If you wait to be captured without a fight, we will not treat you as part of Lei Gong's camp. At this moment, an old man also laughed sinisterly. He was one of the 12 martial gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled sarcastically. Lei Gong was the host body of the world's will. There was nothing wrong with that. However, weren't the city lord of E-City and the rest not? They were from the Spirit Nation. Moreover, the entire incident was probably caused by the Spirit Nation adding fuel to the fire. Did these people really think he was an idiot? Go to the underworld and talk nonsense again. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, cold and merciless. Lin Ling, do you want to walk this path to the end? You've missed your last chance. Seeing Lin Ling attack, the martial god expert's expression changed and he issued a final ultimatum. However, just as he finished speaking, he was drowned by the sea of blood and died completely. So powerful. Such an unexpected turn of events had undoubtedly shocked the remaining martial gods. Because they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but they hadn't expected him to be able to kill a martial god with a single swing of his sword. After all, that was one of the 12 strongest martial gods in the 9 continents. You martial god kings will all die in a while. While they were shocked, Lin Ling looked at them coldly and said contemptuously, Now, I've killed the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god. If there are a few more of you, then from now on, there will be no more 12 martial gods in the Jiuzhou Void. What? Hearing this, those people's faces turned pale with a swoosh. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to be so strong. However, the city master of Yi City and Wang Shue's expressions did not change. They naturally knew what had happened to Lin Ling on the island of Ling Kingdom, and they knew very well how strong Lin Ling was. Lin Ling, let's continue the battle from that day. How about it? At this moment, Wang Shui walked out and unleashed his full strength. Demonic energy surged out and caused the ground to sink because his powerful physical strength was erupting. This was the power of 500,000 worlds. However, compared to the last time, he did not suppress his strength this time, so his strength was at the early stage of the lower god realm. Wang Shui, I know that your goal is not to kill me, but to stop me from helping Lei Gong, right? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at Wang Shui indifferently and said. That's right. Lei Gong has fallen. This is the law of the Great Tao, and no one can change it. Wang Shui nodded. Lei Gong is also a world will host. If the Ling Kingdom wants him to fall, isn't this going against the principles of the great god of the Ling Kingdom? Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said again. He knew very well that the 10 world will hosts would not be opponents because they were in the same camp. Therefore, Lin Ling could not understand why the great god of the Ling Kingdom wanted to frame Lei Gong. The thoughts of the great god of the Ling Kingdom are not something I can understand. My goal is to stop you. Wang Shui shook his head and said firmly. Lei Gong is my benefactor. Whether he is a world will host or not, I will definitely help him. Even if he is a devil who has killed trillions of people, I will still help him. If you want to stop me, then the only outcome is death. Lin Ling's voice turned cold as his talents began to fuse. The first stage physique appeared, causing the palace to tremble. We walk different paths. If I can die in the hands of you, Lin Ling, I will have no regrets. After all, you are also from the Wind Snow Academy. From another perspective, you are also one of us. Wang Shui nodded. The demonic technique on his body was even more majestic and domineering, making him look like a giant. If I can die in your hands, I will also have no regrets. Lin Ling nodded and punched out. Rumble, the void exploded as cracks spread out like a mirror. The powerful energy gushed out and caused the surrounding martial gods to fall to the ground. Their faces changed greatly. Wang Shui is the #1 physical body expert in the 9 states. Lin Ling chose to meet him head-on. He might lose. Although the other martial gods were shocked by Lin Ling's momentum, they still had confidence in Wang Shui. Boom. Almost at the same time, Wang Shui also made a move. He threw out a punch that could destroy everything in its path. Not only did it have the strength of the physical body, but it also had the power of spirit essence and powerful divine power. Puff. Puff, puff. The 2 fists collided in midair. Then, a gust of wind with the fists as the center gushed out in all directions. Around the fists, a void appeared. One could even vaguely see the fierce battle in the void. It was the collision of tens of thousands of experts, and that void was obviously where Lei Gong was. This meant that when Lin Ling and Wang Shui's fists collided, they had inadvertently hit the void where Lei Gong was. Of course, this void disappeared as quickly as it came, so Lin Ling only caught a glimpse of it. Then, his eyes also looked at Wang Shui in front of him. Wang Shui's long hair was fluttering, his eyes were calm, and his sickly face was rosy at this moment. Lin Ling, compared to last time, now, you can finally defeat me under my full strength. Suddenly, Wang Shui opened his mouth, but he also coughed up a lot of blood. Senior, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, I, Lin Ling, will fulfill them for you. Lin Ling was still expressionless because he knew that Wang Shui had been completely killed by him. Say sorry to the Dean of the Snow Wind Academy for me. I have disappointed them. Wang Shui suddenly smiled, but he also coughed up more blood. Then, his body completely decayed like ashes and disappeared from the hall. The enemy who defeated you back then, I will also defeat him for you in the name of the Snow Wind Academy. Before Wang Shui dissipated, Lin Ling also heard a name from Wang Shui, so Lin Ling also said lightly. At that time, Wang Shui was the strongest genius in the history of the Snow Wind Academy. He represented the pride and glory of the Snow Wind Academy, but in the end, he was defeated by someone and disappeared without a trace. Not being able to defeat the other party in the name of Snow Wind Academy was also a knot in Wang Shui's heart that had yet to be resolved. Lin Ling, it's my turn now. The moment Wang Shui died, the city lord of Yi spoke indifferently. He was clearly not surprised by this scene and had even sensed it a long time ago. The great god of the spirit kingdom has the power to revive people. I want to know if Wang Shui is dead. Lin Ling looked at the city lord of Yi and said. Back then, when he first came into contact with the spirit nation, someone said that after the people of the spirit nation died, they could be resurrected. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to be sure. Maybe, maybe not. This is no longer important. The city lord of Yi smiled and did not give an answer. Lin Ling nodded and did not continue to ask. Instead, he said, "Do you think you are my opponent? I don't think I'm your match." The city lord of Yi pondered for a moment and then spoke the truth, because on the island of the spirit nation, Lin Ling had defeated the 4 great gods of the island, including Mengpa and the bloodline of the 12 ancestral sorcerers. Therefore, he knew very well that the current Lin Ling was no longer the Lin Ling of the past. Of course, he was actually surprised by this news for a long time, especially when he thought of the junior he had met in Yi and the indomitable expert in front of him. This made him feel as if he was dreaming. What? Hearing the words of the city lord of Yi, the rest of the martial god kings were all suffocated. Previously, when Lin Ling defeated Wang Shui, they were already very surprised. However, when they saw the city lord of Yi come to fight Lin Ling, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. However, the city lord of Yi now said that he was also not Lin Ling's match. What level had this Lin Ling reached now? Alright, if you can take my sword, I'll consider it your win. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. On the huge sword, there was a sea of blood flowing, and the murderous aura was incomparably dense. Let me try. The city lord of Yi nodded and did not dare to neglect Lin Ling. He also activated all of his divine origin. Above his head, an ancient 8 trigrams appeared. Xian trigram, Kuan trigram, Zhen trigram, Zhen trigram, Li trigram, Ken trigram, Dui trigram, Sun trigram. The ancient voice constantly drifted out. At this moment, in the final world, Yi was in turmoil. The 8 trigrams mirror that had been floating in the sky above Yi shot toward Lei Gong's main hall like a meteor. Heaven moves vigorously, and a gentleman strives constantly to improve himself. Earth moves vigorously, and a gentleman carries things with great virtue. An 8th grade divine fetus descended. The power of the divine fetus had actually reached the number of 5,000. 5,000 was an incomparably huge amount of divine fetus. It was also the full strength of the city lord of Yi. This is the divine fetus. The surrounding martial god kings also sensed that the entire main hall was protected by an ancient 8 trigrams intent. It felt as if it was immovable like a mountain. Try your steps of God. However, even if he activated all of his strength, the city lord of Yi still did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling's sword. This was because he knew that Lin Ling's sword had killed millions of martial gods. Very strong. Lin Ling stared indifferently at the city lord of Yi, nodded, and activated the final sword. Although his steps of death was powerful, there was a time limit. It was fine if he did not use the sword. Once he used the sword, he had to kill people. After killing a certain number of people, the steps of death would disappear and he would not be able to use it for a short period of time. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the scabbard had finally reached its limit. Xiao Mo Sha, Sua Pahi. An ancient voice drifted out. Then, behind Lin Ling, an old man quietly appeared. His long hair was like a raging fire, and his killing intent was like an ocean. He gently slashed out, an incomparably dazzling sword appeared, and its speed was also incomparably fast. Even with the city lord of Yi strength, he could only roughly see the shadow of the sword. Looking at the martial god kings, they were even more miserable. They could only see a ray of blood light, rumble. When this sword slashed towards the city lord of Yi, the 8 trigrams above his head shook violently. A ray of blood light appeared on the surface of the 8 trigrams mirror. Moreover, the blood light kept cracking, and the cracks kept spreading. In the end, the originally clear mirror quietly turned into the color of a sea of blood. Pucci, the city lord of Yi was originally standing on the ground, but he staggered back and finally sat down on the ground. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. He did not block this sword. Yi Jian's killing intent was too strong. It shocked the world and made ghosts and gods weep. Was this the power of the steps of God? Why didn't you kill me? Suddenly, the city lord of E-City raised his head and frowned at Lin Ling. Because of your daughter. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the city lord of E-City and said. His words caused the city lord of E-City's body to tremble. Lin Ling continued, I don't know why you're fighting for the spirit nation, but to me, the world will wants to destroy my family, so I'll do my best to stop it. This is why I'm fighting. As for the tyrannical song sword in Lin Ling's hand, the blood-red light on the blade began to recede. However, before it did so, Lin Ling did not even look around and slashed out with his sword. Ah! A painful cry rang out. However, before the cry ended, a martial god expert was cut into two halves. Swoosh, Lin Ling did not stop waving his sword and slashed out again. Puff, another martial king fell. In the end, all the martial gods who were enemies of Lei Gong were killed by Lin Ling. Unrestrained sword martial god, let's go. When they arrived at the entrance of a corridor in the main hall, Lin Ling's voice also floated over. Okay. The unrestrained sword martial god and the others subconsciously replied as if they had heard the order of a god. In fact, Lin Ling's sword was too terrifying and made them understand a truth. There was always someone better than you. Lin Ling, your sword, whose sword is it? However, just as Lin Ling was about to disappear, the city lord of E-City hurriedly asked. Xianxia. A cold and emotionless voice quietly floated over from afar in the corridor, causing the city lord of E-City to tremble. He kept recalling, Xianxia, Xianxia. In the end, he laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. Xianxia, he had heard from Lord Ning that although he was only a god in the Age of Gods, he was extremely famous in the Age of Gods and had to mobilize all the gods and Buddhas to punish him. He did not expect that Lin Ling had actually obtained his sword. Xian knew, this time, father is alive because of you. Then, the city lord of E-City looked into the distance as if he could see the woman in E-City who had been waiting for him to return home. His daughter was called Xian Nu. She liked Lin Ling but was rejected by Lin Ling with an excuse. However, Xian Nu did not give up and had been waiting in E-City for Lin Ling to pick her up. Lin Ling, have you become a god? As Lin Ling and the others quickly floated along the corridor, Miao Di asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes were still looking forward. By now, he knew that Lei Gong's main hall was filled with experts. It would not be easy to reach Lei Gong's side. By the way, have you seen a monster that looks like a Xianxia? Then, Lin Ling looked at Miao Di and said. Miao Di, carefree sword martial god and the others were still shocked by Lin Ling's strength. After hearing Lin Ling's words, they immediately felt an irresistible feeling and hurriedly replied, right now, the Lei Gong Great Hall is filled with experts. We have never seen that Xianxia-like monster you mentioned. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. The Xianxia-like monster he mentioned was naturally the giant ghost. Lin Ling wanted to know where the giant ghost, Emperor God Zhonggang and the others went. He wanted to know if they had reached Lei Gong's side. There was also Xingyi. What about him? But now, it seemed that Lei Gong's main hall was filled with battles. Only by going to Lei Gong's side could he know everything. Die. As he was thinking, a large number of experts appeared in front of him. They were not from Lei Gong's main hall, so Lin Ling rushed forward and punched out. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. Those people were all wearing heavy armor. They were from Titanic Crescent God, so they recognized Lin Ling. However, just as they recognized him, they were immediately killed by Lin Ling's punch. The current Lin Ling could kill martial gods as easily as chopping vegetables. Lin Ling. Just as he rushed out of the corridor, there was another main hall in front of him. There were many people from Lei Gong standing there. However, they were now like stone statues, unable to move. There was also a black cauldron in the main hall. Black Crow Old Man. Lin Ling swept his gaze and immediately recognized the Black Cauldron. During the Battle of the Yellow Sea, Lin Ling fought with this Black Crow Old Man. This person was a divine fetus who borrowed the body of another to revive. He was a god from the god realm. However, Lin Ling never expected that this Black Crow Old Man would appear in Lei Gong's main hall. He must be thinking of fishing in troubled waters. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling floated towards the Black Cauldron. Then, he kicked out fiercely and directly shattered the Black Cauldron. Lin Ling, it's you again. After the black cauldron exploded, an illusory figure appeared. It was like a ghost and fog. At this moment, it was staring at Lin Ling with a face full of anger. Die. Lin Ling activated his divine energy and flooded it, completely refining the ghost fog. Lin Ling, I won't let you off. Black Crow Old Man's voice seemed to come from another void. It was mixed with malevolence and resentment. Because it was Lin Ling again. Lin Ling again, he, Black Crow Old Man, had powerful means, but it was ineffective against Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling's soul force was too strong. It was completely uncontrollable. Get lost. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He immediately knew that Black Crow Old Man had escaped. In reality, this divine fetus from the God realm was not in Lei Gong's main hall at all. However, after destroying Black Crow Old Man's black cauldron, Lin Ling was confident that he had also greatly damaged Black Crow Old Man's vitality. Lin Ling. After the black cauldron was broken, those people who were like stone sculptures recovered their strength. It turned out that they were all controlled by the black cauldron and nearly lost their lives. Do you know where Lord Lei Gong is? Lin Ling could not be bothered to say too much and asked directly. I know. Over here. An old man also knew that there was no time to lose, so he immediately led the way. Everyone followed Lin Ling and rushed towards Lord Lei Gong's side. Along the way, Lin Ling saved many more people, causing more and more experts to follow behind him. The current him was like the new master of Lei Gong's main hall. He made all of Lei Gong's people believe in him. Lei Gong's main hall was grand and vast. Currently, there were battles everywhere. Moreover, a voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Lin Ling has returned. Lei Gong's trial taker, one of the current generation's 8 new gods. He has already killed the trial takers, the 7th prince, Wangu Yanhui, Wang Shui, and Isidi City Lord, Black Crow Old Man. He's heading towards the Kuan position. Those who received the order, stop him with all your might. It was unknown who shouted the voice, but everyone who heard it focused their eyes. As expected of one of the current generation's 8 new gods, Lin Ling was actually getting closer and closer to Lei Gong. Lin Ling, the second strongest expert after Lei Gong? I'll stop him. This guy is finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. In the direction of the Kuan position, the top experts of the 9 prefectures void began to rush there. They wanted to obliterate Lin Ling there. At the same time, in the void of Lei Gong's main hall, everyone heard the previous sentence, causing many people's eyes to focus. Emperor God Zhonggang, Lin Ling is here. An evil spirit that looked like a yiksha revealed a vicious smile at this moment. He's really late. If he came a little later, he would have been able to collect our corpses. Not far away, a middle-aged man who was fighting a woman said with a faint smile at this moment. Lin Ling is here. Yes. In all directions of the void, many people's eyes flickered. Among them, there was a woman who was as cold as a queen. Her eyes flashed with killing intent. She was naturally the glazed female empress. There are many who want to stop Lin Ling, but I'm afraid no one can stop him. Lin Ling will come here sooner or later. Yes. Luli Empress thought to herself. She had a feeling that the strongest of Eugene and the Titanic Crescent God would be sent in the direction of the Kuan position. Unfortunately, it would be useless. This was because she had seen Lin Ling fight a million martial gods with her own eyes. Even now, when she thought about it, she was still shocked. I must kill Lei Gong before Lin Ling arrives. Only then will Lei Gong become the true host of the world will. Yes. She then looked at the place where the most intense battle was taking place in the distance. The killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. That was the place where the gods were fighting. Lin Ling, you're back? Yes. In the middle of the most intense battle, an old man's eyes narrowed. A complicated emotion appeared in his eyes. He was Lei Gong. Then, he looked at the people who were dying and felt a sense of guilt. Too many people died for me. Am I really the host of the world will? Yes. The old man muttered to himself. A powerful lightning bolt collided with a giant in the distance. However, he was holding back. The giant opposite him sneered and did not hold back at all. Lin Ling, come quickly. Lord Lei Gong can't stop you. Yes. Not far away from the old man, there was also an intense battle going on there. A child with a cape draped over his shoulders and an awe-inspiring aura spoke faintly. "Young Lin, use your full strength." "Yes." Not too far away from him, endless streams of water shot up into the sky. The sound of splashing water echoed through the void. A woman in a flowing dress floated in the air. She had beautiful blue hair, and her blue hair fluttered in the wind like water. Endless divine power emanated from her body. "Young Lin, there are 3 people who are trying to stop Lin Ling. They are the Crown Prince, Xianxia, and San Ling. These 3 are the 8 gods. Although the Crown Prince lost to Lin Ling, if the 3 of them work together, Lin Ling won't be able to come here." "Yes." A clear and cold voice drifted out from the woman's mouth. It was like a falling flower, but the flowing water was heartless. "Luo God forbidden." "Yes." Soon after, she released a low shout. Her originally gentle aura suddenly changed, becoming like a violent storm, and also like a torrential river. Of course, her aura. Of course. "Luotian, at the moment, we are not in a weak position." The child squinted his eyes. He sensed the woman's powerful aura and shouted, "Qilin transformation." He had the appearance of a child, but he suddenly grew up and turned into a man with a meter-long hair. His body was covered in green scales, and his eyes were green. He had a strong sense of killing intent. "Although you are resisting stubbornly, there are only a few people in Lei Gong's palace who are worthy of being feared. One of them is you, the other is Lin Ling, and the other 2 are mid-stage low-god great generals." Seeing the child transform, the woman's eyes flashed slightly. She had long heard of the number 1 trial taker under the Thunder God clan, young Qilin. He was the number 1 among the 8 new deities and the number 1 expert under the Thunder God clan. Now that she had seen him, she knew that young Qilin was indeed worthy of his reputation. Young Lin was also a mid-stage low god, but there was an indescribable energy around him. It seemed to be the legendary steps of the gods. "Let me meet you, the number 1 among the 8 gods." The woman called Luotian stretched out her hands. Above her palms, balls of water appeared. She frowned slightly and countless balls of water shot forward, illuminating a part of the void. Luotian of the 8 gods has finally made her move. Attracted by the shocking scene, many experts stopped their attacks and looked solemnly into the distance. Rumble, in this part of the void, fierce battles were going on everywhere. The whole void seemed to be collapsing. However, it was clear that Lei Gong's side was losing ground. Everyone in Lei Gong's palace was looking forward to it. "Lin Ling, come quickly." After all, he was the second strongest challenger in Lei Gong's palace. At this moment, Lin Ling was dashing along the corridor. But soon, he frowned and stopped abruptly. "Lord Lin Ling, what's wrong?" The people following behind him were all taken aback, and they stopped as well. "You guys go first." Lin Ling stared ahead. There was a great hall there, and it was the great hall where the Thunder God used to discuss matters. As long as he reached this place, he would be able to find a stone door that would lead him to the void where the Thunder God resided. That void was the battlefield where the 8 gods' heavenly palace's quota was contested. Of course, on the way to the palace, Lin Ling also noticed 3 powerful auras. They seemed to have been waiting for a long time. These 3 auras were very strong. Each of them was not weaker than Lily Empress. Obviously, they were the 8 gods of this generation. "We go first?" Hearing Lin Ling's words, the experts behind Lin Ling were shocked. However, they did not think too much and immediately rushed forward. Just as they were flying along the corridor, 3 figures quietly appeared like reflections in water. The 3 of them leaned against the wall of the corridor. Their bodies emitted a soul-crushing aura that shocked all the experts who were flying past. 3 spirits, Qingmo, Crown Prince. After seeing the 3 of them clearly, everyone's heart sank, because they knew that the 3 of them were one of the 8 new gods of this generation, and their strength was as formidable as Lin Ling. Now that the 3 of them had appeared at the same time, Lin Ling was probably in trouble. "Go." However, the leading old man could not care less. He suddenly gritted his teeth and planned to rush past the 3 of them. After all, he had heard that Lin Ling had asked them to go first. Therefore, he believed that Lin Ling would not harm them. The experts behind him were somewhat hesitant. They were afraid that the three of them would suddenly attack them. However, seeing that someone had taken the lead, they braced themselves and rushed forward. A sense of death quietly spread over them. The 8 gods of this generation had the strength to easily kill them, just like how Lin Ling had easily killed the other gods. However, this sense of death only spread. In the end, it did not attack, allowing those people to smoothly pass through the 3 of them. At this moment, they realized that after Lin Ling's return, the entire battlefield in the Lei Gong Hall had quietly changed. This was because at least 1/3 of Yojin's people had to deal with Lin Ling. It was hard to imagine that if 1/3 of the people went to deal with Lei Gong, the pressure on Lei Gong's side would be even greater. 3 spirits, Xianxia, and the Crown Prince have successfully stopped Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, an old voice resounded throughout the hall, causing the expressions of those who were fighting to change. Even the battle in the void paused for a moment. They finally caught up. Many people let out low voices. They knew that Lin Ling was in trouble. After all, how could Lin Ling resist the joint forces of 3 of the 8 new gods of the current era? When the voice floated out, an oppressive aura spread throughout the silent corridor as if the entire corridor was frozen. If not for the fact that the Lei Gong Hall was a product of the god realm, this powerful aura would have turned the hall into dust. Lin Ling, you defeated the city lord of E-City. Your strength should be that of a god, right? At this moment, a voice finally floated out. It was the Crown Prince who spoke. Try it and you'll know. Lin Ling stared at the 3 people and replied indifferently. He could sense that the Crown Prince's strength had clearly increased compared to the time of the competition. Moreover, it had increased by more than 30%. The Crown Prince was indeed powerful. After all, it hadn't even been 3 years since the competition. Of course, although the Crown Prince's strength had increased, he still hadn't become a god. However, the other 2 were genuine gods. Whether it was the divine embryo or the divine power, they had all reached unprecedented heights. One of them was a boy wearing Buddhist prayer beads. He looked delicate and had a very amiable smile on his face. However, that smile carried a thick murderous intent. The other person's aura seemed very decadent. His eyes seemed to not care about anything in the world. However, Lin Ling could still sense a sharp aura from him. He was also a very strong opponent. 3 spirits. Noticing Lin Ling's gaze, the boy introduced himself. We've met during the competition. My name is Xianxia. The other man also spoke calmly. Back then, after the 8 great new gods had finished competing for the slots, they had walked down the corridor together. Therefore, they had already met each other once. Therefore, Lin Ling also had some impression of them. However, compared to before, because this matter was of great importance, the 2 of them didn't conceal their auras now, and they gave off the feeling that they were more than twice as strong as before. Xianxia? Back then, he was the number 1 expert of the 3rd hall of the Heavenly Sword Academy. He was also the first halberd cultivator in the history of the Heavenly Sword Academy who didn't cultivate the sword. Lin Ling's gaze finally landed on the dispirited man. The latter raised his eyes, seemingly surprised that Lin Ling was so familiar with him, but he still nodded. Do you know Wind Snow Academy's Wang Shui? Lin Ling knew Xianxia because of Wang Shui. Xianxia was the master who had defeated Wang Shui. I'm sorry, I don't know this person. However, Xianxia shook his head. Then, he seemed to have guessed something. Since you mentioned Wind Snow Academy, Wang Shui and I must be from the same generation. Since you mentioned him, he should have remembered my name. Unfortunately, I really don't remember him. He's just one of my defeated opponents. He's not worth mentioning. There was a hint of arrogance in Qing Mo's tone. He was one of the few trial testers who had graduated from the academy. This was the same as Lin Ling. Now, he was one of the 8 great new gods. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. I hope that after you lose, you can remember Wind Snow Academy's Wang Shui. And I will defeat you on behalf of Wind Snow Academy. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes quietly revealed his fighting spirit. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. After all, there are very few people in the 9 states who don't know your name, Lin Ling. So, it's my honor to be remembered by you. However, our purpose is to stop you. So, if you want to have a fair fight with me, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Xianxia also nodded and said lightly. To me, the three of you are still one person. It's all the same. Lin Ling replied. Arrogant. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly shocked the three of them. Then, they shook their heads contemptuously. If Lin Ling fought with them one-on-one, they would be a little afraid. However, if the three of them joined forces, they were 100% confident. After all, Lin Ling was not the only 8 great new gods here. Next, do you want to continue chatting or do you want to fight? Let me remind you, now that Eugene and Titanic Crescent God are attacking Lei Gong won't be able to hold on for much longer. At this time, the boy named Three Spirits said with a faint smile. As you wish. Lin Ling no longer hid his strength. He merged the first stage of his talent and rushed forward. The corridor was narrow and not suitable for an intense battle. However, the 4 of them were the new gods of the 9 states. So, although the corridor was narrow, it was as vast as the void to them. Lin Ling instantly appeared in front of one of them. Then, he struck out with his palm. His first opponent was naturally the Crown Prince. This was because he knew that the Crown Prince was the weakest among the 3. At some point in time, if he wanted to defeat a group of powerful enemies, it was best to start with the weakest. Sensing Lin Ling's attack, the Crown Prince snorted coldly. The realm essence in his body surged and turned into divine power. It flowed out from his limbs and bones, forming a large, blood-red cloud. Then, he quietly transformed into an immortal vampire. All of this seemed slow, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. A palm covered in blood-red light fiercely slammed toward Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he had already activated his palm, and all of his strength gushed out. After colliding with the Crown Prince's attack, the Crown Prince was directly smashed into the wall, and terrifying cracks spread along the wall. He really is a lower god. And he's so strong. The Crown Prince sensed that his right arm was about to split open. His expression changed drastically. Boom. However, Lin Ling's power didn't stop there. It continued to surge. After a loud boom, the Crown Prince completely exploded, shocking the 2 people on the side. This was because they did not expect Lin Ling to become so strong. He could actually defeat the Crown Prince in one move. One must know that the battle between Lin Ling and the Crown Prince took hundreds of rounds before the victor was decided. The gap is too big. Is this how much Lin Ling has improved in the past few years? Almost at the same time, behind the 3 spirits, the Crown Prince appeared again. As expected of an immortal vampire, he could resurrect after being smashed by Lin Ling. At this moment, the hands of the 3 spirits spread out like scattering flowers. The string of Buddhist beads around their necks shattered, and all of them shot towards Lin Ling. Every Buddhist bead had the word swastika, which was very mysterious. What a strong divine power! Swastika. Lin Ling pulled back his fist, and his expression changed slightly. He sensed that the divine power of the Buddha beads had reached the 5,000th level. He didn't know how much of the 3 spirits' strength was in the beads, but if it was less than half, then the 3 spirits' strength was beyond imagination. 30,000 great heavenly flames. Swastika. As he kept retreating, Lin Ling's hand rose, and then he kept slapping. Every time he slapped, a large amount of human king's flames shot out, colliding with the Buddha beads like flames. In midair, the 2 attacks collided, and an earth-shattering roar erupted. However, the Buddha beads of the 3 spirits were obviously more powerful, but Lin Ling's great heavenly flames were more. 7th grade divine fetus. When Lin Ling activated the human king's flames, the 3 spirits also sensed it, and their eyes became more serious. Lin Ling, didn't you say you wanted to stand up for Wang Shui? Then come and try. Suddenly, a stream of light appeared in the corridor, surrounded by thousands of stars. Then, a trident appeared, piercing through the void and appearing in front of Lin Ling. Break! Lin Ling was still activating the great heavenly flames, but at the same time, he also activated the thunder element of the Luai's real body. It circled behind his arm, and he punched out. Rumble! At the moment of the collision, Lin Ling's figure fell back again, and the air behind him was also knocked out of the void, and it continued to explode as if a small world was exploding. What? Xianxia was still holding his halberd, but his expression changed because he attacked while Lin Ling was blocking the 3 spirits. Lin Ling should have been injured, but Lin Ling only retreated. What a powerful physical strength! Lin Ling grabbed the wall with his other hand and cracked it. He stomped his feet on the ground and stopped the momentum. His right fist was covered in lightning and he still punched out, blocking Qing Mo's fatal attack. At least 900,000 world force. What shocked Lin Ling was that Qing Mo's physical strength was actually stronger than Wang Shui's. That's right. In fact, I'm the one with the strongest physical strength in the 9 states. I just remembered that Wang Shui you mentioned earlier. She's a guy who practices the 8-9 mysteries. Qing Mo stopped and looked up at Lin Ling proudly. He said, because I'm the one who practices the 8-9 mysteries. This news shocked Lin Ling. No wonder Qing Mo was so powerful. He had the real 8-9 mysteries. However, Lin Ling could guess that Qing Mo's 8-9 mysteries was not complete. Otherwise, he would be much more powerful. After all, Lin Ling knew that the 8-9 mysteries was based on physical strength. Back then, the great sage, Heaven's equal, Erlang Shen, had practiced this technique and defeated all the gods and Buddhas. You're the one with the strongest physical strength in the 9 states? Not necessarily. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He suddenly yelled, "Second stage." The flame of the human king spread out like a tide. Real god Lui's even broke the ceiling in the corridor, and King Kong was among them. A domineering King Kong palm slapped out from Lin Ling's body. Rumble. The trident that had collided with Lin Ling was immediately bent like a bow. Then, it completely collapsed. Physical strength. Qing Mo's expression changed drastically. He abandoned the trident and kept retreating. From Lin Ling's palm, he sensed that Lin Ling's strength was not weaker than his. "Help me!" At the same time, he shouted at the 3 spirits and the others. At this moment, the 3 spirits and the others' faces were slightly pale because they'd thought that Qing Mo would be able to defeat Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would erupt with his strength and suppress Qing Mo with ease. All appearances are illusory. If you see all appearances, you see Buddha. The 3 spirits' hands kept dancing. The scattered Buddha beads floated back and connected together again. They became bigger and bigger and then fell on Lin Ling's head. The Buddha beads now had more than 6,000 god power. Immortal Blood Mountain Boat. Behind the 3 spirits, the Crown Prince also went all out. Blood mist appeared above his head, and then an ancient mottled ship slowly sailed out. There was a flag on the bow of the ship, and it was a skull flag. This was the saint boat that the immortal vampires had used to escape the catastrophe. The Crown Prince used the realm essence to activate it. It was also the totem of the immortal vampires. As for this attack, the power of divinity had reached the level of 5,000. Qing Mo saw that this was an opportunity. He also used all his strength. 8-9 mysteries, heaven-changing fist. He knew very well that if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he couldn't rely on unorthodox techniques. This would even waste the opportunity created by the 3 spirits. So, he used the royal way to attack Lin Ling. Rumble. A gigantic fist occupied the entire corridor as it hurtled towards Lin Ling. That physical strength had completely reached the power of 1,000,000 worlds. The 3 attacks were so terrifying that in the void of the 9 continents, not to mention 3 attacks, even if it was just 1 attack, there would be very few people who could withstand it. Rumble, puff. Puff, puff. The entire palace was shaking. Whether they were fighting or running, they all stopped fighting and looked in the direction of the Kuan position in shock. Is it the battle on Lin Ling's side? Many people murmured in their hearts. Now, apart from the battle on the void, the most intense battle in Lei Gong's palace should be the battle on Lin Ling's side. They didn't know if the 3 new gods could completely eliminate Lin Ling. At this moment, many people's hearts were in suspense. They were actually a little nervous. Looking at the corridor again, it had been destroyed by the 3 great attacks, leaving Lin Ling with nowhere to run. At the back of the corridor, the 3 spirits were breathing heavily. Sweat the size of soybeans dripped from their foreheads, but their eyes were glued to the front, as if they were afraid that they would miss something. Of course, while they were looking forward to it, they were also a little excited. They believed that Lin Ling would not be able to block it, so, they were also waiting for the old voice to announce that Lin Ling was in the Kuan position and that he had been completely killed by the 3 of them. Boom, the ancient ship exploded, turning into decaying debris. When the Buddha beads smashed down from the sky, the man only needed 1 punch. Boom, the Buddha beads scattered like falling flowers in the void. When the giant fist with the power of 1,000,000 worlds came, the man still only needed one punch. Boom, the giant fist stopped, and cracks appeared, shattering like glass. Just like that, the man in the gray robe walked toward the three people step by step. The three people's eyes trembled, and a voice floated in their minds, "Gray robe, gray robe, gray robe." In their eyes, Lin Ling was no longer Lin Ling. Instead, he was like the Grim Reaper who represented darkness. His power has probably reached the power of 1,000,000 worlds. Godly power, his godly power isn't weak either. I'm afraid it's not weaker than the 6,000 paths. Plus, his godly fetus aura is so terrifying. Xianxia and the other two kept talking, and finally came to the conclusion that Lin Ling had the power to easily kill them. Run! The three of them looked at each other, and then burst out with full speed, running toward the back of the corridor. Now, they were completely terrified. Seal. But how could Lin Ling let them escape? If one of them escaped, it would put some pressure on Lei Gong. Powerful soul power shrouded Lin Ling's body. This was the step of wisdom. The crown prince, who was at the back of the three, sensed a wave of death spreading toward him like a plague. This made his expression change drastically. Help me, help me. As soon as he shouted, he sensed that the power of the godly fetus had been sealed. The advantage of the immortal vampires had disappeared. San Ling, save me. This made the crown prince even more panicked. He frantically grabbed the person closest to him. However, the three spirits also sensed the terrifying sealing power, because the mala beads on his neck were jumping crazily. Usually, the only explanation for such a situation was that there was a power beyond his control. The power of control had arrived. Sorry. San Ling waved his right hand, shaking off the crown prince's pull, and then quickly ran forward. With every step he took, the Buddha beads on his neck cracked, and he used the cracks to completely escape Lin Ling's step of wisdom. When he rushed out of the step of wisdom's range, there were only 7 beads left. 1. What power is this? San Ling, who had escaped with his life, felt like he had just survived a disaster. Almost, boom. As soon as he rushed out, the person beside him. It was Xianxia. At the moment, he was drenched in sweat, as if he had just escaped from the step of death. After rushing out of the step of wisdom, his legs went weak, and he almost fell to the ground. He slowly recovered, and only then did he manage to stand up. It's the step of God, and it's of the soul type. Then, Xianxia looked at the 3 spirits and said. Her words made the 3 spirits tremble. Of course, he had heard of the God stairs, but there were strong and weak God stairs too. Lin Ling was able to seal someone's ability with one move. The God stairs must be very high level. Xianxia, San Ling, save me. At this time, the crown prince's weak voice came from the corridor behind them. That voice was very flustered and powerless, which made San Ling look back. They saw the crown prince crawling on the ground in pain, his whole body trembling, and he was already scared out of his wits. Behind the hazy corridor, a gray figure was slowly walking over. Go immediately. With just a glance, San Ling and Xianxia immediately ran forward. In a panic, Xianxia even fell down. If the people of the 4 great gods saw this, they would be shocked because even someone as strong as Xianxia had such a moment of panic. He came on behalf of Forgotten Snow, using the fame and fortune of the Snow Wind Academy to defeat me. Especially when he thought of what Lin Ling said to him before, Xianxia's heart was once again shocked. He knew that the Snow Wind Academy had produced a terrifying expert, and he had also pushed the Snow Wind Academy to the highest peak in history. This Lin Ling's strength is probably on par with the young Qilin. How did his strength increase so quickly? San Ling said in a panic. The 2 of them disappeared into the depths of the corridor one after the other. However, when they disappeared, they heard a painful scream. It came from the crown prince. It was obvious that the crown prince was in trouble, and this also made them quicken their pace along the corridor, wanting to quickly reach the void of the battle and tell everyone that Lin Ling was no longer as strong as before. Lin Ling, spare me, spare me. At this moment in the corridor, the crown prince kept vomiting blood, and he kept crawling back. Bang, but just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling kicked him, sending him flying, and his sternum continued to crack. Lin Ling was dressed in a gray robe, but his eyes were looking at the corridor in the distance, and he walked forward step by step. Previously, he also wanted to leave Xianxia and the others here, but these two were too strong, and Lin Ling didn't want to waste time chasing after them, so he just let them go. He let them escape. Lin Ling, I'm just following orders, spare me. And the crown prince looked at the gray figure that kept coming, and the panic in his eyes grew stronger. Making an enemy of Lei Gong is making an enemy of me. Lin Ling came in front of the crown prince, raised his foot high, and then stomped down heavily. Boom, the foot with terrifying power landed on the crown prince, and he was directly crushed into powder. The crown prince had the body of an immortal vampire, but it was sealed by the steps of wisdom, which meant that he couldn't be resurrected, and he was completely dead. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't stay, and withdrew the third stage of the fusion talent, and then rushed down the corridor. At this moment, in the void of the battle, there was chaos everywhere, and it caused the void to continue to crack, and then it kept on fusing. Die. Looking at Lei Gong again, the number of people was decreasing, and they were constantly being killed by the strong. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the people in Lei Gong's hall were all wiped out, and at this moment, two panicked figures rushed into the void. They were San Ling and Xianxia, but after coming to this void, they finally let out a sigh of relief, because it would be difficult for Lin Ling to kill them here. Their eyes looked around, and they wanted to find Eugene and the others who were fighting in the distance, and they wanted to tell Eugene that Lin Ling wasn't as weak as they thought, but at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the entire void, and even in the entire Lei Gong's hall. Trial taker Lin Ling killed the crown prince, defeated San Ling and Xianxia, and is now heading to the void. How is this possible? Apart from a limited number of people, everyone felt that this news was too unbelievable. After all, Lin Ling was also one of the 8 new gods. He could even be considered a rising star. It was already very impressive that he could not be defeated by the other new gods. But now, he fought against 3 new gods and even defeated them. Who could have guessed the result? However, at this moment, a figure slowly appeared at the entrance of the void. He was wearing a blue robe and carried a big sword on his back. His long hair was tied behind his head and his eyes were coldly looking at the entire void. The moment he appeared, it was as if the strongest god had arrived, causing an invisible shockwave to erupt from this battle of gods, and he was Lin Ling, the current Lin Ling. Could be said to be known by everyone in the world. Lin Ling really defeated the 3 spirits. Everyone looked at the figure that suddenly appeared and subconsciously swallowed their saliva. They did not know why, but they all had a feeling that after Lin Ling arrived in this void, this battle of gods would be completely over. Lin Ling. Behind Lin Ling, a large number of people also rushed in. They were all Lei Gong, who had followed Lin Ling before. However, after the last person entered, the entire void became inexplicably silent. This was because this person was treasure god Nanhua Fingyu. As a result, the balance that was originally one-sided was slowly being tipped in the right direction. Lin Ling. In the distant void, an old man's entire body was emitting lightning. He looked at the man in the blue robe in disbelief. His eyes quietly became moist, and he was Lei Gong. After knowing that he was the host of the world will, everyone in the Jiuzhou void wanted to control him and treated him as a great enemy of the world. This feeling, to him, was like a knife piercing his heart, because no matter what, he could not accept that he was the person who had caused the death of his own disciples and sect. Those family and friends had all died in the twilight of the gods, so he hated the world will, but now, he was actually one of the world wills, but now, in order to protect him, no one in the entire Lei Gong Grand Hall betrayed the enemy. They fought against the outsiders with all their might, resulting in countless casualties. Lin Ling is here. As the old man sighed, the other 2 gods were also looking at Lin Ling. They were Yushan and Titanic Crescent God, and their expressions were cold. If Lin Ling were an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a big deal. But after the previous battle, they knew that he was one of the 4 gods. Only the first row of experts below him, such strength was almost comparable to a beautiful young Qilin, and it undoubtedly gave them enormous pressure. Moreover, that old man is also very strong. Eugene also stared at treasure god Nanhua Fingyu behind Lin Ling, and his expression became even uglier. This was because Lin Ling could not be underestimated, but Lin Ling had brought many experts with him. Especially that old man, he gave them the feeling that he was not much weaker than them. We don't have many chances left. No matter what, Lei Gong must be under our control. If we can't, then we'll just kill him. Titanic Crescent God said in a low voice, his voice filled with thick killing intent. During the Great War of the Gods in the past, his family and friends had all died in the calamity, causing him to live for millions of years. Therefore, he hated the will of the world and was absolutely irreconcilable. This was also the reason why he became one of the 4 great gods. He wanted to use the rest of his life to stop the will of the world. Although he respected Lei Gong, the great Tao was merciless. Lei Gong was the host of the world will, which meant that he was the enemy of the 9 continents, and even the entire God realm. If he did not kill Lei Gong, he would be letting down those who had died. Lin Ling and the others will need some time to get here. That time is enough for us to kill Lei Gong. Titanic Crescent God said coldly. His entire body emitted a terrifying power. It turned out that he was the one who had the strongest physical body in the 9 continents. His strength had long reached a level where even the great Tao could not destroy him. Lei Gong, are you still going to be stubborn? As long as you are under our control and sealed, you won't have to die. You won't have to drag others down with you. If you continue to walk the path of darkness, then don't blame us for being merciless. Eugene looked at Lei Gong and said coldly. Currently, the hosts of the world will, except for the great god of spiritual kingdom, were all under the control of the 9 continents. Therefore, Lei Gong was no exception. If I become a prisoner, I would rather die. However, Lei Gong looked up at Eugene and said. He was one of the 4 gods and the master of Lei Gong's hall. How could he become a prisoner? This was different from his pride and his principles. Then don't blame us. Everyone, attack. Yushin no longer hesitated. She unleashed even more power and attacked the Thunder Lord with all her might. Boom. On the other side, Titanic Crescent God's body exploded and turned into a huge black palm that attacked Lei Gong. Kill. Seeing this scene in the distance, Lin Ling roared angrily. To him, it did not matter if Lei Gong was the world will or anyone else. As long as he was Lei Gong, Lin Ling would protect him. This was because Lin Ling owed Lei Gong a favor. Moreover, at some point in time, Lei Gong was like a big brother to Lin Ling, an elder, and even a master. Lin Ling, if you continue to help Lei Gong, you will die too. Apparently, all the experts of Eugene had gathered in the void. Therefore, some experts immediately rushed towards Lin Ling. The fastest one was an old man. He was a god and he stood on a black lotus. His aura was monstrous. Die. However, Lin Ling did not stop. At the same time, he used the second stage of the innate talent fusion and slammed his palm forward. Boom. Before the old man could reach him, he was blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch. The black lotus he was sitting on also shattered. This caused the people of Eugene to narrow their eyes. Although Lin Ling defeated the 3 gods, they did not witness it with their own eyes. Now, they finally saw how terrifying Lin Ling was. Stop him with all your might. However, their eyes soon turned red. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, they had to kill Lei Gong because they knew that in the future, Lei Gong would slaughter this world. More and more experts flew toward Lin Ling. There were sky-raising divine sabers, tens of thousands of swords, ancient ships, and palaces. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched at Lin Ling like 100 schools of thought. Lin Ling, give me your life. Looking carefully, the true disciples of Miao Shen had also arrived. One of them was revered Snow. Last time, Lin Ling had robbed him of the flying snow sky palace. Therefore, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Lin Ling, we cannot fight him. Nan Wufingyu immediately said. He knew that these people were cannon fodder. Their purpose was to stop Lin Ling from reaching Lei Gong. After treasure god Nan Wufingyu left, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Previously, he had forced his way through the Thunder God Great Hall, and his strength had been mostly consumed. For example, he couldn't use the Steps of Wisdom and his 3rd stage talent fusion now, and the same went for the Tyrant Song Sword. Therefore, a chessboard appeared in his hand and he raised it in the air. Boom. Boom. Pillars appeared out of nowhere in the void, forming a huge and majestic hall, sealing all the people who were pouncing over within it. However, those people were not afraid. They thought that they could break any of Lin Ling's tricks because they had more people. However, after entering the hall, they felt as if they had entered another world. What's going on? It's a boundary array. Boundary deity Miao's true inheritance, come and break the array. It's just a small problem. Eh? Something's wrong. I can't break this boundary array. Those who were trapped in the pillars were disdainful at first. However, they soon panicked as they realized that they were trapped. Everyone, don't panic. This is only a trap array. Our lives won't be in danger. Although the spirit formation is difficult to break, as long as we spend time, it will break sooner or later. There is no spirit formation in this world that cannot be broken. At this moment, an old man's confident voice floated over. It was Xuezun. After hearing him speak, everyone relaxed. After all, Xuezun was a dragon mark supreme robe. Since he had spoken, there should be no problem. Hehe, I, Yi Liangchen, love to attack those who think they are outstanding. Life and death are nothing. If you are not convinced, then fight. However, at this moment, many voices came from the front of the hall. Then, a dense group of figures walked over along the pillars. Upon closer inspection, the leader was an old man who carried a long sword on his back. He looked very sage-like. As for the people behind him, they were experts in various clothes, however, one could feel that their auras were not weak. They were all early lower deities. Who are you? These people were obviously not Yojin's people. Therefore, someone immediately exclaimed. I am Yi Liangchen. I am Long Out Yen. Zhao Ritian is me. Those people said at the same time. After they finished speaking, they didn't waste any more words and crazily attacked. I don't like to talk nonsense with people. If you feel that you have the strength to play with me, Liangchen doesn't mind playing with you to the end. Moreover, when he attacked, the old man with the sword on his back said rather solemnly. Damn it. The group of people who were trapped were undoubtedly infuriated. Were these people crazy? If it weren't for the fact that this group of people wasn't weak, they would have killed these lunatics on the spot. Revered Snow, didn't you say that this is a trapping array? What's with this group of powerful idiots? Someone looked at Xuezun angrily. They felt that Xuezun had failed to live up to the name of the supreme dragon-patterned robe. This. However, in reality, Xuezun was also very confused. Just when he was feeling a little dizzy, the old man with the sword on his back attacked him again. Remember, my name is Yi Liangchen. In fact, when the old man slashed out, he spoke very elegantly as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know his name. I know your name is Yi Liangchen. You don't have to repeat it so many times. We're not deaf. Xuezun couldn't help but scold. He felt that this group of experts in front of him weren't humans. Instead, they were more like puppets. However, such powerful puppets were too terrifying. At this moment, no one saw that outside the grand hall, a box containing chess pieces appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He was continuously throwing out chess pieces that were the size of soybeans. When the chess pieces appeared in the hall, they immediately exploded and turned into experts, scattering beans to turn into soldiers. It's about time. After throwing out a few chess pieces, Lin Ling kept the box and immediately pounced on Lei Gong. Rumble, the battle in the void was still intense. Although Lin Ling had trapped and killed many experts, it was only a portion of them. After all, the four gods had been in the void of the 9 continents for so many years. If they were to summon all of their strength, they would be able to find some hidden experts from the myriad worlds. This was also why the Spirit Kingdom didn't dare to casually attack the void of the 9 continents. While the void of the 9 continents couldn't compare to the Spirit Kingdom, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Looking at Lei Gong's battle, with the addition of Nanhua Fingyu, the pressure on Lei Gong instantly decreased. This made Titanic Crescent God grit his teeth in anger. He knew that Lin Ling's arrival would change the tide of the battle. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. Swallow the pearl. Looking at the number 1 general under the Thunder God, young Lin, he was fighting against 3 challengers by himself. They were Luotian, 3 spirits, and Qing Mo. However, not only did he not feel any pressure, he even suppressed them, increasing the pressure on the 3 challengers. From this point of view, young Qilin was much stronger than Lin Ling. After all, Luotian was twice as strong as the 3 spirits. It was just that Lin Ling had brought many experts and treasures with him, so he had a greater impact on the battle. At this moment, the young Qilin had already transformed into a green Qilin. It was as large as a mountain. It spat out a green bead from its mouth. This bead seemed to be the life treasure of the young Qilin. The bead continued to blow out green gusts of wind that enveloped Luotian and the others. Under the gusts of wind, Luotian and the others' flesh and blood began to melt. Their bodies were constantly being blown away and they couldn't move at all. Not good. If this continues, we'll all die. The originally seductive goddess Luo had been blown to the point where she looked like a dried corpse. However, she was strong enough that this level of injury wasn't fatal. It's Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's arrival, Eugene wouldn't have sent people to deal with him and we wouldn't be in such a passive state. Qing Mo, who was also blown into a skeleton, said angrily. This 4-ocean air-frozen pearl is mine. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared by the side of the green bead. He suddenly grabbed the bead and put it away. After the pearl was taken away, the green Qilin's aura was greatly reduced. Then, it shrunk and returned to the form of a child. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, it immediately looked at the person who suddenly appeared. That person was actually Zhongshan. Zhongshan, you're crazy! Young Qilin roared. Thunder God, you can't escape death. Why are you so stubborn? Besides, I've been coveting your 4 seas air-frozen bead for a long time. But I also know that under normal circumstances, I can't get the 4 seas air-frozen bead. It's only when you're fighting with your full strength that the air-frozen bead loses its protection that I traitor. How dare you betray Master Lei Gong? Looking at Zhongshan's excited expression, the young Qilin was so angry that it spat out another mouthful of blood. The secret of the air-frozen pearl was something it had unintentionally revealed to Zhongshan. After all, Zhongshan was very good at flattering the young Qilin back then. Moreover, the young Qilin had thought at that time that he would never be able to obtain it. When the young Qilin spat out the air-frozen pearl, and Zhongshan was one of them, the young Qilin trusted him. Who would have thought that Zhongshan would betray Master Lei Gong? This was the first betrayal in Lei Gong's palace. Humph, that damned old man is blind. Why should he treat you and Lin Ling so well? We've been doing missions for the Thunder God all these years. Even if we didn't make any contributions, we still worked hard. But what about him? Lin Ling is just a newcomer. He just came, but he's treated better than us. What's the use of that? Zhongshan sneered, his eyes were filled with malice. Zhongshan, well done. You've done a great job. Looking at Hero Luo and the others, they were not affected by the wind. They quickly recovered and took advantage of the young Qilin's heavy injuries to attack it. Brother Qilin, let me help you. But at this moment, Xianxia arrived to assist the young Qilin. Lei Gong, who was fighting with Eugene, was worried about the young Qilin. But after seeing Xianxia's help, he finally relaxed a little. Xianxia had the divine blade. Although it was difficult to fight against Luotian and the others, at least the young Qilin's life was not in danger. Rumble. On the other side, the giant ghost was fighting against Luli Empress. The giant ghost obviously knew that Luli Empress was Lin Ling's biggest enemy, so it went after Luli Empress from the beginning, hoping to avenge Lin Ling. However, Luli Empress was too strong. Not only did the giant ghost not gain the upper hand, it was also at a disadvantage. The 8th level of the 8 divine brushes. Luli Empress also recognized the stone tablet in the giant ghost's hand. If it wasn't for the stone tablet, she would have already defeated the giant ghost. 6 stanchions. It should be Lin Ling who passed it on to you, you shameless slut. The giant ghost naturally sensed Luli Empress's advantage. It then sneered and said, unfortunately, if it wasn't for Lin Ling, you would be the first person in the 9 prefectures, or even the God realm, to have multiple dantians. However, Lin Ling is above you. He has 7 dantians. You will never surpass him. Bastard. This sentence seemed to have touched the deepest part of Luli Empress's heart, and her attacks became even more violent. You're afraid of Lin Ling because Lin Ling started from nothing and now he's catching up to you and even surpassed you. You know that one day, Lin Ling will definitely seek revenge on you. The giant ghost continued. Well said. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to see it. Luli Empress's eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, just as she was about to kill the giant ghost, an expert arrived. It was Emperor God Zhonggang. As Emperor God Zhonggang saw that the giant ghost was in danger, he abandoned his enemy and came to help. As for his opponent, who was originally chasing after him, he abandoned him and ran towards another person. That person was Lin Ling, because Emperor God Zhonggang's previous opponent was Emperor God Delay. All of you, die. Emperor God Delay was once the leader of the top 10 martial gods. Her strength was naturally more domineering than Lily Empress. She wore a silk dress and looked to be in her 30s. She looked like a noble woman, but she didn't show any mercy when she attacked. The terrifying power of thunder was unleashed from her hands, and everyone in front of her was killed. These people were from Lei Gong's hall. Ri Yun, Xiao Er. These people were divine generals and divine paladins. They were no match for Emperor God Delay, so they kept dying. This made Lei Gong's eyes turn red, because those who died had followed Lei Gong for a long time. They were also Lei Gong's relatives and friends after he came to the void of the 9 regions, but now, they were all dead. It made Lei Gong feel as though he had seen a war between the gods. At that time, his comrades, relatives, and close friends had all died in the catastrophe. Trash, what's the use of not dying? Emperor God Delay looked at her domineering face. She laughed wildly and rushed forward. Emperor God Delay. On the other side, Lin Ling was also rushing over quickly. He naturally saw those who kept dying. His eyes turned red instantly, and a terrifying killing intent erupted in his heart. Lin Ling, where did you get this chessboard? Why is it exactly the same as mine? Tell me, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll kill all your relatives. You probably don't know that I've already captured your grandfather and your wife. Haha, wait for me to capture you. Also, tell your people to stop attacking. I'll kill Lei Gong. Emperor God Delay's cloak fluttered behind her. She shouted excitedly at this moment. Obviously, this was her backup plan. She originally wanted to use Lin Ling to threaten Lei Gong, but who knew that Lin Ling was so powerful, so she could use her relatives to threaten Lin Ling. She felt a sense of accomplishment when she thought that Lin Ling would listen to her orders obediently. Kneel down now. When she was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, she suddenly grabbed out her palm. Not far away, an old man in Lei Gong's hall was caught by a thunderbolt. Then, the thunderbolt raged, causing the old man's body to twitch. His skin melted like water and gradually turned into white bones. What a ruthless method. She must be the legendary martial god Delay. She's too powerful. I heard that she could fight with a god back then, but she disappeared later. Now that I've seen it, her strength is indeed terrifying. Of course, the entire void is in chaos right now, but there are a few places where the battles are extremely intense. One of them is Emperor Delay, because she's going to become one of the 4 gods. The experts who were still fighting in the distance were now shocked. Martial god Delay. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes were about to devour someone. Although Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the old man who died before, it was the old man who led the way to Jiuzhou apatheicized world and treated Lin Ling very well, but now, he was killed by martial god Delay. Show me what this is. The angry Lin Ling also roared. He opened his hands and a sea of blood floated out. Looking carefully, there were countless floating heads in the sea of blood. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, are you still struggling before your death? Emperor God Delay didn't care at first, but after taking a closer look, she began to frown quietly because those heads were very familiar. They seemed to be her people. How is this possible? This is an illusion, it must be an illusion. Emperor God Delay kept shaking her head, not believing what Lin Ling had shown. It's Are you alright? Are you alright? As soon as the young man appeared, the ferocious supreme god Delay panicked. She was like a mother who doted on her son, moreover, she knew her son too well. She knew that the young man was real and not an illusion created by Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what did you do to my son? Let him go at once. Martial god Delay shouted. She wanted to provoke Lin Ling and infuriate Lin Ling. However, after Lin Ling attacked, she was the one who was infuriated. Oh no, Lin Ling has captured martial god Delay's son. In the distance, the experts from Eugene frowned. Martial god Delay's combat strength was not to be underestimated. He could affect the entire battle. Now that he was in Lin Ling's hands, it was disadvantageous for them. Hee, I didn't do anything to him. I only destroyed the little worm between his legs. Hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. What little worm? Martial God Delay was uneasy. What little earthworm? Isn't it the little earthworm between his legs? Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. At this moment, Martial God Delay came to his senses. He was stunned for a long time before he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred as he said, "You killed my offspring?" After all, her natural talent was in the lightning element. Coupled with her formidable strength, it was very difficult for her to have children. However, during these past few years, she finally had a descendant. Not only did it allow her to experience the beauty of being a mother, it even allowed her to have a successor. However, when she was looking forward to having a grandchild, her son was destroyed. You're courting death. Martial God Delay could not hold it in any longer. Aren't you very hard to kill? Aren't you very arrogant? Now, I dare you to be arrogant again. Lin Ling snorted coldly, let me tell you, everyone in your imperial court was killed, and your island was also destroyed by me. Are you happy? Are you angry? Are you cruel? Ha ha ha. At the end of his speech, Lin Ling looked up to the sky and laughed. An eye for an eye. Hearing Lin Ling's words, God Emperor Delay's eyes turned red. Her home was also destroyed? You wanted to use my family to threaten me, but unfortunately, you failed. Instead, your family was threatened by me. However, I, Lin Ling, don't like to do such despicable things, so I won't use your son to threaten you. At this time, Lin Ling said again. Her words gave Emperor Delay hope. She did not want the last of her family to die. Although I won't use it to threaten you, it doesn't mean that I won't kill him. However, Emperor Delay's joy didn't last long because Lin Ling had already punched the young man, causing his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. This punch is for the people of Lei Gong's hall who died in your hands. After killing the young man, Lin Ling said word by word. Emperor Delay roared as if he was about to go crazy. His anger and murderous aura had reached their peak. In addition, let me tell you, I will destroy your home and loot all your treasures. This is the price you have to pay for messing with my family. However, your treasures are extraordinary. It's a pity that you're unwilling to use them. Instead, I, Lin Ling, am taking advantage of you. Lin Ling's words were shocking, and he rubbed salt on Emperor Delay's wound again. Puff, Emperor Delay couldn't hold it in anymore. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Ling had killed all her family members and looted all her treasures. This Lin Ling had to be killed again and again. After so many years, this was the first time God Emperor Delay hated someone so much. Are you angry? Come and kill me. However, Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked at the void and said coldly, let me tell you, no matter who it is, even if it's Eugene or Titanic Crescent God, anyone who dares to mess with my people is a slap to my face. Unless you're really strong, you'll die miserably. You'll die miserably. Lin Ling's voice seemed to echo endlessly. It lingered in the void, causing all the battles to stop temporarily. Everyone's heart was pounding. They knew that this was Lin Ling's way of declaring his dominance and sovereignty. He was also telling everyone that no one should provoke Lin Ling's territory or challenge Lin Ling's authority. Otherwise, they would die miserably, and this provocation included killing the Thunder God. However, for some reason, many people felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that they didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling anymore. The main reason was that Lin Ling's notoriety was too strong. Everyone in the 9 continents knew who he was. It's just Lin Ling. Do you think he can fight against the entire void and the entire universe? Kill. At this time, Titanic Crescent God roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering everyone's fear of Lin Ling. This was because Titanic Crescent God had also noticed that Lin Ling's words had caused many people to become suspicious. Lin Ling, you killed my son, destroyed my island, and stole my treasure. I'm going to eat your bones and suck your blood. At this time, Celestial Emperor Delay let out a murderous roar. She wanted to kill Lin Ling. I got this treasure from you. Today, I'll return it to you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was already prepared. Although he was no longer at his peak and couldn't kill Celestial Emperor Delay, he had a lot of treasures on him. There was nothing to be afraid of. A forbidden ball of mud appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then, he threw it at Celestial Emperor Delay. Boom, the mud ball exploded in mid-air, and an ancient aura from the god realm spread out. It was so destructive, so desolate. Rumble. When the divine lightning landed on Celestial Emperor Delay, she immediately vomited blood and retreated. Her clothes were all torn apart. She found that she couldn't use her lightning energy. My treasure. She looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with fear. She naturally knew what Lin Ling's treasure was. It was a treasure that could threaten a late-stage lower god. It was her trump card. This bolt of divine thunder is for the senior who died in your hands. While she was still in shock, Lin Ling released another bolt of lightning. With a boom, Celestial Emperor Delay's skin melted. It was terrifying. However, she couldn't care less about the pain. She kept waving her hand and said, Lin Ling, no, no, no. This divine lightning is for Lord Lei Gong. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's killing intent had been ignited. Boom, the third bolt of divine lightning blasted out, causing the entire void to tremble. Countless people felt suffocated because in front of their eyes, the powerful God Emperor Monarch Thunder turned into ashes and was killed by the 3 bolts of lightning. How terrifying. Kill. Lin Ling doesn't have many treasures like that. Even if we use corpses to pile them up, we must kill Lin Ling in the void. At this time, Yojin's voice suddenly floated out, everything is for the void. Kill. Although they were afraid of Lin Ling, they still threw caution to the wind and charged toward Lin Ling without fear of death. This was because fighting against the will of the world was not only their life's goal, but also their mission in the era of the gods. Die for me. Kill. Lin Ling's killing intent soared to the sky. Since these people were not afraid of death, then they could all die. He threw out a few more bolts of lightning, killing a large number of experts and creating a scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The current Lin Ling was truly the incarnation of a killing god. Enough. Kill. However, at this time, a loud roar suddenly rang out, causing all the battles to come to an end. A figure floated up and stood at the peak of the void. Then, his eyes calmly looked at all the experts in the void of the 9 prefectures, and he was Lei Gong. Lei Gong's sudden appearance caused the entire void to fall silent. This was the first time Lei Gong had spoken since the start of the war. Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling also stopped attacking and raised his eyes to look at the thunder god in the distance. His brows were tightly furrowed. For some reason, he had an ominous feeling. Enough, enough. Standing in the void, Lei Gong's eyes were filled with excitement as if he was looking at the entire void of the 9 prefectures. However, at this time, 2 figures soared into the sky, one from the front and one from the back. They unleashed a powerful attack on Lei Gong. It was Eugene and Titanic Crescent God. Obviously, they wanted to seize this excellent opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the Thunder God. Lei Gong obviously did not expect Eugene and the others to launch a sneak attack. It was obvious that Lin Ling's arrival changed the situation of the battle, so Eugene and the others were enraged. In his anxiety, Lei Gong also used all his strength to resist. He only heard a terrible roar in the void, and then a blinding light appeared, stimulating everyone's eyes. They could only hear the deafening roar in their ears. A terrifying gust of astral wind also came from the void above, blowing some of the weaker people away. After a long while, the crowd looked over in shock. They discovered that 3 figures were clashing in the void. Lei Gong was covered in thunder and lightning as he resisted the attacks of 2 gods. Terrifying energy continued to sweep out. However, because the 3 of them had unleashed their full strength, the energy that spread out in the surroundings was getting weaker and weaker. Only the 3 of them knew that they'd used all their strength to resist their opponent, and they hadn't wasted a single shred of energy. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this, many people shouted. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and he wanted to rush over to help. As expected of Lei Gong. This battle has been going on for more than 30 days. Lei Gong is challenging 2 gods alone, and he still hasn't lost. Many people stared at the sky, their hearts filled with shock. Whoosh. However, at this moment, a merciless long sword suddenly shot over, piercing Lei Gong's chest from behind. Heavenly Sparkle Sword. Lei Gong lowered his head and looked at the sword in his chest in disbelief. He obviously recognized this sword. It could even be said that this sword was a reward he gave to one of the challengers, because this sword had a strong resistance to thunder. Lei Gong had a deep impression of it. Chen Shuzhen. Lei Gong turned around and immediately saw a woman with a ferocious expression. She was still in the posture of a sword, and her eyes were cold. As for her, she was one of the trial takers under the Thunder God's curtain, Sister Zhen. Sister Zhen. Seeing Sister Zhen suddenly attack Lei Gong, everyone in Lei Gong's grand hall shouted. They recognized the sword in Sister Zhen's hand, and they knew that Lei Gong had rewarded Sister Zhen. However, they didn't expect Sister Zhen to use this sword against Lei Gong. Bastard! Lin Ling also shouted and rushed to the top of the void. However, when the experts on Yojin's side saw this, they immediately stopped Lin Ling without fear of death. This was because they knew that Lei Gong had been fighting for so long, and his strength was almost exhausted. In addition, he had to face Eugene and Eugene at the same time. That was why Sister Zhen was able to succeed in her sneak attack. Now that she was injured, Lei Gong was in danger. Why? Lei Gong turned around and looked at Sister Zhen as he asked calmly. To everyone's surprise, Lei Gong wasn't angry at all when he was attacked. This was different from his usual personality. For the world. Sister Zhen's clothes fluttered in the wind as she said each word clearly. For the world. Lei Gong suddenly laughed. His laughter was a little sad. Suddenly, a powerful force of thunder rushed out from his body and sent Eugene and the others flying. Sister Zhen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the distance. How is this possible? After Eugene and the others were sent flying, they exclaimed in shock. This was because they had fought with Lei Gong for so long, and they knew that Lei Gong had reached his limit. It was impossible for him to explode with such power. At this moment, Lei Gong looked up at the top of the void. It was as though he could see through time and saw the years when he was cultivating in the realm of the gods. He saw his master, his senior and junior brothers, his wife, his son. There were too many things, however, because of the will of the world, all of these had turned into bubbles. Therefore, he hated the will of the world. He didn't expect that he, Lei Gong, was one of the hosts of the will of the world. He hated himself. Enough, enough. It's time for everything to end. The void of the 9 prefectures should fight against the will of the world with all our strength, and not waste our lives fighting among ourselves. It's time for everything to end. Suddenly, Lei Gong looked at the crowd below. His gaze swept across everyone as though he wanted to remember their faces in his heart, especially when he saw the Lei Gong hall that he had built single-handedly. The nostalgia and reluctance in his eyes became stronger. I'm sorry for wasting so many innocent lives. Now, let me end all of this. Remember, one day in the future, if the will of the world is defeated by us, there was a man named Lei Gong who also contributed. As he spoke, cracks started to appear on his body. Then, the skin on his face started to crack and disappear like paper. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this scene, everyone knew what had happened. Lord Lei Gong didn't want to sacrifice too many people, so he chose to commit suicide. No. In the Thunder God Hall, everyone was crying. Master, don't. We will protect you. Shungi rushed up to the sky, but halfway there, he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed to the sky. Lei Gong. Lin Ling clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his palms. He didn't feel it at all. He didn't expect that after sacrificing so much, Lord Lei Gong would choose this path. Bang! Lin Ling also knelt down in the air and kowtowed to Lord Lei Gong. Lei Gong had done Lin Ling a favor. When Lin Ling first came to the final world, it was Lei Gong who had found him and protected him. Without Lei Gong, Lin Ling would have died at the hands of the 9 states martial gods and Luli Empress. It was Lei Gong who had protected him and made him mature. This favor was as heavy as a mountain. Lord Lei Gong. In the Thunder God Great Hall, everyone also kowtowed. Looking from afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. As for Eugene and the others, they were all silent with complicated expressions. Some were sighing in their hearts, while others were secretly impressed. This was a tragic song for a hero. However, there were also people who were secretly gloating. Remember, Lord Lei Gong's mission is to fight against the will of the world. After I leave, don't ever forget this mission. Lei Gong looked at everyone with gratification and a smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Qilin. I promised to find your tribe for you. Unfortunately, I didn't do it. Qilin, you won't blame me, right? I won't. In the distance, the child's face was already covered in tears. He kept kowtowing to the indomitable elder. Xianxia, I'm very gratified to see you rise from the bottom. I hope that your footsteps won't stop here. Lei Gong looked at Xianxia. The latter was already sobbing, but he kept looking at Lei Gong as if he wanted to remember this scene forever. Lin Ling. More and more cracks appeared on the thunder god's body, but his eyes were fixed on the last person. Lord Lei Gong. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at Lei Gong. You are the fastest growing participant in Lei Gong's great hall. You are also the successor of my close friend. You are loyal and righteous, but you also dare to take responsibility for your actions. You have the demeanor of a king. Therefore, I will pass the great hall of Lei Gong to you. Can you accept it? The thunder god's voice suddenly became loud and clear, and even the void trembled a few times. I will. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and spat out a heavy promise from his mouth. Good. Lei Gong nodded with gratification and said, after I leave, remember not to be hostile to the entire 9 states. Remember, Lin Ling is your leader. Do you understand? This subordinate obeys. The remaining people in Lei Gong's great hall replied. Lin Ling, I'll share this void with you. Suddenly, Lei Gong pointed with his right hand and a stream of light shot toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not stop it and allowed the stream of light to enter his body. Then, he noticed that a large number of techniques rose up in his mind. They were all complicated chants used to control this void. Lin Ling had already witnessed how powerful this void was. Even a great battle between gods couldn't break through this place. However, this void also had a flaw. It had no spiritual energy, but it was also a secluded place like a paradise. Okay, little ones, I'm leaving. After making his final arrangements, the god of thunder laughed heartily. His eyes looked at the top of the void as if he had seen his best friends from the age of the gods. Finally, his body scattered like ashes and scattered with the wind. Lord Lei Gong. Seeing this, the people in Lei Gong's great hall roared in unison. More tears welled up in their eyes. At the same time, Titanic Crescent God's eyes became moist as he watched the ashes disappear. He said in a low voice, Brother Lei Gong, rest in peace. I will complete the mission of fighting against the will of the world for you. He obviously did not hate Lei Gong. However, Lei Gong was the host of the will of the world, which caused them to have different standpoints. Hence, he treated him as an enemy. Looking at Eugene, her face was still cold and indifferent. No one knew what she was thinking. The entire void was silent. They all knew that the battle that had shaken the void of the 9 prefectures had finally come to an end. However, after Lei Gong's death, their hearts were filled with complicated feelings. They felt like they wanted to say something, but they did not know what to say. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have caused the deaths of so many people. That's right, that's right. Now that Lei Gong is dead, the 4 gods still keep Lei Gong's great hall. Furthermore, Lei Gong's great hall is still the main force against the will of the world. It's a pity that Lei Gong committed suicide too late. If he had, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Some people were quietly discussing. Boom. However, at this moment, a blood sea sword slashed down and landed on one of the people, cutting him in half. This made everyone look over and realize that it was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Some people were furious. That was because the god of thunder had already died, and this great battle should have ended, yet Lin Ling still killed their people. Moreover, he had killed them in front of a true god. This was really too arrogant. Die. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. He continuously slashed out with his sword. Now that he could use the scabbard again, his strength had completely recovered. Swoosh, the blood sea sword roiled, revealing ruthlessness, killing intent, and coldness. More than 10 lives were taken. Lei Gong sacrificed his life for the sake of the void of the 9 prefectures. These people actually thought that Lei Gong should have died earlier. Since he said that he would die, then all of them should die. swoosh, Lin Ling's body appeared above the blood sea. It was as if he was riding the wind and breaking the waves. Wherever his sword passed, even early-stage low-level gods would be killed, no one could stop him. Crazy, Lin Ling is crazy. At first, people were angry at Lin Ling's ruthlessness. However, as the merciless sword slashed out, they started to feel afraid. In their eyes, Lin Ling was a madman that they couldn't afford to offend. Eugene and Titanic Crescent God frowned at Lin Ling. They could understand Lin Ling's feelings, but Lin Ling was too arrogant. Did he think that they didn't exist? Come out. However, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Therefore, he waved his right hand and a large number of chess pieces floated out. Then, they turned into countless experts in front of Lin Ling. It was the magic arsenal. Kill him. Lin Ling said mercilessly. Lin Ling, do you really want to go against the entire void of the 9 prefectures? Lei Gong is dead. Do you know what you are doing? At this moment, even Eugene and the others spoke out. However, Lin Ling was now the new master of Lei Gong's Great Hall. Therefore, they didn't dare to casually attack Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling wasn't the host of the will of the world. He wasn't like Lei Gong. All of you, die. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't even give face to Eugene and the others. He continued to kill without hesitation. Ah, save me. This Lin Ling is even more terrifying than Lei Gong. The difference between Lin Ling and Lei Gong was that Lei Gong did not dare to attack his own people. On the other hand, Lin Ling dared to kill without restraint. Lin Ling had never suppressed his killing intent. Furthermore, he did not care about the entire 9 prefectures. He only cared about his own people. No, 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 don't kill me. One of the powerful elders saw Lin Ling stepping on the sea of blood and immediately waved his hand in panic. It's too late. Unfortunately, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. He knew that this elder was the one who mocked Lei Gong as the strongest. Since he had a foul mouth, he would make up for it with his life. Kill him. After Lin Ling charged into the group of experts, they were unwilling to be slaughtered and resisted with all their might. Do you think you can kill me? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. With a slash of his sword, the sea of blood churned and wiped out everything. With every step he took, the top experts of the 9 prefectures fell. It could be said that he killed 10 people with each step. Moreover, Lin Ling's magic arsenal was now slaughtering the experts. Lin Ling, that's enough. Seeing Lin Ling's fearless attitude, Titanic Crescent God finally made his move. In the sky, a huge palm viciously grabbed at Lin Ling. This was the strength of a late-stage lower deity. Lord Titanic Crescent. Seeing this, many people also shouted excitedly. Although Lin Ling represented the entire Great Hall of Lei Gong and became one of the 4 great deities, everyone knew that Lin Ling did not have the strength of the 4 great deities. Stage 3. Seeing the huge palm coming at him, Lin Ling let out a low roar. A grey robe appeared and an aura that represented nirvanic energy quietly spread out. Borrowing the power of the Demon Slayer sword, Lin Ling slashed out with all his might. This was also his strongest attack at the moment. Boom, puff. Puff, pop. Pop, when the greatsword collided with the giant palm in the sky, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Then, everyone saw Lin Ling flying backwards. However, after drifting for thousands of miles, he stabilized his body and was safe and sound. What? Everyone was shocked. How is this possible? Titanic Crescent God also let out a cry of surprise. In everyone's opinion, Titanic Crescent God's move should have been enough to suppress Lin Ling's arrogance, but all it did was push Lin Ling back and not injure him at all. How did Lin Ling become so powerful? Without a doubt, the entire void was silent. Other than a limited number of people, everyone else was shocked. However, Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others weren't surprised. First, the Titanic Crescent God had fought Lei Gong for a long time, so he was no longer at his peak. Secondly, they had all seen the strength of the grey-robed Lin Ling, but the others had not. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have the capital. It seems that Big Brother Lei Gong has his reasons for handing over the Thunder God Palace to you. Titanic Crescent God said in a low voice. He knew very well that Lin Ling had only cultivated for a short period of time, but he was already strong enough to exchange blows with a god. If given more time, Lin Ling would definitely be on par with the four great gods. However, although Lin Ling would be very strong in the future, he was still just a junior of Titanic Crescent God. If a junior dared to be so arrogant, Titanic Crescent God would lose face if he didn't teach him a lesson. I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of Big Brother Lei Gong. Titanic Crescent God roared and was about to attack again. However, at this time an old man appeared around Lin Ling. It was Treasure God Nanwu Fingyu, followed by God Emperor Zonggong, Giant Ghost, Saint Gi, Young Qilin, and everyone else in the Great Hall of Lei Gong appeared behind Lin Ling. It was as if they were representing the Great Hall of Lei Gong against Titanic Crescent God. Upon seeing this, Titanic Crescent God stopped in his tracks and coldly glared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed representing the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Big Brother Lei Gong? You don't have the qualifications to call Lei Gong Big Brother. Lin Ling stared coldly at Titanic Crescent God. Titanic Crescent God clenched his teeth, seemingly feeling guilty and in the wrong, so he didn't say anything this time. Lin Ling, since you've taken over the Great Hall of Lei Gong, I hope that you won't go against Big Brother Lei Gong's wishes. Remember, before he left, he also told you not to treat the 9 continents as your enemy. Titanic Crescent God spoke slowly after a long moment of silence. Scram. Hearing this, Lin Ling roared angrily. Lin Ling naturally knew about Lord Lei Gong's wishes. He had killed mercilessly earlier because he couldn't stand those people gloating over his misfortune. Since they dared to gloat, he would kill them. As for the rest, they didn't gloat, so Lin Ling didn't attack again. However, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with hostility. If it wasn't for Lord Lei Gong's wishes, Lin Ling might have killed them. Scram? Titanic Crescent God clenched his teeth again when he heard Lin Ling's voice, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything and flew away with his people. Eugene looked deeply at Lin Ling before leaving with her people. She had a feeling that after Lin Ling became the master of the Great Hall of Lei Gong, he would be even more difficult to deal with than Lei Gong. After everyone left, the void became even quieter. Luli Empress left with Eugene, her eyes flickering. Although Lei Gong had fallen, in reality, only the other gods and the spirit kingdom had benefited. Luli Empress didn't get any advantage at all. Instead, she had to watch Lin Ling become one of the 4 gods, and this made her very unhappy. Wait, are the 2 of you from the Great Hall of Lei Gong? At this time, Lin Ling's cold voice came from the void. His gaze was fixed on Zhong Shan and Sister Zhen. The 2 of them were shocked. Knowing how strong Lin Ling was now, they didn't dare to confront Lin Ling. I've already joined the Titanic Crescent God's side. I've joined Eugene's side. The 2 of them said at the same time. They wanted to use Eugene's name to deter Lin Ling from acting rashly. I don't care who you are. You used to be Lei Gong's people. That's enough. You have to stay. Lin Ling shouted. He saw that Zhong Shan and Sister Zhen were the only 2 traitors in the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Zhong Shan ambushed the young Lin, and Sister Zhen was even more shameless and disgusting. She ambushed Lei Gong. Although Lei Gong didn't care about Sister Zhen, how could Lin Ling not care? No, we can't stay. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Zhong Shan and the others' faces turned pale. They quickly looked at Eugene and said, Sir, please help us. Previously, they had contributed to killing Lei Gong. Therefore, they knew that Eugene and the others would definitely help them. The matters of our Great Hall of Lei Gong are not for outsiders to interfere. Unfortunately, Lin Ling spoke again to shut Eugene and the others' mouths. Lin Ling. Eugene frowned as if he had something to say. How dare you? What he meant was, you dare to interfere with the matters of our Lei Gong palace? Eugene stood there silently. No one knew what she was thinking. In the end, she did not say anything and turned around to leave. Her mood was extremely gloomy because her junior now had the right to reprimand her. Recalling all of this, she felt like she was in a dream because Lin Ling's growth speed was too fast, and now, if Lin Ling was an ordinary person, Eugene would not be afraid of him. But now, Lin Ling represented the entire Lei Gong palace and was one of the 4 gods. Eugene had to give him face. After all, when they fought against the will of the world in the future, the 9 continents void would need the help of the Lei Gong palace. Lord Eugene, don't. Looking at Eugene and the other experts who were leaving, Zhongshan and Sister Zhen's faces became even paler. Looking at the people in the Leigong Palace, they were all filled with killing intent as they stared at Sister Zhen and Eugene. They wanted to see what these two traitors could do. Run. Sister Zhen was very clear that if she fell into Lin Ling's hands, she would only end up dead. So, her only choice was to run. Of course, she hated Eugene and the others because she killed Eugene and Lei Gong for them. But after that, Eugene and the others betrayed her and blamed Lei Gong's death on her and Zhongshan. Realm Cloud. Sister Zhen waved her right hand and a white cloud appeared, floating under her feet. Then, it carried her away at a speed of 200,000 worlds. At the same time, the white cloud under her feet was burning. Clearly, the realm cloud was an extremely rare treasure. 200,000 worlds was already beyond the limits of many people. Even Lin Ling had to use his third-stage fusion talent to catch up with Sister Zhen's speed, so, when the others reacted, Sister Zhen had already disappeared from their sight. Stop her! Many people roared, but they were still a step too late. She can't escape. However, Lin Ling had been keeping an eye on Sister Zhen, so he was already prepared. With a thought, 19 pillars appeared in the distant void. Then, he hid in the void and waited for Sister Zhen to rush into the pillars, and that was the universal Qing Tian formation. Looking at Zhongshan, he was scared silly because Sister Zhen ran away faster than him. Damn it, is she trying to make me the scapegoat? Run! Zhongshan roared and rushed to the other side. However, no one was a fool. The moment he made his move, the others had also sensed it. Numerous figures appeared and blocked his escape path. Not good, this way. Zhongshan's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he rushed to the other side. However, a huge saber came slashing at him. It was Saint Guy. This way. The fear on Zhongshan's face deepened as he turned around and fled in a frenzy, but on this side, it was Giant Ghost and Emperor God Zhang Gang. Then on the other side, it was Treasure God Nanhua Fingyu, and finally, Lin Ling stood there in his grey robe, holding his huge sword at a slanted angle. The 4 seas were completely sealed off. Ah! Zhongshan looked at the experts coming from all directions. His legs trembled and his face was as pale as paper. He knew very well what would happen to him if he fell into their hands. He also knew how much Lei Gong hated him now. Spare my life, spare my life. I was just blinded by greed before. I am loyal to the Thunder God. Zhongshan knelt down in the air and kowtowed to the crowd. Brother Qilin, I will return your air-frozen bead to you. I was greedy for your treasure, but I did not want to kill Lord Lei Gong. Moreover, if Lord Lei Gong dies, I will be heartbroken too. Unfortunately, Qilin's face was cold. He did not say a word as he slowly walked towards Zhongshan. Elder Tu, help me. You are my guardian. You watched me grow up. You can't let me die here. Seeing that it was useless to ask for Qilin's help, Zhongshan immediately looked at another old man. However, the old man's face was cold and he did not say a word. Only a thick murderous aura emanated from him. Granny Lin, help me, help me. Saint Guy, we are all trial takers. You can't watch me die. Zhongshan panicked when he saw that the crowd was not saying a word and was only moving closer. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I should not have been jealous of you. I should not have harmed Qilin. For so many years, I have worked hard in Lei Gong's great hall. I hope that you will spare my life for Lord Lei Gong's sake. In the end, Zhongshan finally knew who had the final say in Lei Gong's great hall. Therefore, he kept kowtowing to Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling would spare his life. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He held his greatsword and walked over step by step. When he looked at the others in Lei Gong's great hall, they had also stopped in their tracks. However, they had surrounded Zhongshan so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Lin Ling, you, what are you trying to do? Zhongshan raised his head and saw the ferocious Lin Ling walking towards him. He quietly took a step back. Years ago, when Lin Ling first came to Lei Gong's great hall, he treated Lin Ling as a junior. After that, he wanted to harm Lin Ling and bully Lin Ling in front of outsiders. That was because he felt that he was more senior and stronger than Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only lower his head in front of him. However, now, Lin Ling was already above him. Whether it was strength or status, he had greatly surpassed him. He could only look up to Lin Ling. I don't want to say anything, and I don't care to say anything. Lin Ling stopped in front of Xianxia and looked down at him. I just want to give you a stab on behalf of Lei Gong. After saying that, Lin Ling swung his sword. As the sword fell, he turned around and walked back. Swoosh, the sword landed on Zhongshan's right arm and cut out a large amount of flesh. Zhongshan grimaced in pain and his face twisted continuously. Thank you, thank you. However, Zhongshan also heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling only swung his sword at him once. This meant that he could still live. Lord Lei Gong doesn't belong to me alone. Therefore, that sword only represents me and not the others. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over at the same time. Zhongshan was stunned. Subconsciously, he turned to look at the others and instantly understood what Lin Ling meant. The previous sword only represented Lin Ling and not the others. This meant that the others were going to represent Lei Gong and give him a stab? Lin Ling, you're messing with me. At the thought of this, Zhongshan roared. His eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot. Swoosh, blood gushed out as the blade landed on Zhongshan's left arm, cutting off a large amount of flesh and blood. Zhongshan was in so much pain that he almost fainted. Of course, what angered him the most was that the person who attacked him was his guardian, Old Tu. I will also represent Lei Gong and give you a sword strike. After Old Tu walked back, the others also walked out one after another, each of them giving Zhongshan a ruthless blow. Ah! No! With Zhongshan's strength, how could he resist the crowd? It was as if he was being executed by 1,000 cuts, bearing the anger of the crowd. Every saber, every sword, every spear, even Zhongshan's soul was under attack. No one showed mercy, venting their anger for Lei Gong's death on Zhongshan, but they didn't let him die. In the end, Zhongshan's dantian was smashed into pieces, completely turning him into a cripple. He groaned in pain and looked up, only to find that only half of the people in Lei Gong's palace had been mobilized. There was still half who hadn't come for revenge. Kill me, kill me. Zhongshan said weakly. Now, he was thoroughly regretting it. Because he was greedy for the treasure of the young Qilin and thought that Lei Gong was dead for sure, he didn't hide his thoughts at all, causing everyone to hate him to death. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have exposed his thoughts so quickly. Lin Ling, it was all Lin Ling's fault. Zhongshan was very clear that without Lin Ling, the Lei Gong's palace would have disintegrated and even been absorbed by other gods. At that time, no one would dare to make a move on him. However, after Lei Gong handed over the Lei Gong's palace to Lin Ling's words represented Lei Gong's words. Naturally, the crowd became unscrupulous. My air-frozen bead isn't that easy to take. At this time, a huge green Qilin appeared in front of Zhongshan. It looked at Zhongshan and bit down, tearing out a large amount of flesh. This green Qilin was the young Qilin. Ah! Zhongshan's body was twitching as blood flowed out from his wounds. He looked extremely miserable. However, no one sympathized with him at all. Time passed quickly. Zhongshan no longer had a single intact piece of flesh on his body. He had turned into a skeleton with the exception of his head. Such a scene would send chills down one's spine. He was also bound by a chain to a pillar. The pillar contained precious treasures of heaven and earth that prevented Zhongshan from dying, because, as the first traitor of Lei Gong's palace, letting him die like this was letting him off too easily. What a pity! Sister Zhen, that be *tch, let him escape. When the young Qilin saw that Zhongshan was on his last breath, it no longer paid any attention to him. This was because he had also seen it with his own eyes. It was Sister Zhen who had dealt the fatal blow to Lei Gong. Hence, compared to Zhongshan, Sister Zhen was more infuriating. After all, Zhongshan had the heart but not the guts. That be *tch, I didn't expect her to be so vicious. Now that no one is helping her, she's the first to escape. Shameless! The others also said, unable to vent their anger. Don't worry, she won't be able to escape. At this time, Lin Ling said calmly. His words stunned everyone. Then, they looked at Lin Ling with excitement in their eyes. Lin Ling, what do you mean? The young Qilin and Xingyi were undoubtedly the most excited. This was because they had deep feelings for Lei Gong. Hence, they hated Sister Zhen the most. She won't be able to escape from my grasp. Seeing their expectant gazes, Lin Ling said calmly. That's great. Although they didn't know how Lin Ling did it, they couldn't help but laugh when they saw how confident Lin Ling was. Moreover, they were even more convinced of Lin Ling's abilities. In fact, no one objected to Lin Ling becoming the owner of Lei Gong's Grand Hall from the beginning. After all, they saw how Eugene and the rest couldn't stop them. They could object to Lin Ling, but after he arrived, he shocked the entire land of the 9 states. If Lord Lei Gong wasn't soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see too many people bleed and committed suicide, Lin Ling might have helped Lord Lei Gong defeat the strong enemies. Moreover, Lin Ling was the only person who could kill Lei Gong's enemies. Hence, they respected Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. Come out, Universal Qing Tianere. Seeing the excited gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling didn't hide anything. He waved his right hand and 19 pillars appeared in the distant void. Moreover, the crowd could clearly see a figure running wildly among the pillars. However, no matter how fast she was, she seemed to be unable to move at all. It was as if she was running on the spot and couldn't break through the restraints of the 19 pillars, and that person was none other than Sister Zhen. So, she didn't escape at all. Seeing this, many people laughed. Their laughter was cruel and bloodthirsty. In the end, the murderer couldn't escape the punishment of Lei Gong's Grand Hall. Moreover, if Sister Zhen escaped, the Grand Hall of Lei Gong would lose its reputation in the land of the 9 states. Others would say that the Lei Gong's Grand Hall was so powerful, but they couldn't even catch the murderer who killed Lei Gong. Fame, however, unlike what the crowd saw, Sister Zhen couldn't see those mysterious pillars at all. Instead, she saw the land of the 9 states and even the 10,000 worlds. Therefore, at this moment, she was very excited and felt a sense of relief in her heart. I finally escaped. That's great, that's great. Ha ha ha, what bullshit, Lin Ling. You can't even catch me, the murderer. You want to leave the Lei Gong's Grand Hall? I think you're dreaming. After escaping, Sister Zhen was undoubtedly very excited. She hummed a song and swaggered forward like a young girl in love. Now, she slowed down because she believed that the people from the Lei Gong's Grand Hall wouldn't be able to catch up with her. The sneak attack on Lei Gong just now was too satisfying. That damned old man, I've long disliked him. He was so unfair to me. If he hadn't committed suicide, I would have attacked him again. However, the land of the 9 states can't hold me now. Eugene and the other cowards don't dare to protect me. Therefore, I'd better go find the Spirit Nation. I believe that with my strength, the Spirit Nation will definitely welcome me. Lin Ling, there's always a way out. You want to kill me? Dream on. The more Sister Zhen thought about it, the more relaxed she became. She hummed even louder. However, this song was clearly going to end soon, because the moment she turned around, the scene in front of her suddenly changed. It was no longer the land of the 9 states. Instead, there was a large number of people standing in front of her. The person in the lead was looking at her with a cold gaze. He was Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Fake, how can this be? This is fake. This time, I should be able to escape. She kept panting as she looked ahead. However, she was shocked when she saw what was in front of her. That was because there was a group of people in Lei Gong's palace in front of her. They were led by Lin Ling. No, this is fake. With my speed, I can escape from the east border to the north border. How could they have been waiting here for so long? Sister Zhen's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. She gritted her teeth and immediately ran away madly. How could this be? After a long time, when she thought that she had finally escaped the great calamity, a large number of experts appeared in front of her eyes. Ah! Sister Zhen's face twisted as she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because she had continuously used up her realm essence and was shocked. That was because everything was too terrifying. She had clearly escaped tens of thousands of miles away, but she still couldn't escape from Lin Ling and the others' pursuit. How could she believe this? Could this be an illusion? Sister Zhen suppressed the fear in her heart and comforted herself. That was because everything was too unbelievable. In her opinion, it was also impossible. Sister Zhen, you have nowhere to run. However, at that moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded like thunder. It made Sister Zhen's body tremble as she spat out another mouthful of blood. No, 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 this is fake. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of Sister Zhen's mouth. This feeling was even more terrifying than being beaten up. That was because she had seen the hope of escaping time and time again, but her hope had been extinguished time and time again. No matter how strong her mentality was, she couldn't hold on any longer. Sister Zhen, open your eyes wide and look at where you are. At that moment, Lin Ling's voice sounded again. It shook the entire void, then, the scene around her quietly disappeared. When everything returned to normal, Sister Zhen saw that she was still in Lei Gong's palace. She had used all her strength to escape, but in reality, she hadn't even taken a step away. This was like a nightmare to her. Pfft. She stared at Lin Ling and the others. Then, she looked at the familiar void and spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and bloodless. Lin Ling, it's you. It's all because of you. You're playing me. Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling with a ferocious expression. She gritted her teeth and roared. She knew very well that only Lin Ling had the strength to toy with her in the palm of his hand. Moreover, when she thought of how proud and arrogant she was before, she immediately felt like vomiting blood. Run. Let's see where you can run to. At this moment, Lin Ling retracted his formation and looked at Sister Zhen coldly. However, Sister Zhen also knew that with her current weakness, even if Lin Ling allowed her to escape, she probably wouldn't be able to. Look who he is. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and a pillar floated over from afar. A skeleton was tied to the pillar, and there was not a single piece of intact flesh on the body. Even the skeleton was covered in wounds. However, Sister Zhen could tell who this person was from the head of the skeleton. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Boom, subconsciously, Sister Zhen shuddered. She knew that Xianxia's fate was the same as hers. Of course, she never thought that Xianxia would end up in such a miserable state. He was completely tortured. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. Looking away, Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling in fear and said, You're a devil. Xianxia is your senior brother. How dare you treat him like this? Also, ever since you came to the Lei Gong Grand Hall, our originally peaceful Lei Gong Grand Hall has been filled with twists and turns. Now, even Lei Gong is dead. In my opinion, this is all because of you, you jinx. Sister Zhen looked at Lin Ling and shouted angrily. She was different from Xianxia. She knew very well that begging for mercy was useless in front of Lin Ling. Therefore, she wanted to deprive Lin Ling of his rights in Lei Gong. This way, Lin Ling would not be able to do anything to her. Everyone, don't believe him. He has been eyeing Lord Lei Gong's position for a long time. This time everything was just part of his plan. Big Sister Zhen kept roaring. In the end, she almost believed what she said. However, even if she believed what she thought, it did not mean that Lord Lei Gong Grand Hall would believe her. Therefore, not only did people ignore her, but they also looked at her with more resentment. That was because Sister Zhen was too shameless. Not only did she sneak attack Lei Gong, she even wanted to slander Lin Ling. When Eugene and the others attacked, Lin Ling was the only one who contributed the most in the entire Lei Gong Grand Hall. He even killed a large number of experts. So, did Sister Zhen think they were idiots? Say it. I'll give you a chance to say it. Let's see if you can change your fate and survive from my hands. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was no longer in a hurry. Bastard. Sister Zhen cursed in her heart when she heard Lin Ling's words. She suddenly looked at Lei Gong and said with a smile, Young Lin, you're the strongest person in Lei Gong Grand Hall and have followed Lord Lei Gong for so long. However, in the end, Lord Lei Gong handed over Lord Lei Gong Grand Hall to Lin Ling. You, on the other hand, didn't get anything. Are you convinced? Moreover, Lin Ling may not be your opponent now, but he will surpass you in time. Are you willing to accept that? It was obvious that Sister Zhen was very cunning and knew how to drive a wedge between them. And Xingyi, you were personally brought back by Lord Lei Gong. I know you treat Lord Lei Gong like a father, but now, your father's great undertaking has been passed to Lin Ling. Don't you feel wronged? Sister Zhen looked at Xingyi and said, In my opinion, you're the most qualified person to become the master of Lei Gong Grand Hall. I'm convinced by Lin Ling. However, Xingyi finally spoke after Sister Zhen finished speaking. His voice was crisp and clear without any hesitation. After he was crippled, everyone laughed at him and looked down on him. Only Lin Ling remained the same and even helped him. Moreover, he helped Lei Gong not because of the Lei Gong Grand Hall, but because of their friendship. Now that Lei Gong had passed the Lei Gong Grand Hall to Lin Ling, he had no choice but to accept it. If there was anyone who was unconvinced, even if there were others who were unconvinced, he would be the first to challenge them. I'm convinced by Lin Ling as well. At this moment, young Qilin spoke, I know what you want to say and do, but I'm sorry to tell you that Lin Ling is indeed stronger than me. The Lei Gong Grand Hall can only be brought to greater heights by him. You. Hearing this, Sister Zhen was so angry that she spat out another mouthful of blood. She thought that the baby Qilin would be secretly dissatisfied with Lin Ling, but who knew that the baby Qilin would directly admit defeat when facing Lin Ling? If that was the case, what was the use of her trying to drive a wedge between them? She really couldn't understand how a mere Lin Ling was qualified to unify the entire Thunder God Great Hall, and no one had any objections. Sister Zhen, what else do you have to say? Sister. At this moment, Lin Ling finally looked at Sister Zhen. Under his loud shout, Sister Zhen fell to the ground with a plop. Then, she was so frightened that her snot and tears flowed out. She lost control of her body. This was because she knew that she had nowhere to run. When she thought of Lin Ling's revenge, she felt as if her whole world had collapsed. Lin Ling, I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Moreover, I didn't kill Lei Gong. At this moment, she no longer had a strong backbone. She was begging for mercy. I know. That's why I won't kill you. Just like how I treated Zhong Shan, I will never kill you. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. However, his words made Sister Zhen look at the tied-up Zhong Shan. Her body trembled again because she knew very well that Zhong Shan must have endured countless tortures to end up like this. Ha ha ha, Sister Zhen, you want to escape? Dream on. You'd better suffer with me. Suddenly, Zhong Shan's weak voice floated over. It carried a hint of madness. He had obviously been tortured to the point of insanity. Ha 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 ha. Zhong Shan's laughter resounded throughout the entire void. Hearing that laughter, Sister Zhen's body went completely limp. She lay on the ground, motionless. Men, tie her up. Seeing this, Lin Ling shouted angrily. Immediately, someone tied Sister Zhen to a pillar. Everyone looked at Sister Zhen with eyes full of anger. They all remembered how Sister Zhen had sneak attacked Lei Gong not long ago. Today, they wanted to return that attack to Sister Zhen. Moreover, everyone had to return the attack. Lin Ling was naturally the first to act. With a single slash, he cut off a large amount of Sister Zhen's flesh. Then, he turned around and left. Ah! Sister Zhen's painful voice echoed throughout the void. Her voice was as sharp as a ghost's cry. She wanted to resist with all her might, but there was nothing she could do. She could only look at the people who were staring at her covetously. She never expected that she, a former Lei Gong trial taker, would end up like this. Ah! When Lin Ling left, Sister Zhen's pained voice kept drifting out. However, Lin Ling was no longer paying attention to him. He looked into the distance as though he could see Lei Gong disappear. This made him clench his fists quietly. Because his respected Lord Lei Gong had been forced to his death right in front of him. This enmity, this humiliation, Lin Ling would never forget. Lin Ling knew very well that if it weren't for Yushin and Titanic Crescent God, the Lightning God wouldn't have died. Lord Lei Gong, I'm sorry. I, Lin Ling, am not you. I can't let my family and friends die for the sake of the world. Therefore, I will avenge your death no matter what. I also know that you are not willing to die here. You just don't want to be implicated too much. They're just people. Eugene, Titanic Crescent God, I will definitely take revenge on them. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and his voice carried a wisp of surging killing intent. He was not like Lei Gong. He did not care about the God realm or the void of the 9 continents. He only cared about the people around him. The people he wanted to protect would always be the people around him. Lin Ling, I'm afraid this is a scheme of the Spirit Nation. At this time, Nan Wufingyu walked over and said. Lin Ling nodded. He even knew that Eugene and the others knew about the 8 Gods' diary. This was what Luli Empress told them, therefore, Luli Empress was also Lin Ling's primary enemy. The spirit nation is too big. I, Lin Ling, cannot touch them at the moment. However, I must kill Luli Empress with my own hands. Lin Ling said word by word. Although he knew that Luli Empress was now a member of the spirit nation, even if he told this to Eugene might not believe him. Instead, they would think that Lin Ling was looking for an opportunity to attack Luli Empress. Now that Lei Gong has fallen, the void of the 9 continents has lost one of its pillars. The spirit nation, which has been hiding in the shadows, is ready to make a move. Therefore, to prevent any trouble from happening to the Grand Hall of Lei Gong, we must find a safer and more hidden place. Suppressing his killing intent, Lin Ling looked into the distance and said. This was because more than half of the Grand Hall of Lei Gong had died. If the spirit nation wanted to attack the void of the 9 continents, they would definitely attack the Grand Hall of Lei Gong first. That's right. If we hide, the spirit nation can only attack the other gods. Nan Wufingyu nodded immediately. This void is not bad. Lin Ling, let's rest here for the time being. At this time, Emperor God Zhonggang and Giant Ghost walked over. Emperor God Zhonggang said. Lin Ling nodded and smiled at them, thank you for your help in this matter. He was very clear that regardless of whether he was the master of the Grand Hall of Lei Gong, without the help of Nan Wufingyu and the others, the Grand Hall of Lei Gong would definitely be the weakest among the 4 gods. Although this void is not bad, there is no spiritual chi here. It's not suitable for martial artists to cultivate. Oh right, I've obtained quite a number of god springs. If I can obtain 999 of them, I can set up the 9-9 return to 1 array formation and use the spirit to nurture the spirit. Suddenly, Lin Ling thought of an ancient array formation. If he could set it up in this void, it could also allow the spiritual chi in a certain area to be comparable to the void of the 9 continents. I've obtained quite a number of god springs from Emperor Thunder God Monarch. Lin Ling quickly checked and found out that the number of god springs was still lacking. He had to think of a way to obtain 999 of them. Of course, although the number of god springs was not enough, it was still enough to nourish a small area with spiritual chi. Thinking of this, Lin Ling immediately decided to set up the array formation. Then, he looked at the void and saw 2 huge pillars. Their bodies had turned into skeletons, but their heads were intact. They were Sister Zhen and Zhong Shan. Now, they were not dead, but they were suffering inhumane torture. Moreover, maggots had appeared on their bodies. As long as they grew a piece of flesh, the maggots would devour them crazily, making Sister Zhen and Zhong Shan beg for death. This punishment is enough to appease the Thunder God and allow the Thunder God Hall to vent their anger. Lin Ling nodded secretly. This was the first thing he did for Lei Gong after he became the master of Lei Gong's Great Hall. Lord Lei Gong. At this moment, the experts in Lei Gong's Great Hall flew over and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Although their reverence was not as sincere as when they faced Lei Gong, it was almost the same. This showed that the people in Lei Gong's Great Hall were completely convinced by Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded at the crowd. Lord Lei Gong, if there's anything you need our help with, feel free to ask. An old man said to Lin Ling as he clasped his hands and bowed. Good. Help me bring these divine springs to the Qian position. Arrange them according to my method. Remember, no matter what, you cannot make a mistake in the spirit formation I taught you. Don't worry, Lord Lei Gong. Although my spirit formation Tao cannot be compared to Miaoshen's true teachings, it's not like I don't know anything. That's good. As for you, go to the Qian position and arrange these divine springs. Lin Ling continued to instruct as he watched the crowd leave. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he sprinkled the rest of the divine spring. His powerful soul power shrouded a part of the void. Finally, after choosing a good realm, he immediately set up a boundary array in that realm. This void was the battlefield for the 8 gods' heavenly palaces quota. It was very large, but there was no spiritual energy, so it was not suitable for cultivators to cultivate. Lin Ling knew very well why it was like that. It was because there was no great Tao of laws here. As for the great ways of the natural laws, even the Thunder God was unable to create them, much less Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was able to use the spirit formation to allow a certain realm to be filled with spiritual energy. Thus, as long as Lin Ling concealed the void, other than his own people, no one else would be able to find it. This void was an extremely precious place to hide. I'm afraid the origin of this void is not ordinary. Treasure God Nanwufingyu exclaimed as he looked into the distance. Such a large void was clearly not just born. It should have been born many years ago. It was likely that Lord Lei Gong had accidentally obtained it, or it could have been gifted to Lei Gong by an expert. After the spirit formation is arranged, I'll bring everyone here. Lin Ling continued to set up the array formation as he thought to himself. Time quietly passed. Spring went and autumn came. Flowers bloomed and withered. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed. At this moment, in a vast realm in the void, a large number of prosperous buildings were located on an ancient land. Looking along the horizon, this continent was also extremely prosperous. The population had reached hundreds of millions, and the experts were as numerous as clouds. In the distance, a large number of buildings were being built. All of this symbolized that this realm was flourishing and growing continuously. What rich spiritual energy! The cultivators in this realm were very satisfied with the density of the spiritual chi here. Although the spiritual chi here was the same as the void of the 9 continents, it was purer. I've heard that this is a great array set up by Lord Lei Gong. It uses the divine spring to nourish the divine spring, so as long as the great array is not destroyed, the spiritual energy will never stop. That's nothing. Right now, there are already 900 divine springs scattered throughout the entire void. There are still 99 more to complete. At that time, the spiritual chi of the great array will more than double. This is really a paradise. However, it's not a place where ordinary people can come. Other than Lei Gong's Great Hall, those who are familiar with this place can only enter with a guarantee. Moreover, after being recognized by this void, we can freely enter and exit the void of the 9 continents, but others can't. When the experts of the Spirit Nation arrive, we can also hide here and be safe. That's right. The cultivators in the realm chatted excitedly. Boom, on this day, a roar sounded, and the entire void shook. Then, an endless amount of spiritual chi sprinkled down like rain, landing on the realm, causing countless people to feel relaxed and happy. So beautiful. Some women raised their heads and looked at the meteor shower with excitement in their eyes. Linger's great array has finally come to an end. Looking at the meteor shower in the sky, Ancestor Tai Yan, Yu, and the others smiled. During this period of time, although Lin Ling was setting up the great array, he often accompanied them. Therefore, they all knew that the moment the array was completed would be in the next few days. Now that they saw the meteor shower, they immediately knew that the array was completed. If they could find the remaining 99 divine springs, the array would be able to reach its limit. Lin Ling is here. At this time, someone looked at the sky and saw a slender figure with a smile on his face walking down step by step. Lord Lin Ling. At this moment, many people in the continent cupped their hands and bowed. They looked at the man as if they were looking at a god. These people were all from the God Slayer Alliance. Now that the God Slayer Alliance had joined Lei Gong's Great Hall, the severely damaged Lei Gong's Great Hall had finally recovered a portion of its strength. Lord Lei Gong. In a distant place, the experts of Lei Gong's Great Hall had all arrived and bowed to Lin Ling. Haha, Lin Ling, this great array is not bad. Young Qilin led Xingyi and the others over. Of course, they also bowed to Lin Ling before speaking with a smile. Although they had a good relationship with Lin Ling, they couldn't ignore etiquette. After all, Lin Ling was their Lei Gong. Looking at everyone, Lin Ling smiled slightly. A sense of pride and accomplishment quietly rose in his heart. This was because he was no longer the same person as before. He was one of the 4 great gods of the 9 prefectures void, one of the 4 strongest kings of the 9 prefectures void. Thinking back to the day when he first came to the 9 prefectures, he never imagined that such a day would come. Brother Ling. At this time, Yu and the others rushed over and held Lin Ling's hand with a smile. Is everyone alright? Lin Ling also asked if something big had happened at home. Second brother, it's very difficult to enter this void unless you're recognized. Thus, up until now, other than our own people, the other gods and people of the Spirit Nation have not been able to enter this place. Sakura immediately smiled. He and many leaders of the God Slayer Alliance were the guardians of the void. They knew the current situation of the void. I remember half a year ago, there were people who wanted to enter this place, but in the end, they all failed. They could only leave with their tails between their legs. When they ran away, they even said that this spirit formation didn't exist in this world. Young Beast Lord said with a smile. Of course. Lin Ling nodded. His current Tao of spirit formations all came from the inheritance treasures of the gods. Back then, he had used the Tao of spirit formations to guide the great snow barrier deity of God Miao's true inheritance. Thus, he naturally knew that people from God Miao's true inheritance would not be able to break the barrier of the void. Lin Ling, is the array done? After entering, it would be impossible to remain undetected because they would only appear at the same location. At that time, Sakura and the others would be able to check if they were spies. Lin Ling, we found the divine spring. It's said that there are about 100 of them. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others went out for the divine spring. 100 of them. Lin Ling knew very well that even though the formation had taken shape, if he wanted to unleash its full potential, he needed 999 divine springs. Now, he was still short of 99 divine springs. Furthermore, as long as there were enough pillars, the 9x9-to-1 formation could be combined with the universal Qing Tian formation to form the 9x9 universal Qing Tian formation. There would be a total of 99 pillars in the south, and it would be much easier to trap the gods. Then there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lin Ling nodded. Currently, he needed divine springs for his cultivation and grand spirit formations. Thus, he was eager to find even more divine springs. Of course, after becoming a lower god, the energy needed to break through was too much. So Lin Ling planned to set up the formation first to solve his worries. Okay. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others nodded. Lin Ling bid farewell to everyone and left with Treasure God Nanwufingyu and the others. Everyone watched Lin Ling and the others leave and smiled. They weren't worried about their trip because they knew that they were the strongest in Lei Gong's hall. Even if the Titanic Crescent God was here, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. Grandpa Treasure God, did anything happen in the 9-province void in the past 3 years? After leaving the void, Lin Ling and the others appeared in Lei Gong's hall again. However, the hall was now empty with barriers everywhere. It was difficult for outsiders to get close. Nothing in the short term, but the Spirit Nation seems to be restless. Someone said that they saw experts from the Spirit Nation in the north. Also, Taoist Myriad Treasures has appeared. He's the one who spread the news about the divine spring. Treasure God Nanwufingyu and Emperor God Zhonggang said. Taoist Myriad Treasures. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures was the host of the world's will, and not many people knew about this. Moreover, Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures had the key to the final floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, so Taoist Master of Myriad Treasures definitely couldn't miss this opportunity. I was just looking for him. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He also knew that it would be very difficult for him to break through by relying on the treasures in the void of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, the Taoist of many treasures had always been mysterious, so he might know some secret realms. Where is he? Lin Ling hurriedly looked at Treasure God Nanwufingyu and said. That old fox is very cunning. Although he hid very well, the news was still leaked. He is now in Qing province. God Emperor Zhonggang immediately laughed mischievously. It was as if he knew about Taoist Myriad Treasures and was very pleased with himself. This was because he knew that Taoist Master of Many Treasures was a figure from the ancient era, and he was even older than God Emperor Zhonggang. Sometimes, the news might not be leaked. That old fox is able to move between the 4 great gods and the Spirit Nation. He is not as simple as we think. However, Lin Ling had the opposite view. This was because no matter how fierce the battle between the Spirit Nation and the 4 great gods was, Taoist Master of Many Treasures would disappear without a trace. It was as if he was dead, and no expert could find him. When he was about to appear, everyone in the 9 prefectures would receive the news. It gave people the feeling that he was deliberately letting others know about his whereabouts. Now that you mention it, I feel that it is indeed so. If not for the news being leaked, we might not have known about Taoist Master of Many Treasures' whereabouts. Treasure god Nanwafingyu nodded. Moreover, his appearance seems to be premeditated. For example, when he announced the map of the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, and this time, I feel that he is adding fuel to the fire. Lin Ling guessed again. I can only say that he is also a host body of the world will. Although the host bodies of the world will are one, they do not get along and want to devour each other. Therefore, other than treating the 9 prefectures as his enemy, perhaps the spirit nation is also his enemy. His goal might be for us to fight to the death with the spirit nation. I will live while he reaps the benefits of the fisherman. Treasure god Nanwafingyu lightly said. We have arrived at the Azure province. At this time, the giant ghost's voice suddenly came. An ancient and vast continent appeared in front of them. It was packed with people and seemed to be thriving. The Azure province was also the place Lin Ling went to when he first came to the 9 prefectures. Back then, the Azure Emperor, the 3rd Princess, the Martial God Camp, and many other places had Lin Ling's memories. The Azure province is truly a good place. Lin Ling couldn't help but chuckle. His powerful soul force spread out and enveloped the entire Azure province, quietly investigating everything. Although there aren't many experts, it's not as few as I thought. It seems like they are here for the myriad treasures sage. Then, Lin Ling withdrew his soul force. With his current powerful soul force, he could easily find out how many experts there were in the Azure province, unless the opponent was very strong and had a special method to conceal Lin Ling's soul force. Follow me, I have found the myriad treasures sage. Then, Lin Ling said to treasure god Nanwafingyu and the others. With that, he strode into the Azure province. Someone is coming. At this moment, in a restaurant, a dirty and sloppy old man faintly smiled. Then, he poured himself a cup of wine and began to drink. That guy should be the new Lei Gong Lin Ling. I didn't expect my prediction back then to be correct. This person has risen in such a short time and is now an existence that cannot be underestimated in the 9 prefectures void. In the future, he will definitely be the #1 enemy of the world will. The old man faintly muttered to himself, then revealed a cold smile, and he was the myriad treasures sage. Moreover, he sensed that many experts were heading towards the restaurant he was in. At this moment, Lin Ling also rushed over with treasure god Nanwafingyu and the others. Along the way, Lin Ling also notified the 3rd princess and the others. After a short greeting, they soon arrived at the restaurant where the myriad treasures sage was. There are quite a lot of people. Before entering, Lin Ling sensed that there were many experts in the restaurant. These experts were all in the god realm. Haha, after Lei Gong's death, the number of experts hiding in the void seems to have increased by quite a lot. Even treasure god Nanwafingyu sensed it, but he was not afraid. This was because the 4 of them were so strong that even Eugene and the others could contend with them. Let's go in. The giant ghost took the lead and stepped into the restaurant. However, at this moment, an invisible shockwave hit him in the face. It was a powerful divine power, like a membrane that blocked outsiders outside the door. Moreover, this shockwave was also malicious. It rushed into the giant ghost's body in an attempt to discover its origin. Poochie, in the hall on the 1st floor, a skinny old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, then looked at the giant ghost in anger. He had only checked a little, but the giant ghost had dared to injure him. The others on the 1st floor were used to it. They drank and ate as if they were ordinary people. However, although they acted ordinary, they were all extremely powerful. They were all godly kings, therefore, their eyes flashed. The barrier was used to prevent ordinary people from entering. Those who could enter were not weak. They were qualified to meet the Sage of Myriad Treasures. The 4 people outside were obviously not weak. They were qualified. I wonder who those 4 people are. They can't be weak to be able to force the old man back. Now, in the void of the 9 regions, after the fall of the Thunder God, many experts are like carps in a river. Especially after the investiture of the gods in the 9 regions, many people have returned to their divine positions. In addition to these years of cultivation, their strength is no longer the same as it was in the past. Now that they have succeeded in their cultivation, their strength has greatly increased. Yes. That's possible. Yes. These experts who were familiar with each other quietly discussed. Lin Ling and the others stepped into the inn. The giant ghost's face was fierce as he stared at the skinny old man who had spat out blood. Not only did the old man try to stop him, he even tried to see through the giant ghost's origins. One had to know that the giant ghost was one of the 8 god wills. This was a secret, but the old man did not know etiquette and casually checked. "Yo, who are you? So arrogant that you dare to injure my people?" "Yes." Suddenly, a chuckle could be heard. In the corner, a man in a green robe was playing with a wine cup as he spoke. "Don't you know that you have to apologize to those who touch my Xianxia?" "Yes." Then, the young man took a sip of wine and muttered to himself. "Apologize?" "Yes." Hearing this, the giant ghost laughed. Treasure god Nanwafingyu and Emperor god Zhonggang laughed as well. Although they sensed that the young man had a mysterious aura, perhaps he had a powerful background. However, even if he had a powerful background, he would have to lower his noble head in front of them. "What? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it." Noticing the smiles on their faces, the young man stopped drinking and looked over. Giant Ghost and the others noticed that the young man's left and right eyes were different colors. One was red and the other was green. Of course, this only caused the Giant Ghost and the others to be slightly surprised. Lin Ling didn't even look at the young man. Instead, he quietly locked onto 2 people. They were a man and a woman in a corner on the other side. Although these 2 people were wearing ordinary clothes, Lin Ling still felt a sense of familiarity. Moreover, he instantly guessed that these 2 people were the ones he met in the 8th district. On the 7th floor of Divine Heaven Palace, Treasure God Nanwafingyu fought against the 2 experts from the underworld. "Grandpa Treasure God." Lin Ling immediately sent a voice transmission. "It's them." Treasure God Nanwafingyu also noticed this and was startled. He didn't expect that Taoist Myriad Treasure's appearance would attract the attention of these 2 experts. In the previous battle, although Treasure God Nanwafingyu easily suppressed these 2 people, he also knew that these 2 people had just arrived in the void of the 9 continents and couldn't use many of their powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so simple. Of course, when Lin Ling and the others were secretly investigating these 2 people, they were very powerful and also noticed Lin Ling and the others. Now, these 2 people's appearances had changed, as if they had taken over other people's bodies. "It's them." They were also secretly transmitting their voices. "That brat made me suffer a great loss in the past. However, it seems like his strength has increased. After all, he was only a martial god when he was in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. Now, he has divine origin." The man said indifferently, but then he shook his head, "But that's all. Now, I'm not the same as before. The power I can summon from the underworld has increased. Let's wait until the matter with Taoist Myriad Treasure is over." Next to him, the woman nodded. They all chose to pretend that they didn't know Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling and Treasure God Nanwafingyu noticed that they were playing dumb. Naturally, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so they ignored them. On the other hand, the giant ghost walked step by step toward the young man in green, then came to the injured skinny old man and smashed the 8 god steel in his hand. Boom, the skinny old man's pupils constricted. Obviously, he didn't expect the giant ghost to be so arrogant, daring to attack in front of his master. He wanted to resist, but in the end, he was no match for the giant ghost. His head was smashed by the steel, then he spat out blood and fainted. Moreover, this smash seemed very calm, and the restaurant didn't shake at all. Even so, everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the giant ghost. Obviously, they were shocked by the giant ghost's strength. "I'll kill him right now." "What, you're not convinced?" The giant ghost carried the steel on his shoulder and looked provocatively at the young man in green, as if he didn't care at all. The young man raised his eyes and looked indifferently at the giant ghost. "Some things can't be done, or you'll regret it. Clearly, you've done something that you'll regret for the rest of your life." "Is that so? I want to know what I'll regret." The giant ghost looked straight at him. He could sense the mystery of the other party, but he wasn't afraid at all. "Crown Prince, there's no need to say anything to him. Just attack." At this moment, at a table next to the young man in green, an old man said indifferently. He played with a wine cup in his hand, and golden light bloomed in his eyes. "The dignity of my clan cannot be bullied." His voice was filled with thick arrogance. and he was very high up. 3 breaths left. If you cut off one of your arms, you'll still have a chance to live. After drinking the wine in his hand, the old man spoke again, looking at the young man in green. He sneered because he knew who the old man was. With him speaking, there were very few people in the 9 states who could resist him. 1, 2, 3. However, at this moment, the giant ghost had already counted. He was counting for the old man, and then he said, "Okay, it's over." "What now?" "You're courting death." The old man obviously didn't expect that the Xianxia-like guy would dare to slap him in the face. He felt so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. "Uncle Dragon, let me." The young man in green roared angrily and shot out. His speed was incomparably fast. In midair, a dragon claw appeared and grabbed at the giant ghost. Dragon Clan, this was a real dragon, and his strength was at the deity realm. The eyes of the people on the first floor narrowed. Although they knew that the young man in green was very strong, they didn't expect him to be from the Dragon Clan. This was because the Dragon Clan was the most mysterious in the 9 prefectures. They were like an ancient divine gate that was isolated from the world. People had only heard of them but had never seen them. Now, someone from this legendary colossus had finally entered the world. Do you regret it now? Alas, why bother? We didn't want to reveal our identities, but you forced us. Now that you know who we are, don't you feel terrified and afraid? The green-clothed young man smiled proudly and slapped his dragon claw at the giant ghost. Rumble. However, the giant ghost held the 8-god steel with both hands and swept it fiercely. Swoosh, the restaurant shook slightly. On the surface, the momentum wasn't terrifying, but the two of them didn't want to disturb Taoist myriad treasures and prevent their power from leaking out. Moreover, it looked like the impetus wasn't great on the surface, but in reality, everyone in the hall on the first floor noticed a terrifying gale assault their faces. If it wasn't for the merging divine essence to protect their bodies, they would have probably been torn into pieces long ago. So strong? Who are you? The green-clothed young man wanted to suppress the giant ghost with one move, but he realized that this ferocious-looking fellow wasn't weak at all. Crown Prince, let me help you. When the old man saw this, his figure disappeared and suddenly appeared behind the giant ghost and slashed out with his dragon claw. If one looked carefully, he had transformed into an ancient golden dragon that was as thick as a water bucket. He was dazzling with golden light and was very dignified. His dragon claw seemed to be made of gold and was extremely hard. The Dragon Clan had countless dragon gods, but they were also divided into ranks. For example, the Dragon God bloodline and the Collateral bloodline. The Dragon God bloodline was also divided into 3 and 6 ranks. Obviously, these two people had a high status in the Dragon Clan. Slap, however, when the golden dragon's claw was about to grab the giant ghost, a palm suddenly grabbed and blocked the dragon's claw. It was Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that this old man was strong, so he used the second stage of his innate talent fusion. After the second stage, Lin Ling easily blocked the golden dragon's attack and was even stronger. Who are you? The golden dragon let out a low voice that was mixed with shock. This was because he had never expected that the two people he had casually met would be so powerful. Could it be that the current Jiuzhou void was filled with deities? His divine energy is so dense. It doesn't seem like the strength of an early-stage low god at all. Moreover, his fleshly body strength and divine energy are much stronger than before. Could he be the reincarnation of something? How could his strength increase so much in such a short period of time? The man and woman in the corner were also surprised, because last time in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling was not this strong. I'm your father. At this time, Lin Ling held the dragon claw in one hand, and the power of 800,000 worlds and 4,000 strands of divinity were activated at the same time. Cracks started to appear on the golden dragon's claws, and the golden dragon was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat because he finally understood how powerful Lin Ling was. Crack, a crisp sound rang out. The golden dragon's claw was torn off by Lin Ling, and golden blood splattered all over the ground. Ah! The golden dragon god, who was in midair, fell to the ground with a plop. Then, his whole body shone with golden light, and he turned into a human again. However, this time, he was holding his broken arm, and his face was as pale as paper. His angry eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. This was because not long ago, He said that he would cut off one of the giant ghost's arms, but in the blink of an eye, he had lost one of his arms. Moreover, it was done by a domineering method. Of course, he was not the only one who was surprised. The people around him were also shocked. This was because every person who could appear here was a deity, and every one of them had a supreme status. However, such a deity had lost an arm just like that. It was too unbelievable. If someone had said this to them not long ago, they would have thought it was a joke. How could a deity be crippled so easily? But now, they believed it. Boom, the young man in green was also shocked. In the end, he was hit in the face by the giant ghost stone tablet, and he fell to the ground. Do you know who we are? The two of them raised their heads and spoke at the same time. In the corners of the restaurant, many powerhouses stood up. These people were obviously with the young man in green. Moreover, their bodies were full of dragon's aura, and they were ready to help. Do you know who you're dealing with? The old man shouted angrily. Rebellion, rebellion, mere humans dared to attack the noble dragon god. This was definitely rebellion. Hee, the dragon race isn't that great, is it? Lin Ling looked down at them with a disdainful smile in his eyes. When the giant ghost had entered the inn, it was these people from the dragon race who had attacked first. Of course, it was fine if they had attacked, but they had domineeringly investigated the giant ghost's origin. This was obviously a violation of the rules between cultivators. However, at that time, Lin Ling's eyes had fallen on the man and woman in the corner, so he had ignored them for the time being. Now, they had the nerve to say that they were from the dragon race? Was the dragon race that great? He, Lin Ling, had seen the dragon race several times. He had even seen the dragon god in the Dragon Valley. Of course, to Lin Ling, he had seen the more terrifying ancient dragon god, the Dragon King of the East Sea. Therefore, these dragon gods from the era of the gods were nothing. Stop blabbering, you talk too much. I'll pull out your dragon tendons. Lin Ling did not waste any more words and pounced on the young man in green. The latter was stunned and roared, "You dare! Lin Ling, I'll help you." Unfortunately, not only did Lin Ling not dare to do anything, the giant ghost also rushed over. The two of them pressed down on the young man in green. The latter reverted to his dragon form, but he could not change his size. He could only become as thick as a water bucket and was ridden by Lin Ling and the old man. Meanwhile, Lin Ling violently opened the green dragon's mouth and continuously pulled out the dragon's tongue. He pulled out the dragon's tongue. These two guys. Seeing this scene, the people who were originally shocked were now as shocked as the gods. Despite their vast experience, this was the first time they saw a dragon god being pulled out by someone. How dare you? We are the dragon race's dragon gods. You're dead, you're dead. The old man at the side struggled to get up, but a foot suddenly stomped on him, pushing him back to the ground. The one standing on top of him was none other than treasure god Nanwufingyu. Xiaolong, lie down obediently, this has nothing to do with you. Treasure god Nanwufingyu said with a beaming face. Although it seemed like a casual action, it was enough to stop the old man from moving. Who the hell are you people? At this time, the old man finally realized that he had kicked an iron plate, because among the 4 people, 3 of them were abnormally strong. How could there be so many powerful people in the 9 continents void? You don't need to know who we are, but his name is Lin Ling. Treasure god Nanwufingyu did not hide anything, pointing at Lin Ling who was pulling out dragon tendons. Lin Ling, he's Lin Ling. The old man's pupils constricted, the faces of the experts on the first floor changed dramatically. He was one of the 4 great gods in the void of the 9 continents. During the Great War of the Gods 3 years ago, this ferocious new god had killed countless gods in the void. He was so powerful that people would pale at the mere mention of his name. Even the other gods did not dare to provoke him easily. Not to mention the 9 continents void, even in the spirit kingdom, Lin Ling was the #1 enemy of the spirit kingdom. Now, this legendary figure had actually appeared before their eyes. No wonder these 2 fellows were so fierce, daring to ride the dragon god and angrily pulling out dragon tendons. As for the young man who seemed to be the dragon race's crown prince, he was screaming in pain. Lin Ling had forcefully pulled out his dragon head and tongue, causing him to cry from the pain. So noisy. Moreover, Lin Ling found him annoying, so he ruthlessly punched his dragon head a few times. The young man was dizzy, his face was red, and he almost fainted. However, while the young man was in pain, his heart was also filled with shock. Lei Gong Lin Ling. It was actually Lei Gong Lin Ling. He finally knew why the person on top of him was not afraid of him. You should know someone called Xiao. That fellow is also from the dragon race. He has been arrogant in front of me many times, but I beat him until he takes a detour whenever he sees me. You are not as smart as Xiao. You actually took the initiative to provoke me. Tell me, how should I deal with you? Lin Ling was still riding on the young man's body as he spoke with disdain. I was wrong. The young man was from the dragon race and was arrogant. He was ordered by the dragon race to find the Taoist of many treasures and investigate the whereabouts of the next will of the world. Now that he knew which god was on top of him, he put away his arrogance. Lord Lei Gong, we know we were wrong. The old man looked at Lin Ling pleadingly. Nanhua Fingyu, who was stepping on him, saw this and slowly retracted his foot. The old man quickly got up and kowtowed to Lin Ling, then gave himself 3 hard slaps. Pa pa pa. After 3 slaps, the dragon teeth were sent flying. I was wrong. I hope that for the sake of Lord Dragon God, you will spare us this time. After the fight, the old man said. Lord Dragon God. Lin Ling's eyes flashed when he heard this. He recalled the old dragon god he'd met at the Kaiyuan River all those years ago. At that time, the old dragon god had helped Lin Ling on numerous occasions, so Lin Ling had to give him some face. In truth, Lin Ling had always been giving face to the old dragon god. Otherwise, with Xiao Er's initial provocation, he would have already killed him. Consider yourselves lucky. Lin Ling gave the giant ghost a look, then climbed up from the young man's body. Next, they all walked towards a table and chairs, and the green-clothed young man's follower immediately eagerly served them good wine and food. Shopkeeper, bring up all the delicious food. We want to entertain this lord. Someone even shouted at the restaurant. Right away, right away. The shopkeeper of the restaurant was weak and had long been afraid of this group of people. Now that he heard this, he didn't dare to say anything and immediately busied himself in fear. This is Qingzhou. Remember, Qingzhou is under my protection. If I find out that anyone is causing trouble here, then unless you escape from the void of Jiuzhou, you'd better obediently admit your mistakes. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your worthless lives. Lin Ling said indifferently as he drank. His words were naturally directed at the people on the first floor. This group of people was very powerful. If they attacked in Qingzhou, Qingzhou would definitely be destroyed, and countless people would die. Qingzhou was the 3rd princess territory, and the 3rd princess was Lin Ling's disciple. Naturally, Lin Ling had to protect her. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare. Many people immediately spoke up. In the face of Lei Gong, one of the 4 great gods, even if they were gods, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Many of them were enemies and wanted to attack after seeing Sage Duobao. However, after hearing Lin Ling's words, they didn't dare to fight in Qingzhou. Lin Ling has become more and more powerful. In the corner, there was a mysterious man wearing a large cloak. He was drinking wine indifferently at this moment. Her jade-like hand holding the wine cup was as white as jade, and her red fingernails glowed with an alluring light. Just looking at the sight of her drinking wine was enough to make people's imaginations run wild. However, no one who could enter the hall on the first floor was weak. Therefore, people were only curious about her, but they didn't dare to look at her too much. She knew Lin Ling because she was Longyang's acquaintance, and she knew Lin Ling. During this period of time, Longyang had been hiding. Even when Eugene and the others wanted to harm Lei Gong, she just pretended to follow them and quietly left after going there. This was because she knew that Lin Ling would never agree to harm Lei Gong, and this was indeed the case. After that, she heard about Lin Ling's matter. Fortunately, she wasn't there at that time. Otherwise, she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling's strength had surpassed her by more than 2 times. If she wanted to take revenge, the difficulty had undoubtedly increased by several times. After the 9 prefectures investiture of the gods, the 9 prefectures void has become hundreds of times stronger than before. However, Lin Ling is clearly not the reincarnation of a god. Yet, he has improved the fastest and his strength has increased the most. This is really puzzling. Longyang secretly said. she knew that Lin Ling and Luli Empress had a grudge against each other. However, the current Luli Empress was probably no match for Lin Ling. This was because she had secretly investigated and found out that Luli Empress had disappeared. It was obvious that she was hiding from Lin Ling. If Luli Empress was killed by Lin Ling, then she might be next. She didn't have much time left. What are you thinking about? We haven't seen each other in a while. Just as she was deep in thought, a faint voice suddenly rang out in front of her. She raised her head and saw that Lin Ling had already appeared at the table with a grin on his face. Bastard, he actually found out about me. Longyang's heart thumped, and at the same time, she cursed under her breath. Look at how sneaky you are. You must be hiding from me. Moreover, you didn't participate in the Battle of the Gods in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Don't tell me you're afraid that I'll kill you. Lin Ling poured himself a glass of wine and continued to smile. In fact, he didn't hate Longyang. This was because he had gone out with Longyang to train. Longyang had the opportunity to kill him. Although Longyang had considered it for a long time, she didn't make a move in the end. This made Lin Ling very impressed. This was because Longyang was at least a person with principles. Bullsh *T, who's afraid of you? Since she had been discovered, Longyang no longer hid anything. Lin Ling, don't cross the line. Longyang was so angry that her face turned red, because Lin Ling's words didn't seem to be referring to her hands, but more like he was talking about her figure. This reminded her of the time when Lin Ling took her for the first time in Spirit Province. She could still remember the storm that night. It was a nightmare of her life, of course. At the same time as the nightmare, there was also a strange feeling. It was a wonderful feeling. Lin Ling didn't seem to care about Longyang's reprimand, so he said calmly, Longyang, you should know that I'm now Lei Gong. Based on your current state, you have no chance of winning against me. Impossible. Longyang instantly guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. Lin Ling wanted to cancel the death match between the two of them. Was that night really that important? What's important is that you still haven't given up on revenge against me. Lin Ling was a little surprised by Longyang's stubbornness. Although he and Longyang had a grudge, they had also gone through trials and tribulations together. Therefore, Lin Ling was more than happy to cancel the death match. That kind of thing can't be made up for. Between us, it's either you die or I live. Longyang gritted her teeth and said word by word. It's not impossible to make up for it. You're considered a pretty good genius. If you don't mind, you can join our Lei Gong Hall. After you join, our Lei Gong Hall will give you a higher status than Eugene. If you really can't let go of that night, I have a suggestion. Lin Ling toyed with his wine glass, as if he was thinking about something. Longyang laughed coldly. You want to say, why don't you let me kill you, right? Nonsense, Lin Ling, you underestimate me. If I, Longyang, want to kill you, I'll win fair and square. I don't need your pity. You're thinking too much. I, Lin Ling, would never actively seek death. My suggestion is, why don't you be stronger and fight me back? Then, we'll be even. Lin Ling immediately said seriously. Dream on. Longyang was stunned, then she roared, what was the difference? She was the one who was at a disadvantage. When did this Lin Ling become so thick-skinned? Alright, I won't waste time with you. Anyway, I've already given you a chance. If you insist on seeking death in the future, I won't hold back. Also, you don't have to be so afraid of me because before you send out a challenge, I, Lin Ling, won't easily touch you. Seeing Longyang's furious look, Lin Ling smiled and walked back. Damn it. Lin Ling's repulsive look reminded Longyang of the madness that night in the Spirit Province. That man was incomparably violent and didn't know how to be gentle with women. No, I have to become stronger. I heard that Taoist Master Duobao knows of a secret realm in the God Realm. If I can get the treasure there, I'll have a chance to kill Lin Ling. Longyang's small hand gripped the wine glass tightly, and the light of ambition bloomed in her eyes. This was the reason she came to find Taoist Master Duobao. Of course, the others were also here for the treasure in the God Realm. Now that the 9 prefectures were sealed, there were countless experts. Just when they thought they had established themselves in the 9 prefectures, in reality, in less than a year, there would be experts appearing out of nowhere. Therefore, they all knew that they weren't the only ones who had obtained the opportunity. Therefore, they had to become stronger. In addition, now that the spirit nation was eyeing them covetously, whether it was for their family and friends, or for their own survival, they had to become stronger to survive the catastrophe. Looks like everyone is here. Then, it's time. Everyone, come up. At this time, a smiling voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. It was Taoist Master Duobao's voice. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and looked up at the second floor. That damned old man, is he finally going to start? Lin Ling drank the wine in his hand and looked at treasure god Nanwufingyu. Then, he took the lead and stepped onto the second floor. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. Previously, when Lin Ling didn't move, they didn't dare to move. After all, no one wanted to be above the new Lei Gong. Not to mention other things, just the experts in Lei Gong's hall were enough to kill them all. What a cunning guy. Lin Ling went up the stairs, but his sharp soul power also noticed that the second floor was a little different. It looked like the second floor, but in reality, it was more like a void. It was obvious that Taoist Master Duobao had left a trick up his sleeve. If there was an emergency, he could quickly leave. This was also the reason why so many people were concerned about him, but couldn't catch him. Taoist Master Duobao's previous life was the dragon subduing Arhat. The methods he knows are indeed extraordinary. Lin Ling thought to himself. He controlled the stairs of wisdom and quietly sealed the entire second floor. He wanted to seal Taoist Master Duobao and try to capture him alive. Behind him, treasure god Nanwufingyu sensed Lin Ling's move and smiled. He was obviously very curious about Taoist Master Duobao. "Io, Lord Lei Gong, what's wrong with you? Please don't scare an old man like me." "This old man can't be scared, and I might be scared to death. I don't care if I die, but I'm afraid I'll delay your important matters." However, just as Lin Ling and the others stepped onto the second floor, a sobbing voice was heard. The Taoist of many treasures was still dressed in tattered clothes. He was sloppily sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. He held a wine cup in one hand and a roasted chicken in the other. He was eating it in big bites. If Lin Ling and the others didn't know about the Taoist of many treasures' background, they would have thought that he was an ordinary old beggar. Moreover, Taoist Master Duobao said that he was pitiful, but from his appearance, he didn't seem to care at all. He found out. Lin Ling's expression didn't change, but his heart trembled. As expected of Taoist Master Duobao, he was actually able to detect his steps of wisdom. This also meant that Taoist Master Duobao most likely also had a steps of God, and it wasn't weak. Hee, Taoist Master Duobao misunderstood. "I was just on guard. After all, you know that there are many people who want me, Lin Ling, to die. There are spirit nations and gods, so it's better to be safe than sorry." Then, Lin Ling said with a fake smile as he quietly retracted the stare of wisdom. "Who asked you to be Demon Lin? In the 9 provinces, there's probably no one who wouldn't be shocked by Lord Lei Gong's name. So when I see you, Demon Lin, this old man can't be careless." Taoist Master Duobao was still eating meat as if he didn't care about anything, but Lin Ling knew that the old man must have sensed that he withdrew the steps of wisdom. Moreover, Lin Ling suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the old man had prepared another escape route? Lin Ling couldn't help but look at treasure god Nanwufingyu. From his eyes, he could tell that treasure god Nanwufingyu didn't have the confidence to capture Taoist Master Duobao alive. End of chapter 4365. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.